In the year 1619 of the Ming Dynasty, following the Battle of Salhu, a group of defeated soldiers fled from Liaodong into the heart of the empire, journeying westward. Liu Heng, having traversed through time, found himself transformed into a disillusioned rogue by sheer happenstance. He vanquished an adversary and ascended to the position of a camp leader, training new recruits, becoming a mountain bandit, establishing checkpoints, and plundering the gentry. Unintentionally, he acquired the means to vie for supremacy, emerging as a formidable opponent feared by the Jurchens. Chapter 1. One must be ruthless to stand firm. The month of May was sweltering, the heat oppressive throughout the day, only to be tempered slightly by the coolness of dusk. Liu Heng sat in a daze beneath a grand tree, his gaze fixed on the crimson clouds adorning the western horizon. The inexplicable events surrounding him eluded his understanding. Once a librarian in the 21st century, he had inexplicably found himself in the Ming Dynasty, inhabiting the body of a soldier who had fled from the defeated ranks at Salhu, becoming an outlaw. Upon his arrival, he inherited the memories of this body, gaining a rudimentary understanding of his identity and environment. The former occupant was a simple man, yet possessed a robust physique that could easily intimidate others, however. Due to his upbringing, he had often been the target of bullying. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Liu Heng spat out the bitter root he had been chewing, rose from the ground, dusted off his trousers, and staggered towards the camp. Before darkness enveloped the land, rations would be distributed, and Liu Heng meticulously timed his arrival, never missing a single meal. Yet, throughout these 5 days, the most profound impression he had received was that he had never once enjoyed a full meal. Navigating the familiar paths, he reached the rear camp's kitchen, where the cook was already surrounded by a throng of hungry outlaws. Leveraging his sturdy build, Liu Heng pushed his way to the front of the line. Without even glancing his way, the cook carelessly handed him a small flatbread and a bowl of wild vegetable soup. Liu Heng, however, did not depart. Instead, he asserted, "I am still short one piece of bread." Ordinary outlaws received but one piece of wild vegetable bread per meal, while those of a higher rank were allotted two. Liu Heng's predecessor hailed from Liaodong and had served in the border troops. Combined with his robust physique, he had earned the title of a small leader. "Just one piece of bread, take it or leave it. Get lost, I have no time for idle chatter," the cook retorted, leveraging his familial connection to the previous camp leader to bully Liu Heng, who had always been given only one piece of bread, while the remainder was secretly hoarded. In the past, Liu Heng's predecessor would have tolerated this, reluctant to stir trouble. However, the current Liu Heng had resolved to embrace his new reality. Thus, he would not allow anyone to take what was rightfully his. His spirit was no longer that of the submissive man who avoided conflict. Within the outlaw camp, it was a matter of dominance. Either you were the oppressor or the oppressed. The simplest way to alter others' perception of a meek individual was to establish authority. Kindness invites exploitation, and Liu Heng swung his arm, bringing the earthenware bowl filled with vegetable soup crashing down onto the cook's head. With a resounding crash, the earthenware bowl shattered into several pieces upon the cook's head, the wild vegetable soup cascading down his forehead, intermingled with droplets of blood. The once boisterous bandits fell into a sudden silence. Liu Heng, with his free hand, seized the cook by the collar, pressing a shard of the broken bowl against his neck. He menacingly inquired, "Repeat that?" Stunned by Liu Heng's unexpected assault, the cook met Liu Heng's frigid gaze and felt the chilling edge of the shard on his skin, causing him to tremble involuntarily as he stammered, "Yes, we're still short one piece of bread." "What did you say?" "Speak again." "2 pieces. We're short 2 pieces. I didn't catch that." "It'll grant you another chance to articulate your thoughts clearly." With that, Liu Heng applied more pressure with the shard, breaking the skin on the cook's neck, blood trickling down the fragment. "3 pieces. 3 pieces of bread." The cook sobbed, "I swear, that's all there is." Feeling satisfied, Liu Heng released the cook's collar and commanded, "Bring it to me." The cook dared not refuse, having lost his powerful kin during the assault on Wang's village. He found himself intimidated by the suddenly formidable Liu Heng. Once Liu Heng departed, the cook, Ma Laoke, glared at his retreating figure with a venomous expression. Oblivious to this, Liu Heng clutched 4 pieces of bread and filled another bowl with wild vegetable soup, seeking a secluded spot to squat down and eat. The bread was dry and difficult to swallow, and the soup was bitter and unpalatable. Nevertheless, it sufficed to satiate his hunger. Having gone days without a proper meal, Liu Heng devoured the food voraciously. After consuming 2 pieces of bread and half a bowl of soup, feeling somewhat satisfied, he slowed his pace that, is that not Liu the simpleton? As the taunt echoed, Liu Heng's bowl was kicked over, the fragile earthenware shattering completely, the remaining soup spilling across the ground. Liu Heng cast a sidelong glance at the instigator, narrowing his eyes slightly. He recognized the man as Zhang Deqiu, who often flaunted his authority by mocking Liu Heng. Liu Heng had never held any affection for him, and seeing Zhang accompanied by several henchmen, he chose to ignore them. However, Zhang Deqiu was unwilling to let Liu Heng off so easily. He crouched down, hooking Liu Heng's chin with his left hand while playfully slapping his face with his right. Laughing, haha, look, Liu the simpleton is angry. The surrounding bandits joined in the laughter, reveling in the mockery. Suddenly, with a decisive strike, Liu Heng landed a punch on Zhang Deqiu's face, sending him tumbling backward. Seizing the moment, Liu Heng leaped onto Zhang Deqiu, unleashing a flurry of punches without restraint. The nearby bandits, taken aback by Liu Heng's unexpected aggression, were momentarily stunned, failing to react as they rushed toward him in a chaotic attempt to rescue Zhang from. Beneath him that moment, Liu Heng pressed a shard of pottery against Zhang Deqiu's throat, while firmly restraining his arms. Don't move. If anyone takes a step forward, I will end his life right now. Everyone attack. Today I will make sure he dies. Zhang Deqiu, finally given a chance to speak, shouted frantically. He had always bullied Liu Heng, but now he found himself subjected to humiliation at the hands of Liu Heng, which fueled his intense hatred. The only resolution to his anger was to eliminate Liu Heng. Shut your mouth. If you speak again, I will kill you on the spot. Liu Heng growled, pressing the pottery shard against Zhang Deqiu's neck, piercing the skin and causing blood to flow. The sharp pain in his neck and the coldness of the ceramic brought Zhang Deqiu to his senses, and he realized he'd been taken hostage by Liu Heng. This thought, his legs weakened, and he stammered, "Why, you mustn't act recklessly. If you kill me, they will not spare you." Liu Heng scoffed at this feeble threat, dismissing it entirely. "Liu Tu, I'm here." A bandit armed with a wooden spear approached Liu Heng. "Stand behind me," Liu Heng instructed the bandit, knowing him to be Yang Yuan, the only subordinate willing to heed his commands. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, drawing nearer. "What are you all doing huddled here? Scatter." A rough voice boomed as the hoofbeats ceased. Liu Heng glanced sideways, catching sight of the newcomer, who was mounted on a horse, donned with an iron helmet and clad in a double-breasted cotton armor. Chapter 2. An unexpected opportunity. Ma Tuding, save me, please. Zhang Deqiu cried out desperately upon seeing the figure on horseback. Without allowing Liu Heng to speak, he urgently exclaimed, "He wants to kill me. Ma Tuding, please help." Ma Yunjiao, an elder hailing from Liaodong, recognized Liu Heng and remarked, "Brother Liu Heng, what is the meaning of this? We are all brothers. Why cause such a commotion? I propose we release him for now. Shi Dogwai is awaiting his summons." Upon Ma Yunjiao's arrival, Liu Heng understood that the conflict with Zhang Deqiu had reached a temporary halt. Ma Yunji would never permit any harm to come to Zhang Deqiu, especially with his warning regarding Shi Dogwai's summons. "Since Brother Ma has spoken, I must yield." Liu Heng, taking advantage of the situation, forcefully pushed Zhang Deqiu away from him. Stumbling forward, Zhang Deqiu was caught by 2 rogues just in time. Once he regained his footing, his expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at Liu Heng, commanding his companions, "Seize him. I will ensure his demise today." "Enough." Ma Yunjiao's countenance darkened as he coldly asserted, "If this delays matters with Shi Dogwai, I would not have enough heads to lose. Come with me to meet Shi Dogwai at once." With that, Ma Yunjiao turned his horse around and urged it forward, leading his men away from the rear camp in a huff. So the rumors were indeed true. Yang Yuan muttered as he gazed in the direction of Ma Yunjiao and Zhang Deqiu's departure. "What rumors?" Liu Heng inquired. Yang Yuan replied, "I overheard some of the camp's men discussing that Zhang Deqiu has caught Shi Dogwai's attention and is to become the commander of our rear camp. Now, even Ma Tuding has come personally for him. It seems this matter is highly credible." Upon hearing this news, Liu Heng paused, taken aback by the significant development that had transpired during his recent days of aimlessness. He recalled that the rogue army consisted of only 5 camps, excluding Shi Dogwai's central camp, leaving 4 camps and their respective commanders, all of whom held considerable authority within the rogue forces. If Zhang Deqiu were to become the commander of the rear camp, it would spell trouble for Liu Heng, especially following their recent altercation. "Where can I escape to?" Liu Heng furrowed his brow. He recognized the truth in Yang Yuan's words. there were no laws among the rogues. If Zheng Deqiu were to apprehend him, he would be at the mercy of his captors, subject to their whims. The commander of the bowmen's camp, Li Dideo, is a fellow townsman of yours. Yang Yuan informed him. As long as we seek refuge in the bowmen's camp, even if Zheng Deqiu ascends to command the rear camp, he cannot touch you. Yang Yuan's reminder prompted Liu Heng to recall that he had two compatriots in the bowmen's camp, one, a minor leader like himself, and the other, a formidable commander overseeing an entire camp, with the presence of these two individuals to safeguard him. Even if Zheng Deqiu were to ascend as the chief of the rear camp, he would not dare to venture into the archers' camp to seize anyone. At that moment, he could escape from this bandit army and make his way south to Macau. Even in the eventuality of the Q taking control of the Central Plains, his safety would remain unthreatened. If all else fails, he could always seek refuge overseas. Contemplating this, Liu Heng remarked, "Let us proceed to the archers' camp." Yang Yuan, grasping his wooden spear, followed Liu Heng as they departed the rear camp. The archers' camp lay to the left of the bandit army, less than 2 miles from the rear camp. Before darkness enveloped the land, Liu Heng and Yang Yuan arrived at the archers' camp. Along the way, they encountered no obstacles and reached the entrance of the main tent. Just as they were about to enter, the tent flap was lifted from within, and a figure emerged. "Second brother?" Liu Heng instinctively called out upon recognizing the man who was stepping out of the tent. The man, upon seeing Liu Heng, brightened with joy, quickly approached, clasped Liu Heng's shoulders, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, you arrived just in time. Brother Xu Heng was just about to send me to the rear camp to find you. Come in with me." Liu Heng was pulled into the tent with enthusiasm. "Brother Xu Heng, our little brother Liu Heng has arrived." Chen Xuanping's boisterous voice echoed. "It seems our little brother caught wind of the delightful aroma and came of his own accord. Ha ha." Li Shuing laughed heartily as he emerged from behind a low table. Liu Heng then noticed a wooden basin on the table, filled with some dark substance, the savory scent wafting enticingly into his nostrils. Having not tasted meat in a long while, Liu Heng could not suppress a gulp. Observing his reaction, Li Shuing said, "Don't just stand there. All of this is reserved for you. Sit down and eat." Chen Xuanping added, "Recently, all the camps have been short on provisions. During the day, I took some archers out hunting and, to my surprise, we were fortunate enough to catch a wild boar in less than half a day. Tonight, the brothers in the camp can finally enjoy a feast." Liu Heng, not one to be polite, sat down behind the low table, shared some with Yang Yuan, and began to devour a piece of rib. After consuming 3 pieces, he set down the bone and inquired, "Brother Xu Heng, when I arrived, second brother mentioned he was looking for me. Is there something you need to discuss?" Li Shuing nodded slightly. "Indeed, there is a matter that requires your approval." "What matter?" Liu Heng licked the grease off his fingers, experiencing the exquisite taste of pork for the first time. Li Shuheng continued, "Since the battle at Wangjiakan, the position of the head of the rear camp has been vacant due to the death of your camp leader, and it has remained unfilled for nearly half a month. I intend for you to contend for this position." Liu Heng's face displayed a hint of confusion as he replied, "I heard that the candidate has already been decided. It is said that another minor leader from the rear camp, Zheng Deqiu, is to take over. Just before I came, Zheng Deqiu was taken away by Captain Shi's aide. It was indeed predetermined," Li Shuheng affirmed, "but the leaders of the 2 adjoining camps opposed Zheng Deqiu's assumption of command over the rear camp, which has delayed the matter." Liu Heng curiously asked, "Are there other candidates from the 2 adjoining camps?" "I recall that initially, to prevent the various camps from engulfing one another, a regulation was established whereby each camp leader could only select suitable individuals from their own ranks as successors. The candidates they nominated were minor chieftains from the rear camp." As he spoke, Li Shuheng cast a peculiar glance at Liu Heng. "What does that mean?" Liu Heng raised his hand and pointed to himself, saying, "It can't possibly be me." Li Shuheng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the person they have selected is you." "How can that be? I'm hardly acquainted with them." "If they were to choose, it would make more sense for them to select someone they have fostered relations with." Liu Heng furrowed his brow, reflecting on the memories of his previous existence, where he had the least interaction with the leaders of the left and right camps. Nevertheless, it is ultimately a positive development. Li Shuing remarked, "I hope you will strive for the position of camp leader." Liu Heng's brow knitted together as he sank into deep contemplation. Chapter 3. The escalation of conflict arriving in this chaotic era, Liu Heng had resigned himself to fate, merely seeking a suitable opportunity to depart from this band of marauders and escape to Macau. He believed that even if the Ming Dynasty were to fall under foreign domination, he could still safeguard himself. With his knowledge of the historical trajectory over the next few centuries, he felt confident that he could carve out a successful path. However, when faced with the prospect of becoming the commander of the rear camp, he was exceedingly reluctant. No one understood the grim future of the next few decades better than he did, which would culminate in over 2 centuries of servitude. Noticing Liu Heng's prolonged silence, Li Shuing remarked, "I do not comprehend your concerns, but amidst this tumultuous world, only by amassing greater strength can we secure our safety." Upon hearing these words, Liu Heng was taken aback. He realized he had been misguided. While he had fixated on fleeing to Macau, he had overlooked the fact that this was the Wanli era of the Ming Dynasty, not several centuries later, when a mere plane ticket could whisk one to Macau within hours. The journey from northern Ming territory to Macau would be fraught with innumerable challenges, if not near impossible. It was crucial to remember that in these times, even a simple cold could claim a life. Beside them, Chun Xuanping interjected, "What is there to hesitate about? If you ascend to the position of rear camp commander, we will possess 2 camps at our disposal, and then we can rival the 2nd camp. Even Shi Yinhu would have to regard us with caution." After a moment's contemplation, Liu Heng resolved to set aside the unrealistic notion of escaping to Macau and instead focus on vying for the commander position of the rear camp. With that title as protection, he would at least be safe from the impending assaults of the Ming army. With his decision made, he inquired, "Brother Shuang, could you elaborate on how I might contend for this rear camp command?" Seeing Liu Heng's agreement, Li Shuing smiled and replied, "Rest assured, the competition between you and Zhang Deqiu is straightforward. Given the army's current food shortages, Shi Yunhu and the other commanders have agreed that within 10 days, whoever can procure the most grain will become the leader of the rear camp." "When does this begin?" Liu Heng asked, for if he was to compete, he needed to thoroughly understand the circumstances to devise a plan. Li Shuing answered, "Tomorrow marks the first day." Liu Heng glanced at Li Shuing, noticing the latter's evasive gaze, and instantly realized that Li Shuing had already taken the initiative to represent him in the competition for the rear camp command. Liu Heng harbored no discontent regarding Li Shuing's unilateral decision. It was a commendable act, and anyone in his position would have done the same. Now resolved to contend for the position of rear camp commander, Liu Heng became earnest, contemplating how to procure grain, for food would not simply descend from the heavens. After a period of deep thought, he conceived a plan that suited his current lack of power and proposed, "Brother Shuing, tomorrow you should send some men to scout the surrounding area to determine which village is the most prosperous and where the landowners are the most oppressive to their tenants." Li Shuing agreed, "That is easily done. I will send scouts out tomorrow. But why gather such intelligence? Instead, we could seize a small village. The archers from our camp should suffice for that." Liu Heng gently shook his head and remarked, "Zhang Deqiu possesses the support of the central military camp of Shida, which undoubtedly allows him to mobilize more troops than we can. Should we attack the small village, even if we manage to procure some grain, it will still be insufficient to surpass Zhang Deqiu. We must tread carefully and endeavor to assault some of the larger estates." "No, absolutely not. It's far too perilous," Li Shuing interjected, shaking his head in refusal. "The defenses of the large estates are significantly stronger than those of the small ones. Have you forgotten the lessons learned from our previous assault on Wang's village?" Liu Heng indeed recalled that battle. It was the first catastrophic defeat suffered by their band of bandits, resulting in the loss of an entire regiment. The shame of that defeat led to questions about Shi Yunhu's position, and discontent began to brew among the various camps, with the first to voice their dissatisfaction being Wu Xiazi, the chief of the left camp, and Zhou Halian, the chief of the right camp. "Rest assured, I have my ways," Liu Heng said after a moment of hesitation, sharing his thoughts while emphasizing the need for secrecy. After reflecting for a brief moment, Li Shuing replied, "Let us proceed as you suggest. Both Sun Ping and I will support you. However, you must exercise caution and prioritize your safety. Of the original villagers who emerged from that stronghold, only the 3 of us remain." Liu Heng nodded gravely. In his strategy, the archers' numbers were still insufficient. The rear camp was lacking a commander, which conveniently allowed him to win over a few minor leaders and ordinary bandits within the ranks. Upon returning to the rear camp, as Liu Heng and Yang Yuan passed by the main tent, Liu Heng noticed that the tent's flap had been lifted and rolled up. Observing this, he slowed his steps and ultimately halted before the entrance, not realizing that Yang Yuan nearly collided with him. "Liu Tu, what is it?" Yang Yuan inquired, puzzled by Liu Heng's sudden stop. Liu Heng pointed towards the tent and declared, "Tonight, we shall sleep here." Yang Yuan's face displayed surprise. "But this is the commander's tent. We have no right to occupy it. What is there to fear?" Liu Heng retorted with a slight smirk. "The commander is dead, and I am vying for this position. By residing here, I aim to demonstrate to others that it is not solely Zheng Deqiu who can occupy the commander's tent. I, too, can claim it. There was one aspect he did not explain to Yang Yuan. In the past, he had been overly honest, which led most of the bandits in the rear camp to regard him with disdain. Although he had reprimanded the cook, Ma Lao Chiao, and clashed with Zhang Deqiu just yesterday, the impression of him as an honest man was not easily erased. Moving into the commander's tent would serve to further alter the established perception of him among the other bandits while simultaneously signaling his intent to contend for the leadership of the rear camp. The commander's tent was far superior to the typical sleeping quarters of ordinary bandits, furnished with wooden beds and covered with animal skin blankets. Unlike the common bandits who could only rest on straw, Liu Heng pulled the blanket off the bed and tossed it to Yang Yuan, opting instead to lie directly on the wooden boards. Gradually, both men succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate period, Liu Heng vaguely felt something kick him, and lazily opened his eyes to find Zhang Deqiu staring at him with a cold smile. Startled, Liu Heng sat up abruptly. At this moment, the sky outside had already brightened significantly. Haha, I was worried you might flee to the archers' camp before arriving. But I didn't expect you to possess such courage to remain in the rear camp. Zheng Deqiu let out a cold sneer, drawing his knife and pointing its gleaming tip at Liu Heng. Confronted by the glinting blade, Liu Heng's heart quivered, and a chill ran down his spine, dispelling the remnants of sleep in an instant. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Anyone would be startled and break into a cold sweat when awakened to the sight of a knife poised at them. Chapter 4. The heavens do not favor human wishes. Upon perceiving the murderous intent glimmering in Zheng Deqiu's eyes, Liu Heng felt a knot tighten in his throat. Are you truly intent on taking my life? He managed to suppress his mounting fear. Do not forget, you are not yet the camp leader, like me. You are merely a minor chief. Zheng Deqiu responded with scorn. I have the backing of Shi Dagui. With your meager standing, do you dare to compare yourself to me? Should I eliminate you today, I shall ascend to the position of camp leader, and I shall see who dares to oppose me thereafter. Liu Heng realized, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that he was indeed facing certain doom. Within the tent, aside from Zheng Deqiu, 5 other bandits loomed, with 2 restraining Yang Yuan and the other 3 blocking the entrance. The commotion inside the tent attracted the attention of nearby bandits, who gathered at the entrance in increasing numbers, forming several circles around the tent. All those who had converged stood outside, observing as mere spectators. Even the other minor chiefs from the rear camp refrained from intervening in the conflict. Liu Heng felt a sinking sensation. He had not anticipated Zheng Deqiu's audacity to confront him openly in such a manner. Zheng Deqiu, I have the archers' camp backing me. If you kill me, are you not afraid that they will seek retribution? At that moment, Liu Heng could only hope that the archers' camp would instill fear in his adversary. Do not attempt to intimidate me, Zheng Deqiu retorted with a cold laugh. Once I secure my position as camp leader, with Shi Dagui's support. Do you think I will fear that Li Shuheng from the archers' camp? Zheng Deqiu continued. I had originally intended to allow you to live a few more days, waiting until I firmly establish my position before finding an excuse to eliminate you. However, since you wish to contest my claim to camp leadership and have enlisted the aid of the 2 camp leaders from the left and right, you shall not be spared. Remember, once you are dead, do not blame me. Blame yourself for provoking me and daring to vie for leadership. With that, Zheng Deqiu raised his blade high. The atmosphere outside the tent shifted in anticipation. Just then, a voice cut through the tension. Zheng Deqiu, should you dare to bring that blade down, I assure you, you will not live for long. Zheng Deqiu's expression changed abruptly as he glanced over, his hand poised to strike. Do not move, Chen Xuanping warned coldly. Should you make another move, my arrow will fly before your blade can descend. Feel free to test whether your sword is swifter than my arrow. Zheng Deqiu halted, his expression darkening as he replied, Chen Xuanping, this matter pertains to our rear camp. It is not within your purview. Indeed, it may not concern us. Chen Xuanping replied icily, but the one you intend to kill is my brother, and that makes it my affair. Zheng Deqiu, with a scowl, retorted, so, you archers intend to meddle in our rear camp's affairs? Bah, you think you hold any authority to represent the rear camp? Chen Xuanping scoffed dismissively. Zheng Deqiu's face darkened further as he glanced at Liu Heng. Finally, with a clenched jaw, he declared, very well, consider yourself fortunate today. We shall take our leave. Before departing, Zheng Deqiu shot a venomous glare at Chen Xuanping, then led his men away from the tent. As Zheng Deqiu's silhouette vanished completely, Liu Heng let out a long sigh, realizing that his back was drenched. A cool breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill. Are you all right? Qin Xuanping approached Liu Heng briskly, expressing relief at his timely arrival. That was perilous just now. Liu Heng managed a faint smile, replying, I'm fortunate you came when you did. Had you arrived a moment later, Yang Yuan might have soiled himself. Yang Yuan, overhearing this, rolled his eyes. Though a sense of dread lingered in his heart, Liu Heng continued, Why didn't we keep Zhang Deqiu and the others? Now that the facade is shattered, we should seize the opportunity to eliminate him and prevent future troubles. The notion of a benevolent savior was out of the question, since Zhang Deqiu sought to kill him. Liu Heng would not hesitate to do the same if given the chance. Qin Xuanping shook his head. Zhang Deqiu is the chosen leader of the rear camp by Shi Yunhu. It would be unwise to act against him. Moreover, the situation was dire. And you were too close to Zhang Deqiu. Even if I could have shot him, if he survived even a moment longer, he could potentially take you down with him. After exchanging a few words, Liu Heng felt a considerable calm settle within him. At least his legs had ceased to tremble, allowing him to rise from the bed. His gaze drifted outside the tent, where several archers from the camp stood, large baskets at their feet covered with cloth, revealing glimpses of flatbreads. You've worked hard, brother, Liu Heng acknowledged, understanding that Qin Xuanping must have toiled through much of the night to gather such provisions by dawn. There's no need for pleasantries between brothers. Qin Xuanping replied, Now that Zhang Deqiu has severed ties with you, this failure will surely lead to another attempt. You require additional protection. The men I brought from the archers' camp will remain with you for the time being. Liu Heng smiled, saying, Since the former camp leader's demise, supplies have been scarce, and the brothers rarely eat their fill. With the abundance of flatbreads you've brought, I can easily win over the majority of the rear camp. Zhang Deqiu will not have another opportunity like today. That's excellent, Qin Xuanping affirmed. If even half of the rear camp hears you out, Zhang Deqiu will have no chance to act against you. Liu Heng nodded and then addressed Yang Yuan, while most of the rear camp is outside the tent. Go and speak to them. Those willing to follow me, I, Liu Heng, promise they shall no longer go hungry. Each will receive bread. Be sure to remove the cloth from the baskets so they can see that we lack for nothing. Understood. I shall do so at once, Yang Yuan responded eagerly. Turning to exit the tent, Liu Heng knew that he should ideally handle this matter himself, but his legs still felt somewhat unsteady. And he feared displaying any sign of weakness before the crowd. What's wrong? Liu Heng's heart sank as he sensed a problem. Liu too. It may be quite challenging to win over those from the rear camp. That shouldn't be the case. Liu Heng furrowed his brow. Yang Yuan replied with a distressed expression. Those men believe Zhang Deqiu will be the next leader of the rear camp and fear that aligning with you could lead to retribution from him. Liu Heng collapsed back onto the bed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events after his strenuous efforts. His designs to contend for the leadership of the rear camp necessitate a sufficient number of capable individuals to implement them. Currently, lacking support from the rear camp, relying solely on the mere 100 or so archers proves to be vastly inadequate. There simply are not enough hands to carry out his plans. Chapter 5. The grain of the lame horse thief. Liu Heng wore an expression of profound disappointment. He had underestimated the complexity of the situation. According to his prior assumptions, by bribing individuals from the rear camp and securing the support of the left and right camps, he would be able to execute his plan. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow, making him realize that the instinct to seek fortune and avoid peril is inherent in human nature. Even the people from the rear camp understood how to position themselves at such a time, let alone those from the left and right camps with whom he had no ties. Beside him, Qin Xuanping suggested, why not follow my earlier proposal? Let the archers' camp take the lead and raid a few small villages. We might still procure some grain. Useless, Liu Heng waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Deqiu has the support of Shi Yunhu. He will undoubtedly raid those villages. When it comes to plundering, we cannot compete with Shi Yunhu's central camp. Among the bandits, the horsemen were the most formidable, and Liu Heng was acutely aware that the only cavalry in their band of marauders was under the command of Ma Yunjiao in the central camp. In terms of looting, the archers' camp was no match for the cavalry of the central camp. Actually, I have a method that could address our manpower issue. Yang Yuan hesitated before speaking. What method? Liu Heng and Qin Xuanping turned their gazes toward Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan replied, aside from the 5 main camps, we have an auxiliary camp. Although the auxiliary camp is filled with refugees forcibly gathered, their foundation is not inferior to that of the major camps. It is simply that the grain in the camp is scarce, which is why they have not been integrated into the other camps. If we can provide some grain, the refugees in the auxiliary camp would surely be willing to serve us. Excellent idea. Liu Heng's eyes brightened, and he excitedly slapped the bed beneath him. After hardship and struggle, one may find a path. Amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges. He nearly forgot that the largest number of people was not in the 5 main camps, but rather among the gathered refugees. Chen Xuanping expressed concern. But we do not have much grain ourselves. The auxiliary camp has at least 1,000 refugees. The little grain we possess cannot possibly sustain so many. Yang Yuan added. We do not need to recruit them all. We can enlist only a portion of the refugees, thereby reducing our grain consumption. That is true. Liu Heng turned to Chen Xuanping and said, Second brother, it falls upon you to make the journey. You and Yang Yuan should head to the auxiliary camp and recruit 300 refugees, arranging for them to settle in the vacant land outside the archers' camp. But what of the grain? The archers' camp cannot sustain the food needs of 300 people. Chen Xuanping's face showed concern. I know of someone who should have some grain hidden away, Liu Heng said. I will also need you to leave a few individuals to assist in transporting the grain. Chen Xuanping hesitated for a moment before responding. Since you have a plan to procure grain, I will not dwell on the details. Time is of the essence. I shall gather the men you require from the auxiliary camp and leave 4 archers here to follow your orders. Consequently, Chen Xuanping and Yang Yuan departed the tent, accompanied by several archers, taking with them baskets filled with flatbreads. Liu Heng, along with the remaining archers, proceeded to the kitchen of the rear camp. At this moment, the kitchen was bustling with preparations for breakfast, attended solely by the limping cook, Ma Laoqiao, who needed to make pancakes and boil wild vegetable soup. Typically, he would commence his labors before dawn. Upon entering the kitchen, Liu Heng gestured with his arm, pointing at Ma Laoqiao, and commanded, Seize him. As his words fell, 2 archers from the camp approached, one gripping Ma Laoqiao's arm, forcefully pinning him against a dilapidated wooden table. Struggling to lift his head, Ma Laoqiao, with a face of terror, exclaimed, Liu Tu, what is the meaning of this? I gave you yesterday's pancakes. Liu Heng stood in Ma Laoqiao's line of sight and queried, Enough of your nonsense. Tell me where you have hidden the grain. Truly, he was a man who did not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Liu Heng coldly declared, Chop off his left hand. If he still refuses to speak, then his right hand shall follow. Among the outlaws in the rear camp, few were unaware of Ma Laoqiao's secret of hoarding of grain, but previously, as Ma Laoqiao's clan brother was the camp leader, everyone feigned ignorance of his clandestine stash. Now, with Liu Heng in dire need of grain to rally the refugees, his gaze had inevitably turned to the provisions concealed by Ma Laoqiao. One of the outlaws accompanying Liu Heng pressed down on Ma Laoqiao's left hand upon the table, while another brandished a knife, prepared to strike. Desperately writhing, Ma Laoqiao realized he could not escape and cried out, Do not chop. I will speak. I will tell you everything. Liu Heng raised a hand, signaling the man with the knife to pause, and then inquired, Where is the grain hidden? If you dare deceive me, you shall lose both your hands. Having already lost a leg, Ma Laoqiao, dejected, replied, The grain is hidden where I sleep. Let us there, Liu Heng commanded, directing a glance towards the man restraining Ma Laoqiao. With his head bowed, Ma Laoqiao guided the group to a grass shed adjacent to the kitchen. It's behind those firewood logs, he said, unable to move his restrained hand, merely pointing with his chin. An archer entered the shed, lifting the thatch and some wood, discovering 5 neatly stacked grain sacks behind them. The archer slashed open one of the sacks, causing the grain to spill forth. Ma Laoqiao, you have quite the stash, Liu Heng remarked, examining one of the sacks, which weighed at least 100 pounds. Get a cart. Take it all away, he instructed one of the archers, then added, Let him go. Upon hearing that all would be taken, Ma Laoqiao's expression soured, and he pleaded, Liu Tu, could you leave me a little? Liu Heng frowned and replied, Isn't there grain distributed from the central camp every day? I am taking all of this. No, that is not it. Ma Laoqiao wrung his hands and said, Our camp leader is set to be replaced, right? I wish to use this grain to secure my safety. His tone faltered, then he grimaced and added, Liu Tu, do not jest. I have heard that the new camp leader will be Zhang Daikyo. That was in the past. From this moment forth, it shall be I. Liu Heng turned to the archers' camp and commanded, Come, let us carry the provisions out and load them onto the cart. Ma Laoqi, the lame man, dared not intervene and trailed behind Liu Heng, saying, Leader Liu, this matter is no jest. Sure Dagway from the central camp has already spoken. Zhang Daikyo will assume command of the rear camp. Who would dare oppose Sure Dagway's words? Thus, Leader Liu, regarding these provisions. Liu Heng, his expression darkening, coldly interrupted, Do you wish to continue your incessant prattling? Believe me, I could have you silenced in an instant. Ma Laoqi, taken aback by the once docile Liu Damu's newfound ferocity, promptly sealed his lips. Additionally, The archers' camp harbored several armed men who exuded an air of danger. Sacks of grain were loaded onto the large cart, harnessed to the beasts of burden, and one of the archers' men took the reins, slowly departing the rear camp. Ma Laoqi gazed at Liu Heng and the others as they left, his face etched with resentment. Nearby, numerous rogues from the rear camp witnessed Liu Heng and his crew transporting provisions from Ma Laoqi, yet none dared to question their actions. With the absence of a camp leader, most of the rogues in the rear camp preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since the provisions were merely Ma Laoqi's secret stockpile. Their hunger would not be an issue, as the central camp continued to supply provisions daily to the rear camp. Upon exiting the rear camp, Liu Heng followed the cart towards the archers' camp. At that moment, a rogue from the archers' camp rushed towards him, panting heavily. Chapter 6, The Training of Refugees. What transpired? Liu Heng instinctively inquired as the band of archers approached. Having arranged for the supply wagons to enter the camp, Liu Heng, accompanied by several bandits, made his way to the opposite side. Before long, he spotted a gathering of approximately 300 to 500 individuals beneath the shade of trees. Elder brother, there must be 200 or 300 people here, Liu Heng exclaimed joyfully upon reaching Chen Xuanping. Chen Xuanping replied with a smile, I have fulfilled my promise. Yang Yuan and I selected 300 individuals from the refugee camp. If this number proves insufficient, we can easily recruit a few hundred more from the camp. That will suffice, indeed, Liu Heng remarked. If this endeavor succeeds, you shall be credited with the primary achievement. Chen Xuanping's expression turned slightly anxious as he responded. With so many additional mouths to feed, provisions will pose a significant challenge. All camps are currently experiencing a shortage of food, and we cannot sustain this many for long. Liu Heng reassured him, I have procured over 2 stones of grain from the rear camp. We shall mix in some wild vegetables to sustain these individuals for a few days. Brother Xu Heng can assist with additional provisions to last these people for 10 days. I will manage the food supply thereafter. Brother Xu Heng is agreeable, Chen Xuanping noted. When I was recruiting these refugees, I met with Brother Xu Heng and informed him of your plans. He has consented to prepare 10 stones of grain for you. That is splendid news. Liu Heng replied with delight. With these provisions, we can adequately train the refugees. Chen Xuanping added, this is all the assistance we can provide. Any further supplies must be sourced by you. I understand. I shall find a way to procure the necessary food, Liu Heng responded before turning to Yang Yuan. Gather a few individuals and organize these refugees into 30 squads, with 10 individuals per squad, arranged in a vertical formation. Yang Yuan complied and led the effort to corral the refugees who had been lounging in the shade, beginning the process of formation. After much effort, they managed to create a semblance of order among the refugees. Once everything was arranged, Liu Heng strode confidently to the front of the assembled crowd and proclaimed loudly, Do you see these cakes? He gestured toward the baskets of cakes that Chen Xuanping had brought earlier. The first 2 rows of refugees could easily glimpse the contents of the baskets, while those in the back strained to get a better view, causing a commotion as they pressed forward. The previously arranged formation devolved into chaos once more. Fortunately, the archers brought by Chen Xuanping brandished their weapons, ensuring that the refugees remained somewhat orderly, though a few still jostled to the front. Cease this disorder. Stand in line. Anyone who pushes forward will find me less than accommodating, Chen Xuanping warned, unsheathing his dagger with a fierce expression. The surrounding archers likewise displayed menacing visages, their weapons intimidating the refugees. The crowd of hundreds began to stir, whispers circulating among them. They were refugees, forcibly gathered, and considered to be part of the bandit army. Yet their standing was lowly. Typically, they subsisted on a meager diet of vegetable broth, barely sated. And only by joining the various camps could they hope to consume cakes and achieve a semblance of fullness. For them, being selected to join the formal ranks was the most eagerly anticipated event. Silence, silence, Liu Heng commanded, pressing down with his hand. Yang Yuan and his men subdued a few unruly vagrants, restoring calm to the throng. Liu Heng proclaimed loudly, Now, you 300 individuals will be divided into 30 small squads. From this moment forth, the person at the front of each squad shall serve as the squad leader. All squad leaders, like myself, roll up the cuffs of your left pant leg. As he spoke, Liu Heng bent down and rolled up his left pant leg to above his knee. The reason for this was his concern that some of the vagrants might confuse left and right, complicating the training. With only 10 days to train them, he had little time to spare. The 30 newly appointed squad leaders at the front promptly rolled up their pant legs. Once they were ready, Liu Heng continued, Now, all squad leaders, manage your subordinates to roll up their left pant legs, while the rest remain stationary. Suddenly, Chun Xuanping interjected, "This is a good idea. With each squad leader overseeing just 10 men, the chaos will be minimized. You only need to manage these few squad leaders effectively." As the squad leaders began to direct the remaining vagrants to roll up their pant legs, the throng became somewhat disorganized. Fortunately, with the squad leaders enforcing order, the gathered vagrants did not descend into complete disorder. Standing before them, Liu Heng shouted, "From today onward, I will teach you two movements. One is called attention, and the other, marching in place. Those who cannot master them within 10 days will each receive 30 lashes. Those who deliberately disrupt will be executed." As he uttered the final word, executed, Liu Heng brought his right hand down sharply through the air. At that moment, many of the newly appointed squad leaders instinctively shrank their necks, feeling an unexpected chill despite the approach of summer. Attention means standing still and silent without moving. If you can maintain this position for half an hour, you will be deemed qualified. As he spoke, Liu Heng brought his fingers together, assuming a standard military posture. Having participated in military training twice during his high school and university years, he was well versed in this stance. "Now, each squad leader, stand at attention like me," Liu Heng instructed, his posture straight and commanding. The 30 squad leaders, observing Liu Heng's example, attempted to mimic his stance. However, after some effort, they barely managed to approximate it, falling short of Liu Heng's spear-like precision. Nevertheless, Liu Heng remained patient, correcting each squad leader individually, not demanding perfection, but rather a close approximation. After about half an hour, he had managed to refine their postures to a satisfactory degree, ensuring they no longer appeared odd, but rather possessed some semblance of spirit. The remaining adjustments would require mere practice. Once Liu Heng had taught the newly appointed squad leaders, he instructed them to pass on this movement to their respective teams. After mastering attention in the morning, they began to practice marching in place in the afternoon. In the ensuing days, all the bands of refugees diligently practiced the actions of standing at attention and marching in unison. It can be said that apart from the necessities of eating and sleeping, every remaining moment was devoted to perfecting these two movements. As outlaws, their lives held little value. Thus, Liu Heng had prepared willow switches, ready to strike anyone who dared to be idle. With the whip at their side, the refugees were deterred from slacking off, and their learning progressed rapidly. Even the most obtuse among them, after experiencing a few lashes, firmly grasped the essential techniques. News of Liu Heng's training of the refugees swiftly spread throughout the various encampments of the outlaw army. Chapter 7. Gathering provisions. The location where Liu Heng trained the displaced populace was a mere mile from the rear camp. On the first day of training, all the bandits in the rear camp became aware that Liu Heng was leading a group of refugees in drills. The news incited the ire of the lame bandit, Ma Lao Chiao, who realized that the meager provisions he had painstakingly accumulated were being appropriated by Liu Heng to feed those very refugees. First, he was publicly humiliated, and then his supplies were seized. Ma Lao Chiao concealed his rage, but inwardly he wished for Liu Heng's demise. Upon learning that Liu Heng had recruited several hundred refugees, he promptly relayed the information to Zhang Deqiu, who harbored animosity towards Liu Heng, hoping to leverage Zhang's influence to deal with him. The initial shock hit Zhang Deqiu hard. He understood well that Liu Heng, along with Li Shuheng from the archers' camp, were seasoned soldiers capable of training these refugees into competent fighters. Should these refugees be successfully trained, they would amount to several hundred formidable bandits, more than the number of infantry in the central army camp. Zhang Deqiu, realizing the urgency, hastened to the main tent of the central army camp to inform Shi Yunhu, the commanding officer. Upon hearing the news, Shi Yunhu erupted into laughter. Dismissing the situation with a wave of his hand, "Yunjiu," he called, "as a man of the military, please elucidate the matter." Ma Yunjiu, standing at the lower ranks, stepped forward and explained, "To train soldiers, one must first fill their bellies. For 300 men, the daily rations alone require at least 1 stone of grain. Even with careful rationing, it would still demand 7 to 8 dough. Presently, all camps are severely short on provisions. Even if Liu Heng has the support of the archers' camp, they can only last half a month at most. After that, a poorly trained force that has been assembled for less than a month would be nothing but a shambles, likely leading to a mutiny. Now do you understand?" Shi Yunhu asked, turning to Zhang Deqiu. "I comprehend," Zhang Deqiu replied cautiously, yet soon expressed his concern. "I fear they may not wait the full half-month and might resort to pillaging for provisions in advance." That is even less likely," Shi Yunhu laughed heartily. "Even if General Qi and General Li were resurrected, a ragtag bunch could not be transformed into soldiers in just 10 days or half a month." However, Shi Yunhu's expression darkened as he coldly announced, "Tomorrow, I will send Yunjiu with your cavalry to secure provisions. No one shall usurp the position of the rear camp." With that, he raised a wine cup from the low table and drained it in one gulp. "Thank you, Commander," Zhang Deqiu exclaimed, dropping to his knees. His earlier worries completely dissipated. With Ma Yunzhou's cavalry at his side, he was confident that no one could wrest away his control of the rear camp. In the ensuing days, Zhang Deqiu accompanied Ma Yunzhou in their forays for supplies, resting each night at the central army camp. As time passed, the 300 refugees that Liu Heng had enlisted had transformed from a disorganized mob into a cohesive unit, having been shaped into a disciplined force within just 9 days. They exhibited an impressive level of order and spirit, occasionally chanting commands in unison, reminiscent of a formidable army. Were it not for the eyewitness accounts of many, few would believe that these individuals had only days prior been a group of utterly clueless refugees. He yearned to convey the predicament of the hundreds of refugees under Liu Heng's command to Zhang Deqiu, yet he found himself bereft of any opportunity to meet with Zhang. During the daylight hours, Zhang was absent from the camp, and by nightfall, he dared not venture beyond the confines of the main encampment, fearful of being discovered by Liu Heng's men. As for the other leaders within the central camp, a mere cook from the rear camp held no standing to seek an audience. They would not entertain his presence. At last, on the 10th day, fortune favored him with an opportunity. On that day, long before dawn, Liu Heng and his band of refugees departed the camp, and not only them, but also the archers, under the leadership of Liu Heng, vacated the main encampment. Ma Lao Qiao seized the chance to stealthily approach the entrance of the central camp in the cover of darkness. As the eastern sky began to lighten, resembling the pale underbelly of a fish, Ma Lao Qiao awaited the arrival of Zhang Deqiu. "Zhang, something has happened," he exclaimed urgently upon their meeting. Liu Damu left the camp with those refugees before dawn, and they were not alone. The archers have also departed. Zhang Deqiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you know their destination?" Ma Lao Qiao shook his head. "I am uncertain of their exact whereabouts, but they seem to be heading towards Zhangjiazhuang. Could they intend to assault Zhangjiazhuang?" At this moment, Ma Yunjiao interjected with a smile, "There is no need for concern. Zhangjiazhuang is not so easily taken. It is a renowned estate within a radius of several miles." Upon hearing this, Zhang Deqiu turned back to Ma Lao Qiao and stated, "Did you hear that? It is a formidable estate with numerous estate guards, with Liu Heng's few hundred refugees and a mere 100 or so vagabonds from the archers. They dream in vain of conquering Zhangjiazhuang. But those few hundred refugees are no longer the same as before," Ma Lao Qiao began, but Zhang Deqiu impatiently interrupted. "Do you think training troops is such a simple task? Even if Kishuifu were to return with those ragtag recruits, they would not amount to anything substantial in a mere 10 days or half a month. Enough. Do not obstruct my path today. The leader Ma and I intend to raid a more distant village. Step aside." With that, he strode past Ma Lao Qiao, who wished to speak further. Yet Zhang Deqiu granted him no opportunity, instead instructing his men to disperse Ma Lao Qiao. As the dawn broke, both the left and right camps received reports confirming the complete departure of the archers from their encampment. Upon receiving this news, Wu Xiazi leapt from his bed, exhilarated. "After such a long preparation, we finally await the departure of the archers." He then called forth a vagabond from outside the tent, commanding, "Go inform the right camp as chief, Zhou Halian, to bring his men here immediately." A vagabond from the left camp departed the main encampment to relay the message to the right camp. Wu Xiazi, to himself, scoffed, "Shi Yunhu, let us see who can save you now." Approximately half an hour later, Wu Xiazi and Zhou Halian, accompanied by the assembled vagabonds from both camps, left the encampment, heading straight for Shi Yunhu's central camp. Chapter 8. The bandits outside the village Zhangjiazhuang is one of the few large estates within a radius of several miles. The estate is guarded by its own retainers, and within it resides an esteemed gentleman of the Zheng family. His ancestors had once produced a successful scholar, and through decades of development across 2 generations, the fields of Zhangjiazhuang have become the property of this gentleman, with the farmers within the estate serving as his tenants. To the west of Zhangjiazhuang, less than 3 miles away, lies a narrow stretch of forest adjacent to a great river, which offers a cool respite during the sweltering heat. The archers from Gongshaoing arrived first, driving away some tenants who had come to gather firewood, thereby claiming this woodland for themselves. Shortly thereafter, Liu Heng swaggered into the forest with several hundred freshly trained recruits. Moments later, he stealthily retreated from the woods, taking a long detour before boldly re-entering through the main road at the entrance of Zhangjiazhuang. This pattern repeated several times until the sun began to set, painting the western sky in a bloody hue. A throng of bandits passed by outside Zhengjiazhuang, sending ripples of fear throughout the estate. The inhabitants were acutely aware of the numerous bandits lurking in the woods to the west. Xiaohu, the head of the retainers, uneasily entered the study of the esteemed Zheng. In stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside, the study was a haven of coolness. Several copper basins were arranged throughout the room, filled with slowly melting ice that exuded a refreshing chill, tempering the warmth within. Seated in the prominent position was a man of near 50, his collar casually open, delicately holding a covered bowl. Flanking him were two maidens, gently fanning him, while the steward, Shifu, stood a little further back. "Master," Xiaohu greeted respectfully upon entering. "Xiaohu," Zheng inquired, setting down his bowl. "What brings you here in such haste?" "Steward, please close the door. We have finally managed to gather some cool air in here." With a slight mustache adorning his face, Shifu moved toward the entrance, shutting the study door. What a joke. With over 100 retainers and fortified walls, Zhengjiazhuang is easy to defend and hard to attack. "Those bandits are courting death by approaching us," Zheng remarked dismissively. "It is merely the heat driving those wretched souls who have turned to banditry, to seek refuge in the woods. There is no cause for concern." Zheng waved his hand nonchalantly. "They are merely a band of scoundrels. Wang Jiazhuang has not fallen to them. And in fact, they have suffered losses. Similarly, Zhengjiazhuang is not so easily trifled with. Now, Xiaohu, you may leave. Go patrol the estate and ensure those tenants do not slack off." Reluctantly, Xiaohu exited the study. In the forest, Liu Heng observed the encroaching darkness and declared, "The time is nigh. Shuing, I shall lead our men out. Await my signal in the woods and be prepared to ignite the torches at any moment." Li Shuheng smiled confidently and assured him, "Rest assured, our men will be ready to raise their torches throughout this forest." Liu Heng nodded, leading his trained contingent of 300 refugee recruits out from the woods. The recruits formed 3 lines, each holding a wooden spear by their side. The entire formation stood in profound silence, as still and upright as the birch trees rooted in the earth, exuding a formidable sense of oppression akin to that of mighty rocks standing proud upon the land. "Let the person in charge of your village come out and speak." Liu Heng bellowed towards Zheng's village. "Let the person in charge of the village come out and speak." The 300 voices rose in unison. A thunderous roar that seemed to split the clouds above, allowing the last rays of the setting sun to cascade down. Inside Zheng's village, every household had tightly shut their doors, leaving the streets deserted. The village guards, dispatched by Xiaohu, were stationed in several courtyards on the western side of the village. Some guards armed with bows lay concealed behind the walls, watching the outside intently, while others crouched behind, wielding knives and spears. Many tenant farmers of Zheng's village clutched farming tools such as manure forks and yokes, standing guard at their homes, their expressions betraying a fierce determination even as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Inside the estate, upon learning of the imminent attack by the bandits, Lord Zheng's family had descended into chaos. In the study, Lord Zheng, once at ease, now slumped in his armchair, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he held a covered bowl of tea, spilling its contents over his already dampened sleeves. "These ruffians, how dare they? How dare they?" Lord Zheng stuttered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Beside him, Steward Shi urged, "My lord, perhaps it would be prudent to distribute some silver to incentivize the guards and tenants to defend Zheng's village with their lives." "Nonsense!" Lord Zheng shouted, his hands shaking vigorously. "I have been paying silver to support over 100 guards. Now is the time for them to prove their worth. Go tell those guards that should the bandits breach the village, I shall not spare them a single copper coin henceforth. And the tenants will be required to pay additional rent." Steward Shi's face fell, understanding his master's avaricious nature, knowing he would rather divide a copper coin in half than part with it willingly. "Bandits are attacking the village. The bandits are attacking the village." The cries rang out from within the estate, echoing the urgency of the situation. Lord Zheng, momentarily steadied, turned pale at the sound, stammering, "Quick, take me away to hide." "Steward," she replied, exasperated, "My lord, if the village falls, hiding will do no good. It would be better to arrange for a few guards to escort you to the county town while the bandits have yet to surround us. There, you will be safe." "No." Lord Zheng vehemently shook his head. "If I leave, all that I possess will fall into the hands of those brigands. I shall stay and defend my home." Seeing his master's unwavering resolve to remain for the sake of mere possessions, Steward Shi conceded. "I shall first see if Xiaohu can hold off this band of marauders. We must rely on him." "Yes, Lord Zheng replied urgently. Tell Xiaohu that he must defend the village for my sake. Steward, she nodded and departed the study. As he stepped outside the small courtyard, he encountered Xiaohu. Upon their meeting, Xiaohu urgently remarked, Butler Shi, I was just seeking you. The bandits outside the estate are preparing to assault us. From my observations, there are likely still many more bandits concealed within the forest. To withstand such a multitude, we may require the tenants of the estate to all take up arms on the walls. Ideally, Master Zheng could provide a sum of silver to motivate everyone. This would significantly enhance our chances of defending the estate. Therefore, could you discuss this with the master and persuade him to allocate some funds to incentivize the guards and tenants? Butler Shi shook his head and replied, Do not hold on to hopes regarding the silver. I recently broached this matter with the master, and he is unwilling to part with even a single copper coin, let alone a substantial sum. Sighing, Xiaohu responded, Then I shall do my utmost to fortify the estate's entrance. If it comes to a dire situation, Butler Shi, please advise the master to flee. I perceive that this band of marauders is rather formidable. Their ranks are disciplined and their orders executed with precision, resembling a contingent of border troops. Given the meager number of defenders we have here, it will be challenging to protect the estate. Such is the only course we can take, Xiaohu affirmed with a nod. Chapter 9. Wealth over life. A formidable array of spears stood erect towards the heavens, with a regiment of 300 individuals standing resolutely in 2 orderly rows, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. As if a colossal weight pressed upon their chests, rendering even the act of breathing a laborious task. Xiao, a villager spotted Xiaohu and promptly called out. Xiaohu hastened to a wall on the west side, inquiring in a hushed tone, What is the situation with the bandits outside? They have yet to launch an assault. The villager replied, Those bandits may very well be impersonating border soldiers. Such a formidable formation is seldom seen among the border troops. Our village may not withstand the onslaught. Peering over the wall, Xiaohu glanced outward. In the waning light of the setting sun, a long line of bandits stood in perfect formation just an arrow's distance away, their spears resembling a dense forest, their immobility evoking an aura of dread. A villager, filled with urgency, exclaimed, Xiao, you must devise a plan. With our limited numbers and those farmers who can only wield hoes, we cannot possibly fend off those bandits. What plan could I possibly conjure? Xiaohu retorted with irritation. Let us wait until they attack. If we cannot hold them back, we shall flee. My brothers shall not accompany that old man Zheng to his grave. At that moment, Liu Heng stepped forward, positioning himself before the 300 newly recruited refugees, standing just an arrow's distance from Zheng's village. Archers. Upon Liu Heng's command, over 50 archers swiftly emerged from the thicket, kneeling before the ranks of the refugees, drawing their bows and aiming their arrows toward Zheng's village. The appearance of the archers startled Xiaohu, who had been crouched behind the wall. Zheng's village had scarcely a dozen archers, yet the bandits outside boasted over 50. Having spent time with the border troops, he recognized that one could discern true archers simply by observing them draw their bows. Although the distance was considerable, he could still faintly perceive that the longbows wielded by the bandits were predominantly military grade. Upon recognizing this, his conviction strengthened. These bandits were no ordinary rabble. Were it not for their tattered attire, he might have believed they were elite soldiers from the border forces. Listen well, people of Zheng's village. Liu Heng shouted toward Zheng's stronghold. We come seeking wealth, grain or silver will suffice. Once we gather the ransom for our lives, my men shall depart immediately, causing no disturbance to your territory. Otherwise, we shall leave not a single soul in Zheng's village. Liu Heng raised his right hand. Kill, kill, kill. The 300 newly enlisted refugees echoed his battle cry in unison. Simultaneously, from the woods a short distance behind, torches ignited one after another, forming a lengthy procession of flames. The shadows of trees danced, mingling with indistinct figures among the underbrush. A torch would ignite every 7 or 8 paces, creating the illusion that the forest was densely populated with hidden figures when viewed from the direction of Zheng's village. Crouched behind the courtyard wall, Xiaohu was so startled that he fell to the ground, muttering to himself, It's over, Zheng family village is doomed, so many bandits. Beside him, a trembling steward armed with a bow stammered, Xiaohead, that group of bandits claims they come seeking wealth. Should we discuss with the master about paying them off to avert disaster? No one was willing to confront the bandits. Fighting would lead to death, and the odds were overwhelmingly against them, with enemies swarming inside and outside the village. Victory seemed utterly unattainable. Yes, paying them off, Xiaohu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You stay here on watch. I will go see the master. Rising to his feet, he hurried towards Master Zhang's residence. The earlier sounds of shouting and chaos had reverberated throughout the village, prompting Master Zhang, seated in his study, to urgently summon Steward Shi to investigate the situation. As Steward Shi stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted Xiao Hu approaching and hurried over. What is the situation with those bandits outside? Have they begun their assault on the village? Xiao Hu shook his head and then inquired, where is the master? Without further ado, Xiao Hu strode straight into the study, with Steward Shi closely following. Upon opening the study door, they beheld a large posterior protruding from beneath a grand armchair, bobbing anxiously as its occupant attempted to hide further below. The sound of the door opening sent Master Zhang into a panic as he cried out, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Xiao Hu and Steward Shi exchanged glances, with Steward Shi quickly stepping forward. "Do not fear, my lord, it is I," and Xiao Head. Master Zhang turned his head, cautiously peeking out, and upon recognizing Steward Shi and seeing Xiao Hu standing by the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. With Steward Shi's assistance, he slowly emerged from beneath the armchair and sat down on the ground. Xiao Hu, have those bandits been driven off by our stewards?" Steward Shi helped Master Zhang to his feet and guided him back to the armchair. Xiao Hu's expression darkened as he replied, "My lord, that group of bandits still lurks outside the village. Their leader, a young man, demands that we prepare silver and provisions in exchange for their withdrawal." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Hu added, "My lord, it is highly likely that these bandits are masquerading as border troops. The archers wield longbows that are standard military issue, and their numbers exceed 1,000. Those wretched soldiers dare to covet Zhang family village." Master Zhang seethed, gritting his teeth. "Steward Shi, prepare ink and paper. I must write to my esteemed son-in-law in Transhang Wei to inquire which faction of soldiers is impersonating bandits to pillage our Zhang family village." Steward Shi interjected, "My lord, temper your anger. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. The bandits have surrounded our village, and with the limited manpower of Xiao Head, we may not withstand them. Should we not consider acquiescing to their demands, treating it as a necessary expenditure to avert disaster?" At the mention of silver, Master Zhang furrowed his brow, pondering for a long moment before hesitantly responding, 50. "No, would 100 taels suffice?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hu's expression darkened. With over 1,000 men mobilized, how could they retreat for a mere 100 taels of silver? Even gold would not suffice. Steward Shi interjected, "Master, 100 taels may not be enough. Perhaps you could consider offering a bit more? 150 taels? Zhang Liaodong hesitated, glancing at Steward Shi and then at Xiao Hu. Noticing their silence, he finally gritted his teeth and declared, 200 taels, that is my utmost limit. Not a single coin more." Seeing this, Steward Shi urged, "Master, please do not let your anger consume you." Xiao Hu recognized that 200 taels was indeed Zhang Liaodong's maximum concession and suggested, "Master, those bandits have mentioned food as an alternative. Perhaps we might offer them some provisions instead." "Food?" Zhang Liaodong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Seizing the opportunity, Steward Shi remarked, "Master, we still have some aged grain from the past 2 years in our granary. Those bandits are accustomed to hardship. They would likely be satisfied with such provisions. But aged grain is still a form of currency." Zhang Liaodong hesitated to part with it. Steward Shi continued, "Master, have you forgotten? 2 months ago, we disposed of a batch of spoiled grain. If we do not use it soon, it will rot. It would be wiser to give it to those bandits in exchange for their withdrawal." Zhang Liaodong sat in his armchair, pondering for a considerable time. His face contorted in pain as he finally conceded, "Then let us proceed with your plan. Barter the aged grain for the bandits' retreat. However, can we not reduce the silver payment? That is still 200 taels." Steward Shi's expression darkened at this, internally lamenting the master's reluctance to part with such a sum at this critical juncture. Nevertheless, he reassured, "Rest assured, master. We shall minimize the silver and increase the grain offered." "Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure that the bandits withdraw," Zhang Liaodong said, clutching his chest. "Oh, my heart aches, my silver, my grain." Steward Shi and Xiao Hu exchanged a resigned glance before exiting the study together. Chapter 10. Grain in hand outside the Zhuangzi. A group of heroes gathered, and I am Steward Shi, serving under Lord Zhang. Leaning against the wall, Steward Shi called out loudly, "Our master has sent me to discuss the matter of retreating with you valiant heroes." Upon seeing the representatives from the Zhang family approaching for negotiations, Liu Heng, standing before 300 refugees, curled the corners of his lips into a slight smirk and declared, "Produce the grain and silver, and we shall withdraw. Otherwise, Do you see the men behind me and those lurking in the woods? At my command, they will storm Zheng's estate and leave no one unscathed. Steward, she cautiously glanced towards the forest, where a line of torches illuminated a multitude of shadows, causing him to instinctively withdraw his neck in fear. After a moment, he cautiously peered over the wall and shouted, "Valiant hero, please do not be angered. All can be negotiated. May I inquire how much silver you would require for a retreat?" 3,000 taels, Liu Heng responded. Upon hearing this figure, Steward, she gasped in disbelief. Their master was only willing to part with 200 taels, which was far from sufficient. Resignedly, he called from behind the wall, "Hero, we truly cannot procure such a vast sum. Might there be an alternative?" Though the Zheng family was a prominent household within a radius of several miles, they were merely affluent landowners, possessing only 4,000 to 5,000 taels of silver accumulated over decades, including the land deeds. Their total wealth barely reached 10,000 to 20,000 taels. "Grain, Steward," she proposed. "If silver is unattainable, could we not convert the entire sum into grain?" Liu Heng hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "Very well, let us settle this in grain." His primary objective for visiting Zheng's estate was indeed to procure provisions. Silver was secondary. Given his status as a bandit, acquiring grain with silver would prove problematic, as the prices would be exorbitant. It was far simpler to obtain grain directly. "Please wait a moment. I shall arrange for the grain to be delivered outside the estate," Steward, she assured, though he felt uneasy, and added, "Hero, will you indeed withdraw upon receiving the grain?" "That is a certainty," Liu Heng replied readily. His visit was primarily for the provisions, and he had brought only a little over 400 men, with the 300 behind him being newly recruited refugees who had trained for a mere 10 days. They were ill-prepared for an assault on Zheng's estate, and it was wiser to take advantage of the Zheng family's fear and settle for a favorable outcome. As Steward, she was helped down from the table he had been standing on. Xiaohu remarked, "Are we truly to offer them grain worth 3,000 taels? Is there such a quantity available in the estate?" "There is quite a bit of sorghum and soybeans," Steward, she replied. "We can substitute some of these for wheat, and the remaining portion can be contributed by the tenants of the estate. Providing some grain to the bandits for their retreat is also a means of safeguarding their lives." Xiaohu expressed his concern. "What if we offer them the grain, and they refuse to honor the agreement and do not retreat?" Steward, she sighed. "We can only hope that once the bandits receive the grain, they will choose to withdraw. If not, not only will the grain belong to them, but our lives will also rest in their hands." Having spoken, Steward, she turned and departed, accompanied by the menial workers of the Zheng family, to prepare the grain. After approximately half an hour, carts laden with grain began to emerge from the Zheng estate. Due to the substantial quantity of grain, all the carts were drawn by livestock, with the drivers seated at the front, guiding the heavily laden vehicles. Yang Yuan, accompanied by a few associates, inspected the cargo and, upon confirming its nature, nodded towards Liu Heng. Among those escorting the grain were the menial workers under Steward Shi, who was specifically tasked with overseeing this grain transport. A procession of several hundred individuals moved slowly alongside the grain carts, merging with another group of horsemen as they passed through the western grove, ultimately vanishing from the view of Zheng estate. Steward Shi and Xiao, who leaned against the courtyard wall, observing the departure of the marauders outside the estate, both releasing a sigh of relief. However, after a moment, Steward, she suddenly furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Something is amiss. With grain valued at 3,000 taels, why did these marauders retreat after seizing just over 1,000 stones?" Xiaohu, unconcerned, replied, "Isn't it better that the marauders took less grain? It means we brothers could benefit from a larger share." "Yet, it still feels wrong," Steward, she interjected, pointing towards the western grove. "Though the marauders have retreated, the torches over there remain lit, suggesting there are still individuals present. What if the marauders have not yet departed?" At this juncture, Xiaohu's expression shifted to one of concern. He called over a man, instructing, "Li Zi, take a few men and stealthily approach the western grove under the cover of darkness. Determine whether anyone is still inside and how many there are." Li Zi's eyes brightened at the command, and he grinned. "Rest assured, Steward, I will handle it. However, about that silver." He couldn't resist twiddling his fingers as he spoke. Steward, she cautiously placed the silver into Li Zi's palm, tucking it into his sleeve before departing the estate with 2 companions. Xiaohu shook his head and stated, "We cannot pursue them. Let us assume this band of marauders numbers over 1,000. Do not forget, our county is also plagued by a gang of 2,000 bandits. Who knows if these marauders are connected to them?" Steward, she quickly grasped the implication, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, These marauders must be affiliated with that gang of bandits that has been terrorizing our territory, comprising over 2,000 men who attacked Zheng estate. Xiao turned to the surrounding individuals and commanded, "Remember, keep these words to yourselves. Each of you will receive a reward of a tael of silver." "Do you understand?" "Understood." The prospect of receiving silver stirred excitement among the crowd, prompting a unified cheer. In a hushed tone, steward she said to Xiao, "You take charge of monitoring the remaining grain. I will arrange for its swift sale. While we may not speak of excess, each individual can certainly expect several hundred taels." Chapter 11. The thoughts of Shi Yunhu hastily clearing the bloodstains from the ground. The corpses were taken out for burial. Shi Yunhu sat in the central seat of the military tent, issuing orders. Several bandit leaders obeyed and exited the tent. Shi Yunhu turned to Zhao Yu beside him and inquired, "Have there been any updates from the archers' camp?" "There is no need to retain the archers," Shi Yunhu declared. "Previously, we held back due to the constraints posed by Wu the Blind and Zhou the Blackface. Now that both Wu and Zhou are deceased, the entire bandit camp has been replaced with our men. Those like Liu Heng, who oppose me, must be eliminated. I shall arrange for ambushes against them on the way." Zhao Yu turned to leave, but Shi Yunhu intercepted him. "There is no need for your involvement. I have my own arrangements." He then called out to the tent's entrance, "Bring Zhang Deqiu to me." Soon, two bandits escorted Zhang Deqiu into the tent. One of the bandits kicked Zhang Deqiu's calf and barked, "Kneel." Stumbling slightly, Zhang Deqiu fell to his knees. "Zhang Deqiu, how should I treat you?" Shi Yunhu gazed coldly at the kneeling figure before him. "Spare me, Shi Dage, spare me." Zhang Deqiu pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. "It was all with the blind from the left camp. He threatened me, forcing me to deliberately lure Captain Ma and his cavalry away from the central camp, or else I would be killed. I am grateful for your mercy, Shi Dage." "Grateful for your mercy." Zhang Deqiu's face brightened as he crawled forward a few steps. Shi Yunhu replied with indifference, "Accomplish a task for me. And not only will you live, but the position of the rear camp's leader will still be yours. Fail, and you shall face dual punishments." Zhang Deqiu quickly responded, "I am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you, even if it costs my life." Within the tent, aside from Shi Yunhu's icy demeanor, the others displayed open derision at Zhang Deqiu's words. Unfazed by their thoughts, Zhang Deqiu's gaze remained fixed on Shi Yunhu. 200 men. Zhang Deqiu hesitated. He was aware that the archers' camp boasted over 100 men, and Liu Heng had trained another 300 refugees, totaling 400 to 500. With only 200 men at his command, he had no confidence in successfully ambushing the archers and Liu Heng's new recruits. "What? Are you unwilling?" Shi Yunhu's cold gaze bore down on Zhang Deqiu. "And no, I am willing," Zhang Deqiu stammered, frightened. "I merely worry that my numbers are insufficient to fulfill your command." "I shall follow your orders, Dage." Ma Yunjiao rose from behind a low table. Zhang Deqiu glanced at Ma Yunjiao, lamenting inwardly. He had thought Wu the Blind and his associates were operating with great secrecy and had a substantial chance of success, which led him to privately agree to collaborate with them. Little did he know that Wu the Blind's and Zhou the Blackface's subordinates had already been bought by Shi Yunhu. The moment they acted, they fell right into Shi Yunhu's trap, ultimately meeting a fate of dismemberment. He cautiously lifted his gaze to the imposing figure of Shi Yunhu seated at the center, increasingly feeling the weight of his intimidating presence. How had he allowed himself to be so blinded as to agree to collaborate with Wu Shezi and his cohort? With this thought, Zhang Deqiu hastily declared, "I am willing to cooperate with Captain Ma to eliminate the archers and Liu Heng's group. The personnel are already prepared just outside the main camp. You may proceed. Remember, I only require their heads." Shi Yunhu waved his hand, signaling him to depart. Zhang Deqiu rose from the ground, offering nervous smiles to the others in the tent as he cautiously exited. "Ma Yunjiao, you should also go. Once the archers are dispatched, you can place the blame squarely on him." Wu Shezi gestured to Ma Yunjiao with a throat-cutting motion. Ma Yunjiao nodded in response and left the tent. Outside the central camp, a contingent of 200 had already gathered. Zhang Deqiu sent someone to fetch the limping Ma Lao, providing detailed instructions before approaching Ma Yunjiao, who was mounted nearby. Once close, Zhang Deqiu cautiously inquired, "Captain Ma, do you believe we are ready to set out? Let us depart," Ma Yunjiao urged, spurring his horse forward. After the convoy had traveled 5 miles from Zhengjia village and saw no pursuers, Liu Heng let out a sigh of relief. Securing such an abundance of provisions, he thought, not only solidified his position as the chief of the rear camp, but also allowed him the option to venture out independently with a group if need be. "With this much food, we shall never go hungry again," Yang Yuan exclaimed enthusiastically. Look at your aspirations, Li Shuing chided with a laugh. With this haul, Liu Heng, your position as chief of the rear camp is all but assured. No one could justify denying you that role. It won't be that simple. Shi Yunhu won't easily concede the command of the 1st Battalion to me, Liu Heng replied, his optimism tempered. Shi Yunhu would not relinquish power without resistance. Nearby, Yang Yuan shouted, they dare. If they refuse to grant you the position, we can simply gather our own band and strike out on our own. With this bounty, who would refuse to follow us? Liu Heng shook his head slightly, responding, it's not that straightforward. With such a substantial supply, Shi Yunhu will undoubtedly be tempted to act. If a conflict arises, we would be no match for him. Let us not forget that Shi Yunhu commands a cavalry as well. Moreover, Wu Shiezi and his allies are unlikely to allow us to leave with the provisions without a fight. Li Shuing nodded in agreement, saying, Liu Heng is correct. We should avoid provoking Shi Yunhu for now. Thankfully, Wu Shiezi and Zhou Halian are still in a position to restrain him. For the time being, he is unlikely to turn his ire towards us. We must seize this opportunity to solidify our claim to the chief of the rear camp position and bolster our own strength. As they conversed, Chen Xuanping hurriedly approached from the front of the supply convoy. Chapter 12. Ambush on the night road. Quickly, prepare for defense. A cavalry unit is approaching. Chen Xuanping shouted loudly. Liu Heng and Li Shuing, who stood nearby, were startled. Do you know who they are? Liu Heng asked urgently. It's too dark to see clearly. Chen Xuanping replied, but I can see numerous torches coming our way, accompanied by the sound of hoofs. The number of horses must be no less than 40 or 50. He shared his observations and speculations. Liu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. A cavalry of 40 or 50 was not particularly large. As long as they remained vigilant and responded appropriately, a mere handful of horsemen would not be able to break through his supply convoy. And it remained uncertain whether they were friend or foe. To ensure the safety of the supply convoy, he decided to prepare for the worst. He instructed Yang Yuan beside him, inform everyone to be on guard. Form a circle with the grain carts. Leave a small squad of new recruits to watch over the livestock, and send another small team to set up several campfires within 15 to 30 paces around our carts. The remaining squad should retreat behind the carts to maintain vigilance. Yang Yuan silently turned and left. Liu Heng, with the keen eyes of a hawk, surveyed the surrounding area and noticed a modest hill to his left, sparsely dotted with a few small trees. Such gentle slopes were abundant nearby, appearing intermittently along the road. One could easily spot them during the day, but at night, one could conceal 100 or more men at a distance, making them difficult to detect. Liu Heng turned to Li Shuing and said, Brother Shuing, please take the archers to the back of that slope. As soon as the cavalry charges the grain convoy and comes within range, you may fire without hesitation, even if it risks hitting our own men behind the carts. What about you? Li Shuing inquired. With so many torches, it seems the cavalry is accompanied by infantry. You will be at a disadvantage without archers to assist you. Then leave me 20 archers, Liu Heng replied. The primary focus is on your side, as long as you can provide timely support, even if the enemy cavalry surrounds us. They won't be able to breach our defenses for a while. Understood. I'll have Xuanping stay with 20 archers while I lead the others to the slope, Li Shuing acknowledged. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, apart from the 20 archers left behind, the rest of the archers were taken away from the grain convoy by him. Li Shuing, with most of the archers, stealthily retreated behind the slope under the cover of night. The supply carts managed to form a rough circle, and the livestock was secured within. Watched over closely, campfires were lit in several directions outside the carts, casting a bright glow that illuminated the surroundings. Just as they completed their preparations, the flickering lights ahead became increasingly distinct, and the sound of hooves became clearer, revealing numerous figures moving in the light. Damn it. There are over 50 cavalry and no less than 200 infantry. It looks like this is the cavalry led by Captain Ma Yunjiao. Chen Xuanping observed through the gaps between the grain carts as the approaching cavalry and infantry drew near. A contingent of magnificent steeds advanced at the forefront, each bearing a knight, followed closely by a multitude of foot soldiers. It was precisely due to the encumbrance of these infantry that the cavalry failed to arrive at the supply train in a timely manner, thus granting Liu Heng and his company precious moments to prepare. As they approached within 100 paces of the supply train, Ma Yunjiao pulled on the reins, prompting the others to halt in unison. Zhang Deqi hurriedly made his way from the ranks of foot soldiers to stand before Ma Yunjiao's horse. Ma Yunjiao gestured toward the supply train 100 paces ahead, remarking, "That must be Liu Heng and the archers' contingent. I never anticipated they would manage to procure such an abundance of provisions." Zhang Deqiu followed Ma Yunjiao's his eyes widening at the sight of bulging sacks of grain filling several large carts. This fellow has indeed stumbled upon a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Acquiring such a bounty of supplies, Zhang Deqiu muttered under his breath, even as a flicker of delight surged within him. Had his wager with Liu Heng still held, he would have been on the verge of losing the position of the rear camp leader. Fortunately, Wu Xiezi and his cohort's attempts to seize the stronghold of the bandit army had failed, leaving them exterminated by Shi Yu Tiger. Now, with Shi Yunager's formidable influence, uniting 4 of the 5 camps of the bandit army, any aspirations of becoming the rear camp leader rested solely in Shi's hands. The wager had become a trivial matter. Suddenly, Ma Yunjiao furrowed his brow, stating, "It appears the adversary has long been prepared. Zhang Deqiu, do you possess a strategy for this task assigned to you by Shi?" After a moment of contemplation, Ma Yunjiao nodded and instructed, "Proceed as you see fit, but the safety of the provisions on those carts must be assured. We cannot allow them to resort to desperate measures that would jeopardize the supplies. Rest assured, leader, simply await my good news." Zhang Deqiu replied before dashing back toward the foot soldiers. Before long, Ma Laoqiao limped out from the ranks, accompanied by several bandits. Some bore burdens while others pushed a wheelbarrow laden with jars of liquor. A fire pit illuminated the area about 30 paces beyond the encircled supply carts. And as Ma Laoqiao emerged, he was spotted by Liu Heng and his companions, who were concealed behind the carts. "Isn't that Ma Laoqiao from the rear camp? What brings him here?" Yang Yuan questioned, perplexed as he observed the limping figure approach. Liu Heng stroked his chin, contemplating. "In any case, this may not bode well. Should I command the archers to take them down?" Chen Xuanping interjected. "As soon as they draw near the fire, they would be sitting ducks. Each would fall to an arrow." "Not yet." Liu Heng waved his hand dismissively. "I am curious to discern their intentions." At that moment, Ma Laoqiao and his companions had reached within 30 paces of the carts. "Is Lu Tu present?" Ma Laoqiao shouted. "I am Ma Laoqiao. Do not take action. Allow us to pass. I have brought food for everyone." "Bah! Since when has Ma Laoqiao been so amicable with us, traversing over 10 miles to deliver food?" Yang Yuan spat vehemently onto the ground. Liu Heng then instructed those nearby, "Let them approach." Yang Yuan gazed at Liu Heng in confusion and said, "Chief, surely you can't be mistaken. This Ma Laoqiao is clearly up to no good. Why would he bring so many people to deliver food? I suspect they are here to confront us." "Fear not," Chen Sun reassured, patting Yang Yuan on the shoulder. "With so many of us present, they cannot possibly stir up trouble." Liu Heng commanded, "Inform Ma Laoqiao to approach." Reluctantly, Yang Yuan leaned into the gap of the large cart and called out, "Ma Laoqiao, Chief Liu asked you to come over, but please, no tricks." "Certainly, certainly. We are merely here to bring everyone some food," Ma Laoqiao replied, gesturing behind him as he limped towards the cart. As he passed, the flames of several nearby fires silently extinguished. Before long, Ma Laoqiao arrived at the front of the cart. Yang Yuan directed his men to clear a path, allowing Ma Laoqiao and his companions to enter. Upon reaching the cart, Ma Laoqiao hesitated for a moment, caught off guard by Yang Yuan's ambiguous smile, but steeled himself and stepped inside. Several individuals behind him carried items as they entered the circle formed by the cart. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air pierced the silence, followed by a chilling scream. Chapter 13. The blade strikes Ma Laoqiao fire. Shoot arrows towards the direction where the flames extinguished, Chen Xuanping shouted, simultaneously drawing another arrow from his quiver and aiming it at the approach of Ma Laoqiao. Whoosh, whoosh, following a volley of arrows. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed from the darkness, mere paces from the great cart. A second barrage of arrows was loosed, but this time, silence enveloped the area, save for the dull thud of arrows embedding themselves into the earth. Seeing that the figures in the shadows had retreated, Chen Xuanping rose and approached Ma Laoqiao, delivering a fierce kick while cursing, "How dare you betray us?" Ma Laoqiao fell to the ground, dazed, staring outside the cart with an expression of disbelief. At that moment, those who had accompanied Ma Laoqiao drew their concealed weapons and charged towards Liu Heng and the other leaders. Before they could reach them, a series of muffled thumps resonated as weapons pierced flesh. Yang Yuan, who had long anticipated their move, swiftly led his men to dispatch these attackers on the spot. Lying on the ground, Ma Laoqiao remained motionless, murmuring, "This is not how it should be. Zhang Deqiu, you treacherous dog." Yang Yuan strode over and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Ma Laoqiao's face, causing blood to trickle from his lips. The force of the blows cleared Ma Laoqiao's mind, and he hastily crawled towards Liu Heng, pleading, "Leader Liu, I was wrong. I was wrong. This was all Zhang Deqiu's scheme. I knew nothing of it. I too was deceived. I beg you, spare my life. Tears mixed with snot streamed down his face. Liu Heng, repulsed, took a step back and inquired. You claim that Zhang Deqiu orchestrated all this. How am I to believe you? In that moment, Ma Laoke dared not harbor resentment towards Liu Heng for past grievances. All he sought was to survive. He recounted every detail, including how Shi Yunhu had slain Wu Xiezi and seized control of the bandit camp. Liu Heng fixed his gaze on Ma Laoke. So you're saying Zhang Deqiu was sent by Shi Yunhu to kill me? Yes, yes. Ma Laoke fervently nodded. Not only did Zhang Deqiu bring 200 men, but Ma Yunjiao's cavalry accompanied him as well. Chen Xuanping turned to Liu Heng and exclaimed, Damn it! Since Shi Yunhu seeks our demise, let us revolt against him. We have men and provisions. We can establish ourselves anywhere. Yang Yuan added, Shi Yunhu acted first. So we should take matters into our own hands. I know that if we head west towards Datong, there lies the great Liang mountain range. We could claim it as our own, and its dense forests would provide refuge even from government troops. I am familiar with the great Liang mountain, if Leader Liu wishes. I will gladly guide you there, Ma Laoke hastily offered, eager to prove his worth. Liu Heng smiled at Ma Laoke, then with a swift motion, his blade flashed. Ma Laochue's head rolled to the ground, leaving him in eternal confusion as to why Liu Heng had suddenly ended his life. I cannot afford to keep someone like you. Who knows when you might poison my food? Liu Heng wiped the blood from the blade with the tattered clothing of the old cripple, then turned to Chen Xuanping and the others, stating that the priority now was to drive back Zhang Deqiu and Ma Yunjiao. Other matters could wait until they resolved the immediate crisis. The act of killing did not disturb Liu Heng. His former self had already experienced murder numerous times. Chen Xuanping and Yang Yuan were not the least surprised by the death of the old cripple. His fate was sealed the moment he led Zhang Deqiu and his men into the fray. What do you propose we do? We will heed your counsel. After the grain incident, Chen Xuanping had complete faith in Liu Heng, convinced that he would devise a solution to the current predicament, although Yang Yuan remained silent. His trusting gaze was fixed upon Liu Heng, awaiting his strategy. Liu Heng pondered briefly and replied, In terms of numbers, we hold the advantage. However, in terms of strength, Zhang Deqiu and his men surpass us. Furthermore, Ma Yunjiao's cavalry is still in play. If we charge recklessly, we shall be the ones to suffer. My troops, though visually impressive, lack true combat prowess. They could defend well behind the wagons, but if we abandon the convoy, Ma Yunjiao's cavalry will easily scatter us, leaving us with no fighting capability. Chen Xuanping interjected, Are you suggesting we use the wagons for defense? Exactly. We shall hold our ground and await their assault. Liu Heng affirmed, Since Shi Yunhu desires our demise, Zhang Deqiu will not allow us to remain here unchallenged. Otherwise, Shi Yunhu's temperament guarantees he will not spare him. What if Shi Yunhu leads his men to encircle us? He currently commands several hundred troops. Yang Yuan expressed his concern. Your insight is invaluable. Hearing you speak has eased my mind considerably, Chen Xuanping remarked, visibly relaxing. Liu Heng smiled and instructed, Very well. Relay my orders. Everyone must remain vigilant and not stray from the encircled wagons. Understood. I will inform the leaders of the new recruits. Yang Yuan responded before departing to convey the message. Zhang Deqiu's expression was grim. According to his plan, once the old cripple led his men inside, those accompanying him would initiate the assault. He intended for the men trailing behind the old cripple to seize the opportunity and ambush Liu Heng and his supplies. Yet, the old cripple had remained silent for too long. Even the men he dispatched were met with arrows from the direction of the wagons, resulting in several fatalities and injuries. Had he not ordered a retreat in time, the casualties would have been far worse. Zhang Tu, the leader is calling for you. A bandit approached Zhang Deqiu. Understood. Zhang Deqiu replied tersely, turning to stride towards Ma Yunjiao. Ma Yunjiao, clad in iron helmet and cotton armor, with a sword at his waist and a bow at hand, looked down from his mount at Zhang Deqiu and said, The old cripple has been gone for quite some time with no signs of action. It appears your strategy has faltered. What do you intend to do next? Zhang Deqiu, with a furrowed brow, lamented, I never anticipated that the adversary would be so vigilant. The individuals I dispatched to follow behind were repelled by arrows before they could draw near. Now, we can only await news from the old cripple, Ma. If our envoy can eliminate Liu Heng and a few leaders of the archers' camp, the remaining minions will pose little threat. Ma Yunjiao contemplated for a moment before responding. I shall grant you half an hour more. If there is still no word from the old cripple after that, you are well aware of the course of action you must take. Time is not a luxury that Shida Gue can afford to spare. Understood, understood, Zheng Deqiu nodded repeatedly. Despite the considerable passage of time, he held little hope for the old cripple's side. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself devoid of alternatives and could only wait and see. A forceful assault would remain the last resort. Chapter 14. The night's embrace. Half an hour slipped by in anticipation, and once again, Zheng Deqiu was summoned by Ma Yunjiao. Upon their meeting, Ma Yunjiao bluntly stated, "The half-hour has elapsed. Your contingent has likely been slaughtered. Now, you are to lead an assault while I support you with my cavalry from the rear." Zheng Deqiu hesitated momentarily, but then resolutely declared, "Very well, I shall arrange for the assault." However, Ma Yunjiao raised his whip to halt Zheng Deqiu's departure and continued, "Did you not comprehend my words? In the assault, you must be at the forefront to rally the troops." Zheng Deqiu was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with indignation. "Captain Ma, what do you mean? Those 200 men were entrusted to me by Shida Gue. As the leader of this contingent, I ought to command from the rear rather than charge into battle like a common bandit." Zheng Deqiu argued vehemently. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Ma Yunjiao and Liu Heng were seasoned warriors, accustomed to the chaos of battle, whereas Zheng Deqiu had secured his position through sycophancy to the previous commander. He knew he could not match the prowess of Liu Heng and his ilk in combat. Ma Yunjiao replied coldly, "I am not seeking your counsel. If you refuse to lead the charge, I can easily find someone to take your place. As for you, if you prove useless, there will be no reason to keep you. You intend to kill me." Zheng Deqiu's expression shifted dramatically. Ma Yunjiao snorted disdainfully, "Your fate rests solely in your hands. Capture Liu Heng and the archers, and the command of the rear will be yours. Should you fail, you understand the consequences." Zheng Deqiu opened his mouth, but fell silent, his countenance darkening. "I understand. I shall lead my men to assault Liu Heng's formation at once." "Go ahead. I will remain here to provide support," Ma Yunjiao replied nonchalantly. Zheng Deqiu felt a weight in his heart. He recognized that Ma Yunjiao's so-called support was nothing more than surveillance to prevent his escape. Thus, he realized he had no choice but to eliminate Liu Heng and his men. Before long, apart from the casualties from earlier, Zheng Deqiu managed to gather the remaining 100 or so bandits. "We want to drink. We want to feast. We want women." Several bandits, whom Zheng Deqiu had strategically placed among the crowd, roared exuberantly, "Drink, feast, women." Zheng Deqiu raised his hand and shouted, "Drink, feast, women." One of the riders accompanying Ma Yunjiao remarked, "Captain, Zheng Deqiu possesses some skill. He knows how to inspire morale before battle. It seems Li Heng and his men are in for a rough time." Ma Yunjiao responded coolly, "Li Heng is not so easily vanquished." Noting the confusion of those nearby, he elaborated, "You witnessed the arrows that rained down upon us. How many archers do you believe were present at that moment?" After a brief contemplation, one of them replied, "From the sounds, it appears the archers from the formation loosed 2 volleys, not exceeding 30, perhaps only 20. Ma Yunjiao remarked, "Li Heng has nearly 100 archers under his command. Even if 30 of them are engaged in the chariot formation, what of the remaining 70? With the night so dim, a volley from those archers could decimate at least half of our cavalry." The man beside him suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "I understand now. Chief, your coercion of Zheng Deqiu to assault the chariot formation was to draw out those archers." Ma Yunjiao did not respond, his gaze piercing through the flickering flames towards the chariot formation. Zheng Deqiu's commotion was unmistakably audible to Liu Heng and his companions, who were concealed behind the large carts, leading them to surmise that an enemy attack was imminent. Liu Heng commanded, "Pass the word down. Instruct our men to conceal themselves. Once the enemy nears the fires, our archers will shoot first. The newly recruited commoners must hide behind the carts, and as the enemy approaches the grain carts, they should thrust outward with wooden spears. We must not allow them to breach the grain carts." Chen Xuanping and Yang Yuan each took their orders. 20 archers nestled within the crevices between the grain carts, bows drawn taut, arrows aimed at the direction of the fire. "Kill, slay them, then feast and revel." The sound of hurried footsteps erupted, shadows intertwining and flitting on the other side of the fire. Liu Heng peered through the gap between 2 grain carts and beheld clusters of dark figures rushing towards them. As these moving silhouettes drew nearer, they approached within about 30 paces of the fire, illuminated by its glow, allowing Liu Heng to discern the faces of those at the forefront. "Release!" Chen Xuanping shouted from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At such a distance, the archers could hardly miss their mark, Each arrow loosed was destined to strike true. The night was pierced by the echoes of anguished cries. Most of those at the forefront collapsed under the initial barrage, while the fortunate ones, struck only in their limbs, lay on the ground, wailing. Many others were pierced through the head or struck in the throat and chest, succumbing almost instantly. For the archers, a distance of 20 to 30 paces was akin to a slaughter. The force of their arrows was at its zenith, and the accuracy was beyond question. At such a short range, they could shoot with their eyes closed. Liu Heng witnessed a bandit rushing forward, mouth agape, seemingly to shout something, only to be silenced by an arrow that pierced through his mouth and exited through the back of his head, leaving him unable to utter a word before he fell lifeless. Liu Heng estimated that after the rain of arrows, the enemy had suffered at least 15 to 16 casualties. A conspicuous gap emerged among the bandits at the forefront following the volley, as the enemy surged over the bodies and the wounded, advancing less than 10 paces. A second wave of arrows descended, claiming yet another batch. After 2 rounds, signs of fear began to manifest among the bandits at the front, hesitating in their advance. Those unscathed by the initial volley urged their comrades forward, compelling the frightened ones to move ahead. "Brother, let us unleash another round." Liu Heng decided to stoke the flames further, seeing the hesitance among the bandits. "Fire!" At Chen Xuanping's command, the sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the atmosphere. A chorus of cries erupted immediately. As the foremost bandits fell like leaves in a tempest, their advance momentarily halted. At last, someone could no longer endure the mounting pressure and desperately fled backward, shoving aside the companions who stood in their way. "Extinguish the flames! Extinguish the flames! Douse all the bonfires!" At that moment, a voice rang out behind the marauders. Chapter 15. The substitute leader. Should we intervene to assist them? At this rate, the individual's Zhang Deqi brought will collapse. One man, riding alongside Ma Yongjiao, expressed his concern. "There's no hurry. Only a few have been injured by arrows. The majority remain unharmed. Let us grant Zhang Deqiu a little more time," Ma Yongjiao replied, casting his gaze towards the distant battlefield. The bonfires outside the wagon formation were extinguished one by one, plunging the area surrounding the once bright supply wagons into darkness. Shadows could still be seen moving near the wagons, but those farther away became indistinct, diminishing the archers' accuracy and thereby reducing the threat to the bandits outside the formation. This provided many bandits the opportunity to rush towards the supply wagons. With a swift motion, Liu Heng dispatched a bandit attempting to climb onto the wagon and leap into the formation. Observing an increasing number of bandits scaling the wagon, with more shadows approaching, he shouted, "Brothers, these men seek to seize the food we have toiled for, aiming to starve you. What shall we do? Slay them." Yang Yuan shouted from a distance. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The newly recruited commoners instinctively echoed the call to arms. Some of the initially fearful recruits, bolstered by the battle cries, felt a surge of courage, momentarily forgetting their trepidation as they thrust their wooden spears towards the dark figures that had just ascended the wagon. The spear tips, hardened by fire, were formidable, nearly rivaling iron. Against the ragged bandits, who wore no armor, the spears pierced through with ease, many bandits falling before they had the chance to react. The recruits, emboldened by their newfound ferocity, thrust their weapons at any bandit that dared to approach the wagon. Often, bandits climbing onto the wagon were simultaneously struck by 2 or 3 wooden spears. Even if they evaded one, they would be met by another from a different direction. Increasing numbers of bandits fell from the wagon, while the cooperation between the recruits and archers, along with the synergy of spears and arrows, formed a lethal perimeter that no bandit could breach. Initially, the archers' coordinated volleys had only inflicted casualties among Zhang Deqi's men, but after the assault on the wagon, the losses surged to over 50. Most bandits who tumbled beneath the wagons met their demise, with only a fortunate few managing to cling to life. "Kill them. Annihilate everyone inside. The food and silver are yours." Zhang Deqi bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury. Yet, the bandits, being mere mortals, faltered after several failed attempts to breach the wagon's defenses, suffering heavy losses in the process. Ultimately, some bandits, unable to quell their fear, began to circumvent the wagons and flee to the sides. As one led the retreat, those who had been barely holding on could no longer withstand the pressure and scattered in panic, much like a row of toppled dominoes. Increasingly, the bandits turned to self-preservation, and the remaining nearly 100 bandits fell into disarray, unheeding of Zhang Deqi's shouts. "We have won," Yang Yuan exclaimed, exhilarated. Liu Heng exhaled deeply and remarked, "Exercise caution, for we have yet to secure victory. The enemy still possesses a cavalry unit that has yet to engage." "Understood," Yang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. On horseback. Ma Yunjiao observed the disarrayed bandits fleeing wildly and instructed those around him. Join me in proclaiming that Zheng Deqiu has conspired with Wu Xiazi to betray the main camp. Let everyone condemn him to death. Leader, Zheng Deqiu. Before the speaker could finish, Ma Yunjiao interjected sharply, simply shout as instructed. Once you have done so, charge with me. Who are we to slay? Questioned a bewildered companion. It can't be Zheng Deqiu and his bandits, can it? Ma Yunjiao shot him a disdainful glance and retorted. If you know, then why ask? Hurry, shout. The man's expression shifted as he relented, rallying the others. Join me in proclaiming that Zheng Deqiu has conspired with Wu Xiazi to betray the main camp. Let him be condemned to death. Charge. With that, Ma Yunjiao surged ahead, brandishing his saber, and swiftly decapitated a fleeing bandit. The call for Zheng Deqiu's execution echoed all around, as cries of Zheng Deqiu has conspired with Wu Xiazi to betray the main camp filled the air. Zheng Deqiu, who was organizing the bandits for another assault on the convoy, was momentarily stunned upon hearing these shouts, disbelief etched on his face. He turned to see the cavalry approaching and opened his mouth to protest, but at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and witnessed his own body collapse, his head still suspended in the air. It was then that he heard a booming voice declare, Zheng Deqiu has been slain. Zheng Deqiu has been slain. Only then did Zheng Deqiu comprehend that he had been executed, the last vestiges of his consciousness dissipating into oblivion. Slay them all. Leave not a single one behind. Ma Yunjiao bellowed from his steed, charging towards the bandit who held Zheng Deqiu's severed head, delivering a decisive blow that severed the latter's head as well. Under Ma Yunjiao's command, the cavalry commenced a relentless pursuit of the fleeing bandits, mercilessly striking them down. Nearly 100 outlaws fell to the ground, leaving only a handful of fortunate souls to escape into the night. Yang Yuan, concealed behind a grain cart, watched the scene unfold with a furrowed brow, questioning, why are these cavalrymen slaying their own? Liu Heng, witnessing the same spectacle, quickly grasped the intention behind it and explained, Ma Yunjiao requires a scapegoat, and Zheng Deqiu along with his bandits are perfectly suited for this role. Yang Yuan protested, by killing Zheng Deqiu and his men, aren't they weakening their own strength? How could they act so foolishly? Rest assured, Ma Yunjiao will not turn against us again. Zheng Deqiu and those bandits are his way of appeasing us, Liu Heng said, sheathing his blade. So it is Liu Heng, my brother. Ma Yunji, clasping his fists atop his steed, proclaimed, Zheng Deqiu has conspired with Wu Xiazi to betray the great camp. To my astonishment, he led his treacherous cohorts to ambush your brother Liu Heng. Upon receiving this alarming news, I hastened with my cavalry and fortuitously arrived in time to vanquish Zheng Deqiu and his accomplices. Now, with Zheng Deqiu's severed head before us, would you, brother Liu Heng, care to verify? As he spoke, he tossed a severed head to the ground. Chapter 16. Returning to camp overnight, Liu Heng smiled and said, Thank you for your kind offer, Chief Ma, but I shall not trouble you and your comrades with a hostile horse troop. Liu Heng dared not keep Ma Yunjiao and his men close, placing himself and the supply convoy in constant peril. I shall take my leave first. Ma Yunjiao clasped his hands, pulled the reins, and turned his horse, leading his troop towards the bandit camp. After the horsemen had departed for some time, Qin Xuanping lifted his ear from the ground and said to Liu Heng, The horsemen have moved far away. Very well, I shall proceed now. Qin Xuanping raised his torch and walked towards the left hillside alone. Yang Yuan remarked, The team of refugee recruits tending to the livestock has been watching over them. I will take them with me this time. Liu Heng nodded and replied, I will wait here for your news. Yang Yuan strode away, gathering the refugee recruits who had not participated in the battle and were tending the livestock, leading them away from the supply convoy and vanishing into the night. Once Qin Xuanping and Yang Yuan had left, Liu Heng began to assign each squad leader of the newly recruited bandits to assess their team's casualties. He also instructed those recruits who had not yet taken a life to clear the bodies of the bandits outside the supply carts, including dealing with the wounded who were still alive. Some recruits who had not yet seen blood were tasked with repeatedly stabbing the corpses with wooden spears, learning to adapt to such scenes, transforming from novices into seasoned warriors. After this ordeal, Liu Heng noticed a distinct change in the demeanor of his refugee recruits. Each one now emanated an indescribable aura. Upon tallying the results, it was revealed that none of the recruits had perished, though 37 had sustained minor injuries, 2 of whom were hurt by accidentally bumping into the cart's yoke in the darkness due to their nervousness. This encounter could be deemed a great victory. Yet Liu Heng understood that this triumph did not stem from the exceptional prowess of his recruits, rather, they had simply capitalized on the cover of night and the formation of their carts. Had it been daylight or on open ground, Such a result would have been improbable. Haha, I never expected our little brother to be so adept in battle. This victory was splendid. Upon learning of the minimal casualties on their side, nearly annihilating the enemy, Liu Heng could not help but burst into laughter. Beside him, Chen Xuanping added, I too did not foresee such capabilities in our little brother. To have secured so much grain from Zheng's village without a single casualty was already remarkable, yet to achieve such a victory is astounding. Even the esteemed Du Shuiver may not have managed this. However, Liu Heng did not let victory cloud his judgment. Instead, he said, Brother Liu Heng, second brother, the battle is over, and Zheng Deqiu is dead. What shall we do next? It is evident that Shi Yunhu sent someone to eliminate us. He simply did not anticipate our preparedness and underestimated our strength, which led to this victory. When he strikes next, it may not be so easily dealt with. Upon hearing these words, the smile faded from Liu Heng's face. On his way back, he had already gleaned from Chen Xuanping the events that transpired in the bandit camp, including the demise of the two captains, Wu Xiezi and Zhou Halian, at the hands of Shi Yunhu, with their forces now under his command. After a moment's hesitation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, now that Shi Yunhu has eliminated Wu Xiezi and Zhou Halian, it is undoubtedly us who are next on his list. Although Ma Yunjiao claims that Zheng Deqiu acted independently to ambush us tonight, we all understand that Zheng Deqiu was dispatched by Shi Yunhu. Chen Xuanping interjected with a curse. Why don't we simply rebel against the bastard? I've long been displeased with Shi Yunhu. We are not lacking in provisions or personnel. We can establish ourselves wherever we go. Wasn't there talk of heading to Daliangshan? I believe that would be quite fitting. Let us claim the mountain as our own and live freely. What are your thoughts, Xuinggu? Liu Heng inquired, turning to Liu Heng. After a moment's reflection, Liu Heng replied, Xuanping raises valid points. We have completely severed ties with Shi Yunhu, and this time he has sent Zheng Deqiu and Ma Yunjiao. Who knows what further schemes he may have in store for us? Noticing Liu Heng's silence, Liu Heng pressed, what are your views? Suppressing his immediate urge to inquire further, Liu Heng awaited Liu Heng's response. Liu Heng began, such a significant event in the camp will undoubtedly instill fear in everyone. Although, in name, Shi Yunhu has taken over the remnants left by Wu Xiezi and the others. We have all served in the border army. A new leader cannot simply command authority with a mere order. Shi Yunhu faces the same challenge. Furthermore, considering our own strength, he continued, the archers and Oppos camp boasts around 100 archers, and the 300 newly trained refugees I have prepared have already tasted battle, forming a considerable force. Shi Yunhu possesses no more than 500 to 600 men, primarily relying on his formidable cavalry. This does not grant him a significant advantage over us. Now that we have acquired ample provisions, we can bolster our strength to contend with Shi Yunhu. It will be challenging for him to absorb us outright. It will ultimately depend on which side is stronger, granting us greater leverage in the future. Upon concluding his remarks, both Liu Heng and Chen Xuanping fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that his two companions were not particularly adept at strategy. Liu Heng understood that he needed to articulate everything clearly and thoroughly for their comprehension. There were still matters he had not disclosed to his elder brothers. While he was confident in his ability to contend with Shi Yunhu's forces, he felt apprehensive about facing the entirety of the bandit camp. Driven to madness by the prospect of food, with just a few hundred men under his command, combined with the 100 archers, he doubted their ability to cope. Even if they managed to safeguard their supplies, their own strength would suffer greatly, with the greater likelihood being that Shi Yunhu would seize their provisions entirely. Nodding in agreement, Liu Heng resolved that the training of the refugee soldiers was a task he would undertake personally, irrespective of Liu Heng's input. As he turned to depart, he was halted by Liu Heng. At that moment, a bandit wielding a wooden spear rushed towards them in haste. Chapter 17. The transformation of the refugee new soldiers. Liu 2. The meal is prepared, yet most of the individuals cannot bring themselves to eat. Feeling nauseated at the sight of food, the bandit spoke anxiously. Unable to eat, Liu Heng suddenly recalled the first time he witnessed bloodshed. The psychological and emotional shock often leaves many struggling to adapt, resulting in a loss of appetite. This condition typically requires time to recover. But he found himself bereft of such luxury. Should Shi Yunhu persist in his attempts to ambush him and the supply convoy, they would face a fierce battle, without nourishment. Where would they find the strength to fight? At that moment, Liu Heng interjected, this is a normal reaction to killing for the first time. If they do not wish to eat, let them be, they will recover in due time. That may be so, but I cannot afford to grant them time to recuperate. Shi Yunhu may not allow us such a grace period, Liu Heng remarked, casting his gaze towards the nearby bandit. Aside from those guarding the convoy, lead the others to the area outside the wagon, where the stench of death is most acute. Not a single soul should be spared. Understood, replied the bandit. Turning to depart, Liu Heng was the first to stride towards the wagon's exterior, followed closely by Liu Heng and Chen Xuanping, who exchanged a glance before hastening to keep pace. A contingent of refugee new soldiers, guided by their respective squad leaders, arrived at the site outside the wagon, which bore the highest concentration of corpses and the most pungent odor of blood. Liu Heng, illuminated by the flickering firelight, observed the pallid and haggard faces of these new soldiers. Some emitted a noxious scent, clearly having just vomited. While the act of killing might not have affected them at the moment, the aftermath of cleaning the battlefield had triggered involuntary retching in many. Despite their waning strength, some needing wooden spears to remain upright, these refugee new soldiers managed to form orderly lines, adhering to their formations. Liu Heng felt a surge of satisfaction at this sight, for it indicated that the refugees had begun to accept and adapt to maintaining order. A testament to the success of his training efforts. Sit, Liu Heng bellowed, promptly settling himself cross-legged on the ground. The earth, a blend of blood and mud, felt unpleasantly soft and sticky beneath him. Without hesitation, the refugee new soldiers complied with Liu Heng's command, even as the acrid aroma of blood made their stomachs churn. They bore the discomfort in silence. Have the food brought over, Liu Heng called out towards the direction of the supply wagon. Soon, members of the archers' camp arrived, carrying the prepared meals to Liu Heng and the new soldiers. Liu Heng raised a piece of flatbread to his mouth, taking a hearty bite. The lingering scent of blood hung heavily in the air, and as he chewed, he was shocked to find his mouth filled with the taste of iron, devoid of any flavor one would expect from the bread. Not only the new soldiers, but even he himself felt a wave of nausea, almost compelled to expel the contents of his stomach. Yet, he understood that he must not succumb to such weakness. As the leader of this band, he had to display the fortitude to consume the entirety of the piece of bread before the eyes of his comrades. With the final morsel swallowed, he forcefully suppressed the urge to retch. Stifling the urge to retch, he rose from the ground, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, and proclaimed loudly, "If you do not eat, you will lack strength and be unable to resist when danger arises. Do not delude yourselves into thinking that the previous battle was the end. I assure you, it was merely the beginning. There are more fierce and brutal encounters that await you. If you remain famished and weak, prepare to be slaughtered. Those who wish to survive, seize the bread and eat heartily. If you desire to end up like those you have slain, then continue to lie on the ground and vomit. I have no use for worthless waste here." Thus, each of the new recruits among the refugees consumed a piece of bread before pausing. I instructed someone to prepare a vegetable soup, allowing them each a sip, which might bring some relief. Liu Heng had a wooden barrel brought over, but with no bowls available, only spoons for the soup, one by one. Each individual took a spoonful of the vegetable broth. Seeing the complexion of the refugee recruits improve somewhat, Liu Heng then stated, "Aside from those who need to change shifts, the rest will remain here to rest." A few of the refugee recruits departed to patrol, leaving the blood-soaked area, while most remained seated, motionless. As time passed, some of the recruits began to acclimate to the stench of blood, no longer feeling nauseated, and could rest peacefully amid the carnage. Liu Heng felt a sense of relief as more recruits adapted. Come what may, he now possessed the strength to resist with these refugees. The messenger acknowledged and retreated. Those resting on the ground stood in unison, organizing themselves into squads of 30, each under the guidance of their respective squad leaders. Due to the prior team being taken away by Yang Yuan, a new squad of refugee recruits was assigned to harness the livestock and set them on the road. Along the way, every mile or so, the convoy received updates from the archers' camp, while Liu Heng continuously dispatched individuals ahead to scout the path. However, before the supplies could be unloaded from the carts, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed outside the camp. "Stand guard," called out a squad leader stationed at the camp's perimeter. From the archers' camp, successive squads of refugee recruits emerged, brandishing wooden spears, confronting the cavalry outside the camp. In the night, sharp spear tips pointed menacingly at the horsemen, and the recruits, undeterred by the threat posed by the cavalry, stood their ground. Witnessing the scene, Ma Yunjiao, mounted on horseback, furrowed his brow and murmured, "I did not expect him to cultivate such a formidable force in just 10 days. To dare confront his cavalry without losing momentum spoke volumes, he understood, especially given that these refugees had tasted blood and violence. Yet, more crucially, they had learned to form ranks rather than remain a disorganized mob. What has been accomplished?" inquired Ma Yunjiao's aide, puzzled. "Nothing of consequence," replied Ma Yunjiao. The archers' camp does not require our presence. We shall wait here for the person in charge to emerge. Not long after, Liu Heng, Liu Heng, and others emerged from the camp, appearing behind the new recruits of the refugees. Chief Ma, Liu Heng inquired, "May I ask what brings you to our archers' camp at this late hour with such a display of force?" Chapter 18. Sharing joys and sorrows. Ma Yunji gently stroked the mane of the restless steed beneath him, attempting to soothe its agitation. Liu Heng chuckled. "I appreciate the efforts of Captain Ma and his men. If you do not mind, dismount and rest in my camp for a while. I shall have provisions prepared for you." Upon hearing this, Ma Yunji tugged at the reins, turned his horse, and departed with his companions. Yang Yuan had already left to relay orders, while Liu Heng and Liu Heng proceeded directly to the tent. Once inside, the trio took their respective seats. Liu Heng turned to Liu Heng and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the recent events?" Liu Heng replied with a smile, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we will build a dam. As we previously discussed, we must train the new recruits and bolster our strength. Tomorrow, I will lead a team to take command of the rear camp." Chen Xuanping interjected, "I will accompany you." Liu Heng, feeling a twinge of apprehension, cautioned, "Xianhu has not issued orders for us to take over the rear camp. Do you think taking control without his consent might provoke him? After all, he is the nominal supreme leader." Chen Xuanping responded boldly, "What is there to fear? The lines have already been drawn. We need not concern ourselves with his approval. Besides, the head of the rear camp should rightfully belong to Liu Heng." On the other side of the low table, Liu Heng remarked, "Whether Xianhu is willing is of little consequence. While he is preoccupied, we must seize the opportunity to strengthen our forces. If he gains full control of the entire camp, it will be we who suffer the consequences. Then let us proceed as you suggest." Liu Heng agreed. "We also have something to discuss with you. Given our limited abilities, it is clear that you have demonstrated considerable prowess beyond what we possess. After deliberation, Xuanping and I have decided that the archers' camp should fall under your command, while we shall serve as your subordinates." Liu Heng hesitated. Although he aspired to lead the entire archers' camp, he worried that such a sudden takeover might incite dissatisfaction among the other leaders, leading to infighting that would deplete their strength and distract him from his objectives. Indeed, it might be more prudent to retrain the civilian recruits. "Just agree to it," Chen Xuanping urged. "The archers would fare better under your leadership than under Liu Heng or myself. As for the other leaders, you need not worry. After our recent victories and the support from Zhang's village, they are quite convinced of your capabilities." Seeing the consensus between the two, Liu Heng nodded, "Very well, but for the time being, I shall require Liu Heng to continue leading the archers' camp. I need to consolidate the rear camp and train the civilian recruits, so I presently lack the capacity to manage the archers." Liu Heng assented, "Rest assured. Xuanping and I are now your subordinates. Whatever tasks you require, do not hesitate to assign them to us, regardless of our previous ranks." Liu Heng nodded, accepting their decision. He had long coveted the archers, recognizing their potential utility in his future endeavors. Previously, he had refrained from forcibly taking them, out of respect for Liu Heng's command. Now that Liu Heng had willingly relinquished control, many burdens had been lifted from Liu Heng's shoulders. "I have arranged your resting tent. Allow me to escort you there." Liu Heng rose from behind the low table. "There is no need for such trouble," Liu Heng gestured dismissively. "Tonight, I shall sleep alongside the new recruits among the refugees." The storyteller often remarked that formidable generals would share the same quarters and meals with their subordinates, experiencing both sweetness and hardship together. Chen Xuanping chuckled. "In time, Liu Heng, you shall undoubtedly become a remarkable general." Beside him, Liu Heng jestingly admonished, "Do not speak so carelessly. It is called sharing both joys and sorrows, not merely indulging in sweetness and suffering." Liu Heng chuckled lightly, saying, "I shall not disturb the rest of you any longer. I will step outside to check on those new recruits." Sitting behind the low table, Liu Heng sighed. Had Commander Du possessed even a fraction of Liu Heng's spirit back then, how could we have been defeated by those Tartars from Liaodong? Chen Xuanping unfurled a piece of curtain and spread it on the ground, reclining upon it with his hands behind his head. "How many good officials does our Ming Dynasty truly have? I have yet to encounter a single one. During our time in the military, we never had a hearty meal. Yet we bore the heaviest burdens, often bullied by those imperial guards. Though we may now be outlaws, we are no longer subjected to such indignities." Liu Heng's lips moved slightly as he sighed. "Let us rest." Upon reaching the resting area of the refugee recruits, Liu Heng gathered some dry grass to lay beneath him, reclining fully clothed atop it. Many of the new recruits, witnessing their esteemed leader sleeping on the same straw as they were, felt their eyes moisten. Liu Heng consistently reminded himself to remain grounded. Although he commanded a band of 300 outlaws and a company of archers numbering around 100, he understood that such strength was but a trifling matter in times of turmoil. A single wave could easily wash him away. After a day filled with exertion and a harrowing battle, the weary Liu Heng soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke, the sun had already risen, and Yang Yuan brought him food. Liu Heng took the cakes and wild vegetable porridge offered by Yang Yuan. With an ample supply of food now available, the wild vegetable soup had transformed into a savory porridge, and the cakes contained fewer wild greens than before. After consuming 2 cakes and a bowl of porridge, Liu Heng patted his belly and instructed Yang Yuan, "In a moment, gather some men and accompany me to the rear camp. We shall take charge of it." "Certainly. I shall arrange for several refugee recruits to join us," Yang Yuan replied. Liu Heng added, "Also bring a squad of archers." Yang Yuan hesitated briefly. "Should I inform Li Dazhang about mobilizing the archers?" Liu Heng waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. Simply go and state that it is my command. Anyone who disobeys shall come to me." After a night and a morning, he was confident that Li Shuheng and Chun Xuanping had already informed the other leaders of the archers about his assumption of command. At this juncture, should anyone dare to defy his orders, they would have only themselves to blame for his resolve. "Then I shall proceed to make the arrangements," Yang Yuan said. Turning to gather the archers and refugee recruits, Liu Heng lifted the bowl of rich vegetable porridge, ready to depart, when he noticed Chun Xuanping approaching at a swift pace. As soon as he reached Liu, Chun Xuanping hurriedly exclaimed, "I was just looking for you. Someone has come from Shi Yunhu." Chapter 19. The irate Zhao Yutu within the grand tent of the archers' camp. A middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a pair of mustaches sat behind a low table. Opposite him was Li Shuheng, the head of the archers. Zhao Yutu spoke nasally, informing him, "Shi Dagwai has summoned you and Liu Heng to the central military camp for a discussion. Do you know where Liu Heng is?" Li Shuheng smiled and replied, "Please wait a moment, Master Zhao. I have already sent someone to fetch him. He should arrive shortly." Zhao Yutu's expression hardened as he insisted, "Please urge him. For Shi Dagwai is eager to see you both." At that moment, several figures entered the tent. Leading the way was Liu Heng, flanked by Chun Xuanping and Yang Yuan. Upon seeing Liu Heng enter, Li Shuheng stood up and remarked to Zhao Yutu, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Zhao Yutu cast a sidelong glance, but remained seated behind the low table, merely grunting in acknowledgement. Noticing this, Liu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Shuheng approached Liu Heng and said, "Master Zhao has come to relay Shi Dagwai's message, summoning us to the central military camp. Now that everyone is present, let us depart," Zhao Yutu declared as he stood up from behind the low table. "Wait," Liu Heng interjected, raising a hand. "I must trouble Master Zhao to convey to Shi Dagwai that both Brother Shuheng and I were exhausted and startled yesterday, and have since caught a chill, rendering us bedridden and unable to attend the meeting. Do you realize the gravity of your words?" Zhao Yutu's gaze darkened. He was taken aback by Liu Heng's audacity to lie to him so brazenly. Liu Heng replied with a faint smile, "I believe the intent of my words is abundantly clear, and there is no need for me to reiterate." Very well, Zhao Yutu fumed, repeating the phrase thrice before turning to Li Shuheng. "Does Headley share this sentiment? Do you comprehend the consequences of defying Shi Dagwai's orders?" Zhao Yutu demanded. Liu Heng chuckled. "There is no need for Master Zhao to fret. Simply deliver our message. Clearly, you are resolute in your refusal to attend the central military camp. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Zhao Yutu shouted, calling out, "Bring them in. Take them and escort them to the central military camp." After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yutu frowned and called out again, "Someone." At that moment, Liu Heng remarked with a smile, "It seems the individuals Master Zhao left outside are rather disobedient." Yang Yuan and Chun Xuanping stepped forward, blocking Zhao Yutu's path to the tent entrance. Seeing this, Zhao Yutu's complexion turned pale with fear as he stammered, What are you planning?" "I am Master Shi Dagwai's advisor." Noticing Zhao Yutu's cowardly demeanor, Liu Heng chuckled softly. "Master Zhao, you are overthinking this. The individuals outside are quite safe. Once you depart, they will follow you closely." Zhao Yutu's lips quivered slightly as he cast a glance at Liu Heng and then at Li Shuheng, stating, "Very well, I shall convey your illness to Shi Dagwai. May I take my leave now?" The emphasis on the word illness was palpable in Zhao Yutu's voice. Master Zhao could depart at any moment. Liu Heng waved his hand, signaling Yang Yuan and Chun Xuanping to step aside. As the two vacated their positions, Zhao Yutu hurriedly made his way out of the tent. Upon exiting, He was met with the sight of his subordinates crouched on the ground, heads clasped in their hands, while a group of bandits armed with wooden spears held them captive, casting a dark shadow over his countenance. Liu Heng emerged from the tent, with Liu Heng and others positioned behind him. Standing at the entrance, Liu Heng addressed the bandits. "Release them." He then turned to Zhao Yutu, saying, "I would appreciate it if Master Zhao could convey a message. There is no need for Shi Daogui to concern himself with the affairs of the rear camp, as I shall take charge from this day forth." Zhao Yutu faced Liu Heng, his expression grim as he replied, "I cannot make that decision. It requires Shi Daogui's directive. If Brother Liu wishes to assume command of the rear camp, I suggest accompanying me to the central camp. I believe Shi Daogui will not refuse your request." Liu Heng shook his head slightly, responding, "Master Zhao, have you forgotten? I am afflicted with a cold and unable to rise from my bed." Observing Liu Heng's radiant complexion and robust demeanor, Zhao Yutu's face darkened with frustration, realizing there was no sign of illness. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Zhao Yutu said, bowing slightly. Liu Heng smiled, replying, "Though I am under the weather, it is unwise to linger, so I shall not accompany you, Master Zhao." Once Zhao Yutu and his entourage departed, Liu Heng expressed his concerns. "Do you think our actions will provoke Shi Yunhu's retaliation?" Liu Heng chuckled softly. "Even without today's events, Shi Yunhu would show us no mercy. Let us not forget the assassination attempt against us last night." "Ah, you are right. I have indeed underestimated the situation." Liu Heng sighed. Liu Heng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, yet he felt satisfied with the outcome of his meeting with Zhao Yutu. Not only had he clarified the relationship with Shi Yunhu, but he also observed that Liu Heng remained steadfast in his role, refraining from overstepping boundaries, and always deferring to Liu Heng's leadership. His greatest fear was that Liu Heng would claim to be his subordinate while inadvertently assuming command. For now, such a scenario seemed unlikely. Yang Yuan interjected, "Chief Liu, we have gathered enough personnel. When shall we proceed to the rear camp?" "Let us depart immediately," Liu Heng commanded. "Delays could invite unforeseen complications. We must secure the rear camp before Shi Yunhu reacts." "I shall accompany you," Chen Xuanping announced from behind. Liu Heng waved him off, saying, "Brother Heir, you have more pressing matters at hand. I need you to select 300 individuals from among the refugees to bolster our new recruit strength." "That is easily arranged. I will take people with me to the refugees at once," Chen Xuanping replied. Liu Heng then offered, "Is there anything I can assist with?" "Brother Xuang, your task shall be the most arduous." Liu Heng remarked that, based on the number of troops in each battalion, each should prepare provisions sufficient for 3 days, with all remaining supplies to be securely stored. "No one is permitted to take even a grain of rice without my command," Chen Xuanping, perplexed, questioned. "The food is something we have painstakingly acquired. Why should it be distributed to the other battalions?" Noticing Chen Xuanping's genuine confusion, Liu Heng elucidated, "Currently, all battalions are facing a scarcity of food. If we do not allocate a portion to share, it would be all too easy for our men to be swayed by Shi Yunhu. Conversely, if we distribute a small quantity, Shi Yunhu will hesitate to act against us, thereby granting us more time to strengthen our forces." Liu Heng responded affirmatively, "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. I will also assign a team of new recruits and a contingent of archers to guard the supplies day and night." Once everything was arranged, the 3 individuals busied themselves with their respective tasks, while Liu Heng and Yang Yuan proceeded to the rear camp. Chapter 20. The takeover of the rear camp. The rear camp is in closest proximity to the archers' camp, and within a mere 15 minutes, Liu Heng arrived at the rear camp. In the absence of a camp leader, the morale within the rear camp had begun to wane, with each minor leader harboring their own ulterior motives. There were no patrols during the day or night, leaving the entire camp utterly unguarded. Upon entering the rear camp, Liu Heng instructed Yang Yuan, "Gather all the personnel to the open space in front of the main tent. Should anyone fail to appear, you have my permission to execute them on the spot." "Understood," Yang Yuan replied, departing with a band of new recruits and archers. Liu Heng, accompanied by the remaining new recruits, made his way to the front of the main tent in the rear camp. In a short time, groups of bandits were herded into the clearing before the main tent. When the last few stragglers were driven forth, Yang Yuan swiftly approached Liu Heng and reported, "Everyone is here except for a few of Zhang Deqiu's subordinates." Liu Heng nodded. "What do you mean, Liu Heng? Do you truly believe yourself to be the leader of the rear camp? You are merely one of us, a minor leader among many. What gives you the authority to summon us?" Spoke was San, another minor leader of the rear camp. Having maintained a close relationship with Zhang Deqiu, he had often bullied Liu Heng in the past, and held him in disdain. Liu Heng offered Guosan a faint smile and replied in a detached tone. You are correct. From this day forth, I shall be the leader of the rear camp. Huh. You are nothing but a pretender to leadership. Guosan spat contemptuously on the ground, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Heng. Do not assume we are oblivious. Just yesterday, Sherdagwa appointed Zheng Deqiu as the leader of the rear camp. Liu Heng regarded Guosan with a knowing look. Zheng Deqiu is dead. I, Liu Heng, am now the leader of the rear camp. Who are you trying to fool? Guosan retorted. Yesterday, Zheng Deqiu led Sherdagwa and his 200 subordinates away. We all witnessed this. How could he possibly be dead? Did you kill him? Huh. A laughable notion. Since when did you, Liu the Blockhead, possess such capability? Indeed. We all saw Zheng Deqiu depart with 200 men. Others chimed in. We are aware of your ambitions to contest the leadership of the rear camp. But you cannot deceive us. Unless confronted by the imperial army, who could vanquish Zheng Deqiu? Among the gathered bandits, a cacophony of disbelief resonated, with no one willing to accept Liu Heng's proclamation as truth. Liu Heng, however, remained unfazed. Zheng Deqiu had perished the previous night, and the news had yet to reach the rear camp. By afternoon, the entire camp would surely learn of his demise. Nevertheless, Liu Heng was not inclined to wait that long. His purpose in coming here was to consolidate control over the rear camp. He was indifferent to whether these bandits accepted him. Commanding a few hundred new recruits, he regarded the rear camp's bandits with disdain. His only objective was to claim the title of leader of the rear camp. It appears that you all refuse to accept my ascension to the leadership of the rear camp. Liu Heng's gaze swept over the multitude of bandits before him, particularly lingering on several of the minor leaders from the rear camp. We certainly do not acquiesce, spoke Guosan, his voice rising above the rest. Without the permission of Sherdagwa, on what grounds do you claim to be the chief of the rear camp? I say I wish to take that position myself. Don't you agree, brothers? Indeed. The bandits echoed, their voices rising in a raucous clamor. Brothers, do you wish to be the chief? Yes. They responded in unison, spurred on by Guosan's provocations. Suddenly, a feathered arrow shot through the air, finding its mark in the unguarded throat of Guosan, the entire tip embedding itself within. He clutched his throat, blood oozing through his fingers, his mouth opening to utter something, but only frothy blood escaped. He reached out towards Liu Heng, but before he could extend his hand, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, blood still seeping from the shaft of the arrow. In an instant, the cacophony of the bandits fell silent, the expressions of the minor leaders turning dark with trepidation. The archer responsible stood beside Liu Heng. Yet it was Liu Heng who had issued the command. Unable to contain himself, one minor leader stepped forward, indignantly questioning, Liu Heng, what do you mean by this? Guosan was one of the leaders of the rear camp. On what grounds do you execute him? Yes, on what grounds do you kill him? Echoed another voice. Liu Heng's brow furrowed, his voice icy as he declared, I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to inform you that from this day forth, I am the head of the rear camp. Those who refuse to comply will meet the same fate as Guosan, or they may choose to leave the rear camp. Archers, prepare. Yang Yuan raised his right arm. One by one, the archers knocked their arrows, drawing their bows taut, aiming at the bandits gathered before the chief's tent. The new recruits brandished their wooden spears, directing them at the bandits of the rear camp. A palpable chill enveloped the area, the bandits now appearing as startled as frightened birds, while the minor leaders wore expressions of grave concern. I will count to 3. Declare your choice. 1. Liu Heng raised a finger. 2. Before he could reach 3, someone stepped forward. What are you afraid of? Chen Daqing retorted. Liu Dazhang has already declared that Zheng Deqiu is dead. The minor leader scolded. What do you know? Zheng Deqiu had 200 men under Sherdagwa's command backing him. Who could possibly kill him? Do not be foolish at this moment. Chen Daqing scoffed. Whether Zheng Deqiu is dead or alive, I have no respect for him. What is he? A mere flatterer. How could he possibly deserve to sit among the leaders? He lacks any real skill yet dares to aspire to the position of head of the rear camp. I, Chen Daqing, will not bow to him. You. The minor leader attempted to reason with him, but was silenced by another who interjected, let him seek his own demise, it is not your concern. 3. Liu Heng raised 3 fingers, asserting, brothers, will you stay or leave, or will you follow the path of the deceased Guosan? After a moment, the several small leaders of the rear camp exchanged glances, and one of them spoke, we choose to depart, but Liu Heng, do not presume that your position as the head of the rear camp is secure. Sherdagwa will not spare you once he learns of this. With that, the small leaders turned to leave the rear camp. However, just a few steps out, They were halted by Liu Heng's newly recruited bandit soldiers wielding wooden spears. One of the small leaders, his face darkened, asked Liu Heng, "What do you mean by this? Are you having second thoughts?" "Let them pass," Liu Heng waved his hand. And the bandit recruits parted to allow the small leaders to exit. Apart from these few leaders, the other bandits in the rear camp did not follow, including the subordinates of the small leaders, which left them visibly agitated. Supporting Liu Heng as the camp head, they will surely regret it in due time. One small leader exclaimed indignantly. Shortly after the small leaders left the rear camp, they encountered a group of people approaching in their direction. Chapter 21. The Wrath of Shi Yunhu. Stop. Which regiment do you belong to? A group of minor leaders from the rear camp had not ventured far when they were intercepted by an approaching contingent. "Zhao Shiya, we are all from the rear camp." One of the leaders, Chen Wu, replied while bending slightly at the waist. Zhao Yutu furrowed his brow, unable to recall having met this individual, and inquired, "Do you know me? I had the fortune of encountering you once when I accompanied Zhang Deqiu to the central camp." Chen Wu replied with a forced smile. Zhao Yutu questioned, "If you're from the rear camp, why are you not staying there? Why are so many of you away from your posts?" "Zhao Shiya, you must intercede on our behalf." One of the minor leaders beside Chen Wu stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yutu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Sensing an ominous premonition, he asked, "What has transpired? Why should I intercede for you?" Early this morning, Liu Heng arrived at the rear camp, gathering us all together and announcing that he would take command of the rear camp. We few resisted, and he expelled us from the camp. "Zhao Shiya, you must advocate for us. Please, Zhao Shiya, intercede for us." Several minor leaders from the rear camp echoed their pleas. Zhao Yutu murmured to himself, "It seems I've arrived too late." He turned his gaze to the ragtag group before him, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Why did you not remain in the rear camp to contest Liu Heng? By leaving, you have inadvertently solidified his position." Chen Wu replied, "We did contest him. We informed Liu Heng that Zhang Deqiu had been appointed as the camp leader by Shi Dagui, a fact known throughout the rear camp. Yet Liu Heng insisted that Zhang Deqiu was dead. We did not believe him, and so he expelled us. We intended to argue our case. But Liu Heng had someone Shukwa San, who was debating with him. Left with no choice, we temporarily left the rear camp to report this matter to Shi Dagui. And it was then that we encountered you, Zhao Shiya. Zhao Shiya, is it true that Zhang Deqiu is dead?" A minor leader beside Chen Wu asked in a hushed tone. Zhao Yutu cast a glance at him and replied, "Zhang Deqiu conspired with Wu Xiezi to commit treason and has been executed." "Ah, is it truly so?" Chen Wu exclaimed, astonished. Had he not just become the camp leader? How could he engage in treason? Not only was he surprised, but the other minor leaders also wore expressions of disbelief. "Enough. I do not have time for your lamentations," Zhao Yutu said sternly. "Since Liu Heng has already taken control of the rear camp, you shall accompany me to the central camp to report to Shi Dagui and recount how Liu Heng forced you from your posts." Yes. We shall heed your instructions, Zhao Shiya." Chen Wu and the other minor leaders nodded in agreement. Inside the grand tent of the central camp, upon hearing Zhao Yutu's report, Shi Yunhu, in a fit of rage, kicked over the low table before him. The table, along with the wine jars and cups atop it, crashed to the ground, shattering into several pieces, the remaining wine spilling forth and soaking into the earth, leaving behind a strong scent of alcohol. At that moment, Zhao Yutu's left cheek was swollen, yet he remained kneeling on the ground, paralyzed with fear. "Ma Yunjiao!" Shi Yunhu shouted as he charged out of the tent with a blade in hand. Clad in cotton armor and wearing an iron helmet, Ma Yunjiao strode into the tent. Shi Yunhu directly inquired, "I can provide you with 200 men, along with your cavalry. Do you have the confidence to capture Liu Heng and his entourage?" Ma Yunjiao lowered his head, refraining from responding. His silence spoke volumes of his inadequacy. Shi Yunhu's gaze was piercing as it bore down on Ma Yunjiao. The latter quickly clasped his hands in a salute and said, "Great commander, please quell your anger. After last night's battle, Liu Heng's followers, having tasted blood, have acquired the semblance of seasoned veterans. At this juncture, I truly lack the assurance to initiate an attack." "Humph," Shi Yunhu scoffed coldly, his ire rising as he glanced at the kneeling Zhao Yutu. In a fit of rage, he kicked Zhao Yutu, berating him, "You useless wretch. You speak of being bedridden with illness, yet tell me how a bedridden man could take charge of my rear camp." Zhao Yutu, having been knocked to the ground, hastily got back up and resumed his kneeling position, aware that Shi Yunhu was venting his frustrations on him. Thus, he remained silent and obediently listened. Shi Yunhu then remarked to Zhao Yutu, "You need not kneel any longer. Rise." Cautiously, Zhao Yutu stood up and aligned himself beside Ma Yunjiao. Ma Yunjiao continued, "Great commander. For the time being, it would be wise not to engage Liu Heng and his faction. Liu Heng and Li Shuheng are considerably stronger than the previous Wu Shiezi and his associates. An ill-timed assault could lead to chaos within our camp, which would be a grave miscalculation. You are the strategist. What is your opinion?" Shi Yunhu's triangular eyes turned toward Zhao Yutu, covering his swollen cheek. Zhao Yutu gritted his teeth against the pain and replied, "I too believe that now is not the time to act." Shi Yunhu snapped, "Not the time to act. Not the time to act. That's all you can say. I expect you to provide solutions, not to prattle on with nonsense. Great commander, please calm your anger." Zhao Yutu hastily interjected, "Liu Heng's forces have grown formidable. To confront them, we must proceed with caution. Once we have fully consolidated the troops left by Wu Shiezi and Zhou Halian, we can unite our entire camp's strength against Liu Heng and Li Shuheng." Shi Yunhu drummed his fingers on the armrest of his seat, conceding, "You present a fair point. But what if Liu Heng continues to train the refugees and bolster his strength? In merely 10 days, he could assemble a force of several hundred. By the time I gain complete control over Wu Shiezi and Zhou Halian's troops, he would have grown even more powerful." Zhao Yutu reassured him, "Great commander, do not fret. I have a strategy that will ensure Liu Heng is preoccupied and lacks the time to train the refugees." "Pray tell," Shi Yunhu urged, his curiosity piqued, as was Ma Yunjiao's, who had remained silent until now. Shi Yunhu rubbed his beard, muttering, "Damn it, scholars are full of cunning schemes." At this juncture, Ma Yunjiao interjected, "The remaining provisions in each camp are dwindling. Moving the entire camp at this time could easily incite discontent among the troops. Indeed, provisions were a significant concern." After pondering for a moment, Shi Yunhu remarked, "Liu Heng and his companions have procured a substantial supply of grain from Zhengjiazhuang. If we approach them directly for the grain, might they not lead us on a divergent path, comparing the plumpness of our sheep?" Upon hearing Shi Yunhu's final words, Zhao Yutu paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication and responded, "Rest assured, they would not dare to part ways with us. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of several battalions." "What does that mean?" Shi Yunhu furrowed his brow. Chapter 22. Zhao Yutu's schemes. Faced with Shi Yunhu's inquiry, Zhao Yutu dared not conceal the truth, stating, "People do not fear scarcity, but rather inequity. Although the grain was procured by Liu Heng and the archers' camp, the others do not share this perspective. They will perceive it as the grain of the entire camp, rather than that of the archers alone. Should Liu Heng and his faction attempt to sever ties with the rest of the camp, there would be no need for your intervention. The other camps would not allow them to leave unchallenged, all for the sake of grain." Shi Yunhu stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "That is a valid point. Scholars tend to overthink, their minds filled with convoluted thoughts." At this juncture, Ma Yunjiao interjected, as the commander of the camp, "You could easily reclaim the grain from their hands and distribute it among the other camps, thereby securing their loyalty." "It is too late," Zhao Yutu lamented. "I was initially perplexed by Liu Heng's urgency to seize control of the rear camp. Now, I comprehend that the rear camp is indeed the hub for managing and distributing grain. With his control over the rear camp, he can openly possess that stockpile, and the other camps will be unlikely to dissent." Ma Yunjiao coldly remarked, "The commander is the highest authority. If he were to issue an order for them to relinquish the grain, would they dare to refuse?" Shi Yunhu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ma Yunjiao's assertion. As the commander of the entire army of refugees, his orders were akin to imperial edicts, and no camp should dare to openly oppose him. That would be utterly unwise. Zhao Yutu cautioned, "The incident involving Zheng Deqiu has already severed our relations with Liu Heng, although they have not openly confronted us about it. They are fully aware that Zheng Deqiu was sent by you. Now, if you seek to seize their grain, it will only compel both sides to strike preemptively, yielding no advantage. Am I to fear engaging them?" Shi Yunhu's ire flared anew as he commanded, "Ma Yunjiao, take your men and capture Liu Heng and Li Shuheng. If there is any resistance, kill them without hesitation." Ma Yunjiao, standing below, remained still, his head bowed. "What? Do you dare defy my command?" Shi Yunhu's fury intensified upon witnessing Ma Yunjiao's silence. "My subordinates would not dare," Ma Yunjiao replied, bowing respectfully. "Commander, let us allow Zhao Shiye to finish his thoughts. He must have a better plan since he has spoken up." Hearing Ma Yunjiao's counsel, Shi Yunhu suppressed his anger and patiently listened. At this moment, both the rear camp and the archers' camp had descended into chaos, and the morale of the other camps was unstable. He understood that alienating Ma Yunjiao at this juncture would only exacerbate his own weakness. What troubled him most was the emergence of Liu Heng, who was opposing him alongside the archers, just as he was on the verge of gaining full control of the camp. It was akin to suppressing a gourd only for a ladle to rise. On the surface, he had lost the rear camp while gaining 2 other camps. Yet he felt weaker, especially with Ma Yunjiao, who had once been obedient, now daring to defy his orders. Zhao Yutu, please continue, Shi Yunhu said, his tone lacking warmth. Zhao Yutu inclined slightly and said, there is no need for haste regarding the Grand Pavilion. I have 3 strategic steps to deal with Liu Heng and Li Shuheng. Once these 3 steps are accomplished, the Grand Pavilion will undoubtedly unify all camps. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunhu's interest was piqued. He straightened his posture and inquired, what are these 3 steps? Pray, enlighten me. The first step is to secure provisions. Zhao Yutu raised a finger and continued, in your esteemed name, Grand Pavilion. We shall procure supplies from Liu Heng for the other camps. By utilizing others' resources, we will win the hearts of the people for the Grand Pavilion. Indeed, quite astute. Please, proceed, Shi Yunhu said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Zhao Yutu then raised 2 fingers, declaring, the second step is to use others' spear against their shield. How so? Ma Yunjiao asked, intrigued. Quite simply, Zhao Yutu explained, several minor leaders from the rear camp have been driven out by Liu Heng. These individuals harbor resentment towards him. The Grand Pavilion can seize this opportunity to recruit them, promising some illusory benefits and incite chaos within the rear camp, thereby distracting Liu Heng and preventing him from addressing other matters. Shi Yunhu neither praised nor criticized this notion, merely inquired, and what is the third step? The third step involves the mobilization of the main camp to press westward, Zhao Yutu asserted, raising a 3rd finger. You mean, once the main camp sets out, Liu Heng will no longer have the opportunity to train the refugees and expand his strength, Shi Yunhu observed. Indeed, the Grand Pavilion is wise. Zhao Yutu acknowledged with a respectful bow. We have lingered here for too long, making us vulnerable to the local authorities gathering forces to encircle us. Advancing westward will not only prevent Liu Heng from training troops but also dissuade the local officials from contemplating our annihilation, allowing us to exit safely. The plan proposed by Master Zhao is commendable, Ma Yunjiao remarked. Once the Grand Pavilion has thoroughly won the hearts of the camps, we can muster the full strength of the forces to confront Liu Heng and the archers' camp. Haha. Shi Yunhu chuckled heartily. After his laughter subsided, he turned to Zhao Yutu and said, scholars possess a plethora of clever ideas. This plan is indeed commendable. I entrust its execution to you. Zhao Yutu bowed deeply and replied, yes, I shall make the necessary arrangements. However, the command to advance westward must come directly from you, Grand Pavilion. You need not concern yourself with that, Shi Yunhu interjected fiercely. Should you fail in this endeavor once more, I shall personally ensure you accompany Zhang Deqiu below. Zhao Yutu shuddered at the threat and hurriedly assured, rest assured, Grand Pavilion, I guarantee there will be no unforeseen complications this time. I have no need for your assurances. I care only for results. If you fail, I shall take your head myself, Shi Yunhu retorted. The matter of advancing west will be communicated to the various camps by Ma Yunjiao. You should now focus on the other 2 tasks. Yes, I shall attend to them at once, Zhao Yutu affirmed, bowing as he exited the grand tent, once again covering his left cheek with his hand as he approached the detained minor leaders from the rear camp. Within the tent, only Shi Yunhu and Ma Yunjiao remained. Shi Yunhu inquired, what is the situation in the left camp? Ma Yunjiao remarked, on the surface, the small leaders in Zhuang seem obedient to their subordinates, yet secretly, they are deeply intertwined and do not genuinely submit. Shi Yunhu, with a cold glint in his eyes, responded, then let us eliminate them all, they are merely minor leaders, and we shall replace them with our own. This course of action may be ill-advised, Ma Yunjiao cautioned. These individuals differ from the 200 refugees entrusted to Zhang Deqiu. They have previously allied with Wu Xiezi, establishing a certain camaraderie among them. Their subordinates, originating from banditry, hold loyalty to these small leaders. If we press them too hard, it may incite direct confrontation against us, which would be detrimental to your control over the camp. Shi Yunhu's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, damn it, their chief is dead. How dare these pathetic remnants bare their teeth at me? Upon hearing this, Shi Yunhu's demeanor softened slightly as he said, I trust your judgment. Proceed as you see fit. Go now. He gestured dismissively. As he watched Ma Yunjiao depart, Shi Yunhu narrowed his eyes, revealing a glimmer of coldness. Chapter 23. The battle formation approaching the wooden fence at the rear camp's gate. Liu Heng addressed Yang Yuan, saying, the rear camp is entrusted to you. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, you may come to the archer's camp to seek my assistance. Understood, Yang Yuan replied with a nod as he accompanied Liu Heng. Liu Heng continued, as for Qin Daqing, he was the first to stand in support of us. Promote him to a minor leader, so that others may see that those willing to follow us will reap rewards. I comprehend this concept, Yang Yuan pondered for a moment before stating, yes. It is akin to buying donkey bones with silver. Precisely, Liu Heng chuckled, then added, there is one more matter. Yang Yuan turned his gaze toward him. Liu Heng elaborated. The personnel in the rear camp require retraining. They should be trained in the same manner as I instructed the refugee recruits. Those who excel in their training can be appointed to minor leadership positions. If anyone attempts to cheat or evade their duties, do not hesitate to deal with them. If you find it utterly unmanageable, you have my permission to act decisively. Rest assured, Commander, when the blade is at their throat. I doubt they will dare to act dishonestly, Yang Yuan assured, striking his chest. I give you 10 days to ensure that the individuals in the rear camp resemble our refugee recruits by at least 70 to 80%. Liu Heng stated after a moment of contemplation. I have a persistent feeling that we shall not linger here for long. We must seize the time to train and strengthen our forces. After departing the rear camp, Liu Heng made his way to the training grounds for the refugee recruits. At that moment, 300 refugees, led by Qin Xuanping, were resting beneath the shade of trees. As Liu Heng approached, Qin Xuanping spotted him and immediately came forward. Everyone is gathered, a total of 300. Qin Xuanping surveyed the lazy group hiding under the trees. Liu Heng remarked, let us adhere to the previous protocol. First, assemble them, and then bring the prepared flatbreads over in baskets. Aside from one small squad of refugee recruits remaining with Yang Yuan at the rear camp and 2 squads guarding the provisions, the remaining 7 squads had been summoned to this location by Liu Heng. After much deliberation, Liu Heng ultimately decided to train this group of refugee recruits in the Spanish square formation he had encountered in his readings. Although he had considered Qi Jiguang's record of military efficiency, the constraints of being a bandit rendered many conditions unfeasible, and time was insufficient. In contrast, the Spanish square formation was straightforward and easy to learn, a formation that had once dominated Europe and exemplified the harmonious integration of both hot and cold weaponry. Though he did not yet possess firearms, he commanded the archers' camp, allowing him to substitute archers for the musketeers in the Spanish formation. Leaving one squad of recruits to train the newly enlisted 300 refugees, Liu Heng personally instructed the remaining 6 squads in the Spanish square formation. He taught them the left thrust tactics with their spears, periodically assembling all the spearmen into rows, coordinating with the archers to form a battle array. Fortunately, these refugee recruits, having prior experience in formations and alignments, adapted swiftly to the Spanish square formation, though they often struggled to maintain order when coordinating with the archers. However, this is not a significant issue. As the archers became increasingly familiar with their positions, the frequency of their clashes with the spear-wielding infantry diminished. Advance, advance, advance. Halt! Liu Heng commanded loudly. The ranks of spearmen, holding their weapons aloft, halted at the sound of his command. First row of archers. Fire! Liu Heng shouted. The archers crouched in the front row released their arrows. Second row of archers. Fire! The archers standing behind the first row began to shoot their arrows. As his commands resonated, the archers retreated to the flanks of the spear formation, while the spearmen continued their steady advance. With each repetition, the coordination between the archers and the spearmen became increasingly harmonious, resulting in fewer collisions. When the battle formation was required, the archers gradually learned to move seamlessly from the flanks to the front of the spear formation, only to retreat calmly back to the sides, sheltered by the spearmen. The true Spanish formation places musketeers at the corners of the spear array, yet Liu Heng's arrangement, with archers positioned at the flanks, were a closer resemblance to the Maurice formation. Had the number of archers not been so limited and artillery unavailable, Liu Heng would have aspired to employ the Gustav formation. Lacking suitable weaponry and armor, he could only train a combination of spearmen and archers akin to the Spanish formation. He recognized that under the current conditions, only by forming a Spanish-style array could he most swiftly enhance the combat effectiveness of the newly recruited commoners, granting them the capacity to confront Shi Yunhu on the battlefield. Regarding the battle with Zhang Deqiu, he did not regard the newly trained commoners as formidable. Their victory was largely attributed to the darkness of night, the protective formation of vehicles, and the support from archers, which culminated in a substantial triumph. What kind of formation is this? I have never seen anything like it, inquired Qin Xuanping with curiosity. Liu Heng, unable to disclose that this formation was derived from Europe, replied, "I devised it through trial and error. Currently, our relationship with Shi Yunhu is delicate, so it is prudent for these new recruits to learn this formation to mitigate potential disadvantages in future confrontations with him. Although I have never seen it before, I find this formation quite commendable," Chen Xuanping remarked, when the entire formation advanced toward me facing those densely packed spear points. It sent chills down my spine, reminiscent of confronting a siege engine with no viable attack. However, I feel your formation may be somewhat cumbersome. It might struggle against cavalry. Upon hearing Chen Xuanping's perspective, Liu Heng acknowledged the validity of this concern, yet felt powerless to address it. This spear formation necessitated heavy armored spears to effectively repel cavalry. But he lacked the means to acquire such armor. Fortunately, Shi Yunhu's forces were similarly lacking in weaponry and armor, resulting in neither side gaining an advantage in this regard. In Liu Heng's view, compared to Shi Yunhu's disorganized band of marauders, his imitation of the Spanish formation should prove advantageous in an encounter. The 300 newly recruited commoners, whom Liu Heng did not personally train, were entrusted to another group of new recruits for their instruction. All the movements practiced during the training were derived from Liu Heng's military training days in school. He made no omissions and imparted this knowledge entirely to the new recruits among the displaced persons, who then trained the newly enlisted. The May sky bore hints of the sweltering summer, and after several rounds of training, both the displaced recruits and the newly enlisted appeared as though drenched by rain, their garments clinging to their bodies. Liu Heng had thoughtfully arranged for several large barrels of cool boiled water, seasoned with a touch of salt, to ensure that no personnel would suffer from dehydration or deficiency during the training. Nearby, 2 large cauldrons were continuously boiling water, which would be cooled and delivered to the trainees to replenish their fluids. Although Liu Heng did not personally partake in the training, he had shouted commands for a considerable duration, straining his voice to the brink. He filled a bowl with cool water from a wooden barrel and drank deeply. After consuming 3 bowls, he finally felt a semblance of relief in his throat. Just as he set down the bowl, a member of the archers' camp rushed towards him, and upon opening his mouth to speak, Liu Heng was taken aback. Chapter 24, Zhao Yutu comes to demand Grain Master Zhao. What does this mean? Upon seeing Liu Heng, Zhao Yutu spoke with a mocking tone. "Oh, you've recovered swiftly, able to rise from your bed so soon? Such is the vigor of youth. A sound constitution ensures a quick recovery," Liu Heng replied, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Zhao Yutu. "But tell me, Master Zhao, when did your toothache begin?" Startled, Zhao Yutu retorted, "Toothache? I have no such ailment." Suddenly accused of suffering from a toothache, he felt bewildered. Liu Heng smirked. "If there's no toothache, why is the left side of your face swollen? Could it not be that the pain in your left tooth caused you to be struck with a shoe sole?" Zhao Yutu's expression darkened, his anger flaring. "You speak nonsense." Liu Heng chuckled. "Whether it is nonsense, only Master Zhao knows." At that moment, Li Shuheng approached, leaning in to whisper in Liu Heng's ear. "Zhao Yutu has come to demand grain. He claims to be acting on the orders of Shi Yunhu to take our supplies." Liu Heng gently patted Li Shuheng's arm, signaling him to remain calm, then turned to Zhao Yutu. "A night owl enters uninvited. I hear you have come to the archery camp to seize its grain?" "Your words are rather excessive, Liu Heng," Zhao Yutu retorted, his face grim. "On the orders of Master Shi, I am to transport the grain from the archery camp to the central camp for unified management." Liu Heng smiled. "There is no need to invoke Shi Yunhu and Appo's name to pressure me. The grain was procured through perilous efforts by me and my brothers. Do you truly believe you can simply take it all away?" "I believe you have misunderstood, Liu brother," Zhao Yutu clarified. "Currently, every camp is short of grain. The master has instructed me to leave sufficient supplies for the brothers of the archery and rear camps, with the remainder sent to the central camp for equitable distribution." "Wait," Liu Heng interjected. "The distribution of grain falls under the purview of the rear camp. Master Zhao, any allocation to other camps must receive my approval as the head of the rear camp." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yutu and Appo's expression darkened further, scolding Liu Heng. "Do you intend to defy even Master Shi's orders? Or do you believe that only the rear and archery camps deserve food, while the others must go hungry?" Liu Heng replied with a smile. "There is no need for your concern, Master Zhao. I have already arranged for grain to be delivered to the other camps. Since you have come in person, it is fortuitous that you can take the grain intended for the central camp, saving me another trip." "What? You have distributed the grain to the other camps?" Zhao Yutu exclaimed, his surprise evident as he regarded Liu Heng with newfound seriousness. As an educated man of the Ming Dynasty, even though he had fallen in with bandits and found himself beneath Shi Yunhu, a man he regarded as a brute. He still held disdain for those who knew only how to fight. Now, hearing that Liu Heng had allocated supplies to the other camps, he unwittingly found his plans thwarted, leaving him uncertain whether Liu Heng's actions were mere coincidence or deliberate. While Zhao Yutu was lost in thought, Liu Heng instructed Li Shuheng, "Brother Shuheng, please arrange for the grain from the central camp to be brought out for Master Zhao and his men to take." Li Shuheng nodded and called upon several individuals to transport the grain. Soon, bags of grain were hoisted and taken directly to the large carts brought by Zhao Yutu. As the final sack of grain was hoisted onto the cart, Li Shuheng turned to Zhao Yutu and remarked, "It's all set. Master Zhao, please take note." Zhao Yutu, observing that the cart was scarcely filled to 1/5 of its capacity, darkened his expression and replied, "Master Li, the quantity seems incorrect. This is far too little." Li Shuheng asserted, "The quantity is accurate. I personally supervised the loading of each sack onto the cart, and not a single one is missing. This represents the provisions for 3 days, after which the personnel from each camp may return here for additional supplies. Rest assured, I shall not allow the brothers from the camps to go hungry." Zhao Yutu's demeanor shifted sharply as he admonished, "How audacious! You are defying the orders of the Great Cabinet." Liu Heng interjected with a smile, saying, "Distributing provisions is indeed the responsibility of the rear camp. Since I procured the grain myself, I believe I possess the authority to decide how it is distributed. If my memory serves me right, the grain previously supplied to the camps was distributed daily. Do you truly believe that my method of distributing provisions every 3 days is inadequate and should be altered to a daily basis?" Zhao Yutu fell silent for a moment, then turned to his companions and instructed, "Load the grain. We are departing." The axle of the grain cart creaked ominously as it moved further away, ultimately vanishing from sight. Once Zhao Yutu had left, Li Shuheng, perplexed, inquired, "When did we begin distributing provisions to the camps? I recall you only instructed me to prepare the necessary supplies for delivery. We have not delivered provisions to the camps before, but we can do so now." Liu Heng responded, "Brother Shuheng, please arrange for the grain to be sent to the left and right camps, as well as the rear camp. The quantity should suffice for 3 days' sustenance." Li Shuheng nodded, stating, "The grain is already prepared and can be loaded onto the carts immediately. I shall see to it that the supplies are dispatched to the camps." One by one, the carts and single-wheeled vehicles departed from the archers' camp, making their way to the left, right, and rear camps. Zhao Yutu's sudden demand for grain instilled in Liu Heng a foreboding sense that Shi Yunhu would not grant him sufficient time to train the displaced civilians. Thanks to their prior 10 days of training, the new recruits swiftly adapted to the formations Liu Heng taught them, and by evening, they exhibited commendable proficiency. Conversely, the newly recruited 300 civilians faced numerous challenges, showing little progress throughout the day. The new recruits and the archers fell into an orderly queue for their rations, while the 300 civilians, upon sighting the food, surged forward, jostling around several baskets brimming with flatbreads. Li Shuheng had anticipated this chaotic scramble and had positioned a dozen spearmen nearby. As the civilians rushed to seize the food, the spearmen swiftly intervened with their poles, striking the unruly crowd. After a thorough intervention, the civilians began to behave, and the spearmen organized them once more into a line to receive their rations from the cook. Once all the civilians and new recruits had received their portions, Liu Heng, along with Qin Xiwenping, collected their own share and retreated to a nearby spot to eat. "Master, a man named Qin Daqing has arrived outside the camp, claiming he has urgent matters to discuss with you." A newly recruited soldier among the refugees, named Jia Lu, approached Liu Heng to report. Chapter 25. Westward advance of the camp. After Qin Daqing was brought over, Liu Heng inquired, "Qin Daqing, what prompts your urgent visit? Has something transpired at the rear camp?" Qin Daqing responded, "Honorable Chief, I have received an important message from Yang, dispatched from the Central Army camp, which necessitated my swift arrival to inform you." Standing at attention, Qin Daqing demonstrated commendable training. In merely a day, he had acquired a semblance of discipline. Liu Heng praised him briefly before pressing further, "What is the message? Is it credible?" Liu Heng furrowed his brow, caught off guard by the news of Xianhu's intention to mobilize westward. In his estimation, the recently recruited refugees would require at least 15 days to reach a level of proficiency, and any shorter duration would prevent them from mastering even the fundamental maneuvers, let alone engaging in battle formations. A flicker of hesitation crossed Qin Daqing's face as he revealed that this information had been relayed to him by Chen Wu, who had been expelled from the rear camp. Chen Wu? Liu Heng struggled to recall this individual, but he was undoubtedly one of the minor leaders he had ousted from the rear camp. Qin Daqing continued. Qin Wu, while not closely related, is a distant kin of mine. He approached me just after nightfall, seeking to win me over, claiming allegiance to Shida Gui. To substantiate his words, he disclosed that the entire camp would soon be on the move. Liu Heng found Qin Daqing's account largely credible. The essence of being a bandit lay in the transient nature of existence. Remaining in one location for too long rendered one vulnerable to governmental retribution. Particularly troubling was the fact that Zhao Yutu had come to the archers' camp demanding provisions. While all camps faced shortages, sustaining for a few more days was feasible. However, Zhao Yutu's urgent request for supplies hinted at preparations for the camp's imminent departure. Beside them, Chen Xuanping murmured, if the camp is to depart, our newly recruited 300 refugees may not have the opportunity to continue their training. Xiana's maneuver effectively severs our path to strengthening our forces. Upon hearing the latter phrase, Qin Daqing involuntarily shuddered. The fate of deserters was dire, often resulting in execution. He felt a surge of relief at having rebuffed Qin Wu's overtures. No. We shall retain all. Liu Heng declared resolutely, it may be easy to disperse them now, but recruitment will not be so simple in the future. We must bring everyone along, and find a way to transport the remaining individuals from the refugee camp to the rear camp, so they can join forces with our troops. Chen Xuanping, appearing perplexed, remarked, it is understandable to keep the newly recruited 300 refugees, but the refugee camp harbors several hundred mouths to feed. Even with our current supplies, we have 600 new recruits, plus over 100 from the archers' camp and rear camp. Adding the hundreds from the refugee camp totals over 1,000. While our provisions may seem substantial, they are insufficient to sustain such a multitude. Liu Heng replied with a smile, as long as we have people, we will find ways to procure food. If all these individuals belong to us, not only will Xianhu hesitate, but even the government will think twice before confronting us. Yet, the mere thought of feeding over 1,000 mouths was daunting. Chen Sun expressed his concerns, suggesting that it would be prudent to discuss the matter with brother Xu Hong, who had overseen the grain supplies. He was most knowledgeable about the remaining stock of food across the two camps. I will inform brother Xu Hong about this, Liu Heng stated. After dinner, please arrange the night patrols, ensuring that one team of archers and 2 teams of new recruits from the displaced are on patrol simultaneously. Chen Sun took a bite of his bread and mumbled, rest assured, everything is arranged. Hurry indeed. The soup has gone cold. At dawn the next day, Li Shuhong had arranged breakfast early. The displaced and the new recruits proceeded to train in an open area not far from the archers' camp. The morning air was pleasantly cool, perfect for training, as the displaced began to practice the movements taught the previous day, while the new recruits continued to familiarize themselves with formations. Approaching noon, the central camp dispatched messengers to convey Shi Yunhu's orders, commanding all camps to march westward with the main force the following day. The left and right camps would serve as the vanguard. The central camp would march in the middle, while the rear camp and the archers' camp, accompanied by the displaced camp, would follow. Despite Shi Yunhu's directive for immediate departure with the main camp, the various camps were burdened with numerous items, making it no easy task to prepare swiftly. Each camp could travel light, carrying only food supplies, while the remaining belongings were entrusted to the rear camp for sorting. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Heng focused on training the displaced while delegating some new recruits to aid in collecting the leftover items from each camp. After much effort, they were delayed for a full 3 days before finally commencing their journey. The procession included large carts, wheelbarrows, and the displaced carrying various belongings, extending for several miles. The rear camp had already fallen nearly 20 miles behind the central camp, and the distance from the leading left and right camps was even greater. To facilitate communication between the camps, Zhao Yutu was dispatched to the rear camp, accompanied by several mounted riders. Zhao's presence served not only to improve inter-camp communication but also to monitor the rear and archers' camps. Liu Heng remained non-committal on this matter, as he had brought along belongings from several camps, making it impossible to travel quickly. They could only cover about 10 miles a day before needing to set up camp again. After 3 days, Liu Heng finally led the rear and archers' camps out of their original county, continuing for nearly half a month before entering the territory of Datong. Within the Tianqing Wei commander's office, the former Huang Qianhu, now Commander Huang, reclined in his grand chair, legs crossed, holding a covered teacup. She, the steward. This matter is not that I am neglecting it. The band of marauders you mentioned falls outside my jurisdiction in Tianqing Wei. To lead troops beyond our borders to eliminate bandits requires formal documentation. You should address this to the general of Taiyuan, not to me. A mere commander of Tianqing Wei. My lord, you must take action. A significant portion of our family's wealth has been seized by that band of marauders. Now, my husband is bedridden from anger, clutching his chest and crying in pain. Steward, she pleaded. Commander Huang frowned, clearly displeased, and replied, Have I not already stated? This matter falls under the authority of the General of Taiyuan. I, as a humble commander of Tian Qingwei, cannot intervene in your affairs. At that moment, a bodyguard suddenly burst in from outside, exclaiming urgently, My lord, the lady has intruded from the rear courtyard. What? Previously lounging with his legs crossed. The official Huang abruptly straightened his posture, nearly losing grip of the teacup in his hand, exclaiming, What business does this woman have here? Chapter 26. The Allure of Wealth. Huangyan, where the devil are you? Come out at once. Quickly. Stop the lady and tell her I have important matters to attend to. Huang Qianshi trembled, his right hand causing the lid of the teacup to rattle. The loyal guard hurriedly rushed over. Get out of the way. A woman's voice rang out, followed by the resounding crash of the main door being kicked open. Lady Huang strode forth, seizing Huang Qianshi by one ear, berating him, You wretched Huangyan, how dare you consort with that little vixen behind my back? Now, tell me, where have you hidden her? Nonsense about important matters. Speak, where is that little fox spirit? Lady Huang held firmly onto Huang Qianshi's ear as he continually begged for mercy. Standing nearby, Steward, she bowed respectfully, saying, I have the honor of meeting the young lady. As he spoke, he released his grip on Huang Qianshi and Apos' ear. The latter rubbed his now red ear gently. Steward, she continued, Young lady, the master is gravely ill and cannot rise from his bed. Eldest young lady, eldest young lady. He called out twice. The master is not in serious danger. He has merely been bedridden due to anger. The doctor claims this is a matter of the heart, and he will recover once he calms down. Are you saying my father is unhurt? Lady Huang's sobs ceased immediately as she wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Indeed. The master is not in serious peril. Steward, she reassured her. That is a relief. Then I can rest easy. Lady Huang put away her handkerchief and inquired further. You mentioned my father fell from anger. Who caused this? Have they been apprehended? With a fierce glare, Lady Huang ordered, Step aside. I will settle accounts with you later. Huang Qianshi shrank back, refraining from uttering another word. Steward, she explained, half a month ago, a band of robbers raided Zhengjiazhuang, making off with a significant portion of the family's wealth. The master fell ill in a fit of rage, and even now, more than half a month later, he remains bedridden. How pitiful for my old father. He has always valued wealth above all else, and the loss has surely caused him great sorrow, exacerbating his chest pains. I presume? Lady Huang's last question was directed at Steward Shi. She dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief and asked, at this critical moment, Why have you come to Tianqingwei? Dear young lady, you may not be aware, Steward Shi replied, that the band of robbers has now entered the Datong region, and it won't be long before they pass through Tianqingwei. Do you wish for my husband to lead an expedition against the robbers? Lady Huang's brow furrowed. Huang Qianshi interjected, Madam, the decision to deploy troops against the robbers is not mine to make. It requires the consent of the commander and the two deputy commanders. Lady Huang nodded slightly, turning to Steward Shi and stating, Shifu, you heard it as well. It is not that we are unwilling to act, but such matters require the orders of the commander and the two deputy commanders. My husband is merely a deputy commander. You cannot unilaterally decide on such significant affairs. Huang Qianshi added, Have you heard? It is not that I am indifferent. Rather, my hands are tied in this matter. Miss, if you choose to be indifferent, then no one will take charge. I implore you to consider the years of care bestowed upon you by the master and save him. Steward, she knelt before Madame Huang. The official, Mr. Huang, darkened his expression and said, Shifu, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening me and my wife? I would never dare. Steward, she replied from his kneeling position. This band of robbers has plundered over 5,000 taels of silver and no less than 500 taels of gold from our household. It is said that this horde of marauders has been burning, killing, and looting along their path, causing many prominent families to suffer. Such a ruthless group of bandits. Your son-in-law is a good official and must protect the people from harm. Did they truly steal so much? Mr. Huang's eyes darted as he pondered. They are indeed exceedingly wicked. A group like this must be quite numerous. Otherwise, how could they rob so many affluent households? Upon finishing, he turned his gaze to Steward Shi. Steward Shi hastily responded, I secretly sent someone to bribe a bandit, from whom I learned that this group claims to have 2,000 members, but in reality, there are only 700 or 800 true bandits. The rest are commoners coerced into joining them. Is this information reliable? Mr. Huang inquired, still uneasy. Absolutely true, steward, she assured him. The bandits I bribed all reported the same. Mr. Huang contemplated for a moment before saying, Shifu, you may retire for now. I shall deliberate further on this matter. As we have higher officials to consider, my word alone does not suffice. Then, my lord, miss, I shall take my leave, steward, she said, rising from the floor and retreating from the main hall. Once the main door was closed, Madame Huang remarked, Are you truly intent on subduing that band of robbers? From what Shifu suggests, they number at least 2,000, and your men from the 1,000 house lack the strength to contend with them. What do you? A mere woman, understand? Mr. Huang retorted. This cannot solely fall to me. We require the commander's intervention. Should we succeed, at least 1 or 2,000 taels of silver will be ours, and perhaps my position could be elevated as well. Madame Huang furrowed her brows and said, What if you are overpowered by the bandits? Your lack of understanding is evident, Mr. Huang replied. Bandits are always a disorganized rabble. The reason they have not been eradicated is due to the absence of profit. Now, however, this group possesses at least 10,000 taels in gold and silver. Our commander will undoubtedly seize this opportunity for wealth. As Mr. Huang deftly evaded Madame Huang's grasp, he stated, What seductress? I am unaware of such matters. You should return to your quarters. I must speak with the commander. With that, Mr. Huang hastily exited the main hall, his figure vanishing into the courtyard. Oh, you cunning Huangin, you may evade today, but not forever. If this matter regarding that little vixen remains unresolved, it will not end here, Madame Huang exclaimed. Fuming in the room. Chapter 27. Shiryunhu's predicament. It has been several days since we entered the territory of Datong. Zhao Shirya, might you enlighten us on our destination? Liu Heng inquired of Zhao Yutu, who was seated atop the supply cart. Beside him, Li Shuheng added, Zhao Shirya, Datong is a border town. If you intend to defect to the northern barbarians, do not be surprised if we decide to leave with our people. I, Li Shuheng, being a Han man, cannot forsake my fellow countrymen to become slaves to the northern invaders. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Shirya replied, Now that we are within Datong's borders, I shall not keep you in the dark. Shi Degui intends to lead us to the Daliang Mountains, where dense forests abound, and it is adjacent to the vital thoroughfare of Datong's eastern road. If we can secure our position there may yet be a chance for us to be recruited. In such a scenario, Shi Degui could rise to the rank of a district commander, and you gentlemen would at least attain the status of captains. In the future, I would still address you as my lords. Who would have thought I possessed the destiny to hold office? Chen Xuanping mused, scratching his head. Li Shuheng glanced at Liu Heng, his eyes reflecting curiosity. It was evident that Li Shuheng had been swayed by Zhao Yutu's words. Yet, Liu Heng remained impassive. He understood the impending decline of the Ming Dynasty, marked by decades of turmoil and calamity, regardless of the veracity of Zhao Yutu's claims. Remaining at the border as a minor military officer was hardly a prudent choice. With dense forests often come bandits. Surely, Zhao Shirya must be aware of this. Liu Heng thought as he regarded Zhao Yutu. Of course I am aware, Zhao Shirya chuckled. Our camp consists of nearly 2,000 men, with the refugees numbering only a few hundred. The rest are bandits. Do you think we should fear a handful of mountain thieves? Rest assured, Liu Daitong. All of this was anticipated by Shi Degui. Liu Heng replied with a light laugh. It seems this was foreseen by you, Zhao Shirya. He understood the true nature of Shiryunhu all too well. Being a man of rural origins, he had never left Liaodong. How could he possibly grasp the situation in Datong? Surely, he had someone knowledgeable at his side. Among the camp, only Zhao Shirya, a scholar, had the qualifications to propose such an idea. Zhao Yutu, with a hint of pride, remarked, To read 10,000 books is not as beneficial as to travel 10,000 miles. I have merely taken a few more steps than the average person. Scholars who achieve literary success often travel to expand their social circles and establish connections with renowned local literati, thereby enhancing their reputation for future examinations. Although born a student, Zhao Yutu did not seek fame, yet he had the fortune to travel with several fellow scholars from his examination cohort. And Datong was one of the places he had visited. Liu Heng could hardly be bothered by Zhao Yutu's smugness. Following the incident at Temu Fort, the Ming Dynasty increasingly emphasized civil governance over military might, leading to an ever-growing sense of superiority among scholars, who incessantly spoke of the emperor and the gentry ruling the world together. Despite being in a bandit camp, Zhao Yutu's sense of superiority as a scholar persisted. At our current pace, we should reach Tianchenwei within a day or so. Liu Heng almost revealed Tianchenwei's name in the future. Zhao Yutu responded, After passing Tianshanwei and circumventing Yanghuai, we shall proceed directly into the Daliang Mountains. Hearing the mention of taking this route, Liu Heng furrowed his brow. The Tiancheng Guard and the Jinlu Guard were just a few dozen miles ahead, while the Yangthe Guard was established in Datong's military supply area, situated along the border wall, typically manned by a deputy general or a staff officer. The prospect of traversing this path was indeed daunting. Li Shuing inquired, "Have you discerned something?" Liu Heng instructed Yang Yuan to notify the front team to halt. Turning to Zhao Yutu, he remarked, "Master Zhao has visited Datong and should be aware that the Tiancheng and Jinlu guards have merged, making them more formidable than the average guard post." His knowledge stemmed from his first girlfriend in college, a native of Tianjin County, who had informed him that the name of the county was derived from the characters of both guards. Zhao Yutu nodded in agreement. Liu Heng continued, "The Tianjin Guard is fully staffed with over 10,000 soldiers, and the Jinlu Guard is similarly equipped. Even if their combined forces were to be halved, they would still number around 10,000. Considering those on the payroll who do not serve, they likely maintain a real strength of 5,000 or 6,000. The others nodded in consensus. It was common for military officials to receive pay without service. Yet such a strategic border town would retain at least half of its actual strength. Liu Heng pressed on, setting aside the disparity in armament, just in terms of numbers. "We barely muster 2,000 men. Do you believe we can contend with 5,000 or 6,000 regular troops?" Zhao Yutu's complexion paled slightly, yet he maintained his stance, saying, "Most of the guards are merely old farmers wielding hoes. They may not engage us, and we have encountered no issues thus far." Liu Heng replied, "Very well. Let us not discuss the Tianjin Guard. Let us consider the Yanghe Guard. The Datong Military Supply Office is stationed at Yanghe. Would the officials there allow a band of outlaws to parade through?" He continued, "Even if the Yanghe Guard refrains from deploying. What of the staff officer on the Eastern Road? A staff officer with several hundred elite soldiers and a regiment of regular troops would obliterate us before we could even retreat into the Daliang Mountains." Zhao Yutu's face grew increasingly pallid, while Li Shuheng's expression became grim. Just then, a swift horse galloped towards them. Zhao Yutu leaped down from the cart and, upon the horse's arrival, urgently inquired, "What has transpired ahead?" The rider reined in the horse, gasping for breath, and reported, "The central camp of the Great Cabinet and the front team have fallen into an ambush set by the Imperial troops of the Tianjin Guard, currently besieged 15 miles away. The Great Cabinet has sent word, commanding Liu Heng and Li Shuheng to lead the trained refugees and archers to their rescue." "What? There truly is an Imperial ambush?" Zhao Yutu's face reflected panic as he turned to Liu Heng. Li Shuheng and Chen Xuanping also looked to Liu Heng, awaiting his decision. "Do not look to me. I will not lead a rescue. Our numbers are insufficient to stand against the Imperial forces," Liu Heng declared. "The rear team will join the front and head south to Guangling." Chapter 28. The Siege by Imperial Troops. How could this happen? How could this happen? Zhao Yutu murmured to himself. The plan had originated from him, and now both the central camp and the flanking battalions were besieged, which struck him deeply and shattered his aspirations of securing a position within the officialdom through submission. "Master Zhao, must we truly head south? The big cabinet and Captain Ma's men are all trapped by the Imperial troops," a rider inquired softly. Zhao sighed, appearing to age a decade in an instant, and replied, "We must move south. We cannot accompany the big cabinet to their demise. No one desires death when survival is an option." The rider understood this as well, and his inquiry was merely a quest for reassurance. "Relay the orders, discard all unnecessary items, and hasten our southward march." Liu Heng instructed one of the newly recruited peasants nearby. The sergeant hurried off to disseminate the orders, and soon, cries to abandon belongings echoed throughout the ranks. Liu Heng turned to Zhao Yutu, saying, "Send those riders you brought to scout ahead. Our lives depend on this. If you play any tricks now, do not blame me for being the first to eliminate you. Rest assured, I understand the importance of mutual support more than you do at this moment," Zhao Yutu responded, having regained his composure after hearing about Shi Yunhu's entrapment by the Imperial forces. Under Zhao Yutu's command, several riders detached from the group and headed south towards Guangling to scout the way. "You arrived just in time," Liu Heng addressed Yang Yuan. "Shi Yunhu and his men have fallen into an ambush and are surrounded. I fear the Imperial troops may send part of their force to engage ours. You and I should take a group to the rear guard to buy more time for the others." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuan shuddered, his face paling slightly. Yet he insisted, "Let me lead the men." "You should remain with the group, Chief. No need to argue. I must go," Liu Heng replied. "Inform everyone that aside from the remaining group of newly recruited peasants and half of the archers who will guard, the rest will accompany me to confront the Imperial troops." I will gather the troops immediately, Yang Yuan said, not daring to delay. Qin Xuanping, standing nearby, exclaimed eagerly, "What can I do? Let me join you. Every additional hand strengthens our cause." "Very well, but you are not alone. Take a few men with you to escort Zhao Yu to. I cannot leave him by himself." Liu Heng replied, then turned to Li Shuheng. "Brother Shuheng, prepare a larger piece of cloth, slaughter an animal, soak the cloth in blood, and tie it to a long pole to serve as our flag." After Li Shuheng departed, Zhao Yu forced a bitter smile. "Rest assured, even if I had ulterior motives, this is not the time for them, and Shi Yinhu is most likely doomed. I cannot sacrifice myself for him. Your presence by my side reassures me," Liu Heng affirmed. "Second brother, bring him along with us. But I fear death even more." Zhao Yu's complexion turned ashen. "Less talk, move quickly," Qin Xuanping urged, pushing Zhao Yu from behind. The centaurs swiftly assembled, with Yang Yuan brandishing a staff adorned with a blood-stained cloth, trailing behind Liu Heng, who stood at the forefront. Behind them were the newly recruited commoners wielding wooden spears and a contingent of archers. As Liu Heng reached the rear of the formation, he spotted a group of imperial soldiers gradually advancing toward them. "Form ranks," Liu Heng bellowed, brandishing his waist saber as he took his position at the front line. Behind him, Yang Yuan stood, the tattered cloth on his staff, now darkened with dried blood, fluttered ominously in the wind, reminiscent of a flag. Two rows of archers emerged in front of the spearmen. One row crouched low to the ground, while the second stood tall behind them, each archer with a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. Together, the archers and spearmen formed a battle array of over 300 men, with only the sound of the wind-fluttered flag breaking the silence. Most of these garrison soldiers wielded spears, with a scant few donning tattered cotton armor. Many carried only spears, clad in nothing but ragged garments, indistinguishable from common bandits. The archers Liu Heng had brought were primarily from the frontier troops, their composure far surpassing that of the spearmen behind them, and they felt steadier facing the unarmored imperial soldiers. Qin Xuanping scoffed. "These are nothing more than garrison troops from the border town. They resemble us bandits in every way." Beside him, Zhao Yu trembled, stammering. "Ordinary garrison soldiers are merely a bunch of peasant farmers. They cannot compare to the frontier troops. The only formidable ones in the garrison are the retainers and personal guards." "Why are you quaking? A bunch of old farmers has scared you into this state. Truly pathetic," Qin Xuanping remarked disdainfully. Zhao Yu stuttered. "Even if they're just farmers, they are still soldiers. Behind them surely stand generals and their personal guards. What is there to fear?" Qin Xuanping replied. "A scar the size of a bowl won't kill you. 18 years later, one can still be a hero. I am a scholar. I am different from you," Zhao Yu said, his teeth chattering in fear. "A scholar is utterly useless, truly pathetic," Qin Xuanping retorted, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching soldiers. Zhao Yu wished to argue, but was paralyzed by fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Archers, prepare." Liu Heng raised his right hand, quietly counting the distance as the imperial soldiers drew near. When the enemy was within 80 paces, Liu Heng's hand abruptly fell, and he shouted, "First row of archers, fire." 30 archers released their arrows simultaneously, the air filled with the whistling sound of projectiles slicing through. A rain of arrows descended, striking the imperial soldiers. And in just one volley, over 20 fell. "First row, knock arrows. Second row of archers, fire." With the command to fire, another barrage ensued, and the opposing soldiers instantly lost another dozen men. The official road was singular, congested with soldiers, and the archers, with arrows at the ready, had no chance of missing their targets. Most of these soldiers were unarmored, armed solely with long spears, rendering them defenseless against the incoming projectiles. An arrow striking them would embed itself in flesh, and with ill fortune, some might succumb immediately. After 2 volleys, approximately 40 soldiers lay fallen, creating a void in the front ranks, which was swiftly filled by those pushing forward from behind. Before these soldiers could advance, Liu Heng repeatedly commanded the archers to unleash their arrows. The archers took turns to release their volleys, effectively preventing the soldiers from breaching the spear phalanx within 60 paces, transforming the area between 70 to 80 paces into a deadly no-man's land, claiming countless lives. As ranks of soldiers fell, the rear ranks began to grasp the peril, with some pressed to the front starting to leap into the ditches flanking the road. 60 archers, each loosing approximately 10 arrows, began to falter in accuracy, nearing their limits, while the soldiers pressed forward another 20 paces, now within 50 paces of the spear formation. Chapter 29, The Defeat of the Imperial Army on the Hillock. 2 riders stood side by side. "Sir, We must withdraw. This band of marauders is far too formidable. Our casualties have already approached 200. At this rate, our troops will surely disintegrate, lamented a captain clad in a blue bear fur cloak. Beside him, the yellow-clad officer raised an eyebrow and replied, "Do not be hasty. Lord Zheng, with our elite guards positioned behind, our soldiers can make another charge. From my observations, the archers among those brigands are already fatigued. With a bit more effort, we could subdue them, and perhaps even exchange our official garb for something more splendid." Damn it. Captain Zheng gritted his teeth and instructed those around him. Inform the men to press forward. They mustn't lag like famished stragglers. A nearby soldier hurried off to relay the command. The yellow officer continued. The main force of these marauders is encircled by our commander and his men. My brother, we have lost our opportunity for the prime spoils. But we cannot afford to let these scraps slip away. Damn the scraps. Captain Zheng cursed. What was our ambush against the marauders? It was as if they were a flock of headless flies, darting into the trap set by our commander. Yet look at these so-called scraps. A few hundred dare to stand against us. Patience. The yellow officer soothed. A horde of brigands knows not the art of formation. With one more charge, victory shall be ours. They're retreating. The marauders' archers are in full retreat. A young soldier rushed in to report, grinning. Rest assured, Captain, without their archers, our brothers will surely prevail. Impatiently, Captain Zheng waved his riding whip. Go, go, go. Convey my orders swiftly. The young soldier dashed away to relay the message. The yellow officer sighed. It's a pity our archers remain with the commander. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to endure such troubles and unnecessary losses. Captain Zheng's expression darkened. Stop your pointless chatter. The fallen are my men, while you brought a mere 50 guards. The yellow officer chuckled. Losing a few men may not be entirely unfavorable. Captain Zheng, maintaining his stern demeanor, retorted, Are you suggesting that the loss of my men is a good thing? It depends on how you frame it. The yellow officer replied, The deceased will be reported to the court, leading to compensation. We need to replenish our ranks, and we'll receive additional pay each month. Is that not advantageous? Your reasoning holds some merit. Captain Zheng stroked his beard thoughtfully. Tell our men to prepare for an assault. Do not dwell on casualties. As long as we eradicate this band of marauders, rewards await. A messenger swiftly rushed down the hill. Defeated. Defeated. We are defeated. A wave of disbelief washed over Captain Zheng. How can this be? He exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. Several soldiers, dressed as his personal guards, galloped towards the hill in disarray. How is this possible? The yellow officer stood in shock. Forget the possible. Run for your lives. Captain Zheng urged vehemently. When the bandits drove away the soldiers and the opportunity to flee slipped away, Zheng Qianhu pulled the reins and turned his horse, guarded by his personal retainers as he made his escape. My lord, we should flee as well. One of the anxious retainers beside Huang Qianshi urged. Another retainer pressed on. My lord, do not hesitate any longer. Make a decision swiftly, or it will truly be too late. Dozens of retainers protected Huang Qianshi as they pursued the direction Zheng Qianhu had taken. Damn it, we actually won, Qin Xuanping muttered, still in disbelief at the scene before him. Countless soldiers had discarded their weapons and banners, fleeing in every direction. The ditches along the roadside were congested with soldiers eager to escape. Qin Xuanping mused. They say the soldiers from the guard are useless. But this is truly an abysmal display. Liu Heng approached and patted Qin Xuanping on the shoulder, saying, Enough of this days. We must clear the battlefield. We cannot afford to waste time here. Several squads of new recruits broke away from the spear formation to gather usable weapons and armor from the surroundings. And they swiftly dealt with any remaining soldiers who were still alive. Half of the spear squad maintained their formation, with archers flanking them to ensure reinforcements could be called upon at any moment. How could such a group of soldiers encircle Sherdagwai? With a little effort, they wouldn't be trapped inside. Zhao Yutu mused as he surveyed the chaotic scene of the official road. Hearing his words, Yang Yuan scoffed. Does Shi Yunhu even compare to our chief? Can he train the refugees in 10 days? Can he procure grain from Zhangji Azhuang without any casualties? He cannot. Only our chief can achieve such feats. Can he? Zhao Yutu echoed Yang Yuan's question to himself. Let me tell you, Shi Yunhu cannot do it, Yang Yuan asserted. Despite being the chief of the entire camp, his abilities pale in comparison to our chief. Zhao Yutu gazed at the sea of fleeing soldiers, bit his lip, and suddenly declared, I must see Liu Heng. Take me to him. Yang Yuan's expression darkened as he replied, Zhao Yutu, you must understand your position. You are no longer an advisor, but a captive of our chief. Zhao Yutu grasped Yang Yuan's arm urgently, saying, Take me to Chief Liu. I have important matters to discuss with him. Release me. I will take you there, Yang Yuan replied, shaking off Zhao Yutu's grip and having him escorted to Liu Heng. When Zhao Yutu arrived, Liu Heng was commanding the new recruits to clear the battlefield. Chief Liu, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Could you ask your companions to step aside? Zhao Yutu glanced at Qin Xuanping and Yang Yuan standing beside Liu Heng. Liu Heng responded, They are my brothers. Speak freely. There is no need for secrecy. After a brief hesitation, Zhao Yutu clenched his teeth and said, Chief Liu, I recognize that you possess greater abilities than Shi Yunhu. With merely a few hundred men, you have defeated over 1,000 officials. Liu Heng raised his hand to interrupt Zhao Yutu, stating, Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. Let me be frank, Zhao Yutu began. Does the chief wish to hold an official position in our Ming Dynasty? Not at all. Liu Heng replied without a moment's hesitation. Qin Xuanping and Yang Yuan exchanged bewildered glances at Liu Heng, and even Zhao Yutu, who posed the question, wore a look of utter astonishment. Chapter 30. Qin Xuanping's doubts regardless of the thoughts of the others. Liu Heng approached Qin Xuanping and declared, Gather everyone. We shall retreat southward in pursuit of Brother Xu Heng. The battlefield had been mostly cleared, and the soldiers of the garrison bore little distinction from the beggar forces. Apart from a few spears and a scant number of cotton armor, there was nothing of value left behind. Fresh from their victory over the imperial troops, the morale of the group was high. Even after having just endured a battle, each individual remained spirited, and after more than an hour's march, they caught up with the majority of Li Shuheng's forces. Qin Xuanping, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Ha ha, what a great victory. The garrison's imperial soldiers were utterly vanquished. You should have witnessed the scene. The hills were awash with fleeing imperial troops. It was truly gratifying. Liu Heng replied with a smile, Rest assured, Brother Xu Heng. This time we have achieved a resounding triumph. Those imperial soldiers will not pursue us for the time being. That's a relief, Li Shuheng sighed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. On the journey, the taciturn Zhao Yutu approached Li Shuheng with urgency, stating, Captain Li, you must persuade Captain Liu to reconsider. He is dismissing such a splendid opportunity for official status. Silence. You are but a captive. Your place is not to speak here. Yang Yuan swung his wooden spear, striking Zhao Yutu in the back, causing him to stumble. Zhao Yutu, a scholar of frail constitution, nearly lost his breath from the blow, taking some time to recover. Observing this, Li Shuheng shot a glare at Yang Yuan and said, Zhao Shiye is still the chief advisor of our camp. How can you strike him so harshly? Yang Yuan scoffed. He is but a lackey of Shi Yunhu, not our advisor. Liu Heng interjected, Enough. Refrain from such heavy-handedness in the future. Understood. Yang Yuan reluctantly acquiesced to Liu Heng's words. Coughing a couple of times to ease his chest, Zhao Shiye finally spoke. The eastern route to Datong is the vital artery connecting Datong and Taiyuan. If we can gain control over this road upon entering the Great Liang Mountains, I assure you the government will seek to pacify us. At that point, none of you will be bandits, but officials of our great Ming Dynasty. Do any of you truly wish to live your lives as outlaws? Absolutely not, Li Shuheng replied, with Shi Yunhu cornered. Continuing towards the east route to Datong would be tantamount to seeking death. We are not like Shi Yunhu, Zhao Yutu argued. His predicament arises from his incompetence. Whereas Captain Liu possesses the capability, the new recruits he has trained can easily defeat over 1,000 imperial troops. With these recruits, we can certainly enter the Great Liang Mountains. Li Shuheng had not personally witnessed how the recruits triumphed over the imperial soldiers, yet he felt Zhao Yutu's proposal was unreliable. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Heng's thoughts were being scrutinized by curious glances. Yang Yuan and Qin Xuanping also turned their attention to Liu Heng. Realizing this, Zhao Yutu understood that the true decision-maker was Liu Heng, not the Captain Li Shuheng he had previously assumed. Liu Heng understood that he had to speak at this moment, and said, Gentlemen, if anyone wishes to accompany Master Zhao to Daliang Mountain, I shall not hinder them. However, I will not be partaking in this journey. The new recruits are under my tutelage, and I shall lead them southward. At that moment, Li Shuheng interjected, I, along with the archers' battalion, shall follow your lead. Wherever you decide to go, we shall accompany you. It seems I am not destined for an official position, Qin Xuanping mused. Scratching his head, Zhao Yutu, still reluctant to yield, urged, Liu, please reconsider. Once we establish a foothold in Daliang Mountain, the government will have no choice but to seek our allegiance. At that time, we shall no longer be outlaws but officials of the Ming Dynasty. Liu Heng smiled at Zhao Yutu and replied, Master Zhao, should you wish to venture to Daliang Mountain, I shall not obstruct you. It will also provide you with an opportunity to see how Shi Yunhu fares. However, my men and I will not be heading to Daliang Mountain. We shall proceed southward. Zhao Yu too, unwilling to relent, pressed. Liu, you ought to reconsider. This is a splendid opportunity to shed the identity of an outlaw. With your capabilities, you would surely achieve great things within the military. Liu Heng chose to disregard Zhao Yutu's pleas and turned to Yang Yuan, informed the group to quicken their pace. Discard all unnecessary items. Understood, Yang Yuan responded before departing, leaving 2 individuals to keep watch over Zhao Yutu. What a pity, what a waste of such a good opportunity. Zhao Yutu lamented as he watched Liu Heng's retreating figure, his expression one of despondence. The government troops had recently faced defeat, and Shi Yunhu was still besieged. Liu Heng knew that the government forces would not pursue them in the immediate future, making this the optimal moment to distance themselves from the officials. Within the ranks, aside from provisions and essential items, all extraneous belongings were discarded along the way, noticeably increasing their speed. Chen Xuanping followed closely behind Liu Heng, moving to the forefront of the procession. As darkness fell, the group halted to set up camp. It was already June, and the weather had turned hot. Liu Heng instructed that no tents be erected, allowing everyone to rest in the open fields. The refugees were divided into several teams, some fetching water from the river, others kindling fires for cooking, while some tended to the livestock, resulting in a flurry of activity across the camp. 2 groups of refugees were split into 6 10-man squads. Each assigned 2 archers to patrol the perimeter of the encampment. After a long day of travel and a skirmish, some of the newly recruited refugees and archers, exhausted from the battle, collapsed onto the ground before they could even eat. With the heat of the day still lingering, sleeping on the ground was not uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Liu Heng ordered several bonfires to be lit around the perimeter. Once all was arranged, Liu Heng proceeded to organize the night patrols. He would patrol with Chen Xuanping during the first half of the night, and then switch with Li Shuheng and Yang Yuan in the latter half, ensuring that there was always someone capable of making decisions awake. You have changed greatly of late. It feels as though you are a different person, Chen Xuanping remarked, tossing a twig into the fire. Taken aback by this comment, Liu Heng maintained an impassive demeanor and replied, I am still the same, brother heir. What nonsense are you speaking? What I say is the truth, Chen Xuanping remarked. Since the last time Brother Shuheng and I sent you to contend with Zheng Deqiu for the position of camp leader, I have observed a remarkable transformation in you. You have gained so much understanding. In the past, you would never have conceived a method to procure grain from Zhengjiazhuang. Subsequently, you trained the refugees and organized battle formations, skills we had never encountered while serving under General Du, yet you have mastered them. Liu Heng smiled and replied, These are merely ideas I have pondered upon alone. I never anticipated they would prove effective, yet they indeed triumphed over the imperial forces. He reminisced, as a child, I heard the elders speak of enlightenment, and I believe you might be the embodiment of what they referred to as opening one's mind. Chen Xuanping spoke with a tinge of envy. Perhaps that is true. Yet, Liu Heng, I cannot fathom how to articulate this phenomenon. It could very well be enlightenment. Otherwise, how could you possess the memories of 2 distinct individuals? With a shift in tone, Chen Xuanping continued, Given your prodigious abilities, why not take a chance? If you were to secure an official position and establish a hereditary title, your descendants would be assured a prosperous path for generations to come. Chapter 31. Bewitched by the heart, do you truly believe we can vanquish the imperial troops? Liu Heng retorted, Isn't it a fact? Chen Xuanping spread his hands, stating, During the day, we, a few hundred destitute recruits, alongside 60 archers, defeated over 1,000 imperial soldiers using the spear formation you taught us. Liu Heng chuckled helplessly. Could it be that you genuinely failed to notice that throughout the encounter, the imperial archers were continuously present? Even the personal guards were concealed behind those stationed soldiers. Liu Heng continued, Consider this, brother. If the imperial archers coordinated with the personal guards to charge at our spear formation, what do you think the outcome would be? Hiss. Chen Xuanping gasped sharply, Our spearmen are all commoners. None are clad in armor. Against archers, we possess no defense whatsoever. With our brief training, a single volley of arrows would surely cause some to flee, and soon, the entire spear formation would scatter in panic. Liu Heng replied with a smile. If I am not mistaken, the imperial archers were likely occupied with besieging Shi Yunhu and his men. On the surface, they appeared to be the main force, which is why our victory was sheer luck. Had we heeded Zhao Yutu's advice, our fate would not have been any better than that of Shi Yunhu. That wretched Zhao Yutu. He is leading us to our doom. Chen Xuanping seethed, realization dawning upon him. No, I must go and sever his head this instant. He intends to harm us, and he must be eliminated. Brother, do not act rashly. I believe Zhao Yutu does not truly wish for our demise. Chen Xuanping remained standing, neither moving to sit nor showing any inclination to calm down. He inquired, how can you be certain he does not intend for us to perish? Forget not. He is one of Shi Yunhu's men. Sit down, let us speak further. Liu Heng urged, pulling Chen Xuanping down to sit. Zhao Yutu is indeed a bandit, a leader of bandits. Our demise would bring him no benefit. Rather, it would subject him to pursuit by the authorities. Yet he leads us to that so-called Datong East Road, which can only mean he is sending us to our deaths. What purpose does it serve to spare such a man? Chen Xuanping seized a dry branch and threw it forcefully into the fire. Liu Heng chuckled. I believe he does not intend for us to perish. He is likely blinded by the allure of power. What do you mean? Chen Xuanping frowned. Liu Heng explained with a smile, Zhao Yutu possesses some scholarly merit, and he has recognized the strategic importance of occupying the Datong East Road. In that moment, he forgets the perils that lie on the path to Daliang Mountain. For a decade, countless scholars toil and study, yearning for the day they may achieve recognition. Zhao Yutu harbors such ambitions, just as many scholars do. Yet only a select few ever find the opportunity to ascend to power. The flames danced eagerly around the branch Chen Xuanping had cast into the fire, leaping higher than an inch. Chen Xuanping scoffed, scholars are not to be trusted. They are filled with convoluted schemes. I believe Shi Yunhu has been deceived by him. Liu Heng tossed a few logs into the fire, causing the flames to momentarily diminish. He then picked up a stick and poked at the wood, urging the flames to reignite. Liu Heng, setting aside the stick he had been poking the fire with, remarked, at first, I believed that Shi Yunhu would take action against us on our journey westward. However, he has refrained from doing so thus far, which has left me puzzled. It was only after listening to Zhao Yutu today that I comprehended. Shi Yunhu has become preoccupied with his aspirations for power, momentarily forgetting to deal with us. To be honest, even I have ambitions of holding an official position. If you had not persistently opposed me, I would have already led a group towards the east road of Datong. As he spoke, Chen Xuanping wore a look of trepidation. Liu Heng chuckled, enough of this. Second brother, the matter is in the past, let us not dwell on it. And do not take any action against Zhao Yutu. I still find him useful. What use could he possibly have? Chen Xuanping retorted, he is full of malice and poses a danger. Liu Heng, smiling, rose to his feet and brushed off the dirt from his clothing. Come, let us inspect the area surrounding the camp. We must ensure that no incidents occur at this hour. Chen Xuanping picked up some firewood nearby and tossed a few pieces into the flames before departing with Liu Heng to patrol the camp. After a day of travel, even the refugees who had not engaged in battle were utterly exhausted, and the camp was filled with the sounds of snoring. Aside from a few patrol teams, there was little activity around the camp. Upon witnessing Liu Heng and Chen Xuanping, a patrol squad quickly came to a halt. Liu Heng inquired, is there anything unusual? Continue your patrol. Liu Heng shook his head, saying, second brother, both of us are veterans. We know well the situation in the camp. If there are no patrols, and we are ambushed, a mere handful of assailants could incite chaos among the thousands in the camp. We have witnessed such occurrences before. Chen Xuanping dismissed the concern, stating, what you describe pertains to two armies clashing. We are hardly a large force. We are merely a band of scattered rogues, and there is no need for such vigilance. Liu Heng became serious, asserting, our diligence is to safeguard the lives of ourselves and the over 1,000 individuals in the camp. We are indeed rogues. Yet we are currently on the march, and we must adhere strictly to military orders and regulations. Exercising caution will not harm us. If we take turns on night watch, the others will likely harbor no grievances. Surprised by Liu Heng's emphasis on the matter, Chen Xuanping felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As they approached the fire pit from which they had departed, they noticed an unfamiliar figure lingering nearby. Chen Xuanping's gaze sharpened, but his expression quickly soured. Zhao Yutu, he exclaimed, striding toward the figure by the fire and delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. Zhao Yutu, how dare you return? Chen Xuanping shouted, nodding Zhao Yutu and raising his fist to strike. Stop, Liu Heng called out urgently, hastening to separate Chen Xuanping and assist the fallen Zhao Yutu. Coughing and clutching his chest, Zhao Yutu, visibly displeased, remarked, Chen Xuanping, what is the meaning of this? You come at me with a kick. Yet I do not recall having wronged you. A kick is but a light punishment. You deceived me into going to Daliang to meet my demise. Now, I shall end you myself. Chen Xuanping swiftly grasped Zhao Yutu's collar with one hand, while his other hand was poised to strike. Liu Heng, standing nearby, hurriedly intervened, pulling the two apart and pushing Chen Xuanping aside. He then turned to Zhao Yutu and inquired, Master Zhao, what brings you here at such a late hour? Chapter 32. Zhao Yutu's submission. Zhao Yutu straightened his long robe, his hands folded in front of him, bowing deeply as if nearly touching the ground. What are you doing? Liu Heng tilted his body slightly, frowning. After straightening his back, Zhao Yutu replied, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, Liu Dongjia. Did you dare to eavesdrop on our conversation? Chen Xuanping, suspecting Zhao Yutu of listening in on his dialogue with Liu Heng, raised his hand to seize Zhao Yutu by the collar. Absolutely not. Zhao Yutu stepped back, vehemently shaking his head. I have only just arrived here and had no opportunity to overhear your discussion. Enough, second brother. Zhao Shiya has come to his own understanding, Liu Heng intervened, stopping Chen Xuanping from taking action against Zhao Yutu. With a pained expression, Zhao Yutu remarked, I, Zhao Yutu, pride myself on being a scholar. Yet I fail to comprehend matters as thoroughly as Liu Dongjia. Had it not been for your wise counsel today, we might have shared the same grim fate as Shi Yunhu and his cohort. Seeing Zhao Yutu's realization, Liu Heng was not at all surprised. Remaining in the camp alongside Shi Yunhu as an advisor indicated his own capabilities, at least in terms of intellect. He was no less than the average person. With a smile, Liu Heng said, You flatter me, Zhao Shiya. Even without my intervention, you would have reached this conclusion on your own. That may be so, but it was your guidance that allowed me to regain my composure, Liu Dongjia, Zhao Yutu replied, self-mockingly. Chen Xuanping glared at Zhao Yutu and said, Are you implying that I am to blame, brother? I would not dare, Zhao Yutu quickly denied. Had it not been for Liu Dongjia, I would still be ensnared in that predicament. Liu Heng advised, second brother, Zhao Shiya did not mean it that way. Surely he would not dare. Indeed. Chen Tu speaks rightly, Zhao Yutu added. If Liu Dongjia does not mind, I wish to remain by your side and offer my humble assistance. Liu Heng grinned. That is splendid. Zhao Shiya is indeed a capable individual within the camp. I would be most fortunate to have you stay. Chen Xuanping interjected, Brother, we cannot keep this man. It would be wise to send him away. He is one of Shi Yunhu's people and nearly caused us to share his fate during the day. I sincerely apologize for the previous incident. Liu Dongjia and Chen Tu, Zhao Yutu earnestly bowed to both men. Chen Xuanping snorted, turning his head away. Liu Heng chuckled. All right, second brother. Zhao Shiya did not act with malice today. He has expressed his remorse, so let us allow him to stay. The camp is indeed lacking in literate individuals. Thank you. Dongjia, Zhao Yutu bowed once more to Liu Heng. Beside them, Chen Xuanping, sounding displeased, said, Since my brother Liu Heng has spoken in favor of this, I shall heed his words. However, should I discover any ill intentions on your part, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. In response to Chen Xuanping's threat, Zhao Yutu maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Rest assured, Chen Tu. Having chosen to remain, I shall wholeheartedly assist Liu Dongjia and dedicate myself to the camp's welfare. Chen Xuanping scoffed. I hope it truly is as you say. No need to stand. Let us all take a seat. Liu Heng then turned to Zhao Yutu and said, I happen to have a matter I wish to inquire about. Upon sitting down, Zhao Yutu immediately stood up and replied, What is it, esteemed leader? Please, do not hesitate to speak. Relax, have a seat, Liu Heng reassured him. I am not Shi Yunhu. I do not devour men. Liu Heng continued, Previously, Master Zhao, you mentioned that you had been to Datong. Do you know where one could procure iron there, or where the blacksmiths are most plentiful? Zhao Yutu exclaimed in surprise. Esteemed leader, are you perhaps considering forging weapons or armor? That would require a considerable sum of silver, and if the quantity is excessive, it would be easy to attract the attention of the authorities. Chen Xuanping interjected with dissatisfaction. Just say what you need to say. Spare us the superfluous chatter. Liu Heng smiled and said, Do not concern yourself with other matters. Simply inform me where I can find the 2 items I require. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yutu responded, If we speak of private iron production, Lingqiu is undoubtedly the place. There are numerous private iron furnaces and blacksmiths there. However, Jin iron cannot compare to Min iron. It is adequate for crafting agricultural tools, but it falls short for armor. Lingqiu. Liu Heng mused, Are you familiar with Lingqiu? Master Zhao? Zhao Yutu replied, Not intimately, but I have been there once. The area is rife with private iron furnaces, and during the day, one cannot dare to open the windows, as they would be covered in a layer of black soot by day's end. Chen Xuanping questioned, Are we not going to Guangling then? Liu Heng chuckled, We shall indeed go to Guangling, but that shall not hinder our journey to Lingqiu. Upon hearing that Liu Heng truly intended to venture to Lingqiu, Zhao Yutu cautioned, perhaps you should reconsider. Though Lingqiu is not large, there are several factions present. The city has its officials, and outside the city, there are iron mine owners, all of whom are backed by the authorities and are not to be trifled with. Additionally, there are bandits who rule the hills outside the city. Liu Heng laughed. I am untroubled by the chaotic powers. The more disorder there is, the easier it will be for us to establish a foothold. Zhao Yutu, seeing that Liu Heng could not be persuaded, remarked, currently, we are near Zhizue Mountain. Given our pace, it will take us at least 3 or 4 days to reach Guangling, and it will take even longer to get to Lingqiu. We must traverse Yangyuan County to reach Guangling, and we must be cautious of the government troops' encirclement, which will slow our progress. It would be wiser to find a place to rest. There are many mountains and forests within Datong, perfect for hiding. Liu Heng, upon hearing this, smiled. It seems that Master Zhao is quite familiar with this area. Not overly familiar, Zhao Yutu sighed. After failing in my examinations, I took up drawing to make a living. Whenever I traveled to a new place, I would subconsciously note the distinctive features of the vicinity, so I still have some recollections after all this time. Liu Heng, pleasantly surprised, said, I did not realize Master Zhao possessed such artistic talent. Might I trouble you to create a map of the places we have traversed? If possible. Please also mark the route you took to Lingqiu. Zhao Yutu considered it for a moment and replied, it is certainly feasible. But the paths I traversed during my studies were primarily official roads and county towns. Now, as outlaws, the routes we take differ greatly from those of my past. It matters not. As long as it is drawn, any deficiencies can be rectified in due course. Liu Heng was taken aback to discover that Zhao Yutu possessed the skill of illustration, thus acquiring not only a chief aide but also an accomplished cartographer. Zhao, the esteemed aide, nodded in agreement, stating that since the chief was willing to employ his talents, he would commence the mapping of the route come dawn. There is no need for haste, Liu Heng replied. We remain uncertain whether the Tianshanwei's official troops have retreated. Tomorrow morning, we must hasten our journey. Taking advantage of the fact that Shi Yunhu and his men are encircled, leaving the official forces unable to divert their attention to us. It would be prudent to arrive in Guangling sooner. At this moment, Chen Xuanping, who sat nearby, interjected, it is not that I underestimate Shi Yunhu, with his limited abilities. He will barely endure through the night. Chapter 33, Shi Yunhu's escape behind a low hill near Quanliang Mountain. Shi Yunhu, pallid and weary, leaned against the earthen slope with his eyes shut. Surrounding him, several bandits exhibited signs of panic, their faces etched with fatigue. Wake up, big cabinet. Have some dry cakes to fill your belly. Ma Yunjiao emerged from nowhere, producing a piece of hard, dry cake from his cloth bag and extending it towards Shi Yunhu. Opening his eyes, Shi Yunhu gazed at the cake, swallowed hard, and reached out to accept it, bringing it to his lips and biting into it heartily. The cake was tough and difficult to swallow, crumbling into fragments as he chewed vigorously. The nearby bandits watched, their mouths watering at the sight of the food. After consuming a piece roughly the size of a palm, Shi Yunhu grasped a water flask to moisten his throat before inquiring, have Li Shuheng and Liu Heng arrived? Ma Yunjiao shook his head slightly. Observing this, Shi Yunhu's brow furrowed, his voice turning cold. What of Zhao Yutu? Has he sent anyone? Ma Yunjiao hesitated before speaking. Big cabinet, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice. Speak. Shi Yunhu urged. It is my conjecture that Li Shuheng and Liu Heng will not be coming. The messenger we dispatched has been gone for nearly a day, and it is implausible that they have not received our message. Their continued absence suggests. Ma Yunjiao trailed off, casting a glance at Shi Yunhu. Though the words hung unspoken, the implication was abundantly clear. Shi Yunhu, seated on the slope, pounded his fist heavily into the ground, a fierce expression overtaking his features. Had I known, I should have dealt with them sooner. And with Zhao Yutu as well. A treacherous wolf that cannot be tamed. Calm your anger, big cabinet. Our immediate concern is to devise a means of escaping the encirclement of the imperial troops, Ma Yunjiao interjected. The enemy has confined us here for a day now. Once dawn breaks, they will surely mount an assault. With our meager forces, we stand no chance. We would be better served to leave under the cover of darkness. I can lead the horsemen to protect you as you flee. Shi Yunhu remained silent, seated in contemplation. Ma Yunjiao pressed, big cabinet, make your decision swiftly, once daylight arrives. Our opportunity to escape will vanish. Shi Yunhu lifted his gaze, surveying the bandits both near and far. What will happen to the others if I leave? Noticing Shi Yunhu's wavering resolve, Ma Yunjiao urged, as long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. So long as you are here. Big Cabinet, we shall not lack for a following. Realizing he had no choice but to proceed, Shi Yunhu acknowledged that remaining would only lead to their demise. A nighttime escape might afford him a chance at survival. Having made his decision, he rose to depart with Ma Yunjiao, only to find his garments hem-gripped by someone. Please, Big Cabinet, take us with you. We are willing to serve you faithfully. The bandits surrounding Shi Yunhu pleaded earnestly, with one clutching his clothing. They all understood that remaining meant awaiting death. With a cold glint in his eyes, Shi Yunhu smiled warmly, saying, "Rest assured, if I depart, I shall take you all with me. Come, follow closely, and be quiet so as not to alarm others." "Thank you, Big Cabinet. Thank you." A few bandits bowed in gratitude, hurriedly rising from the ground to closely follow behind Shi Yunhu and Ma Yunjiao. Many of the bandits hiding behind the hillside, upon seeing Shi Yunhu approach with his men, did not rise to greet them. Having gone a day without food, they were each drained of energy. And surrounded by the imperial troops, many bore expressions of numbness. Ma Yunjiao led Shi Yunhu through this group of bandits until they arrived at a thin grove of trees. Upon reaching this spot, Shi Yunhu noticed over 20 individuals and an equal number of horses concealed within. The horses' hooves were wrapped in cloth, and the individuals were riders from the horse squad. Ma Yunjiao's deputy, Liu Heng, approached them. Ma Yunjiao inquired, "Are the horses prepared? We cannot afford any mishaps along the way." Liu Heng patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Ma Yudo, the horses have just been fed black beans and cakes. They are full of vigor now." Ma Yunjiao turned to Shi Yunhu and said, "De Gui, let us mount." "Very well," Shi Yunhu replied. But just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly turned around and instructed the bandits he had brought, "You go ahead and pick your mounts. Those who cannot ride should share a horse with a rider." "De Gui this." Liu Heng began to protest, but was silenced by a glance from Ma Yunjiao. The bandits were focused on the horses and failed to notice the subtle exchange between Liu Heng and Ma Yunjiao. "Brothers, feel free to choose. Once you have selected, I will have the riders assist you onto the horses," he said. In the midst of this conversation, Liu Heng made a slashing motion toward the other riders. "Come, brothers. See how splendid my horse is. Strong of limb and agile in form, it can easily carry both of us," exclaimed one rider, as he grasped the shoulder of an approaching bandit and pointed to his horse. The bandit struggled briefly, his body weakening as he slowly slid to the ground. Only then did the rider release his grip, leaving the corpse to thud onto the earth. Similar fates befell several other bandits, who had no opportunity to utter a sound before being swiftly dispatched by their neighboring riders with daggers. Liu Heng approached Shi Yunhu and urged, "De Gui, let us mount. We should take advantage of the moonlight to set off early." "De Gui, your horse is ready," Ma Yunjiao announced, guiding Shi Yunhu to a tall brown steed. Shi Yunhu grasped the saddle and swiftly mounted, taking hold of the reins with one hand. Once everyone was mounted, Ma Yunjiao offered a few words to the others before also taking his place on horseback. "Let us depart, De Gui. Any further delay may attract unwanted attention." The horse squad, having waited for some time, gradually rode away from the grove, vanishing into the night. Report. A herald rushed into the large tent of the Ming army, urgency evident in his demeanor. "What is it?" A military general, clad in a scarlet robe adorned with a tiger insignia on his chest, sat at the center of the tent, with a suit of scale armor hanging on a wooden rack nearby. The herald knelt on one knee, stating, "I report to you, my lord, that we have just received word from the northern camp. A group of over 20 riders launched a nighttime raid, and the northern soldiers, caught off guard, allowed them to escape." Utter incompetence, the general retorted, frustration evident in his voice. The general forcefully overturned the table before him and menacingly demanded, "Who is the commander of the northern camp?" "It is Huang Qianshi and Zheng Qianhu. Summon them to see me tonight." "No, send only Huang Qianshi. Inform Zheng Qianhu to guard the northern camp diligently. Should anyone else attempt to breach the camp and escape, I shall certainly report him to the governor." The herald bowed and withdrew from the grand tent. Chapter 34. The county magistrate of Yangyuan, your humble servant, pays his respects to the esteemed commander. Huang An appeared in the command tent, clad in simple attire. "Ah, Lord Huang has arrived. Please, take a seat." Commander Li Kaiyong gestured towards a nearby chair. "Thank you, my lord." Huang An bowed slightly and moved to sit down. Li Kaiyong, seated with an imposing demeanor, remarked, "Lord Huang, I have heard that a band of bandits has escaped from the northern camp under your watch." Upon taking his seat, Huang An immediately rose again, bending forward and wearing a look of anxiety. "It is my incompetence that allowed over 20 bandits to flee under the cover of night. I implore you to punish me, my lord." Do not be so anxious. Sit down, Li Kaiyang urged, gesturing for Huang'an to take his place. This time, Huang'an perched himself precariously on the edge of the chair, his gaze fixed nervously upon the commanding figure of Li Kaiyang. Noticing Huang'an's cautious demeanor, Li Kaiyang chuckled softly and said, "The escape of a few bandits is hardly a matter of great concern. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss other matters." "Please, my lord, go on," Huang'an replied earnestly, inclining his body towards Li Kaiyang. "Someone, bring tea for Lord Huang," Li Kaiyang instructed his attendant, then continued. "During the day, I heard that you and Captain Zheng attempted to encircle the remnants of Shi Yunhu's bandits, but it seems you faced setbacks, my lord." Li Kaiyang waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to be overly concerned, for victories and defeats are commonplace in military affairs. Moreover, you and Captain Zheng faced difficulties because all the archers were taken by me. Thank you for your understanding, my lord," Huang'an said, secretly relieved. At that moment, the attendant entered the tent, carrying 2 cups of steaming tea, which he placed before Li Kaiyang, and Huang'an. Li Kaiyang lifted his cup, gently blowing on the surface to clear the leaves, and asked, "If I were to provide you with 200 archers, would you be confident in leading a campaign to eliminate the fleeing bandits?" Huang'an sprang to his feet, clasping his hands and bowing deeply. "I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord." Upon hearing this, Li Kaiyang smiled and said, "You may be wondering why I am so determined to eradicate those fleeing bandits. My lord acts justly for the people. The bandits disrupt the region, and your initiative serves the greater good of the court. I am deeply impressed," Huang'an declared, bowing towards the capital. "Enough with such grandiloquent speeches. It is just the 2 of us here," Li Kaiyang interjected. "From the bandits captured earlier today, I have learned that the group you and Captain Zheng allowed to escape manages the provisions. My intent in sending you to suppress them is twofold: to secure the provisions and to acquire additional heads to exchange for rewards from the court." Huang'an's eyes flickered with understanding, and he respectfully replied, "Yes, I comprehend, my lord." After taking a sip of tea and setting down the cup, Li Kaiyang continued, "I have already dispatched a message to the magistrate of Yangyuan County, instructing him to assist you. It is imperative that this band of bandits is eradicated within the jurisdiction of Yangyuan County, leaving them no opportunity to roam freely." "Understood." Huang'an knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in salute. After acknowledging the command, Huang'an bowed and withdrew from the tent. In the office of the magistrate of Yangyuan County, adjacent to Tiansheng Wei, Magistrate Zhu Jiuchang slammed the letter in his hand onto the table with great force, exclaiming in indignation, "How outrageous! Absolutely outrageous!" His face was flushed with anger. Observing this, the clerk Qian inquired, "What could the commander of Tiansheng Wei have written that has incited such fury in you, esteemed magistrate?" Zhu Jiuchang, still seething, replied, "A mere 3rd-rank military officer dares to command me to act on his behalf. This is a complete disregard for hierarchy. When did it become acceptable for a mere soldier to lord over a scholar? In the Ming Dynasty, civil officials were held in high esteem, while military officers were often looked down upon. It was commonplace for 4th or 5th-rank military officers to kneel and pay respects to 7th-rank civil officials, or at the very least, to salute first when encountering them." Upon hearing the context, Qian suggested, "Why trouble yourself with such a boorish soldier, my lord? Simply disregard him." "No, a soldier thinks he can rise above me? I shall report him," Zhu Jiuchang declared. "Prepare a memorial. I will write one to lodge a complaint against him." "Please, my lord, calm your anger," Qian urged. "You may not be aware, but this Commander Li of Tiansheng Wei hails from a prestigious family. His uncle, Li Guangyi, is the Deputy Commissioner of Military Affairs in Shaanxi. If you report him for his arrogance, it will be of no use and may tarnish your reputation instead." Having been in office for less than half a year, Zhu Jiuchang, lacking the local knowledge that Qian possessed, began to reconsider. Realizing that Li Kaiyang was not merely a soldier, his resolve to write a memorial waned. He could lodge a complaint against a military officer, but offending one with a civil official as a powerful backer would be ill-advised, especially since he was merely a county magistrate assigned to a remote town. Zhu Jiuchang snorted in frustration, feeling deeply unsettled that as a magistrate with a degree, he could not even report a military officer. Meanwhile, Qian, after perusing the letter from the commander, smiled and said, "My lord, there is no need for anger. I have an idea that could address this commander of Tiansheng Wei." "Oh, what idea?" Zhu Jiuchang inquired, puzzled. Qian pointed to the letter on the table, saying, "The letter mentions a group of bandits have infiltrated our Yangyuan County, and Commander Li requests your cooperation with his men to eliminate them. The solution lies within this matter. Humph. How could a civil official like me collaborate with one of his soldiers? It is utterly laughable, Zhu Jiuchang retorted, dismissively waving his sleeve in anger. Do not be hasty, my lord. In fact, Commander Li has already placed leverage in your hands. How you choose to wield it is entirely up to you, Qian replied. A knowing smile on his face. What leverage? I am unaware of any, Zhu Jiuchang said, picking up the letter to read it again. Qian continued with a smile. Consider carefully, my lord. How did these bandits enter our Yangyuan County? And how did a commander of Tianqing Wei come to know of this? Zhu Jiuchang trembled as he held the letter, then burst into laughter. Indeed, it is he, Li Kaiyang, whose ineffectiveness in suppressing the bandits has allowed them to roam freely within the borders of Yangyuan County. I shall report him to the governor for his failure to eradicate these outlaws. The county magistrate is wise. Thus, even if the bandits commit heinous acts within Yangyuan County, it will not be attributed to you, my lord. The blame shall rest solely on Li Kaiyang's inability to act decisively against the bandits, Mr. Qin concurred. Aha. Zhu Jiuchang chuckled as he stroked his beard. My lord, what of this letter? Mr. Qian gestured towards the letter on the table. That letter must be kept safe, Zhu Jiuchang replied. With this letter in hand, no matter how Li Kaiyang attempts to defend himself, he cannot escape the truth of his failure in combating the bandits. Chapter 35, The Howl of the Camp by the Hour of the Rabbit in June. Dawn had already broken. Liu Heng organized the troops to start a fire and prepare breakfast at the hour of the tiger. By the time the sun began to rise, the camp was dismantled, and they set forth on their journey. Qin Sun, having slept for less than 2 hours, looked at Liu Heng with a glum expression and remarked, Is there truly a need to rush? It is barely dawn. Walking ahead of the group, Liu Heng replied, I feel uneasy with our camp positioned at the junction of Yangyuan and Tianqing Wei. A little hardship now is preferable to risking our lives. Zhao Yude chimed in. Are you concerned that the official troops of Tianqing Wei might pursue us? Qin Sun scoffed, surely not. The official troops suffered a significant loss at our hands yesterday. And with Shi Yunhu commanding 600 or 700 men, they cannot swiftly eradicate us, even if they intend to send soldiers after us. They must first deal with Shi Yunhu. I too believe the official troops will not arrive so soon, Zhao Yutu added. Yangyuan County falls under the jurisdiction of Xinzhou, while Tianqing Wei belongs to Datong Prefecture. For the official troops of Tianqing Wei to venture into Yangyuan County in pursuit of us would require substantial documentation, which cannot be processed in just a day or two. Qin Sun waved his arm vigorously, declaring, If they come, we shall not fear them. We shall confront them head-on. Li Shuheng, standing nearby, frowned and admonished, Silence. You must remember that our leader is Liu Heng. While we may voice our opinions, we must not question his decisions. Upon hearing this, Qin Sun's arm fell sheepishly to his side, and Zhao Yutu fell silent as well. Liu Heng smiled at Li Shuheng, appreciating his words, which echoed his own thoughts. Others could express their views, but questioning his authority was unacceptable. With Li Shuheng having articulated his sentiment, Liu Heng felt no need to reiterate it. After a night's rest, the entire group was invigorated. Not long after finishing breakfast, with their strength at its peak, the pace of their march quickened even further than the previous day. Shortly after Liu Heng and his men commenced their southward journey, a call to assemble echoed from a military camp situated to the north of Quangyang Mountain. As the drum reverberated, only Huang and Zheng Qianhu and a few hundred captains were present at the assembly platform, with only a handful of soldiers appearing below the platform in the camp. Sound the assembly drum a second time. Huang commanded the soldiers striking the drum. Boom, 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 boom. As the second drumbeat resounded, a few more soldiers emerged from the camp, yawning and dragging the tips of their spears on the ground as they made their way to the assembly platform. After the third drumbeat, the last few soldiers, while adjusting their attire, strolled leisurely towards the platform. Huang had no expectation that the soldiers would gather promptly after 1 or 2 drumbeats. He would be content if they could assemble after the third call. Lord Zheng, the soldiers are mostly gathered. Should we not prepare to march south to confront the bandits? Huang turned to Zheng Qianhu beside him. Before Zheng Qianhu could utter a word, a nearby Baihu spoke up first. Lord Huang, isn't it a bit premature to depart the camp at this hour? The brothers have yet to break their fast. Even in the pursuit of bandits, there is no rush. It would be prudent to allow the men to fill their bellies first. We cannot expect them to confront the enemy on an empty stomach. Several other Baihu nodded in agreement. Huang replied with a smile, There is no need for concern regarding breakfast. I have already arranged for provisions. Each soldier will receive a coarse grain cake to consume while on the march, which shall not hinder our progress in the slightest. However, Lord Huang, One cannot dismiss this matter lightly, interjected another Baihu. If the men are not well fed, they will lack the strength to march. Moreover, failing to adequately nourish the troops may incite unrest along the way. I implore you, grant your men the sustenance they require before we pursue the bandits. Another Baihu chimed in, Lord Huang, I must inform you that these soldiers are quite difficult to manage. They may behave reasonably in ordinary circumstances, but when it comes to marching or combat, if they are not well fed, they will not exert themselves. We fear that, upon encountering the bandits, they might flee before a confrontation even begins. Hearing the Baihu express their concerns, Huang furrowed his brow. He understood the validity of their claims. Yet the commanding officer was pressing him for action, otherwise he would not have summoned all the troops so early in the day. Just as Huang wrestled with his dilemma, Zheng Qianhu finally spoke up. Lord Huang, I believe it is best to allow the soldiers to eat first. As fellow martial leaders, we are well aware of the character of our men. Without proper nourishment, they will not commit themselves to our cause. With Zheng Qianhu's endorsement, Huang realized he had no choice but to acquiesce to the collective sentiment. Though he felt anxious about the potential escape of the bandits, he recognized that pressing too hard could lead to disorder, and several Baihu had already expressed their dissatisfaction. Reluctant to disperse the newly gathered troops, he instructed his personal guards to bring food directly to the assembly area. Soon, baskets filled with coarse grain cakes were brought forth and distributed among the soldiers. However, those at the back grew impatient as they watched their comrades devour the cakes without receiving their share. Some couldn't wait and broke away from the ranks to seize the cakes from the baskets, prompting others to follow suit. In no time, the vicinity around the baskets was crowded, with weaker soldiers being shoved aside, while the stronger ones clutched multiple cakes. As some took more than their share, others were left without any. The baskets quickly emptied, and seeing some soldiers enjoying multiple cakes while they had none, those left empty-handed resorted to force to seize cakes from their peers. Chaos ensued as soldiers began to fight amongst themselves. Witnessing this turmoil, both Huang and Zheng Qianhu's expressions darkened, along with those of the other Baihu. What are you standing around for? Hurry and disperse these unruly soldiers before the situation escalates further. If the camp descends into chaos, none of us will escape unscathed. Huang commanded his personal guards to quell the uprising among the soldiers. Not only Huang, but also Zheng Qianhu dispatched his personal guards to disperse the soldiers who were entangled in a chaotic melee below. Several hundred leaders were not idle either. They charged into the fray, wielding whips and scabbards to drive the men apart, simultaneously striking at those still engaged in combat. A few deranged soldiers attempted to retaliate against the personal guards and the 100 leaders, only to be swiftly executed on the spot, blood spilling across the ground. The acrid scent of blood permeating the air. The intimidation of bloodshed and severed heads proved effective as the soldiers gradually calmed down, retreating of their own accord, compliant like quails. It took more than half an hour for the brawl among the soldiers to be quelled. The beams of light on the ground became increasingly bright and blinding. The camp's uproar was suppressed, and Zheng Qianhu cast a grim look at Huang and Lord Huang. I shall report this incident to the commanding officer, as your forcible mobilization has led to this uproar in the camp. An uproar is a serious matter. It could lead to beheadings, and I am resolutely unwilling to bear this blame. Huang's expression darkened. He merely wished to hasten the soldiers' meal so they could set off, never anticipating the emergence of such a situation. At this juncture, it was not merely a matter of pursuing the bandits if the uproar could not be resolved. His position as a fourth-rank commanding officer would be jeopardized. Chapter 36. The Pursuit of Bandits. Huang understood that it was imperative to placate Zheng Qianhu at this moment. Otherwise, a mere complaint from Zheng Qianhu could lead to dire consequences for him. Although the position of the command deputy was not particularly prestigious, many had their eyes set on it. Moreover, Huang had only just settled into his post. Should he lose it now, the money he had spent to acquire the position would be rendered utterly futile. Sir, a group has arrived outside the camp, led by 100 men. Claiming to be under the orders of the commandant, reported the messenger as he hurried to the assembly platform. Upon hearing this, Huang recalled that the commandant had mentioned the arrival of an archer unit. However, at this juncture, he dared not permit these archers to enter the camp. Once they did, the recent tumult would be impossible to conceal. Huang was acutely aware that while the earlier disturbance might not have been glaringly obvious, concealing it would require Zheng Qianhu's cooperation. Lord Zheng, the troops dispatched by the commandant have arrived. I must trouble you to keep the recent disturbance between us, otherwise, should this matter reach the commandant's ears, I would certainly bear the blame, and you too would not escape culpability. Are you threatening me? Zheng Qianhu's eyes narrowed slightly. Not at all, Huang An replied, raising a finger. If you agree, I am willing to relinquish a tenth of the spoils from this bandit hunt. Zheng Qianhu pondered for a moment before responding. It's a deal. Upon hearing Zheng Qianhu's agreement, Huang An exhaled in relief and turned to the messenger, instructing, "Please allow the 100-man sent by the commandant to enter the camp." The messenger dashed off to relay the orders. Zheng Qianhu then turned to the 100 men behind him and said fiercely, "What transpired today must remain confidential. If anyone inquires, say that after the drum was beaten thrice, some soldiers were still absent and faced military punishment." Understood. The 100 men, all under Zheng Qianhu's command, responded with cupped fists. Meanwhile, some personal guards descended from the assembly platform to tend to the bodies on the ground. At this moment, the 100 men from the commandant's camp, accompanied by 200 archers, arrived at the foot of the assembly platform. The 100 man knelt on one knee and clasped his hands, stating, "I pay my respects to both lords." It was Su Baihu. And Huang An was pleasantly surprised that the commandant had sent him. "With you here, our chances of successfully pursuing the remaining bandits have significantly increased," Huang An remarked as he assisted Su Baihu to his feet. After rising, Su Baihu glanced at the bloodstains on the ground that had yet to be cleaned and asked, "Sir, has there been recent bloodshed?" Zheng Qianhu chuckled and replied, "This morning, the assembly drum was sounded thrice, yet some soldiers failed to arrive, leaving us no choice but to set an example by executing a few tardy soldiers." "Ah, I see. My apologies for the presumption," Su Baihu responded. "May I inquire when you two lords plan to pursue the remaining bandits?" "The commandant is concerned that they may escape and has specifically sent me to urge you to take action soon. Since you've brought the archers, I believe we can set out at once," Huang An said, turning to Zheng Qianhu. "What do you think, Lord Zheng?" Though Zheng Qianhu felt dissatisfaction towards Su Baihu for leveraging his position as a commander to pressure him, he was aware that Su Baihu was ultimately a trusted guard of the commander, and thus he refrained from incurring his ire. He nodded and stated, "Then let us mobilize our forces." The northern camp, comprising approximately 1,000 troops, along with Su Baihu's 200 archers, set forth in grand procession from Quanyang Mountain. The army departed the camp at the third watch of the morning, a time when the weather was still cool. Scouts were dispatched ahead of the main force to trace the whereabouts of the bandits. Riding at the rear of the formation, Su Baihu approached Zheng Qianhu and Huang An. "Gentlemen, the scouts report that the bandits established camp last night at Pig's Mouth Mountain and are now heading towards Yangyuan County. If we hasten our march, we stand a significant chance of catching up to them before nightfall." Zheng Qianhu raised his hand to shield his brow from the sun and surveyed the sky. "Su Baihu, I understand your eagerness for merit, yet you must recognize that in this sweltering heat, our troops cannot sustain a relentless pace, even if you can endure it. The soldiers beneath us cannot." However, before Su Baihu could respond, Huang An interjected, "There is no need for haste, Su Baihu. I have brought the supply train from the main camp. It is of no consequence if we do not catch the bandits today. If we persist in our pursuit, I am confident we shall eventually overtake them. A disorganized rabble of bandits cannot outpace our disciplined march." Su Baihu's expression shifted to one of determination as he replied, "As I stand before you, my lords, I hope you will consider abandoning the cumbersome supply train and carry only a day as provisions to accelerate our pursuit." Hearing this, Zheng Qianhu's countenance darkened. "Su Baihu, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Without supplies, how shall the men sustain themselves? Let us not forget, we are undertaking this mission without the authority to requisition provisions from the land." "Rest assured, my lord," Su Baihu responded. "Before our departure, the commander entrusted me with a letter for the magistrate of Yangyuan County. Upon our arrival, the magistrate will assuredly provide provisions for our forces. Can you guarantee that the magistrate of Yangyuan County will indeed supply us?" Zheng Qianhu countered. With composure, Su Baihu replied, "If you doubt my word, do you not trust the commanders?" Seeing Huang An prepare to speak, Zheng Qianhu suppressed a snort of discontent, realizing that further opposition was futile, especially since Huang An held a higher rank as a fourth-grade commander. With Su Baihu possessing the commander's missive, opposing him would only serve to offend both superiors. With the supply train no longer encumbering them, the army and Appo's pace noticeably quickened. However, due to the oppressive heat, they were compelled to halt for rest as midday approached. Zheng Qianhu took a few hearty swigs from his water pouch before sealing it and tossing it to a nearby soldier. He then shed his armor and reclined beneath the shade of a tree. Huang An approached, carrying a water pouch, and sat beside Zheng Qianhu. "Are you still vexed?" Zheng Qianhu, lying on the ground in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What does he think he is? How dare he presume to command me? Should we arrive at Yangyuan County without provisions, I shall see how he justifies this failure. After all, he is but a trusted guard of the commander," Huang'an mused. Huang'an lifted the water pouch and took a sip, then remarked, "Su Baihu represents the commanding officer. His urgency indicates that the commanding officer is pressing him hard." Zheng Qianhu sat up and said, "I fail to understand. The main force of the bandits has been cornered at Quanyang Mountain. Why does the commanding officer insist on sending us out of the territory to eliminate them? To move troops without proper orders is a grave offense punishable by death. Is he not afraid of losing his head?" "You may not know this," Huang'an replied with a mysterious smile, "but our commanding officer has set his sights on the position of the Deputy General of Datong. Lacking military merit, he has yet to find an opportunity. Now, with this band of bandits conveniently presenting themselves, how could he possibly let this chance slip away? The more heads, the better." Zheng Qianhu suddenly understood. No wonder the position of Deputy General of Datong has remained vacant for so long. It seems our commanding officer has influential backing. Thus, we can simply follow orders. For while he gains rank, we shall reap the rewards. Huang'an patted Zheng Qianhu's shoulder. Zheng Qianhu remarked, "I previously thought it was you who persuaded the commanding officer to pursue the bandits, but it appears he has been focused on this group all along. Otherwise, how could a mere assistant commandant like myself influence the commanding officer to mobilize the entire Changcheng Guard?" Huang'an then gazed towards the direction of Yangyuan County and said, "Have you sensed that the leader of the fleeing bandits is rather extraordinary? I fear this time we may end up returning empty-handed." Chapter 37. The charismatic leader with a triumphant expression, Chen Xuanping declared, "Even if the imperial troops pursue us, they would never anticipate our diversion towards Weizhou." Zhao Yutu readily lauded him, proclaiming, "You, Liu Dazhang, are indeed a natural-born leader." After setting forth with the bandit army, Liu Heng, concerned that the imperial forces would relentlessly follow, instructed Yang Yuan and two newly formed squads of refugees to carry some cumbersome items towards the direction of Yangyuan County, leaving behind a trail, while he himself led the main group of bandits towards Weizhou. A multitude of footprints marked the path of over 1,000 individuals, and Liu Heng had arranged for the refugees at the rear of the procession to carry branches to meticulously erase any evidence of their passage. Li Shuheng inquired, "Are we truly heading to Weizhou and not Guangling?" Zhao Yutu, with a knowing smile, replied, "I comprehend Liu Dazhang's strategy. As the art of war teaches us, what seems real is false, and what seems false is real. Liu Dazhang has cleverly set up a ruse. Should the imperial troops pursue us, they will be led astray by the traces left by Yang Yuan and the others towards Yangyuan County." As the sun approached its zenith, the heat intensified, and Chen Xuanping, drenched in perspiration, walked alongside the supply carts, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Zhao Yutu shielded his forehead with his hand and glanced upward at the blazing sun, suggesting, "Should we allow everyone a moment's respite? They appear fatigued." He proposed pushing forward until the next patch of woodland, where the group could rest. Liu Heng, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, noted that his shirt was already drenched. Many of the refugees had stripped to their bare skin, sweat cascading down their chests and backs, their dusty bodies now adorned with streaks of mud. After trudging for over 3 miles, they finally encountered a sparse forest, and Liu Heng commanded the group to take a break within its shade. Upon hearing the order to rest, the refugees collapsed on the ground in a disheveled manner, sprawled in all directions, while those with a modicum of decorum leaned against the tree trunks, fanning themselves with their hands. "Rest assured, I have already arranged for these matters to be attended to," Li Shuheng reassured. "Such trivialities are within my purview. Your task is to lead everyone to a secure haven. Constant travel leaves the heart restless. Not much longer. Once we reach Guangling, we shall be safe." Liu Heng remarked as he offered a handful of beans to a nearby beast, which eagerly devoured them. Li Shuheng, with a hint of concern, stated, "With so many of us heading to Guangling, could we attract the attention of the imperial forces?" He scrutinized Liu Heng closely and continued, "Previously, Xuanping always claimed you had gained insight, and I was skeptical. Yet now, it appears you have indeed become enlightened, devising strategies for matters I find perplexing. You are more suited for this leadership role than Shi Yinhu." With a smile, Liu Heng replied, "There is no need for such words among brothers. As for Shi Yinhu, he is likely already a captive of the imperial troops." The imperial camp at Quanyang Mountain. A group of ragged bandits was herded together by the imperial troops, encircled by soldiers wielding weapons. The wounded bandits were swiftly taken away for execution. To the north of the camp lay a pit, filled with headless corpses, while a mound of severed heads accumulated at its edge. Bandits were continuously escorted to the pit, where their heads were lopped off in a single stroke, their lifeless bodies unceremoniously discarded into the pit, and their heads tossed onto the growing pile. The ground around the pit was long soaked with blood, rendering it a quagmire, and the overpowering stench of blood was enough to make even the most stalwart soldiers retch, with many of them retreating to a distance to vomit uncontrollably. Several blades used for beheading had shattered. The cause unknown, whether it was due to the sheer number of heads severed or the poor quality of the weapons. The imperial camp, situated at a higher elevation, was spared from the worst of the stench, which seldom wafted its way. Inside the command tent, Li Qiang wore a countenance dark as storm clouds, causing even his closest guards to tremble. With a crash, he flung a teacup from the table, splattering its contents onto the kneeling generals. Have you not interrogated them thoroughly? Is it possible that he is hidden among the other bandits? Li Qiang forced his ire down as he addressed the general before him. The general, head bowed, replied, "We have ascertained that he fled on horseback last night." "A pack of fools!" Li Qiang exclaimed, overturning the table before him, scattering unfinished documents and ink across the floor, shattering the inkstone into several pieces. 5,000 troops encircling a mere few hundred, and yet the bandit leader manages to escape. What a bunch of worthless imbeciles. His voice boomed within the tent, sending a shiver through the patrolling soldiers outside, who cast wary glances at the command tent and circumvented it at a distance. Turning to the kneeling general, Li Qiang commanded, "Find out which direction the bandit leader fled." At once, the general replied, hastily exiting the tent, only daring to wipe the sweat from his brow once outside. A guard beside Li Qiang spoke up, "My lord, over 20 riders escaped towards the northern camp last night. Could one of them be the bandit leader?" "Useless. All of you are useless. Over 1,000 men, and you couldn't stop a mere 20. Li Qiang kicked the overturned table once more in frustration. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he instructed his guard, "Send word that the bandit leader, Shi Yunhu, has refused to surrender and was shot down by a stray arrow." The guard cautiously inquired, "What shall we do with the body?" "Higher-ups will demand to examine the head. Find someone of similar appearance, behead him, and prepare the head for preservation in a wooden box," Li Qiang ordered. "Now go." The guard bowed and exited the tent. Li Qiang then turned to another guard, saying, "You ride swiftly towards Yangyuan County to pursue the troops under Qian Shi Huang and Zheng Qianhu. Inform them to eliminate that group of fleeing bandits at all costs." "Understood," the guard replied, exiting the tent to fetch a horse. He mounted quickly and galloped away from the camp, racing down the official road towards Yangyuan County. Chapter 38. The army starves that night. Huang'an and Zheng Qianhu received an urgent command from the commander Li Qiang, urging them to intensify their efforts to eliminate the bandits. Li Qiang had dispatched his personal guards to remain in the camp and oversee the military operations. As dawn broke, Huang'an and Zheng Qianhu ordered the troops to break camp and hasten their pursuit of the fleeing bandits. The soldiers suffered immensely along the way. Some fell behind, while others succumbed to heat exhaustion and could no longer continue with the main force. Huang'an left 100 men to care for the injured and gather the stragglers, while the main contingent pressed on under the scorching sun. After a grueling march, they finally reached a point 10 miles from the county seat of Yangyuan before nightfall. The official troops, utterly fatigued, had no choice but to set up camp at that location, while sending scouts to search for traces of the bandits. The discarded belongings of the bandits were discovered by the government soldiers, leading Huang'an and his companions to ascertain that the bandits had fled towards Yangyuan County. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the county seat, they found no further signs of the bandits. Huang'an dispatched his trusted soldiers to nearby villages to inquire about the bandits, but received no information. The villagers were completely oblivious to the situation. This unsettling outcome left Huang'an deeply anxious, prompting him to summon Zheng Qianhu and 2 personal guards sent by the commander for a discussion. None could fathom where the bandits had vanished, and they were left to place their hopes on the scouts they had dispatched. Exhausted from a day of travel, the soldiers lay sprawled about the camp, resting. Su Baihu reported that the army had carried provisions for only 1 day, which had already been depleted by morning. He requested to travel to Yangyuan County to ask the county magistrate to arrange for supplies to be sent to the camp. Without the supply train to replenish provisions, Huang'an could only rely on the letter from the commander, hoping it would suffice to procure the necessary supplies from Yangyuan County. "Rest assured, my lord. I shall take people to the county seat at once," Su Baihu replied, departing the camp with the letter in hand, heading directly towards Yangyuan County. Huang'an then turned to Zheng Qianhu, saying, "Please inform the 100-man leaders that supplies will arrive shortly, and to keep the men reassured." Jurchens nodded and left the tent to gather the 100-man leaders. Inside the tent, only Li Kaiyang's guards and Huang'an remained. Huang'an then spoke candidly. "At this juncture, I must speak frankly." The guard responded, "My lord, please proceed." Huang'an pursed his lips and said, "I suspect that the bandits have not actually come to Yangyuan County. The items previously discovered, which were abandoned by the bandits, were likely left deliberately to mislead our pursuit." The guard furrowed his brow, realizing the implication. "Are you suggesting we have lost their trail?" As a personal guard who had served alongside the commander for many years, he understood his lord's thoughts well. He speculated that the fleeing bandit leader had likely joined forces with another group of bandits within Yangyuan County. Even if they had not merged, given the size of the bandit group, it was certain that some significant bandit leaders remained among them. Capturing one of these leaders would still be a considerable achievement. Indeed, Huang'an nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Huang'an's resolute response, the personal guard found himself at a loss. It was prudent to await news from the scouts. Lacking further ideas, the guard was acutely aware that the army could not linger indefinitely within the confines of Yangyuan County, and thus could only hope that the scouts would uncover the whereabouts of the vanished bandits. As more than an hour passed, darkness enveloped the sky, and a clamor gradually seeped into the main tent from the camp. "Go investigate what commotion is afoot in the camp. Why is there such a ruckus?" Huang'an commanded his personal guard, who promptly departed the main tent. Furrowing his brow, Huang'an murmured, "Wasn't it instructed for Zheng Qianhu and the other captains to pacify them? Why, then, are there still soldiers in the camp creating such a disturbance?" The personal guard replied, "The soldiers have trekked all day without sustenance. Their hunger has grown unbearable, and mere words of comfort are insufficient to quell their discontent for long." Pacing restlessly within the tent, Huang'an made several laps before abruptly halting. "Go inform Zheng Qianhu to relay to the soldiers below that provisions are en route from the county town to the camp. Then, proceed towards the county to meet Su Baihu and ascertain his whereabouts." "Understood," the guard replied, ready to depart, when Zheng Qianhu and Su Baihu entered the tent. Observing their arrival, the guard remained. Su Baihu, with a sullen expression, spoke, the magistrate of Yangyuan County, upon receiving the message, not only failed to prepare provisions but instead ordered the subordinates to vacate the county office. Without supplies now, the famished soldiers will undoubtedly rise in revolt. Su Baihu remained silent, his head bowed. Huang'an interjected, "This is not the moment to assign blame. We must focus on how to procure provisions and pacify the soldiers." Zheng Qianhu, suppressing his ire, stated, "There is indeed a plan, which is..." Report. A scout, dispatched to investigate the bandit situation, burst into the main tent, interrupting Zheng Qianhu. The personal guard sent by Li Kaiyang, who was overseeing the troops, anxiously inquired, "Is there any news regarding the bandits?" Huang'an, feeling the weight of despair, tugged at his hair in frustration and suddenly turned to Zheng Qianhu. "What were you about to propose, Lord Zheng?" Zheng Qianhu replied, "I have a notion that could not only resolve the provisions dilemma, but also address the bandit issue simultaneously." "You mean to kill the innocent and claim accolades for it?" Huang'an exclaimed instinctively. Zheng Qianhu nodded. "At this juncture, this is the sole method to rectify the army's provisions crisis while concurrently dealing with the bandits." Huang'an bowed his head in deep contemplation, remaining silent. Su Baihu and the personal guard sent by Li Kaiyang also refrained from speaking. Chapter 39. The government troops massacre the village. The act of killing the innocent and claiming merit is no trivial matter, warranting the utmost caution from even a few individuals. Su Baihu and another commander's personal guard simultaneously cast their gaze towards Huang and Zheng Qianhu, who then remarked, "Lord Huang, the act of killing innocents for personal gain is hardly a significant issue. Such occurrences are commonplace in our frontier town year after year." At that moment, a Baihu hurriedly entered the tent, his expression fraught with urgency. "Esteemed sirs, the soldiers within the camp are becoming increasingly unruly. If we do not devise a solution promptly, a riot may ensue at any moment." "Lord Huang," Zheng Qianhu's tone deepened. A glimmer of joy illuminated Zheng Qianhu's face as he addressed the incoming Baihu. "Gather all the soldiers. I shall lead you to procure supplies." The Baihu, an experienced veteran, immediately grasped the implication of this command, his face lighting up as he followed Zheng Qianhu out of the tent. "Understood." Su Baihu knelt on one knee in acceptance of the order. As Su Baihu and the commander's personal guard were about to exit the tent, Huang'an interjected, "Gentlemen, please endeavor to minimize the slaughter." He was acutely aware that such words bore little weight. Once the soldiers were unleashed from the camp, that would transform into feral beasts. Consumed by a frenzy of destruction and looting, beyond anyone's ability to restrain them, left to await the conclusion of this inevitable chaos. The reason he felt compelled to utter a plea for restraint was merely to seek a semblance of solace for himself. Su Baihu and the commander's personal guard nodded in agreement, departing together from the tent. Once everyone had exited, Huang collapsed into his seat behind the desk. Utterly drained of vitality, a loyal soldier approached with a freshly brewed cup of tea, setting it on the table before him. Huang lifted the teacup, gazing at the soldier, and inquired, "Do you believe my actions are justified?" The soldier, standing nearby, replied, "The act of killing innocents for merit is an annual occurrence in our frontier town. There is no need for you to bear guilt, my lord." Outside, the clamor of the soldiers gradually subsided, eventually becoming almost inaudible as they followed Zheng Qianhu out of the camp towards the surrounding villages. Huang took a small sip from his teacup and remarked, "Resorting to such measures is an unavoidable choice. We cannot allow the army to go hungry. My concern lies with whether the commander will be displeased upon learning of this matter." The soldier reassured him, "Rest easy, my lord. Whether or not the heads belong to bandits, as long as it aids in the commander's promotion to vice commander of Datong, he will not only refrain from anger, but may even commend you for your actions." "Let us hope for that," Huang said, taking a hearty gulp from his teacup. "Fear not, my lord. The tasks you have entrusted to us will be fulfilled without fail," Wan Baihu jested. "Perhaps it is time for us to set off. Many brothers can hardly contain their eagerness." "I suspect it is you, old rascal, who can hardly wait," Zheng Qianhu chuckled as he playfully scolded him. Then waved his hand decisively, "Let us depart." With the command of departure uttered, several Baihus, accompanied by their soldiers, swiftly advanced towards the nearest village. Before long, the sounds of barking dogs echoed from within the village, soon followed by similar sounds from various other areas. Suddenly, a Baihu kicked open a courtyard door, charging in with several soldiers at his side. In the courtyard of a certain household, a large black dog was kept. Upon the intrusion of strangers, the dog barked ferociously. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a man severed the dog's neck with a blade, cursing, "Damn it! Even a beast is so fierce. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Do you not realize this is trespassing?" At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the main hall, dressed in a long robe, fastening his buttons as he stepped outside. "Old fool, spare us the nonsense. Bring out all your valuables to avoid us searching your home ourselves." The man's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon the middle-aged individual. You are the soldiers from outside the city," the latter stammered. Initially taken aback, then raising his hand to point accusingly, "I am a scholar of this village, and if you dare trespass, I shall report you to the county magistrate." "What is happening outside?" A woman's voice called from within the main hall. The man's eyes glinted with interest as he licked his lips in anticipation. "Ah, there are women inside, but no, they are bandits. Listen here, I suspect this household colludes with them. We must enter and search," he commanded, instructing a few of his men to remain in the courtyard. The soldiers in the courtyard chuckled as they watched the man stride towards the main hall. One audacious soldier called out, "My lord, once you are done, may we also have a look inside?" Wait, I'll finish my search first." The man replied impatiently as he approached the entrance. Upon reaching the door, the scholar hastily positioned himself in front, urgently stating, "What do you intend to do?" "This is trespassing. I shall report you to the county magistrate." "Silence." The man raised his hand and struck the scholar's neck with his blade, kicking aside the corpse as he boldly entered the adjoining rooms. "Get out. Ah, help, save me, save." The cries of the woman within gradually faded, and the soldiers in the courtyard burst into laughter, one of them pressing his ear against the window while holding his trousers. Before long, the man emerged from the main hall, adjusting his trousers, while the soldiers eagerly rushed inside. Throughout the village, every household was invaded, and several homes were set ablaze by the intruding soldiers. At that moment, the doors of every dwelling stood wide open, and the courtyard lay strewn with lifeless bodies and pools of blood. Inside the homes, grotesque laughter and cries echoed intermittently. Every few steps along the street, there lay a corpse, the blood seeping into the earth, rendering the night even darker. An elderly man wept and cursed in front of his burning home, only to meet his demise with a swift blow to his neck. The villagers endured this calamity for the better part of the night, culminating in the entire village engulfed in thick flames that soared into the sky, lighting up the heavens, visible even from several miles away in the county town. Groups of soldiers emerged from various corners of the village, each laden with spoils, their faces alight with satisfaction. As Zheng Qinhu fastened his belt, he exclaimed, "Damn it. This little vixen is quite fierce. My face has been scratched." The nearby Baihu suppressed their laughter, one of them remarking, "My lord, the brothers have truly spared no effort in providing you with the finest. What shall we do with this young woman?" inquired another Baihu, gesturing toward the motionless figure on the ground. Two soldiers approached, one seizing the woman's arm and dragging her toward a nearby burning house, where they collectively cast her into the flames. Chapter 40. Life is fragile as weeds outside the city. Flames soared several feet high. Upon discovering this, the patrolling officials hurriedly reported to the county magistrate. Jurchens, having just finished tilling the fields with his concubine, entered the main hall of the yamen with an expression of displeasure. The prominent figures within the hall had already assembled and rose to pay their respects upon his arrival. "Please, be seated," Jurchens yawned, settling into the central grand chair. "What brings you all here at such a late hour?" A servant presented a cup of hot tea. Placing it on the table beside him, Qianshirye, standing nearby, spoke up, "My lord, a great fire has erupted in the direction of Shuitai village, approximately 10 miles from the county, and it seems we may be facing bandits. Isn't there a garrison station nearby, at Tianqingwei? Are they blind, allowing bandits to wreak havoc under their very noses?" Jurchens furrowed his brow. Silence enveloped the hall for a moment, until the head of the finance department cautiously interjected, "It appears Shuitai village has fallen victim to military bandits." "What?" Upon hearing the term military bandits, Jurchens was so startled that he dropped the teacup from his hand, instantly wide awake. Without a moment's hesitation, he understood who these bandits were. Aside from the official troop stationed just outside the county, there were no other soldiers in the vicinity. "Bring someone here to clean this up," he ordered, as Qianshirye summoned a servant to clear away the shattered teacup and requested a fresh one. Jurchens did not touch the newly served tea but, with a look of concern, asked, "They one tea come to attack the county, will they?" Earlier that day, he had expelled a 100-man officer from Tianqingwei from the yamen, and now, the thought of armed forces raiding the county filled him with dread. "Do not worry, my lord," Qianshirye reassured him. "The city gates have been securely closed for some time now. The over 1,000 men outside lack siege equipment. Only a madman would attempt to assault the county." Good that the gates are closed," Jurchens replied, trembling slightly. "Inform them that as long as those bandits remain outside, we must not open the gates." The county constable of Yanyuan added, "Rest assured, my lord. The patrolling officials have already been assigned to the city walls. Tomorrow morning, I will mobilize able-bodied men from within the city to reinforce the defenses." "That is good, indeed." Jurchens felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the head of the finance department exchanged a discreet glance with Qianshirye. After a slight nod, Qianshirye remarked, "Before your arrival, my lord, I and several other officials discussed the situation. We believe the official troops outside, unable to capture the bandits, may resort to using the heads of innocent civilians as substitutes." Upon hearing this, Jurchens immediately grasped its implication and, in a fit of rage, declared, "These bandits have the audacity to kill innocents and claim their deeds as their own. I shall certainly bring them to justice and avenge the wrongs done to those innocent people." "My lord, you must not," Qianshirye urgently interjected. "I am a dignified third-degree scholar and the county magistrate of Yanyuan. Surely, I have the authority to report such matters to a local military commander." Jurchens cast a discontented glare at Master Qian, his tone suggesting that without a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to take action against him. Master Qian, recognizing the genuine anger of Jurchens, could only muster the courage to say, "My lord, this matter is better discussed privately." Jurchens frowned, visibly displeased. The county magistrate, a steadfast figure, observed as the astute officials present began to rise and take their leave, once only Jurchens and Master Qian remained in the hall. Jurchens lifted his teacup and declared, "Now that everyone has departed, let us speak." "Yes." Master Qian glanced around cautiously before whispering, "My lord, Li Qiang cannot be reported." With a sharp sound, Jurchens slammed the teacup onto the table, causing tea to splash across the surface. "Why can he not be reported? Or have you accepted bribes from him behind my back?" "My lord, please temper your anger," Master Qian said cautiously. "You have not been in Yanyuan County long, and there are many matters you are still unaware of." Before he could finish, Jurchens struck the table in fury, exclaiming, "Does Li Qiang not have Li Guangyi backing him? Am I to fear them? A deputy from Shaanxi's military commission cannot reach me here." "My lord, please calm yourself and allow me to finish," Master Qian offered, lifting the teacup to present it to Jurchens. Zhu Jiuchang brushed the cup aside, resolute. There is no need for persuasion. I will certainly report Li Kaiyang for his banditry and looting. Master Qian awkwardly set the teacup down and replied, My lord, while you may not fear Li Guangyi, what if Li Kaiyang is supported by the Donglin faction? Donglin faction? Zhu Jiuchang furrowed his brow. Isn't Li Guangyi affiliated with the Jin faction? When did he become involved with the Donglin? The Jin faction had gradually declined since the death of Zhang Siwei. So Zhu Jiuchang was not concerned. However, the Donglin faction had risen as a significant power within the court, with tangled influences that a mere county magistrate could not afford to provoke. Master Qian elaborated, What you may not realize, my lord, is that Li Guangyi was a Jin Shi of the 23rd year of Wanli, and among his contemporaries was Lord Liu Yuanjin, a core member of the Donglin faction. Zhu Jiuchang's brow furrowed deeper. Are you suggesting that Li Guangyi has aligned himself with the Donglin faction? The Donglin faction had evolved far beyond the East Forest academies founded by Gu Stanqing. Now, it wielded considerable influence in the court. And with the decline of the Jin and other factions, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Donglin faction was on the rise. Master Qian continued. Regarding the Donglin faction, I cannot speak with certainty, but the position of Deputy General in Datong has remained vacant for over half a year, with each candidate being impeached by censors from the Donglin faction. It was only after the Li family expressed their interest that this position became known to be coveted by them. You, my lord, only just arrived in Yangyuan County, and thus may be unaware of these matters. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiuchang's frown deepened further. Master Qian added, Li Kaiyang seeks military merit through bloodshed. Let us turn a blind eye. After all, it is merely the lives of common folk at stake. And the Li family would not dare to truly attack the county seat. So you, my lord, remain as steadfast as a mountain within the city. Zhu Jiuchang rapped his fingers on the table a few times and inquired, How can I account for the deaths of so many citizens outside the city? This matter cannot be concealed. Master Qian smiled and replied, This is quite simple. Since a band of robbers has entered our county, we can easily attribute the blame to them. The officials in charge will also assist in keeping this matter under wraps. Zhu Jiuchang, with a tone of uncertainty, asked, So? You and those officials have already conferred on this matter? Master Qian's smile faltered momentarily before he nodded slightly. Then why summon me? Zhu Jiuchang slammed his hand on the table, his voice heavy with indignation. Do you not regard me as your governing official? Master Qian, startled, quickly bent forward in apology. My lord, please do not be angry. This situation could actually benefit you. What benefit could there possibly be for me? It merely serves to curry favor with the Li family, Zhu Jiuchang scoffed. After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Zhu Jiuchang, who was seated in the grand chair. Lost in thought, his fingers incessantly fiddling. Seeing a flicker of interest in Zhu Jiuchang's demeanor, Master Qian continued, Our border town is impoverished, and we must also guard against the northern invaders, who pose a constant threat to our lives. However, if one were to serve in Jiangnan, the situation would be entirely different. One could compose poetry daily while silver flows effortlessly into one's pockets. This discourse resonated with Zhu Jiuchang, dispelling his earlier hesitations and solidifying his resolve. You write the letter to Li Kaiyang. I am weary and shall retire to the back hall for a rest. Zhu Jiuchang rose and strode toward the exit of the hall. Students, see the lord off. Master Qian bowed respectfully to Zhu Jiuchang and Apos, S retreating figure. Chapter 41. The bandit army belonging to Liu Heng. A great fire blazed to the north of Yangyuan County, illuminating the night sky. Yang Yuan's gaze shifted toward the source of the flames, where the inferno lit up a significant portion of the horizon. A bandit wielding a spear remarked, Yang, do you think the chief has led a raid on a nearby village? Ridiculous. Yang Yuan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his companion. Ever since our chief took us in, have you ever witnessed him plundering a nearby village? As he often says, this is our base of operations henceforth. This place shall serve as our stronghold. The scolded bandit shrank back slightly. Yang Yuan continued, the chief has made it clear, we are to establish ourselves here. And no one is permitted to harm the impoverished populace. Anyone who dares to transgress will face military law. The bandit chuckled, rest assured, Yang. The chief's orders are akin to imperial decrees. No one would dare disobey. That is good to hear. I would rather see our brothers perish at the hands of the imperial forces than fall victim to our own for violating the chief's edicts, Yang Yuan reminded him. The bandit nodded earnestly, leaning closer to ask, Yang, why do you suppose such a massive fire has gone unchecked, raging on without anyone attempting to extinguish it? It's well past midnight, and it shows no signs of abating. How the hell would I know? Yang Yuan replied tersely. Nearby, A scout from their camp lay on the grass, sneering. What is there to wonder? It's obvious that the local officials dispatched troops to raid the surrounding villages. Otherwise, the villagers would have rushed to put out the flames rather than allow it to grow so fierce. While Liu Heng merely speculated about the imperial forces pursuing them, Yang Yuan had already discerned their presence and witnessed the soldiers reaching Yangyuan County. Their resting place was merely 20 miles from the imperial camp, and due to their small number, they had not drawn the attention of the troops. Moreover, with scouts among their ranks, they had received word in advance and evaded detection. Are you suggesting that this fire was set by the officials? Yang Yuan's mouth fell open in astonishment. The other bandits around him displayed similar expressions of surprise. You are too naive, the scout, known as Su, replied. Bandits may take some gold or grain and leave, but when officials raid, they destroy villages and obliterate settlements. If the soldiers cannot find us, they will slaughter a village to claim the heads of the villagers as trophies, achieving two objectives at once. Isn't that just murdering the innocent for personal gain? Yang Yuan couldn't help but curse. Su sneered, otherwise, how would there be so many heads for those officials to rise in rank and wealth? The few heads from the barbarians are hardly sufficient, and besides, killing barbarians entails risk, while slaughtering commoners is far simpler. They can seize wealth and profit. Those wretched officials. Yang Yuan struck the ground with his fist in frustration. Enough of this. Let us sleep. Such occurrences are nothing new in border towns. They have transpired throughout the ages. Su Shuewu clasped his hands behind his head and closed his eyes, soon succumbing to a gentle snore. The distant flames did little to disturb their slumber. It was not that they harbored no animosity towards the predatory soldiers who pillaged the common folk. Rather, they recognized their own position as mere bandits, powerless to effect change. They could only lament that those in power regarded the lives of the people as inconsequential, just as the court held the populace in similar disdain. The inferno raged until dawn, leaving only wisps of black smoke in its wake. At the hour of the hare, Yang Yuan and the few dozen men he had brought were roused from their sleep, each reaching for the rations they carried. Once their meager meal was consumed, they set forth in pursuit of the larger bandit force. By the time they departed, the hour had passed the second quarter of the hare, and the direction of the official army remained eerily quiet. After a night of frenzied activity, the soldiers in the camp were still resting, with the patrolling sentries yawning incessantly. Some guards even found a spot to lean against and succumb to sleep. Yang Yuan had brought 2 squads of newly recruited refugees, totaling 60 men, along with several mounted scouts, making for just over 60 individuals. The small number allowed for a swift journey, and these recruits, being among the first trained, executed commands with precision. They traveled in silence, determined to catch up with the main bandit force led by Liu Heng before nightfall. At this moment, the bandit army had arrived at the base of Hukou Mountain, straddling the border between Yangyuan County and Weizhou. Had it not been for Liu Heng's persistent urging to hasten their pace and the diversion of some men led by Yang Yuan to mislead the official soldiers, they might have found themselves encircled. Following this event, Zhao Yutu's respect for Liu Heng deepened. After a lengthy journey, the bandits had established a clear division of labor within their camp, ensuring that no one was idle while others toiled. Whenever the camp paused for rest, the refugee bandits willingly took on the responsibilities of building fires, cooking, caring for the livestock, and attending to various chores. The newly recruited bandits and archers primarily took on the roles of patrolling and keeping watch over the supplies. In this camp, all shared the same sustenance, with no special treatment for anyone, even Liu Heng, the nominal leader, partaking in the same fare as the ordinary refugees. They suffered not from scarcity, but from inequality. The refugees in the camp could now fill their bellies, a stark contrast to the days when Shi Yunhu ruled over them, when even a half-full stomach was a luxury. Now, the entire bandit camp thrived in harmony, devoid of the fragmentation and hidden agendas that plagued the era of Shi Yunhu. Liu Heng's authority within the camp was formidable, unassailable even by those former archers under Li Shuheng, who had come to recognize Liu Heng as their legitimate leader. After resting through the night at the foot of Hukou Mountain, the bandit army resumed their journey at dawn. This time, Liu Heng did not lead them towards Weizhou, but rather redirected their course toward Guangling. For the official army, the expedition to Yangyuan County had yielded substantial rewards. Although many impoverished villagers had suffered, several wealthy households remained, and it was from these that Huang Un, the unseen commander, had amassed over 1,000 taels of silver. The bandit heads had also been collected from several villages, and the soldiers below, having reaped tangible benefits, were no longer inclined to linger in Yangyuan County. Without the presence of a formidable army, the magistrate of Yangyuan County, Zhu Jiucheng, naturally dared not confront a band of marauders numbering over 1,000. Even when informed of their movements, he feigned ignorance, allowing the bandits to traverse freely within his jurisdiction. Ultimately, upon receiving news that the bandit force had moved on to Guangling County, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, "May my fellow friend perish, but let me endure," as long as the marauders refrained from causing chaos within his domain. Chapter 42. The transformation of the refugee army. At the confluence of Guangling and Yangyuan counties lies a perilous peak known as Qingdianbai. It serves as a sanctuary for mountaineering enthusiasts who, unable to conquer the formidable Mount Everest, seek solace in its embrace. The bandit army, weary and beleaguered, made their encampment at the foot of Qingdianbai on the very day of their arrival, situated at the boundary of two jurisdictions. Even if the authorities were aware of the bandits' presence, no one was inclined to intervene, particularly when faced with a formidable force of over 1,000. The local officials, including the magistrates of Guangling and Yangyuan counties, feigned ignorance regarding the bandit incursion within their domains. After a relentless journey spanning more than half a month, compounded by encounters with pursuing government troops, both men and beasts within the bandit ranks were utterly exhausted. To prepare for the potential advance of the government forces, Liu Heng dispatched scouts to gather intelligence on the troops in Yangyuan County, while the remaining refugees commenced military training. This training encompassed nearly all members of the bandit army, with only a few elder bandits remaining behind to tend to the cooking and livestock. The training regimen primarily consisted of drills taught by Liu Heng's military instructors, to which he added the formation of a spear phalanx. The inclusion of this formation was a collaborative decision made after deliberation with Liu Heng, Li Shuheng, and others. Despite the spear phalanx's drawbacks, such as its slow mobility and lack of sufficient armor and matchlock firearms, it was deemed adequate for confronting local militias and bandits. In Liu Heng's vision, an ideal spear phalanx would be equipped with comprehensive body armor, an ample supply of matchlock guns, and artillery pieces. Satisfied with these conditions, he felt emboldened to confront the frontier troops in open battle. Having served in the Liaodong frontier army, he possessed a profound understanding of its realities. The true prowess resided with the personal guards and retainers, while the regular troops were merely a ragtag assembly, often inadequately fed and ill-prepared for combat. For the time being, the camp was not lacking in provisions, and Liu Heng devoted his primary efforts to training. To facilitate management and command, the refugee army, exceeding 1,000, was meticulously organized into smaller units, squads, companies, and battalions. Originally consisting of 30 members, each squad was subdivided into 3 teams, each led by a team leader and a deputy, totaling 12 members per team. These teams then merged to form a squad, overseen by a squad leader and a deputy, culminating in a total of 38 individuals. 3 squads would unite to create a company, led by a company commander and a deputy, amounting to 116 personnel. Ultimately, 3 companies combined formed a battalion, commanded by a battalion leader and a deputy, with a total of 350 members. The entire refugee army comprised 3 such battalions, each commanded by Liu Heng, Li Shuheng, and Qin Xuanping, respectively. Those not selected for the battalions were consolidated into a newly established logistics unit, managed by Li Shuheng and Zhao Yutu. 97 archers from the former archery battalion were integrated into the 1st battalion under Liu Heng, resulting in the largest battalion, boasting a strength of 447 individuals. In order to facilitate the identification of each individual's identity, Liu Heng instructed Zhao Yutu to hastily produce wooden tokens, inscribed with the names and respective teams of the holders, to be worn by everyone as identity badges. With the potential threat of the imperial army diminished, Liu Heng intensified the training regimen. Simultaneously, he dispatched a portion of the astute refugees under Yang Yuan's leadership to explore information in Guangling and Lingxiu, seeking suitable locations for the encampment of the bandit army, and most importantly, to find craftsmen skilled in the manufacture of firearms. After over half a month of encampment at Qingdianbai, the refugees underwent a remarkable transformation through rigorous training, beginning to resemble soldiers of a later era. Having completed most of the basic training, only time would refine their skills further. Liu Heng then incorporated the training of spear formations alongside the archers' coordination. Lacking matchlock guns, he had to rely on the archers as substitutes. Although archers proved somewhat superior to matchlock guns, at least those of this era, training an archer required several years, a luxury Liu Heng could not afford. Therefore, he focused his efforts on acquiring matchlock guns. During Yang Yuan's mission to Guangling and Lingxiu, He was tasked with seeking out artisans capable of crafting matchlock guns. The thought of finding a cannon maker was beyond Liu Heng's imagination. Even if such a craftsman were located, the requisite silver to produce cannons was unattainable, making the creation of matchlock guns a more pragmatic endeavor. With the introduction of spear formation training, the intensity of the regimen escalated significantly, leading many refugees to struggle physically, resulting in daily cases of illness. In light of this, Liu Heng, who oversaw logistics, and Zhao Yutu approached Liu Heng. It is impossible to reduce the training intensity, Liu Heng stated. We cannot remain at Qingdianbai indefinitely. To mitigate the attrition of our ranks, you must find ways to improve the camp's provisions instead of lamenting to me. Liu Heng understood that the non-combat attrition in various teams stemmed from the excessive training intensity coupled with insufficient nutrition. Adequate protein supplementation would naturally ameliorate the situation. Liu Heng remarked, every day, archers are dispatched to the mountains to hunt, yet the game they bring back is scarcely enough to feed so many. At most, it can be boiled into soup for each person to have a bowl, which hardly suffices. In this era, the rivers were unpolluted, and any location with rivers or lakes teemed with various fish. Fish meat is both fishy and bitter. No one wishes to consume it, Liu Heng added. How can it possibly be both fishy and bitter? Liu Heng furrowed his brow. Take me to see how you prepare the fish. Approaching the cook who was preparing fish, Liu Heng observed him scraping scales off with a knife and then tossing the fish directly into a pot of boiling water. Is this how you prepare the fish? Liu Heng inquired of the cook before him. Were it up to me, I would also refuse to eat it. Losing patience, Liu Heng retrieved the fish the cook had carelessly thrown into the pot, stating, before cooking fish, you must gut and clean them, removing the entrails and bile. With deftness, he sliced open the fish's belly, causing a mass of entrails and a green substance to spill forth. Liu Heng gestured towards the green object and remarked, this is the fish's gallbladder. If it is not removed and cooked with the fish, it will inevitably render the flesh bitter. Do we have any dried orange peel? Also, procure some wild onions. He lamented the absence of garlic, which could effectively eliminate the fishy odor. Liu Heng did not reach out for the ingredients, but instructed, peel a few cloves and toss them into the pot to cook alongside the fish. Once it is done, taste it first. If all is well, we shall continue preparing it this way in the future. Liu Heng and Zhao Yutu exchanged glances, uncertain as the fish still simmered in the pot, and they could not ascertain its edibility until they sampled it. Liu Heng was well aware that, due to the seasoning, the flavor would not be particularly exquisite, but it would not be so unpalatable as to be inedible. It would serve to supplement the nutrition of the displaced individuals undergoing training without issue. Chapter 43. The bandits' army deceived of their silver. Not long after dusk fell, Liu Heng was patrolling the camp when a bandit hurriedly approached with a message. Where is he? Take me to him. Within the camp stood a grand tent, typically used for discussions. Upon entering, Liu Heng discovered several leaders of the bandit camp assembled inside. The tent was open on all sides, with only a canopy overhead for shade, which was unnecessary at night. Thus, torches were lit to illuminate the space. The chief, I am incompetent. The silver I took has been deceitfully stolen. Upon seeing Liu Heng, Yang Yuan lowered his head in shame. Liu Heng furrowed his brow. Yang Yuan had departed the camp with nearly half of its silver, specifically to commission craftsmen to forge fire guns and a batch of iron spearheads. Is everyone unharmed? Liu Heng refrained from immediately addressing the issue of the silver and instead expressed concern for Yang Yuan and the bandits who accompanied him. Yang Yuan's heart warmed at this inquiry, and with a thud, he knelt before Liu Heng, choking back tears. Chief, I have failed. I did not accomplish the task. Please punish me. Rise. Liu Heng's expression darkened. What about the others who accompanied you? Has something happened? No, everyone is fine, Yang Yuan hastily clarified. Only Chen San has suffered a minor injury, but he will recover in a few days. Complying, Yang Yuan stood and began recounting his experiences in Lingqiu. Initially, Yang Yuan had visited the back mountain where the private ironworks were located before heading to Lingqiu County. There, he indeed found a blacksmith skilled in crafting fire guns. But the price was exorbitant. He decided to explore other forges and, shortly after departing, encountered a man claiming to be the owner of the Dongshan Ironworks, who offered quality iron at a bargain price due to an urgent need for money. Upon hearing the entirety of the tale, Liu Heng frowned and inquired, did you not suspect that he might be a swindler? Yang Yuan lowered his head, confessing, initially, I had my doubts, but he presented a document from the Dongshan Ironworks, complete with the official seal, and even took me to see the refined iron ingots. The miners there referred to him as the master. Liu Heng's brow furrowed further. So, you placed your trust in him, believing you could seize a bargain, only to find your silver spent without acquiring any ingots. Yang Yuan's head drooped even lower. The multitude of deceptions unveiled in later times still ensnared the unwary, fundamentally due to human greed. For a paltry gain, one suffers a great loss. This incident reminded Liu Heng of a saying, penny wise, pound foolish. Then, was it the owner of the Dongshan Ironworks who injured Shinsanha? Liu Heng asked. No. It was the officials, Yang Yuan replied, still with his head bowed. While I was arguing with the ironworks owner, several constables suddenly arrived to aid him in driving us away. Fearing exposure, I dared not retaliate. But Shinsanha attempted to speak up and was struck by those constables with their batons. The more he spoke, the more Yang Yuan's head bowed in shame. Upon learning that officials were involved, Liu Heng's expression grew increasingly grave. At this moment, Zhao Yu too, who had remained silent, spoke up. This matter is quite understandable. There are individuals within the government colluding with that Iron Master, taking advantage of Yang Yuan and Appo's status as an outsider. Even if someone stands as a guarantor for Yang Yuan, he would still be unable to seize those iron ingots. The Iron Master is well aware that Yang Yuan and his brothers are at a disadvantage. Yang Yuan, perplexed, responded, "This is my first visit to Lingqiu, and I am unfamiliar with anyone here. It is strange that he specifically targeted me and knew I would intend to purchase his iron ingots." Zhao Yudu chuckled and replied, "Perhaps you caught someone's attention when you visited the Dongshan Ironworks. Later, when you went to the blacksmith shop. Your attire and demeanor clearly indicated that you lacked any influential connections, making you an easy mark." Yang Yuan glanced down at his clothing. Though worn, it was free of patches or holes, cleaner and more orderly than what an ordinary peasant would wear, more akin to that of a servant from a wealthy household. Zhao Yutu's observation was echoed by Liu Heng, who noticed that Yang Yuan's attire was too commonplace. While this was not apparent in the bandit camp, it certainly projected a rustic image outside. Reflecting on this, Liu Heng realized that he too bore some responsibility for their predicament. Having sent Yang Yuan to Lingqiu without ensuring he was properly attired, Liu Heng did not blame Yang Yuan for the lost silver, acknowledging that both of them lacked sufficient experience, thus granting others an opportunity to exploit them. Beside them, Chen Xuanping grumbled angrily, "Tomorrow, I will take men to Lingqiu and deal with that scoundrel who dared to deceive us. I will make sure he lives to earn, but not to spend." "Do not act impulsively," Li Shuheng admonished. While the bandit army was unchallenged outside the city, the situation would be drastically different within, where they would become easy prey. At this juncture, Liu Heng interjected, "Second brother, you remain here to continue training. Tomorrow morning, Yang Yuan and I shall go to Lingqiu." "Absolutely not," the chief cautioned seriously. Both Li Shuheng and Zhao Yutu voiced their disapproval of Liu Heng's intention to travel to Lingqiu. Liu Heng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for persuasion. I must go to Lingqiu eventually. This is a fortuitous opportunity to do so personally." "No, it is far too dangerous for you to venture into Lingqiu. It would be wiser for Xuanping to go in your stead," Li Shuheng insisted against Liu Heng's risky undertaking. Zhao Yutu concurred. "The training in the camp requires your direct supervision. It would be better for others to handle the trip to Lingqiu, leaving you to command the camp. There is no need for further discussion. My journey to Lingqiu is not solely about the swindled silver. It is also to meet the blacksmith who crafts firearms. No one here understands firearms better than I do, making my presence most fitting." During his time in Liaodong, Liu Heng had been well acquainted with the arms camp, particularly with matchlocks and three-barreled guns. Li Shuheng frowned and remarked, "Is equipping our camp with firearms truly necessary? Oftentimes, those weapons are nothing more than glorified sticks." Having also served in the imperial army, Li Shuheng was dismissive of firearms, recognizing that the highest ranks were occupied by personal guards and household servants, followed by regular soldiers, with the lowest being the gunners. "We must equip ourselves with firearms," Liu Heng asserted with gravity, "to strengthen the bandit camp. It is implausible to perpetually rely on merely a handful of spear-bearers and fewer than 100 archers. A few individuals." Witnessing Liu Heng's resolute intention to venture to Lingqiu could only caution him to exercise utmost caution. At that moment, Yang Yuan, who had been keeping his head down, softly remarked, "I have also gathered some intelligence." Chapter 44. The tooth merchant Liu Heng skillfully urged his steed forward, expertly grasping the reins as he rode. This body had once been on the brink of becoming a personal guard for a guerrilla leader, but due to his unwillingness to change his surname, he fell out of favor and was relegated to the lowest rank in the firearms battalion. Nevertheless, he had mastered all the necessary skills, save for a slight deficiency in archery. Does this mean that Shi Yunhu and Ma Yunjiao have perished? Liu Heng inquired of Yang Yuan, who was mounted on another horse. Yang Yuan, unable to ride independently, shared a mount with another rider. This time, as they departed from the bandit camp, Liu Heng had taken with him Yang Yuan and 3 other skilled horsemen, forming a party of 5 on 4 horses heading toward Lingqiu. The notice indicated not only Shi Yunhu but also the names of the chief and Li Tu. Yang Yuan, clutching the waist of the rider before him, tilted his head earnestly as he spoke. Liu Heng chuckled. I never imagined I would be declared dead. What remains uncertain is the fate of Shi Yunhu and the others. They are surely dead, Yang Yuan replied, tilting his head. Surrounded by thousands of troops, even if Shi Yunhu grew wings, he could not escape. The rider bearing Yang Yuan interjected, if the authorities have deemed us deceased, our journey to Lingqiu should be considerably safer. Chief, should we consider adopting a different name? Liu Heng responded, there is no need for such trouble. There are countless people with the same name in this world. The swift horses galloped toward Lingqiu, where they spent a night in the wilderness before entering the city the following day. Lingqiu was not particularly large, divided into eastern and western sections. They entered through the east gate, flanked by dilapidated buildings, with a central thoroughfare covered in cinders and flanked by drainage ditches. At this time, the weather was warm, and the ditches exuded an unpleasant odor. Not far from the east gate was an open-air tea stall where several men dressed in short attire were seated on benches. Behind them stood a tooth merchant, with a bright sign displayed prominently outside. Upon seeing Liu Heng and his party ride into the city, the tooth merchants quickly gathered around. Esteemed gentlemen, would you care for iron ingots? The finest iron forged from superior furnaces, it rings crisply when struck. Weapons crafted from such excellent iron can sever hair and slice through flesh with ease. Noticing the sword at Liu Heng's waist, the merchant recognized him as a martial figure and promptly brandished his weapon. While warriors adorn themselves with swords, it does not guarantee their skill with the blade. However, those who carry knives are invariably proficient. No need, Liu Heng replied, maintaining his pace and urging his horse onward. Yet, the tooth merchant persisted, hastening a few steps to keep pace. I see that this esteemed gentleman is likely a first-time visitor to Lingqiu, whether buying or selling or seeking connections. If you require assistance, I can certainly help. Liu Heng pulled on the reins, bringing his horse to a halt, causing the 3 horses trailing behind to stop as well. He turned to the merchant beside him and asked, can you truly facilitate anything? I wish to inquire about a person. The merchant pounded his chest proudly, declaring, as long as the person is in Lingqiu, feel free to ask. If I cannot provide the information you seek, see that sign over there? Feel free to set it ablaze. And from this day forth, the tooth merchant shall close its doors. The sign of the dental establishment hung before the door, triangular in shape, suspended from an extended wooden pole. Liu Heng cast a glance and chuckled, stating, I harbor no intentions of burning your sign or vandalizing your establishment. I merely wish to inquire about an individual hailing from Lingqiu County who possesses an ironworks across the eastern mountains. The man at the dental shop replied, there are numerous owners of ironworks on the eastern side, yet the most renowned is the Su family. I wonder which one you seek. Liu Heng responded, I cannot ascertain if it pertains to the Su family, nor do I require you to do anything beyond providing me with a name and their residence. Very well. Whom do you wish to find? The man inquired. To speak candidly, I know all the ironworks owners on the eastern side. There indeed exists a case worth mentioning. The deceiver is indeed an owner of an ironworks there, albeit a modest one with merely 2 small furnaces. The victim was a young outsider, and following the incident, those foreigners vanished without a trace. At this juncture, the man paused. Liu Heng retrieved a silver coin from his pocket and tossed it to him. The man received it with both hands, weighing it before tucking it into his sleeve. You are generous, sir, he said with a bow. The ironworks owner is named Chindafu, residing at the very first house at the entrance of the alley adjacent to the West City. He lives alone. Over the years, he has squandered his wealth on indulgences, and his ironworks have long since fallen into disrepair. He even sold his wife to a brothel. And the neighbors have no desire to associate with him, not even the dogs. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng tossed another silver coin toward him, asking, do you comprehend my meaning? Rest assured, sir, even if someone were to threaten me with a blade, my lips would remain sealed. The man replied with a grin as he accepted the coin. Liu Heng, unfazed, urged his horse forward, riding off with Yang Yuan and 3 other riders trailing behind. As they distanced themselves, another man approached the informant, saying, third brother, these individuals clearly do not appear to be trifled with, from the conversation. It is likely they are the very ones seeking vengeance against Chindafu. The informant cast a glance at Liu Heng's retreating figure, pinched the silver coins in his sleeve, and hummed a tune as he made his way back to the dental establishment. Once they were far away, Yang Yuan expressed his confusion. Master Liu, we could have gathered information about Chun Dafu on our own. Why expend silver to inquire with the dental establishment? The people at the dental shop possess insightful information. Others may not necessarily know, and it is easier to glean intelligence that may alert Chun Dafu ahead of time, Liu Heng replied, gently urging his horse onward. Guide me to the blacksmith shop you mentioned. Yang Yuan raised his hand to point ahead, stating, the blacksmith shop lies in the East City, just around the corner up ahead. The group turned at the intersection, walking 20 paces until they arrived at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. Dismounting, Liu Heng and Yang Yuan entered the shop, leaving the other three to tend to their horses. Upon entering the blacksmith's workshop, a wave of heat enveloped me. The street outside was already sweltering, yet the temperature within the forge soared several degrees higher. What can I assist you with? Inquired a young man clad in the attire of an apprentice. Yang Yuan replied, I seek your master. I have business to discuss with him. The apprentice scrutinized Yang Yuan, then glanced at another individual who was intently observing the iron wares within the shop, before finally responding, please wait a moment. Adjacent to the blacksmith's workshop was a small room. The apprentice lifted the curtain and called inside, Master, there are visitors seeking you. Chapter 45. The Lumi Cannon. A burly man emerged from a nearby room, his voice gruff as he inquired, who seeks me? Not only was the man robust in stature, but his booming voice resonated with authority. Upon seeing him, Yang Yuan clasped his hands in greeting, Zhao the blacksmith. It is I. Ah, it is you. What brings you here? Have you come bearing silver? Zhao the blacksmith cast a glance at Yang Yuan, ultimately fixing his gaze on Liu Heng, who stood a short distance away. Yang Yuan's eyes instinctively followed Zhao's line of sight towards Liu Heng. Startled to be addressed as master for the first time by a guest, Zhao the blacksmith felt a sense of respect and invited, please, come inside. He turned and strode into the adjacent room, with Liu Heng and Yang Yuan trailing behind. Upon crossing the threshold, Liu Heng realized that the room could scarcely be considered a proper chamber. It connected to a backyard where a well stood at its center, the rhythmic clang of metalwork echoing from the rear. Rather than leading Liu Heng to the backyard, Zhao the blacksmith settled himself at a wooden table in the anteroom. Lumi Cannon. Liu Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly approached. Two wooden pegs on the wall displayed a 6-foot-long firearm, complete with a mechanism, powder chamber, and muzzle. Every detail, including the steel blade at the foot of the bed, captivated his attention. You appear to have a discerning eye, Zhao the blacksmith remarked, his back to the wall where the cannon hung, as he poured himself a cup of tea from a kettle on the table. Approaching the wall, Liu Heng gently caressed the cannon's body and whispered, weighing 7 pounds and measuring 6 feet. This is the Lumi cannon developed by Master Zhao Shizhen in the 26th year of the Wanli era. It seems you truly recognize quality. What of the gaudy contraption that came before? Zhao the blacksmith glanced at Yang Yuan before continuing. You've seen the item, and as I mentioned previously, the price is non-negotiable. You must decide whether to proceed. Yes, provided the quality is assured, we shall take as many as you can offer, Liu Heng replied, his hands lingering on the Lumi cannon. Even by the 47th year of Wanli, this cannon remained the most formidable firearm of the Ming Dynasty. With a proud demeanor, Zhao the blacksmith assured, rest assured, the products from my Zhao family forge are of the highest quality. Should any issues arise, feel free to tarnish my reputation. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuan approached the table and produced 3 silver ingots from his pocket, 2 weighing 20 taels each and 1 weighing 10 taels, placing them on the table and sliding them toward Zhao the blacksmith. After receiving the silver, Zhao the blacksmith summoned his apprentice to weigh the ingots, confirming the 50 taels were accurate before instructing his apprentice to store them away. A month from now, I shall collect the goods, he added. Clearly in a better mood after receiving the silver, Zhao's previously stern expression softened. The timeline is too long, Liu Heng remarked, shaking his head. I will return in half a month to collect my items. I do not wish for the steel blade. Instead, please exchange it for lead pellets or steel balls. If you have gunpowder, prepare a sufficient quantity as well. I am not concerned with the amount. I will pay for whatever you can provide. Zhao the blacksmith shook his head. The time frame is too tight. Boring the cannon barrel is a time-consuming task. If the barrel is not executed properly, the entire firearm will be rendered useless. 20 days, Liu Heng countered, holding up 2 fingers. Additionally, ensure there is an ample supply of gunpowder and lead pellets. If you can complete it in 20 days, I am willing to pay an extra 50 coins for each cannon. Zhao the blacksmith furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before saying, lead bullets are easy to come by, and the quantity of gunpowder will not be excessive. Gunpowder is readily available at the ironworks. You may procure it from there." Liu Heng smiled and replied, "Indeed. However, for the time being, we require your assistance in stockpiling a bit more. That is no trouble at all. Selling you the gunpowder will earn me some silver," Zhao the blacksmith remarked, gesturing towards the teapot beside him. "Would you gentlemen care for some tea?" "No need. We have other matters to attend to. We shall take our leave now and return in 20 days, Liu Heng responded, having accomplished the task concerning the firearm. Deeming it unnecessary to linger further. "Allow me to see you off." Zhao the blacksmith stood up. "There is no need for your trouble, Master Zhao. It is but a short walk. We can manage on our own," Liu Heng said, bowing slightly. "Then I shall not see you off. Do take care." Zhao the blacksmith replied as Liu Heng and his companions approached the exit. Suddenly, he called out, "Are you two intending to visit Qindafu?" Hearing this, Liu Heng halted mid-stride, slowly turning around with a smile, and said, "Master Zhao, I do not quite grasp your meaning." Zhao the blacksmith continued, "Considering you have addressed me as Master Zhao a few times, regardless of whether you visit Qindafu or not, I have a piece of advice for you." Liu Heng smiled and encouraged, "Please, do share, Master Zhao." Zhao the blacksmith cautioned, "Qindafu is of little consequence, merely a fallen noble. However, he is backed by the Su family. You may not be aware, but in Lingqiu, even the county magistrate must show deference to the Su family." "Thank you for your counsel, Master Zhao. I shall take heed," Liu Heng replied, neither confirming nor denying his intention to seek out Qindafu. Before turning to leave the blacksmith shop with Yang, Zhao the blacksmith frowned and expressed his dissatisfaction. "How many times must I remind you? There is no uncle here at the blacksmith's. You must call me master." "Yes, understood, master," the blacksmith's apprentice said, shrinking his neck. Zhao the blacksmith asserted, "Whether they are good people or not is of no concern to us. They pay us silver, and we provide them with goods. What they do with those goods is irrelevant to us. Our names are not inscribed on the firearms, and the authorities will not trace them back to us. The East City is predominantly inhabited by the impoverished, while the West City serves as the abode of Lingqiu's affluent, with the county office located therein. The finest tavern in Lingqiu is also situated in the West City." Liu Heng rode his horse along the streets of the West City. In stark contrast to the East City's roads paved with coal dust and ash, the streets of the West City are constructed of interlocking slabs of blue stone. The drainage ditches on either side are regularly maintained, free from any foul odors. Compared to the East City, the West City appears to be an entirely different realm. A thoroughfare separates the East City from the county office, and continuing along the main road leads to the iconic Drum Tower. Numerous shops line the streets, offering an array of goods such as cosmetics, textiles, and porcelain, items frequently sought after by households. The sweltering heat of the midsummer sun arrives early, making it unbearable to linger outdoors. 2 constables stationed at the county office have retreated to the shade of nearby trees to find respite from the heat. Liu Heng arrived at the notice board in front of the county office, where a large announcement, affixed to a white sheet of paper, occupied a significant portion of the board. The content of the notice is rather straightforward. It merely states that the Tiansheng Guard has eradicated a band of marauders, with the leader and several key figures having met their demise by decapitation. Among the names of the executed rebel leaders are his and Li Shuheng's, accompanied by the official seal of the inspectorate. The tavern is situated on a different street, and amidst the sound of hooves, Liu Heng vanished from the thoroughfare in front of the yamen. Chapter 46. A wall apart, the sweltering heat rendered the streets nearly deserted, with few daring to venture outside. Liu Heng and his companions, strangers to this place, rode through the thoroughfare, their imposing figures accentuated by the weapons they bore. The ordinary townsfolk, upon catching sight of them, instinctively retreated, while even the children at play kept their distance. On the street stood a tea house, its roof shaded by a straw mat, under which a young attendant languidly dozed on a wooden table, a few rickety benches beside him. Upon noticing customers, the attendant sprang to his feet, swiftly wiping down the table where Liu Heng and his party sat, collecting the coins left behind. "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. Your cool tea will be served shortly." Before long, the attendant returned with 3 bowls of refreshing tea, setting them down on the table. Liu Heng lifted a bowl and drank deeply. The cool liquid coursed through him, bringing a wave of relief. As noon approached, the oppressive heat became unbearable, sweat trickling down his neck and soaking into his garments, creating an uncomfortable stickiness. While the cool tea was delightful, moderation was key. After savoring 2 bowls, Liu Heng slowed his pace with the third, all the while awaiting news from Yang Yuan. As they dined on flatbreads filled with lamb, Liu Heng and his 2 companions consumed 2 pieces each before pausing. The heat was stifling. Beads of sweat formed as they ate, soaking their clothes. Had the temperature been more temperate, Liu Heng fancied he could have managed another. After their meal, he sipped the cool tea to ease the food settling in his stomach. The tea house was conveniently located just half a street away from the residence of Chindafu. "Let us have a bite first," he suggested, gesturing towards the flatbreads and lamb. Yang Yuan, already famished, eagerly grabbed a piece and filled it with tender lamb, devouring it hungrily. "Indeed," responded a man nearby. Zhao Wu nodded, and the 2 departed the tea house. Before long, Zheng Tai, drenched in sweat, entered the tea house. "No need to rush your words. Have a bowl of cool tea to dispel the heat. We have flatbreads and lamb set aside for you." Liu Heng indicated towards the prepared refreshments on the table. Zheng Tai, having endured the heat, quickly gulped down a bowl of tea and wiped his mouth, requesting another from the attendant. This time, he savored it, alternating between bites of the flatbread and sips of the cool tea. Once Zheng Tai had satisfied his hunger, Liu Heng remarked, "Tonight, we shall not stay at the inn. Instead, we shall search near Chun Dafu's home for any available lodgings. Time is short, and it may prove difficult to find a place. We are unfamiliar with Lingqiu. Even if such accommodations exist, the owners may not welcome us," Zheng Tai said, placing his bowl upon the wooden table. Liu Heng smiled, "Not to worry. If we cannot find it, others surely can." His companions exchanged puzzled glances. Liu Heng then led them to a nearby yamen by the east city gate. Many tasks they found daunting could be effortlessly accomplished by the familiar faces there. Liu Heng spent 5 taels of silver to rent an empty residence that had recently become available. Having rented the premises for merely a month, the price was somewhat exorbitant. However, on the very day of their arrival, Liu Heng, accompanied by his companions, settled into the courtyard, which fortuitously adjoined the estate of Chindafuku, separated only by a modest wall. Liu Heng had no intention of lingering in this abode for long, were it not for the stipulation of a minimum 1-month lease. He would have preferred to rent for just a single day. With the acquisition of this household's courtyard, Yang Yuan and Zhao Wu were relieved from the burden of vigilantly monitoring the entrance of Chun Dafuku's residence under the scorching sun. Now, they could simply remain within the courtyard and discern any commotion from next door. As Liu Heng savored a piece of flatbread wrapped around succulent lamb, he pondered the silence enveloping the courtyard. It appeared that the occupants were inebriated and had succumbed to slumber, unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Yang Yuan, too, prepared his own flatbread with lamb, indulging in hearty bites. This evening, he refrained from stepping out to replace the watch. Instead, Zhao Wu took it upon himself to venture into the courtyard. He was keen to ascertain whether the leader would join them in seeking out the target tonight. Suspecting that such a prospect might dampen his spirits, Yang Yuan chuckled derisively at the thought. The makeshift camp was already scarce in funds, and the loss of 1,000 taels at the hands of Chun Dafuku fueled his desire for retribution. As twilight descended, families enjoyed the cool evening air outside their homes. Chun Dafuku's residence, positioned along the principal thoroughfare to the western city, attracted more congregants than others, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Conversely, the eastern district was home to the impoverished, with few households keeping dogs. Instead, they tended to chickens and ducks to supplement their meager incomes. Meanwhile, the town crier traversed the streets, striking his bamboo clapper and calling out warnings about the arid conditions and the need for caution with fire. As the witching hour approached, Yang Yuan turned towards Liu Heng, who sat contemplatively by the bed, inquiring about the timing of their impending action. Chapter 47. Reaching the hospital unlike others, Yang Yuan did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he found himself engulfed in a fervor, an unexpressed frustration stirring within him, rendering him restless during this hour of darkness. In the shadows, Liu Heng clutched his dagger, and the others mirrored his vigilance, each holding their weapons close. It was imperative to remain composed during such times. Liu Heng spoke softly, remarking on the oppressive heat that delayed their sleep, suggesting they wait until the night cooled before making their move. There was no rush. The sum of 1,000 taels of silver was of utmost importance to the bandit camp, as procuring firearms and weapons required considerable funds. In coming to Lingqiu, aside from the matter of the firearms, there was the pressing issue concerning Chindafu. The camp was in dire need of silver. Liu Heng had entertained the notion of amassing wealth through plunder, yet this thought was swiftly dismissed. The Ming Dynasty, despite its flaws, remained relatively stable. To persist as bandits would be tantamount to courting death. A single Changsheng guard could eradicate them, and the Ming possessed not only one such force but also formidable border troops. Any of the 9 border armies could easily extinguish Liu Heng and his band of roughly 1,000 bandits. Reflecting on the formidable figure of Chuang Wang Gaoingxiang, who commanded the 13 families and 72 camps, Liu Heng recognized the vastness of their might compared to his meager forces. Gao had even set fire to the ancestral tomb of the Zhu family in Fengyang, only to ultimately meet his demise at Heishui Valley. Leaning against the wall, Liu Heng remained motionless with his dagger in hand, while Yang Yuan, after posing a single question, settled patiently onto a stool, awaiting the unfolding events. As the third watch passed, the temperature in the room dropped slightly. Around the hour of the rat, Liu Heng, who had been waiting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and rose to his feet. At his movement, the others in the room also stirred. "Let us go," Liu Heng commanded as he stepped into the courtyard, with Yang Yuan and the others trailing behind. The wall separating the 2 courtyards stood taller than a person. Liu Heng took 2 steps back, then lunged forward, grasping the edge of the wall with his hands, and vaulted over. Perched atop the wall, he helped hoist each person up, ensuring they all landed silently within Qin Dafu's courtyard. Once everyone had safely descended, he cautiously leapt down, striving to minimize any noise. The 5 men, including Liu Heng, pressed their bodies against the outer wall of Qin Dafu's main house. Liu Heng produced a dagger and meticulously inserted it into the door crack, carefully maneuvering to disengage the latch within. After several deft movements, the latch was successfully shifted aside, and Liu Heng gently pushed the door ajar. He entered the main room with utmost stealth, attempting to make not a sound. Yang Yuan and the others followed suit, leaving only Zheng Tai outside to keep watch. Qin Dafu's main house comprised 3 rooms, the outer room at the center, facing the main door, with the east and west rooms flanking it. Upon entering, Liu Heng paused in the outer room, straining to listen. He discerned the sounds of snoring emanating from the east room, while the west room remained eerily silent. Yang Yuan nodded, leading one companion towards the west room. Before long, Yang Yuan returned from the west room, subtly shaking his head at Liu Heng. The snoring from the east room continued unabated, signaling that its occupants were deep in slumber. Confirming that no one was present in the west room, Liu Heng pointed towards the east room, prompting Yang Yuan and his companion to stealthily approach it. However, this time Liu Heng also entered the eastern room. Bathed in the faint moonlight, 2 pale bodies, 1 male and 1 female, lay on the Kong. The man snored intermittently, making him easily recognizable. Yang Yuan cautiously approached, carefully sidestepping the man on the Kong, and came to the woman's side. With one hand covering her mouth, he raised a knife and swiftly slashed across her throat. The woman kicked her legs twice before becoming lifeless. Witnessing this scene, Liu Heng's eyelid twitched, yet he remained silent. He could have spared the woman, but he dared not take that risk. It was her misfortune to seek out Qin Dafeng that night. As Yang Yuan slashed her throat, blood gushed forth, splattering onto the sleeping Qin Dafeng beside her. Oblivious to the danger, Qin Dafeng, in his slumber, wiped the blood from his body and continued to sleep soundly. Seeing this, Yang Yuan did not wait for Qin Dafeng to awaken on his own. He retreated to the outer room and splashed a ladle of cold water from the vat onto Qin Dafeng. Startled awake by the cold water, Qin Dafeng sat up with a jolt, mumbling, It's raining." Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find several unfamiliar men standing at the foot of the Kong. Just as he was about to shout, he noticed a gleaming knife pointed at him, causing him to stutter. "Why you? Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" "Ah, blood." Qin Dafeng felt something sticky on his hand and turned to see the woman beside him with her head drooping and blood oozing from her neck. Unable to suppress his gasp, "Silence. If you scream, I will kill you," Yang Yuan threatened, pressing the blade against Qin Dafeng's throat. "I know you." Qin Dafeng, regaining some composure, recognized Yang Yuan's voice and his mind raced to identify him, causing him to stutter even more. "Yes, it's me. You thought it would be so simple after cheating me out of my silver?" Yang Yuan glared menacingly at Qin Dafeng. Realizing Yang Yuan's identity sent a tremor through Qin Dafeng's body as he contemplated his imminent fate. "What is that smell?" Zhao Wu detected an odor of urine. Quickly tracing it back to Qin Dafeng's direction, Yang Yuan sneered, "With such cowardice, you dare to deceive me of my silver?" Liu Heng interjected, "Qin Dafeng, whether you live or die depends on your choice. Hand over the silver, and perhaps your life may be spared." "Why yes. Qin Dafeng stuttered. "I'll give you the silver, brave sirs, I will." Yang Yuan urged, "What are you waiting for? Where's the silver?" Trembling, Qin Dafeng attempted to rise from the Kong, but was blocked by Yang Yuan's knife. Liu Heng added, "You need not move. Simply tell us where it is. Faced with the glinting blade, Chen Dafeng remained still, stuttering. It's in the box. The very bottom layer has a cloth bag. All the silver is there. Liu Heng cast a glance at Zhao Wu, who approached the chest against the wall. With a swift motion, he severed the iron lock with his blade and began to rummage through the contents. At length, he extracted a cloth bundle from within. Upon unwrapping it for inspection, Zhao Wu murmured, "Boss, the amount is incorrect. There are barely over 300 taels." Liu Heng furrowed his brow end, with a cold stare directed at Chen Dafu. Spoke with a chilling tone, "I have granted you the opportunity to save your life, yet it appears you are reluctant to cherish this chance." At the utterance of the term boss by Zhao Wu, Chen Dafu was already rendered speechless. For the individual referred to in such a manner could only be the formidable figure reigning over the mountains beyond the city. Chapter 48. The Su family took the silver, Master Tiger. I truly did not know the silver belonged to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to deceive you even if I had 10 times the courage. Chen Dafeng trembled violently, his speech faltering. Master Tiger? Liu Heng furrowed his brow. Unfamiliar with the name, it seemed that Chen Dafeng had mistaken him for someone else. Yang Yuan seized Chen Dafeng by the hair and demanded, "Where is the silver? Don't even think about claiming you spent it all in just a few days." No, I only spent less than 50 taels, Chen Dafeng stuttered, shrinking back. And the remaining 600 taels? Where have you hidden them? Yang Yuan pressed down on Chen Dafeng, the blade poised at his throat. The chilling touch of the steel against his skin made Chen Dafeng feel as if he were in the depths of winter, despite it being the sweltering heat of June. Goosebumps erupted on his skin, and a warmth surged from his lower abdomen, a wave of shameful realization that he had wet himself. Yang Yuan grimaced in disgust. The stench in the room was far from pleasant. The mingling scent of blood and urine was more pungent than that of a stable filled with manure. Master Tiger, spare me. I truly have only this little silver, Chen Dafeng pleaded, glancing desperately at Liu Heng, knowing who among them held the power to sway the situation. Although Liu Heng was not the Master Tiger, he remained unmoved, coldly stating, "Having swallowed 1,000 taels of my silver, this amount is insufficient for your life." Su the steward took it away, Chen Dafeng stuttered, imploring, "Please, Master Tiger, spare my life for the sake of the Su family." Upon hearing the name Su, Liu Heng felt a weight settle in his heart. The Su family, renowned in Lingxiu County, commanded respect even from the county magistrate. Their household would undoubtedly be well guarded, and it would be no easy task to infiltrate their residence. Since you cannot gather the silver, we cannot be blamed for what ensues. Liu Heng signaled Yang Yuan to take action. Chen Dafeng's gaze fixed intently on Liu Heng. Perceiving the gesture, he cried out desperately, "I have it. I have silver." "Wait." Liu Heng halted Yang Yuan. "Truly, one cannot weep until they see the coffin," Yang Yuan remarked, tapping Chen Dafeng's cheek with the flat side of his knife. "If you have the silver, why not present it sooner? Speak, where is it hidden?" Chen Dafeng, anxious, only dared to move his lips, saying, "There is a wooden box inside the cabinet." Hearing this, Zhao Wu promptly approached the cabinet in the room. Before the wall opposite the Kong, besides a box, there was a tall cabinet. Zhao Wu opened the cabinet door and, indeed, found a wooden box, which he lifted, only to realize it was surprisingly light, lacking the weight of 600 taels of silver. Zhao Wu handed the box to Liu Heng and remarked, "The weight is not right." Upon receiving it, Liu Heng too sensed its lightness, suspecting it contained no silver. Chen Dafeng, lying on the Kong, hastily explained, "Inside is not silver, but documents and land deeds, worth much more than 600 taels." The wooden box bore a brass lock. Liu Heng pried open the lock with his dagger, unveiling the contents within, while instructing Zhao Wu to light the oil lamp in the room for illumination. Within the confines of the dwelling, there indeed lay a deed and a document. The deed pertained to the residence of Chen Dafu, while the document was associated with the Dongshan Ironworks, clearly stating that Chen Dafu possessed an ironworks in Dongshan. These two items hardly warranted 600 taels. Liu Heng discarded the wooden box, yet he retained the deed and the document. It was evident that Chen Dafu was bereft of silver. These two items were likely his most valuable possessions, offering Liu Heng a modicum of consolation. Although presently of no use, they might prove advantageous in the future. 600 taels bought a semblance of comfort. Indeed, it was worth 600 taels. Chen Dana spoke with urgency, asserting that while the courtyard held little value, the ironworks was a different matter altogether. A single furnace could fetch over 1,000 taels, and such a substantial ironworks would be worth at least 4,000 to 5,000 taels. Liu Heng smiled, for he had inquired about Chen Dafu's character prior to his arrival. If the ironworks were truly worth 4,000 to 5,000 taels, they would have long since been sold for indulgences. The document was accurate. and the ironworks did exist in Dongshan, yet it had long since fallen into disrepair. The furnaces were in ruins, and reinstating a furnace would require at least 1,000 taels. To establish a large furnace, one would need a minimum of 2,000 taels. Such a modest ironworks was hardly worth such an investment. Currently, the iron from Jin was heavily suppressed by that of Min, failing to fetch a decent price, rendering the number of prospective buyers for the ironworks exceedingly scarce. Hand him over to you. Be swift, Liu Heng instructed Yang Yuan, stepping away from the east room and into the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yuan emerged from the main house. It's resolved, Yang Yuan affirmed with a nod. Liu Heng then addressed the individuals within the house. Make haste to rest. At dawn, we shall exit the city. The group, seasoned in the art of bloodshed, experienced no discomfort after the act, dispersing to find suitable spots to rest. With over an hour remaining until dawn, Liu Heng, clutching his sword, leaned against the wall for respite. As the crowing of the rooster pierced the silence, he abruptly opened his eyes and leapt from the bed. The others in the room awoke, rising to their feet. Liu Heng commanded, feed the horses, provide them with water, and saddle them. We shall depart through the west city gate. Lingqiu City was divided into eastern and western sectors, each boasting its own gate. The dawn broke early during the summer, with the first rays of sunlight illuminating the earth before the hour of the rabbit. The previous night, Zhao Wu had intentionally procured additional flatbreads and mutton, now laid out for consumption. Liu Heng, disregarding the chill, rolled a piece of mutton in a flatbread and began to eat. The others followed suit. Once their meal was nearly concluded and the horses had consumed their feed, each person led a horse away from the courtyard. Just past the hour of the rabbit, the morning bell of Lingqiu's west city chimed, signaling to the townsfolk that the gates were open. At this hour, the streets remained largely deserted, as most citizens were just awakening and preparing their breakfasts. Liu Heng hastened the pace of the horses, guiding his group out of Lingqiu County through the west gate. Upon exiting the city, they spurred their steeds into a gallop, only easing their pace after traveling several miles from the county, granting the horses a moment to rest. The arduous journey of over 10 miles had rendered Yang Yuan, who was unaccustomed to horseback riding, nearly incapacitated, causing him to grimace in pain. As the pace slowed, he seized the opportunity to inquire, "Chief, when we were in Lingqiu City, why did we not take the east gate, which was the closest to us, instead of detouring to the west gate?" With a sigh, he added, "Let the horses rest for a moment." Liu Heng took hold of the reins, bringing the horse to a halt before dismounting. Zhao Wu and the others followed suit, allowing their steeds to graze on the lush grass nearby, while Yang Yuan was assisted down from his mount. "Ouch, this is unbearable," he exclaimed, rubbing his sore backside. "I must learn to ride. Relying on others to carry me on a galloping horse is simply intolerable. My posterior is nearly devoid of sensation." The laughter of Zheng Tai and the others erupted in response to his lament. "What are you laughing at? Were you not equally inept at riding before?" Yang Yuan chided playfully. Once Liu Heng had settled the horses, he explained, "Allow me to clarify why we avoided the east gate. The east gate is monitored by the moneylenders. The moment we appear at the city gate, they would notice us and suspect our involvement in the nocturnal ambush of Qindafeng. Wealth can easily stir ambitions, and for 1,000 taels of silver, we cannot be certain they would not entertain ulterior motives." Suddenly, Liu Heng pointed towards a mountain in the distance. "What lies ahead on that mountain?" he queried, drawing the attention of the group in the direction of his gesture. Chapter 49. The Grand Camp Discussion as one traverses the official road for approximately 2 to 3 miles. A grand mountain emerges, lush and verdant. A few miles to the east flows a significant river, while at the mountain's base, a tributary meanders through. Liu Heng gazed towards the direction of Tiger Head Village and remarked, "This locale is quite favorable, conveniently adjacent to the official road. This band of marauders has indeed chosen an excellent place to settle. The chief's intent is for us to establish ourselves here as well." Yang Yuan discerned Liu Heng's implications. "Observe." Liu Heng gestured towards Tiger Head Village. "This area is spacious enough to accommodate over 1,000 men from our camp. The river flowing at the mountain's foot ensures an ample water supply, and with another river a few miles away, our brethren will not lack for fish. This site is superior to the one across Qingtian Bay. By stationing our camp here along the official road, we can easily monitor the trade caravans to and from Lingqiu, which are bound to pass by." Yang Yuan interjected, "Yet there are still marauders atop the mountain. They likely will not relinquish Tiger Head Village without a struggle. Indeed, one cannot expect to sleep soundly beside a potential adversary. The presence of marauders indicates that they will not easily yield such a prized territory." "Fear not," Liu Heng replied. The brothers in our camp have undergone extensive training and must confront a true opponent in earnest. Mere theoretical discussions are insufficient. With a smile, Liu Heng added, "You are the most suitable for this task." Inside the tent, Liu Heng sat behind a low table, flanked on his left by Li Shuheng and Yang Yuan, and on his right by Chen Xuanping and Zhao Yutu. Both Li Shuheng and Chen Xuanping were captains, while Yang Yuan, though not officially assigned to any of the three newly formed regiments, was acknowledged as a prominent figure in the camp. Zhao Yutu, who had served as the camp's advisor during Shi Yunhu's tenure, now managed logistics alongside Li Shuheng, also earning recognition as a leading figure. As Liu Heng surveyed the faces of his companions, he proclaimed, "I intend for our camp to advance into Lingqiu, and the location has been determined, Tiger Head Village, 30 miles from Lingqiu City." Yang Yuan had already anticipated the camp's relocation to Tiger Head Village, thus he maintained a calm demeanor. The others, hearing for the first time of the camp's intended move to Tiger Head Village, began whispering among themselves, while Chen Xuanping inquired of Zhao Yutu regarding the nature of Tiger Head Village. Zhao Yutu, having never visited Tiger Head Village, could only glance towards Liu Heng and inquire, "Chief, must we truly go to Tiger Head Village? This place, Qingtian Bay, is quite satisfactory. We have grown accustomed to it after such a lengthy stay." Chen Xuanping and Li Shuheng nodded in agreement with Zhao Yutu's sentiments. The camp of bandits had initially followed Shi Yunhu towards Datong, only to be besieged by the imperial troops upon arrival. After enjoying a rare period of stability in Qingtian Bay for over half a month, they were reluctant to disrupt this tranquility, fearing that any movement of the camp might provoke the imperial forces. Observing the reluctance of the others to depart Qingtian Bay, Liu Heng said, "Yang Yuan, please share with everyone your insights on Tiger Head Village." Yang Yuan rose to his feet and remarked, "I have visited Huchuozai once. The mountains there are deeper than those of Qingdianbai and are more conducive to concealing individuals. It is not far from the official road. Nearly 10 miles away lies the eastern mountain, where private ironworks are concentrated. The iron ingots transported from there must pass through the official road at the foot of Huchuozai. If we set up a checkpoint at the foot of the mountain, we shall not lack for silver. Unless those merchants are willing to take a detour along the rough and bumpy road 20 miles to the east." He recounted his previous words spoken on the official road to the others in the tent. After listening, Li Shuheng and the other two fell into contemplative silence. After a while, Zhao Yutu spoke up, "Since the chief has made a decision, we shall support it. However, it is inevitable that there are bandits lurking in such a prime location as Huchuozai, and we will certainly face a battle upon our arrival." Liu Heng chuckled, "Indeed. There is a band of marauders. I intend to send Yang Yuan to investigate the specifics. If their numbers are few, they will serve as a fine opportunity for us to train our troops. The 3 battalions in the camp have been training for quite some time. We must find an opponent to validate our progress. Additionally, I have an announcement to make." Upon hearing this, the individuals within the tent sat up straight. Liu Heng continued, "The 3 battalions will remain unchanged, but I plan to establish another unit, tentatively consisting of 30 individuals, with Yang Yuan as the captain and Chen Daqing as the vice-captain. This unit will differ from the other 3 battalions in the camp and will be dedicated to intelligence gathering, with personnel selected from the logistics team." Yang Yuan stood at attention with his fingers together. "Please take a seat." Liu Heng gestured for Yang Yuan to sit down and added, "Shuheng. This unit led by Yang Yuan is of utmost importance to the camp, and we will require your strong support." Li Shuheng nodded and smiled, "I understand. Yang Yuan is akin to the head of our Ming Dynasty's Jinyui, with his subordinates being akin to the imperial guards." Liu Heng laughed, "It is not so ominous. Our small force cannot be compared to the Jinyui. However, the task of intelligence gathering is crucial. We cannot afford to be caught unaware as we were last time when the Ming army set a trap and we stumbled into it. Had we received intelligence in advance, we could have prepared and avoided it. It was also due to a lack of information that the Tianqing Guard's official troops pursued us relentlessly. And if not for our good fortune, we would have followed in the footsteps of Xianhou." Li Shuheng assured, "Rest assured. Zhao and I will fully support Yang Yuan in this matter, and the personnel will be at Captain Yang's discretion." The others in the tent showed no surprise at Yang Yuan becoming the head of intelligence. After all 3 battalions had their positions appointed, the absence of Yang Yuan's designation led them to speculate that he would be assigned to another significant role, as he had always been faithfully loyal to Liu Heng. The newly established unit bore a resemblance to the Jinyui of the Ming Dynasty, and the captaincy was a position that could only be entrusted to someone close to the chief. Li Shuheng recognized that while he could manage logistics, he was not adept at intelligence work. Chen Xuanping's boisterous nature made him even less suitable. Zhao Yutu, although previously associated with Xianhe, was deemed less reliable than Yang Yuan, making Yang Yuan the most suitable candidate for this position. The positions have been determined, and the hierarchy among the 4 individuals has been established. The captain of the 2nd Brigade and logistics are both under the management of Li Shuheng, thereby placing him in the 2nd position. The captain of the 3rd Brigade is Chen Xuanping, thus he occupies the 3rd rank. The newly formed intelligence unit holds great significance, and Yang Yuan, seated behind Li Shuheng as arranged by Liu Heng, indicates his position as 4th. The final rank belongs to Zhao Yutu. The order of precedence, with the left being esteemed and the right secondary, reflects Liu Heng's deliberate structuring, solidifying each individual's role within the camp and preventing future disputes regarding their status. Chapter 50. The Trial of Arms. How fares the literacy situation among the 3 battalions? Liu Heng inquired of Zhao Yutu. In the Ming Dynasty, the martial generals were largely illiterate, many unable to recognize a single character, resorting to scribes for drafting memorials. Liu Heng had no desire for his forces to mirror the Ming's disgraceful state, where the scholarly was esteemed above the martial, and military officials were deemed effective only in battle, leaving all intellectual pursuits to civil officials. The impending warfare would demand a higher caliber of troops, emphasizing overall discipline, coordination among different arms, and logistical prowess. The standards were escalating, making it increasingly improbable for a general to single-handedly charge into the fray and claim the enemy's commander's head amidst a multitude. Liu Heng was resolute in not appointing leaders for his battalions who were mere brutes, illiterate, and solely adept at combat. Such individuals were not worthy of his trust. Warfare was not a mere contest of strength, but a complex interplay of strategy and intellect. Where conditions favorable, Liu Heng envisioned establishing a staff department, where one person's brevity could be counterbalanced by the insights of 10, dedicated to strategizing battles and addressing potential oversights. Even the most formidable commander could not encompass every facet of warfare. This will not do, Liu Heng stated firmly. Inform them that many of the subordinate positions in the 3 battalions remain unfilled. Those with the highest literacy will be prioritized for appointments. Those unwilling to learn will not be eligible for promotion, and even those currently holding positions may be demoted if they resist literacy. Isn't that punishment rather severe? Zhao Yutu expressed concern. Follow my directive, Liu Heng replied. They are being offered an opportunity to learn, yet they remain picky. If they refuse to embrace literacy, they shall be relegated to logistical duties, preparing meals. At this juncture, Li Shuheng chuckled. The logistics department hardly requires so many cooks. Liu Heng laughed heartily. If they are surplus to requirements in the kitchen, let them fish, chop wood, and tend to livestock. All logistical tasks will be assigned to them. Chen Xuanping chimed in with a smile. No matter how laborious those tasks, they pale in comparison to the rigors of training. I fear that upon discovering such a boon, the men of the 3 battalions may shun literacy altogether. Liu Heng scoffed. There are no free rides here. Training must proceed without fail, and they must also stand guard and patrol at night. Only the remaining time shall be allotted for logistical duties. From Liu Heng's words, Zhao Yutu discerned the importance he placed on literacy. At dawn the following day, Yang Yuan summoned Chun Daqing and a few recently selected troops from Li Shuheng to depart the main encampment. Training continued relentlessly within the camp due to the sweltering heat. Sessions were primarily conducted in the early morning and late evening, allowing the rest of the camp to rest during midday, save for those on watch. However, this respite was not a free-for-all. It was specifically designated for Zhao Yutu to instruct them in literacy. Initially, only a handful were willing to learn. But with Liu Heng's mandate that illiterate individuals could only serve as foot soldiers, even those who might achieve the rank of captain would be demoted to the status of a soldier, the more ambitious among the bandits began to take their study seriously. Zhao Yutu's method of teaching the bandits differed from the traditional approach of enlightening young children. Rather, he presented phrases with select characters for all learners to memorize. He taught them how to read and write, limiting the instruction to 10 characters a day, compelling them to memorize through rote learning, enforcing their retention. Liu Heng also joined in the pursuit of literacy. However, he was unlike others. He recognized only simplified characters, managing to decipher most traditional ones, and could read them aloud, though he was unable to write them. This enabled him to learn at a pace swifter than his peers. Observing this, Zhao Yutu often remarked on the intelligence of those who grasped concepts quickly. In a bid to expedite Liu Heng's literacy, Zhao Yutu dedicated time to teach him privately, resulting in a marked improvement in Liu Heng's reading skills. Now let us discuss the situation at Hatuz High. The individuals settled into their respective positions. and Liu Heng turned his attention to Yang Yuan. Rising from his seat, Yang Yuan spoke. On the mountain of Atuzhai, there resides a band of bandits, numbering around 100. Their leader, known as Ijiaohu or Tiger Master, oversees this group, which sets up checkpoints to extort merchants passing through and occasionally descends upon neighboring villages to plunder. The villagers have voiced their grievances on numerous occasions, even reporting to the authorities, who issued wanted notices, yet to no avail. The dense mountain terrain allows the bandits to vanish without a trace, and attempts by the Lingxiu garrison to subdue them have repeatedly failed. So it is he. Liu Heng muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Qin Xuanping, seated to his right, slammed his hand on the low table before him and declared, "With only about 100 men, I can lead the 3rd battalion to annihilate them. What about the supplies?" Liu Heng rose from behind the low table, his gaze brimming with eagerness. "I entrusted them to Chun Daqing for safekeeping when entering the main tent. If the chief wishes to see them, I shall retrieve them immediately." With that, Yang Yuan turned to exit. "We shall go together and find an open space to test their quality," Liu Heng suggested, striding towards the tent's entrance. The others, having gleaned the nature of their discussion, rose and followed Liu Heng outside. Chun Daqing had been stationed outside the tent, and as soon as the others emerged, he approached them promptly. "Bring the fire guns and follow me," Liu Heng instructed Chun Daqing, leading the group out of the camp. Beyond the encampment lay a vast open area designated as the training ground for the 3 battalions. Upon reaching the training ground, Liu Heng received a looming gun. Meticulously inspecting it to confirm its quality, particularly the barrel, which clearly bore the craftsmanship of a seasoned artisan, infinitely superior to the shoddy products fabricated by the Ming Ministry of Works. Consequently, his appreciation for blacksmith Xiao deepened. Not every blacksmith could forge fire guns, especially the barrels. Even a slight flaw could lead to disastrous outcomes. The Ming Ministry of Works was notorious for cutting corners, producing wretched implements that were scarcely fit for use, with some barrels even warped, causing them to harm the user before the enemy, practically mastering the art of self-harm. Once assured of the gun's reliability, Liu Heng loaded the powder, compacted it with a rod, inserted the lead shot, primed the touch hole, ignited the fuse, and aimed at a large tree 40 paces ahead. With a squeeze of the trigger, a resounding bang echoed, and a plume of white smoke rose from the muzzle. The recoil jolted his arms as the lead shot soared forth. After discharging, Liu Heng extinguished the fuse and cleared the powder chamber, advancing towards the tree with the gun in one hand, followed closely by the others. As they approached, everyone beheld a small hole embedded in the tree trunk, with a lead bullet deeply lodged within. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yutu inhaled sharply, his mind conjuring a multitude of thoughts. If such a sturdy tree could be penetrated so profoundly by a lead bullet, one could only imagine the fate of armored soldiers facing such a formidable firearm. It would surely be no different from that of this grand tree. This weapon was far superior to the rudimentary muskets and 3-barreled guns he had encountered in the artillery camp. Li Shuheng, also hailing from the ranks of the Imperial Army, could not refrain from offering his praise. Chapter 51. The first firearm squad. Liu Heng handed the firearms to Qin Daqing beside him and turned to Qin Xuanping, saying, "Second brother, select a small team from your squad to form a firearm unit. These 5 firearms are for their training." Qin Xuanping was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Will you not retain them?" In his understanding, Liu Heng was the commander of the main camp, leading the first squad, and weapons like firearms, which could enhance strength, should be prioritized for the first squad, with the surplus allocated to his 3rd squad later. Liu Heng smiled and replied, "There is no need. The first squad has archers, and the second squad primarily focuses on guarding the camp. Only the 3rd squad requires a significant enhancement in strength." "Very well. I will arrange for training with the firearms this afternoon," Qin Xuanping conceded without further hesitation. From Liu Heng's arrangement, he understood that in the future, firearms would be prioritized for his 3rd squad, which he welcomed wholeheartedly. Although firearms may not surpass archers in accuracy, they proved to be far more lethal against armored foes. Liu Heng then turned to Yang Yuan and said, "Prompt Zhao the blacksmith on your side to expedite the crafting of firearms. The quantity can be increased. You may procure silver from Li Shuheng. If you need any silver, simply come to me. As long as it is for the purchase of firearms, I will certainly support it." After witnessing the formidable power of Liu Heng's recently discharged firearm, Li Shuheng was no longer resistant to the idea of purchasing firearms and had become supportive. "Understood." Yang Yuan nodded at Li Shuheng and then remarked, "Zhao the blacksmith mentioned that the iron used for crafting firearms is Jin iron, which is inferior to min iron. It is best not to exceed 15 discharges consecutively. as the barrel may deform from excessive heat. If we were to use min iron, we could discharge it 17 or 18 times. Although he was satisfied with the prospect of 15 consecutive discharges, opting for min iron would only yield an additional 2 or 3 discharges, albeit at a cost that would be at least one-third higher, given that min iron was already more expensive than gene iron. The transportation cost from the south to the north would only exacerbate the expense. Liu Heng then turned to Zhao Yutu and stated, "With firearms at our disposal, gunpowder will become a necessity for us, so I entrust this matter to you, Mr. Zhao. I hope that the gunpowder we utilize in the future will be produced in-house." Without waiting for Zhao Yutu to respond, Liu Heng continued, "I will have Yang Yuan procure saltpeter and sulfur from Lingqiu Ironworks. They have a plentiful supply of both minerals. You will need to find a solution for charcoal on your own. The optimal ratio for the 3 components is 15 parts saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. Finally, the gunpowder should be processed into granules and wrapped in paper according to the discharge quantity specified by Zhao the blacksmith, ensuring that we do not diminish the power by using insufficient powder or risk self-injury from excessive powder." Having said this, he looked at Zhao Yutu. He had conveyed everything necessary. The task was not arduous, and if Zhao Yutu failed to execute it properly, it could only be deemed a deliberate evasion. Zhao Yutu, without hesitation, replied, "I have no issues, but I am not well versed in the methods of gunpowder production. It may take me some time to figure it out." Liu Heng chuckled, "That is of no concern. The method for producing gunpowder at the ironworks is not a secret. I will have Yang Yuan provide you with the process, and you should be able to conduct several experiments without significant issues." "Then I have no further concerns," Zhao Yutu affirmed. Gunpowder is not the same as explosives. Its danger is considerably less unless an excessive amount is detonated at once. This fact underpins Liu Heng's confidence in entrusting the matter to Zhao Yutu. Training the gun squad is no simple task. These individuals have never encountered a firearm and are utterly oblivious to its operation. Moreover, the Rumi gun is not merely a variant of the matchlock. Its usage involves a multitude of intricate steps. Each member of the gun squad is equipped with several canisters containing gunpowder, lead shot, and igniters. The training progresses methodically, from loading gunpowder and lead shot to compacting them with a ramrod, igniting the match by opening the vent, and repeating these procedures multiple times rather than commencing with live firing immediately. Wielding a 7-pound firearm repetitively each day, the gunmen endure hardships that rival, if not surpass, those faced by the spear wielders. After 3 days of rigorous training, the gun squad was finally permitted to discharge a firearm. The prospect of firing for the first time filled the gunmen with exhilaration. A true gunman would feel remiss if he had never pulled the trigger. However, the process of firing did not unfold as smoothly as hoped. Some gunmen, startled by the loud report from too close a distance, collapsed in fright, while others, gripped by fear, dared not look ahead as they fired. Such instances of ineptitude left Qin Xuanping visibly frustrated. His subordinates' embarrassment reflected poorly on him as their captain. Consequently, dinner for the gunmen was cancelled, leaving them to endure a night of hunger. In light of the gun squad's performance, Qin Xuanping delegated the training of the spear wielders to his deputy, dedicating himself to overseeing the gunmen-esh training. Another 3 days passed, and during the subsequent firing exercise, the gun squad finally made progress, with each member able to discharge their weapon, albeit with less than satisfactory accuracy. Qin Xuanping had no immediate solutions for this deficiency, other than to intensify their training and conduct additional live-fire exercises. With these developments, Zhao Yutu became increasingly occupied. Aside from teaching the bandits literacy, he devoted most of his time to the art of gunpowder production. Naturally, he did not undertake this endeavor alone. Li Shuheng provided him with several capable assistants to aid in the process. The entire camp buzzed with activity, and the news of their impending journey to the Huido stronghold in Lingqiu was known only to Liu Heng and 4 others. Before departing from Qingdianbai, Liu Heng intended to keep this information from the bandits below. The acquisition of 20 firearms significantly alleviated the gun squad's training pressures, allowing for practical exercises that hastened the gunmen's proficiency in handling the Rumi gun. From the initial 5 minutes required to discharge a shot, the interval gradually shortened to 2 shots within 3 minutes. Each step from loading to firing was meticulously regulated, with no room for error in the sequence. The repetitive nature of their training instilled a reflexive familiarity, enabling them to respond instinctively, achieving the remarkable standard of firing twice within 3 minutes. The training of the gun squad evolved beyond mere loading and firing. They now formed 3 columns, each led by a squad leader, executing the commands to load, aim, and ultimately discharged their firearms in unison. Upon the conclusion of the training for the musketeer squad, each musketeer emerged as a competent member of the unit. Aside from their actual combat experience, the squad was subsequently dispatched to Lingxiu. Chapter 52. The arrival at Hufeng Stockade. Brother, something feels amiss these days. Several unfamiliar faces have been frequently lurking around Hufeng Stockade. The speaker was a dark-skinned man, revealing a long scar from a knife wound across his exposed chest. Beside him sat a slightly frownier man, who added, "My men have also spotted strange individuals during their patrols, often appearing at the foot of the mountain." Both men turned their gazes toward the burly figure seated at the head of the table. The man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have any of them been apprehended? What do we know of their origins?" The scarred man shook his head and replied, "Those individuals all possess horses and refrain from venturing deeper into the mountains. The moment our people show themselves, they retreat, leaving us no opportunity to corner them." "Could they be officials?" the slender man suggested. The burly leader, the head of Hufeng Stockade, pondered for a moment before responding, "There have been no messages from the Su family. If the government forces intended to act against us, the Su family would surely send word. Thus, Lao San, you shall journey to the county town and inquire if there are any reports of official troops encircling us. Lao Air, increase your patrols, keep a close watch at the mountain's base. If those few individuals return to the vicinity of Hufeng Stockade, we must capture them." "Understood." Both Lao Air and Lao San replied in unison. The county town was a distance away. Lao San rose from the main hall, accompanied by two bandits, and rode swiftly down the mountain towards Lingxiu County. Not far from Hufeng Stockade lay a village named Zhejiayu, where a group of unknown men resided at the home of the notorious Liu. Typically, no respectable family would dare to harbor such a group, yet Liu, a scoundrel of the village known for petty theft and gambling, accepted a small sum of silver from these strangers and allowed them to stay, moving in with his equally disreputable friends. At that moment, in the main room of Liu's house, Yang Yuan sat on the Kong while Chen Daqing occupied a bench across from him, with several others scattered about the room. Yang too. The bandit patrols around Hufeng Stockade have increased significantly. It is challenging for our men to approach, one of Yang Yuan's subordinates remarked. Yang Yuan responded, "There is no need to venture to Hufeng Stockade. Our main force will soon arrive. The next time we go, it will not be for reconnaissance, but to assault the bandits atop Hufeng Stockade." Chen Daqing, seated on the bench, stood up in excitement and exclaimed, "Is the big boss and the main force coming to Hufeng Stockade?" His enthusiasm was understandable. Since learning about Hufeng Stockade, he had been envious of its prosperity. Every time a merchant convoy passed the official road at the foot of Hufeng Stockade, they were required to pay a toll, and these tolls alone enriched Hufeng Stockade immensely. Furthermore, the surrounding villages were obligated to pay a safety fee annually to ensure that the bandits from Hufeng Stockade would not wreak havoc upon them. In addition to the safety fee, the villagers also had to deliver a portion of their harvest to Hufeng Stockade during the spring and autumn seasons. Nevertheless, the bandits from Huchuozai would occasionally descend from the mountain to pillage a few nearby villages, resorting to murder and arson at the slightest hint of resistance. The villagers surrounding Huchuozai dared not voice their anger, as the authorities were powerless against the bandits. The inhabitants of these villages could only endure the oppression inflicted upon them by the marauders of Huchuozai in silence. For these villagers, such circumstances were a calamity. Yet for Chen Daqing, the capture of Haihazai would render all of this theirs. This prime location could sustain over 1,000 individuals from the camp. Chen Daqing remarked, "If a large detachment arrives, I believe the 3rd Brigade is most likely to come." Yang Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, "We share the same thoughts. I concur. The 3rd Brigade has recently been equipped with firearms and is in need of actual combat. The bandits on Huchuozai are not numerous, and the 3rd Brigade should be more than capable of managing them." As they conversed, someone rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Yang Tu, Shin Tu. Jia Lu from the 3rd Brigade has arrived at the foot of Huchuozai." "It seems we were correct," Yang Yuan chuckled, rising to his feet. "Let us go see him. This fellow has been promoted from the captain of the refugee new recruits to the squad leader of the 3rd Brigade, and his subordinates far outnumber us." Chen Daqing stood as well, accompanying Yang Yuan as they exited the house. In the courtyard, there was a simple stable from which they each led a horse. Departing from the residence of the leprous Liu, the two mounted their horses and rode away from the village. With the aid of their steeds, they made their way to the forest behind Huchuozai. Upon encountering the patrolling bandits in the vicinity, they were led deeper into the woods. This forest was rather small, with a river flowing to the east, situated at the rear of Huchuozai, and diverging from the official road that passed through it. This location was one Yang Yuan had designated as a potential encampment, and upon Jia Lu's arrival, Yang Yuan's subordinates would ensure they were settled here. Yang Tu, Chen Tu. Jia Lu greeted them as he emerged from the woods. Yang Yuan, forgoing pleasantries, immediately inquired, "When will the camp arrive?" Jia Lu replied, "I am not entirely certain of the exact timing, but the 3rd Brigade will be the first to arrive. My squad serves as the vanguard, with subsequent detachments arriving gradually. One squad is a bit sparse. There are over 100 bandits on Huchuazai, and we are at a numerical disadvantage. Moreover, this is the territory of those bandits, and they are far more familiar with the mountainous terrain than we are," Chen Daqing remarked, his brow furrowing. Jia Lu chuckled reassuringly, "Do not worry. When my squad departed from the camp, Captain Shun was also preparing for departure. We were merely cautious of mobilizing too many at once to avoid attracting the attention of the authorities, hence the decision to split into smaller groups. The remaining 2 squads should arrive before nightfall." Upon hearing that 2 additional squads were en route, Chen Daqing felt a sense of relief. His concern was not for the bandits of Huchuazai, but rather for the potential inadequacy of personnel from the camp. Yang Yuan remarked, "We must exercise utmost caution. The bandits atop Tiger Head Mountain are rather extraordinary. Some of the ordinary bandits on the mountain don iron armor, while those without it are clad in cotton armor. Despite their relatively small numbers, their weaponry and equipment surpass that of the imperial troops." This was also emphasized by the chief. Jia Lu grinned. "Before we departed the camp, the chief instructed me not to fear the bandits in iron armor. We shall leave them to the gun team, who can assuredly pierce through them with a single shot. That iron armor is mere flimsy protection against firearms, less effective than cotton armor." Yang Yuan nodded, reassured that the chief had foreseen this situation, ensuring there would be no issues. He had also witnessed the power of the firearms firsthand, as they embedded deeply into a tree trunk from a distance of 40 paces, leaving only a few holes behind. Chapter 53. Recruitment. Upon the summit of the Tiger Head village, there stands a temple dedicated to the mountain deity. Ever since the diminutive bandit, known as the short-legged tiger, seized control of this stronghold, the temple has fallen into a state of complete disrepair, with its grand hall transformed into a makeshift assembly room for the Bandit Council. The short-legged tiger occupies the spot where the statue of the mountain god once resided, flanked by 2 chairs, one of which is presently occupied by the second-in-command of the bandit faction. "Boss, trouble is brewing. A contingent of government troops has arrived from the mountains." A panicked bandit rushed into the temple's grand hall, his breath coming in rapid gasps. "Calm yourself. How many troops are we facing?" The short-legged tiger rose from his chair. No, it's not like that," the bandit stammered. "They don't seem to be regular troops. They resemble local militia, perhaps around 100 strong, lurking in the thicket of the rear mountains." The second-in-command interjected, "Brother, do not be hasty. If it were indeed government troops, the Su family would have alerted us. It is more likely that these are local militia gathered from the surrounding villages. We've encountered similar situations before. Why not let me lead a small force to drive them off and pay a visit to the nearby villages to issue a warning to their inhabitants, urging them to remain compliant? Rest assured, I shall handle this matter." With that, the second-in-command rose from his seat and called out, "Bring my armor up." At that moment, the messenger bandit added, "Boss, second-in-command, the group down the mountain is armed with a considerable number of firearms. They seem quite formidable. Local militia typically carry only a few bows. You worthless fool. You cannot even distinguish between government troops and local militia. They could just as easily be bandits." The second-in-command, exasperated, delivered a kick to the messenger. The bandit fell to the ground, scrambling to explain, "I swear I am innocent. I cannot be certain. But government troops bear flags and armor, while the group below lacks both. Their spears appear to be primarily wooden, yet they possess dozens of firearms, which confounds me." The second-in-command turned to the short-legged tiger for guidance. "Indeed, they possess at least dozens of firearms, while the rest wield wooden spears." The messenger stayed seated on the ground, fearful of further reprimand. "Enough. I understand now. You may leave," commanded the short-legged tiger, waving his hand dismissively. The messenger, feeling as if released from a heavy burden, hastily scrambled to his feet and exited the temple. "Brother, do you think that group below could genuinely be government troops? Such an arsenal of firearms seems beyond what local militia could possess," the second-in-command pondered. "If they were newly trained militia from the nearby villages, it would be impossible for us not to have been informed." The short-legged tiger contemplated for a moment before responding, "Are you aware that 2 months ago, a band of marauders was exterminated in Tianshanwei?" "I have heard of it," the second-in-command replied. The magistrate of Lingxiu County even posted announcements about it. I heard from the Su family that the commander of Tianshanwei was promoted to deputy general of Datong due to his success in eradicating the bandits. Precisely. However, it is not so easy to eliminate a band of several thousand bandits completely. There are bound to be some who slip through the net. Upon hearing this, the second-in-command exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the group below might be remnants of that band of marauders who escaped capture?" The short-legged tiger nodded and remarked, "Although I have never encountered these individuals, I suspect that the group down the mountain is most likely the band of marauders that was annihilated by the Imperial forces. A pack of lost souls daring to approach our Tiger Head stronghold. I shall lead our men down the mountain to eliminate them immediately. However, we should not be hasty. These individuals may yet prove useful." The second-in-command hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Do you mean to recruit them, brother?" The short-legged tiger affirmed, "Indeed. Our Tiger Head stronghold is spacious, and we are not lacking in provisions or silver, yet our brotherhood is insufficient. Each time the Imperial forces descend upon us, we are forced to retreat into the mountains. If we had a greater number of brothers, the Imperial forces would think twice before approaching Tiger Head stronghold. If these individuals are indeed escaped bandits from Tianshanwei, they must have had a difficult journey. With a little persuasion, we could easily absorb them into our ranks." The second-in-command pondered, "The idea is commendable, but have you considered that there are leaders among these bandits who may not wish to join us, even if they consent? Their numbers are not insignificant and could easily threaten your position, brother." Upon hearing this, the short-legged tiger smirked coldly and replied, "Once they arrive at Tiger Head stronghold, I shall be the one to dictate terms. The leaders among the bandits need not remain. Once they ascend the mountain, I shall find a pretext to dispose of them." The second-in-command stated, "So your plan is to lure them up the mountain and set an ambush to eliminate their leaders?" The short-legged tiger nodded. "With the third brother away in the county town, I entrust this task to you. Rest assured, I will ensure it is executed flawlessly." The second-in-command responded, "A pack of lost souls, just toss them a bone, and they will obediently come up the mountain." The short-legged tiger cautioned, "Exercise caution. Our understanding of the identities of these individuals is merely conjecture. When you go, first send your men to probe their identities before revealing yourself." The second-in-command nodded and departed from the mountain god temple with his sword at his side. "Captain, we have captured a bandit coming down from the mountain." A sergeant wielding a spear brought a bandit clad in cotton armor before Jia Lu. Jia Lu glanced at the captured bandit from the mountain's Tiger Head stronghold. Noticing the cotton armor, smacking his lips, he exclaimed, "Damn it. I was skeptical before, but it seems that the bandits from Tiger Head stronghold are swimming in wealth. Even the most commonplace bandit is adorned in cotton armor, utterly unafraid of the consequences." An air of envy pervaded his words. As a squad leader managing over 100 men, he had no less manpower than the bandits from Tiger Head stronghold, yet he himself wore a tattered, patched-up shirt that made him appear no better than a beggar in comparison to the bandit before him. Sir," the captured bandit, unsure of the sergeant's rank, opted to address him as sir in hopes of gauging his status. Jia Lu revealed a broad grin, displaying his large front teeth, and retorted, "What the hell is this sir nonsense? You are a bandit, and I am a rogue. We are both engaged in the same trade." Yes. The bandit nodded repeatedly, secretly relieved. Nearby, Yang Yuan coldly interjected, "Since you are a bandit from the mountain, we shall not interfere with one another. Why do you spy on our camp? Could it be that you are here to scout for your leader, preparing to launch an assault against us?" Upon hearing these words, the bandit trembled and hastily clarified, "I dare not. I truly dare not. I am merely acting on the orders of the second-in-command, requesting both esteemed leaders and all the valiant heroes to ascend the mountain for a gathering. This matter should have been addressed by the second-in-command, yet at this moment, in the face of peril, he could not afford to be concerned about such formalities." Chapter 54, The Ruthless Second-in-Command. "So, are you saying that your leader wishes to recruit us?" Yang Yuan observed the bandit who had descended from the Tiger Head mountain with a bemused smile. The bandit nodded eagerly. Yang Yuan inquired, "Who holds the authority among you on the mountain?" The bandit replied, "There are 3 leaders in the stronghold, and typically, it is the collective decision of these leaders that prevails." The bandit expressed his gratitude to Yang Yuan and Jia Lu, then hastily retreated into the forest, vanishing from sight. Yang Yuan chuckled, "How do you know they do not share your sentiments?" "Oh, what do you mean? Do you imply that they wish to annihilate us?" Jia Lu's eyes widened. "I am not certain," Yang Yuan shrugged, "but I do know one thing. Once we gather our forces, We shall surely conquer Tiger Head Mountain without the need for reckless endeavors. Jia Lu sighed, lamenting, I merely feel it a pity to miss such a splendid opportunity. Jia Lu hastened to catch up, questioning, how do you know it will be dark by then? Have you overheard the leader's plans? Yang Yuan replied with a smile. Tiger Head Mountain is the territory of the short-legged tigers. Several attempts by the government troops to eradicate them have failed. If the leader sends too many men at once, it is inevitable that the short-legged tigers will retreat into the mountains. However, if it is only your squad stationed here, the short-legged tigers will certainly feel emboldened, perhaps even contemplating the annexation of your forces. Jia Lu's expression hardened. Dare they? Do they truly think my 100 men are made of clay? Perhaps the short-legged tigers genuinely perceive you as such. Yang Yuan laughed. They possess weaponry and armor, and they hold the advantage of terrain. If you were in their shoes, would you not fear a group armed only with wooden spears? Jia Lu shook his head, then conceded, to be fair, your analysis does hold some merit. Yang Yuan patted Jia Lu on the shoulder, stating, Chen Daqing has already set out to rendezvous with the other two squads. Before their arrival, we must remain vigilant against any sudden assaults from the short-legged tigers. Not long after, Chen Daqing entered the forest, leading the reconnaissance team away to intercept the other two squads making their way from the main camp to Tiger Head Mountain. The dense woods at the foot of Tiger Head Mountain are challenging to navigate without a familiar guide. Only the reconnaissance team possesses the necessary knowledge for this task. Meanwhile, the second-in-command of the short-legged tigers awaited with several bandits. He inquired, have you gathered the necessary intelligence? What can you tell me about their origins? The bandit replied candidly, I have inquired, and the group in the forest below is indeed a band of marauders. Their leader even mentioned to me that they were merely seeking shelter for the night and would depart by morning. Shelter for a night? A cold smirk crept across the second-in-command's lips. Do they truly think such an arrangement is feasible? Do they believe Tiger Head Mountain will allow them to come and go as they please? The short-legged tigers had long discussed the intention to annex the band of marauders below. They would never permit them to leave unimpeded. No. We must first pay a visit to that group of marauders. The second-in-command rose from the stone by the stream and set off towards the mountain's base. As his voice dwindled to a whisper, he noticed the second-in-command before him, fixating him with a pair of frigid eyes. After a tearful confession, the second-in-command approached and delivered a swift kick, sending the kneeling bandit tumbling. Who the hell told you to speak out of turn? Not satisfied with just one kick, he raised his foot once more. The bandit, cowering and cradling his head, submitted to the onslaught, remaining prostrate on the ground as the kicks rained down upon him. After several blows, the second-in-command finally ceased, casting a cold gaze upon the fallen bandit and icily commanding, now, repeat everything you heard from that gang leader. Slowly lifting his head, the bandit recounted, word for word, what he had seen and heard among the rogues, including their exchanges. Once he finished, the second-in-command inquired, Is that all? The bandit, still kneeling, fervently nodded, Yes, yes, I have not dared to conceal a single word. If not for dire circumstances, I would never have mentioned the leader inviting them to the mountain. You are more of a liability than an asset. What use do you serve? The bandit, to his utter shock, could not fathom that the second-in-command would suddenly take his life. His eyes widened in disbelief as his head fell, his body still kneeling. A foul spray of blood erupted from his neck, yet the second-in-command had stepped aside just in time, avoiding any splatter. The crimson liquid splashed onto a stone before him, leaving a vivid scarlet trail across its surface. Two nearby bandits approached, each grasping a leg, and unceremoniously discarded the corpse into a shallow pit not far away, hastily covering it with a layer of loose earth. One bandit asked, Second-in-command, shall we descend the mountain? Upon returning to the stronghold, the second-in-command made his way directly to the main hall of the mountain god's temple, where he found the diminutive but fierce figure of short-legged tiger gnawing on a leg of lamb. With a jar of wine and a cup resting on the table beside him, a serving bandit moved to a nearby wooden rack, retrieved a bowl, and poured a cup of wine from the jar before retreating to the back. Once seated, short-legged tiger set down the bone in his hand and inquired, How did it go? Chapter 55, The Assault on the Camp. Don't even mention it. The second-in-command lifted his wine bowl, taking a hearty gulp before setting it down and wiping the moisture from his lips. I dispatched one of my subordinates to investigate the background of that group. But to my dismay, he leaked our ambush plans at the stronghold. It infuriates me to no end. He raised his wine bowl again and downed its contents in one go, then pointed at the bowl, commanding, Refill it. A nearby bandit swiftly approached, lifting a wine jar to fill the second-in-command's bowl to the brim. So, the plan has fallen through. The The short-legged tiger squinted his eyes. Indeed, the second-in-command huffed angrily. In my rage, I ended up beheading that fool. He is truly more of a hindrance than a help. He then turned to the short-legged tiger. What do you propose we do next? The short-legged tiger set down his wine bowl and regarded the second-in-command. The latter seized a piece of meat from the bowl, stating, "After dark, I intend to lead some men to strike them swiftly, and if all goes well, we shall eliminate them tonight." There are quite a few night raiders among the bandits. A nocturnal ambush sounds like a splendid idea. The short-legged tiger took a large sip from his wine bowl, wiped his mouth, and inquired, "How many men do you plan to take?" The second-in-command, holding a lamb rib, pondered for a moment. "The more, the better. Even if the ambush fails, we can still mount a forceful attack." The short-legged tiger nodded in agreement, grabbing a piece of lamb from the bowl to eat heartily. In the bandit camp, stationed at the back of the Blue Sky Mountain, one troop departed, soon to be followed by another. Each troop consisted of about 100 men. Inconspicuous and unencumbered by supplies, each carrying 3 days' worth of rations, avoiding the hassle of setting up camp, allowing them to easily cover 70 miles in a single day. By the next day, past noon, 2 additional squads from the 3rd Brigade arrived near Tiger Head Stronghold. Waiting until dusk when Captain Chun Daching finally led his teams to the woods at the foot of the mountain behind the stronghold. "Captain." Jia Lu greeted Captain Chen Xuanping of the 3rd Brigade with a fist clenched in salute, arm straightened across his chest. Chen Xuanping raised his right arm in return, then lowered it, asking, "What is the situation at Tiger Head Stronghold?" The last 2 squads nearly arrived simultaneously in the woods, and at their respective captains' commands. The bandits took out their rations to eat. The provisions were simple, 2 flatbreads and half a salted fish per person. The flatbreads, having been carried for over a day, were hard and dry. Jia Lu had prepared vegetable soup in advance, and by the time the 2 squads arrived, the soup was almost ready. Each bandit possessed their own bowl, kept in a cloth bag slung over their shoulders, typically used for meals and drinking. The dry flatbreads quickly softened when soaked in the soup, and the combination with the vegetable flavor made for an agreeable meal. The salted fish, specially cured by Liu Heng and his logistics team, were only the size of a palm but heavily salted, tasting nearly like a mouthful of salt. This was the best marching meal Liu Heng could devise. In the past, without salted fish, they had to make do with dry flatbreads and cold water, swallowing bites of bread accompanied by sips of water. The sweltering heat of the summer made the preservation of salted fish challenging, resulting in a limited supply. Each meal only permits the marching bandits to consume half a biscuit. Should anyone indulge excessively, their next meal would consist solely of dry cakes. When Chen Xuanping and the 2 squads arrived near Atuzhai, Chen Daching dispatched someone to convey a message to Yang Yuan and Jia Lu, who were in the woods. Concerned that the bandits of Atuzhai might detect their presence during the day, the 2 squads awaited the cover of darkness before being led over by Chen Daching. Upon learning of the squad's arrival, Jia Lu instructed his men to prepare additional wild vegetable soup, which was not a cumbersome task. Chen Xuanping broke the biscuits into pieces, immersing them in the soup, and remarked, "Let the brothers rest early tonight. We shall dine at the hour of the tiger tomorrow morning. However, do not light any fires. Consume the rations we carry. After half an hour, we shall commence our assault, aiming to eradicate the bandits on the mountain." Jia Lu nodded in agreement, stating, "My squad has had a day of rest. I will keep watch tonight, allowing the other 2 squads to recuperate properly." "Very well, but be vigilant. Instruct the men below to never slacken their patrols. The more critical the moment, the greater the caution required." Chen Xuanping lifted the bowl of wild vegetable soup, took a sip, found it rather hot, blew on it, and fished out a piece of biscuit to eat, followed by a small bite of salted fish. "I will make the arrangements now," Jia Lu said, rising to reorganize the patrol teams. Originally, there were only 2 squads on patrol, but he added another, ensuring that 3 squads were simultaneously on duty, thereby expanding the patrol area. During patrols, the 3 squads did not march together but divided into 6 smaller teams, each led by a squad leader and a deputy, meticulously patrolling the periphery of the camp. Though the number of patrollers in each team was reduced, the area covered was increased, and the frequency of interactions between teams also rose. The subsequent 2 squads, having journeyed for 2 days, were early to rest after dinner, leaving only a few bonfires still flickering in the woods. Each squad, as when in the main camp, gathered according to their respective formations, squad, section, and team, ensuring no chaos arose from the inability to locate one another during assembly. As the highest-ranking officer, Chen Xuanping sat by the bonfire conversing with Yang Yuan. Chen Xuanping remarked, upon arriving at Hatuzhai, "I find this place quite commendable. The surrounding environment is superior to that of Qingtian, with the dense woods making it suitable for encampment. Over 1,000 men could be concealed here, making it no wonder that the chief chose this location for our camp. Yang Yuan chuckled and replied, "If you were to stay here for a few days and witness the caravans paying tolls to the bandits atop Hatuzhai, you would further appreciate the chief's astute decision." Chen Xuanping leaned in closer, asking, "Tell me, what is the situation? How much silver can the bandits atop Hatuzhai collect?" Yang Yuan gazed into the flames before him and said, "They take a fee of 15%, primarily from large caravans originating from Lingqiu. The eastern mountain of Lingqiu hosts private ironworks, and every few days, a batch of iron ingots is dispatched. Just imagine how much silver these bandits could amass." Chen Xuanping inhaled sharply, realizing the audacity of these individuals. Charging 15%, did they not fear inciting the ire of the ironworks and Oppos owners and attracting the military and Oppos' wrath? The imperial troops are unable to subdue them, which conveniently benefits us. Chen Xuanping chuckled, stating that these bandits are exceedingly wealthy, and this time he would take them all at once. Yang Yuan, standing nearby, cautioned, advising that they should be particularly careful when taking action, as this group of bandits possesses an abundance of iron armor, and even the ordinary bandits are clad in cotton armor. At that moment, the sudden sound of gunfire echoed through the forest. Chapter 56. Capturing the turtle in a jar. An alarming situation arose as Chen Xuanping grasped his waist knife and sprang into action, shouting, "Sound the gong." The sharp clang of the bronze gong reverberated through the camp, rousing the previously resting bandits from their slumber. They hastily assembled into their respective groups, forming an orderly array. The spear-wielding troops lined up in teams, organized into units of 5, 3 groups forming a single line, their wooden spears poised and vigilant against the surroundings. Meanwhile, the gunmen prepared their firearms, diligently loading gunpowder, pressing in lead bullets, igniting their fuses. From the moment the gong sounded to the completion of the assembly, it took less than a quarter of an hour, a delay primarily due to the night hampering the loading speed of the gunmen. Had it been daylight, the assembly would have been swifter. Chen Xuanping remained with the main force, awaiting news from the patrol. Before long, Jia Lu emerged from the distant woods, accompanied by an injured spear-wielding bandit. Chen Xuanping glanced at the wounded man, noting the minor wound on his arm from an arrow, and inquired, "What has transpired?" Jia Lu replied, "An attempt was made to stealthily assault the camp under the cover of darkness, but our patrol discovered them. In their panic, the enemy shot an arrow and fled. It was too dark for our men to pursue them far." Chen Xuanping asked, "Did you discern who they were?" At this moment, Yang Yuan interjected, "Naturally, it was the bandits from the mountains. I did not expect them to have the audacity to attack the camp. Had our patrol not been vigilant, they might have succeeded. Damn it, I haven't sought them out, yet they dare to come to us," Chen Xuanping remarked. "How many were there?" After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yang Yuan and stated, "The troops are assembled. I believe we should not delay until tomorrow. We shall ascend the mountain tonight." Yang Yuan chuckled. "You are the military commander. The decision rests with you." "Very well." Chen Xuanping gritted his teeth and declared, "Since they have made the first move, we need not wait until tomorrow. We shall spend the night on the mountain." "Jia Lu, present." Jia Lu stood tall. "Take your first squad and ascend the mountain from the rear." "Understood." "Second squad, present. Have the intelligence team guide you up the official road." "Understood." "Third squad, present. You will accompany me up the mountain, prepared to support the first and second squads at a moment's notice." "Understood." Chen Xuanping surveyed the assembled troops in the woods and proclaimed, "Brothers, we are going to capture them in a jar. Stay alert and move out." With his command given, the first, second, and third squads began their preparations, particularly the second squad, which needed to take the longer route via the official road. They were the first to set out. Soon after, the first and third squads also ascended the mountain via the rear path. Suddenly, a grave voice pierced the night. "We have been discovered. Retreat." Shadows began to shift within the woods, gradually withdrawing from the thicket. "Why are you blocking my way, third? Why won't you let me lead an assault?" The second in command, with a tone tinged with dissatisfaction, inquired of the slightly shorter third in command beside him. "It's utterly absurd that a band of brigands would station so many guards. Even the last regiment that attacked Tiger Head village was not this cautious." He cursed under his breath. The third in command, unfazed by his companion's frustration, turned to the men behind them and asked, "What of the brother who was struck by the firearm?" "He's gone," replied one of the bandits trailing him. "The shot hit him in the belly. His entrails spilled out, and he perished the moment he emerged from the thicket. What a stroke of misfortune! The second-in-command muttered bitterly. He felt compelled to remind his comrades that if they did not attend to the dead, the body might be abandoned by the roadside, left to rot. The death of a comrade weighed heavily upon him, especially after their previous encounters. He sensed that the band below was not to be underestimated and feared that Tiger Head Village might soon face dire consequences. Inside the central hall of the mountain god temple, the atmosphere was ablaze with light. The second and third in command, aided by 2 bandits, removed their iron armor, carrying only their swords as they entered the grand hall. "We've been discovered. One of our brothers is dead," the second in command declared darkly, sinking into a seat to the left. "So, it seems we cannot contend with this band below." The short tiger furrowed his brows. "It will be difficult," the third in command replied. "A surprise attack is out of the question. We can only confront them head-on. Fortunately, we have plenty of armor in our stronghold, while they are armed with mere wooden spears. If we can evade their initial volley of gunfire, we may still prevail, though we will inevitably suffer casualties." "And what say you, second?" the short tiger inquired, turning his gaze to the left. The second in command and Apos' face twitched with anger. "We shall fight. I have lost 2 men. This cannot go unpunished. If we must fight," the third in command conceded, "this band below is roughly equal in number, armed with wooden spears and lacking armor. Victory is within our grasp, but is it worth it to engage in battle over such a rabble?" The second in command retorted, "Third, we cannot ignore the loss of our comrades. If we do not retaliate, who will respect us in the stronghold?" "I never suggested we should not fight," the third in command replied, his brow furrowing in concern. "Enough," the short tiger commanded, pressing down with a heavy hand. "Are we certain the band below numbers only around 100? The second in command nodded. "At most. No more than 120. "Then we shall fight," the short tiger declared, his expression fierce. The second in command's eyes glinted with determination as he vowed, "Rest assured, I will bring back the head of their leader to present to you as a trophy." "Very well," the short tiger responded, then turned to the third in command, stating in battle, "Casualties are inevitable. As long as we defeat this band and absorb their forces, the loss of a few men will be worth the price." Seeing that both men had resolved to fight, the third in command nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. On the brink of collapse report. "Chief, there's trouble." A bandit rushed in. Panic etched upon his face. With a firm hand pressing against the armrest of his chair, the short-footed tiger inquired, "What is the cause of such alarm?" The bandit stood at the entrance, stammering, "Oh, outside. There are many people. They have surrounded our stronghold." "What?" The short-footed tiger sprang to his feet. "The government troops have arrived?" He quickly shook his head, realizing it was too late for the officials to reach Tiger Head's stronghold, and he hadn't received any news to that effect. The second in command, seated to the left, rose with a dagger in hand, declaring, "Brother, it must be the band of rogues from below the mountain attacking us. I shall lead a group to eliminate them." "I shall accompany you," the third in command said, grasping a weapon nearby. "No need," the short-footed tiger replied resolutely. "This time, I will personally confront them and discover who dares to assault my stronghold." He turned to call out, "Bring the armor." Before long, 2 bandits entered. One bearing a suit of cotton armor, the other carrying iron armor. The short-footed tiger donned the cotton armor first, layering the iron armor over it, and grasped a broadsword as he strode out of the main hall of the mountain deity temple. The second and third in command also donned their armor, one in iron, the other in cotton, each wielding their weapon and following closely behind the short-footed tiger, standing before the temple's entrance. The short-footed tiger's face glowed crimson in the flickering firelight as he shouted, "Brothers, you are surely aware of our current predicament. A band of rogues has gathered outside our stronghold, but fear not. We are well armed and equipped for battle. The character of the rogues outside is well known to you all. To put it charitably, they are merely brigands, but in truth, they are nothing more than a pack of filthy beggars. Do we, as brothers, truly fear a horde of filthy beggars? No." The third in command shouted, raising his weapon defiantly. "No, no, no." The bandits surrounding the temple echoed loudly. The short-footed tiger raised his broadsword, proclaiming, 10 taels of silver for each rogue's head, and 20 for the head of their leader. Brothers, let us charge forth. Let us exchange heads for silver." As he spoke the word kill, he pointed his broadsword forward. Upon hearing that each rogue's head was worth 10 taels, the bandits were stirred, a glimmer of madness igniting in their eyes. The allure of wealth beckoned. Although the stronghold possessed riches, it did not mean that these lowly bandits shared in that fortune. All the bandits surged toward the stronghold's gate, and those nearest combined their strength to pry it open. The moment the gate swung wide, a series of torches flared to life outside. Charge. Upwards. 10 tails for each head. Seeing the bandits hesitate, retreating instead of advancing, the short-footed tiger urged them to push forward. "Brother, is there something amiss up ahead?" The third-in-command cautioned from the side. The short-legged tiger pushed aside the bandit blocking his path and navigated through the crowd, arriving at the entrance of the mountain stronghold. Upon raising his gaze, he was immediately struck by the chilling scene outside. Torches illuminated the surroundings, and a resolute group of bandits, armed with wooden spears, pointed their weapons towards the stronghold. A palpable atmosphere of impending doom enveloped him. Instinctively, the short-legged tiger recoiled 2 steps, colliding with the second-in-command behind him, only to realize he had been intimidated by a band of rogues. "Close the gate," he shouted in a panic, cursing inwardly, for it seemed there were not merely 100 bandits. Even in the dim light of night, it was evident there were at least 200 or 300. Having served in the border army, the short-legged tiger felt a heavy weight in his heart upon seeing the wooden spears and the ominous black firearms outside, along with the well-organized ranks of the rogue militia. The stronghold's gate was solid wood, and 4 bandits stood at either side, straining to shut it once more. "Firearms team, prepare. Fire." The gate swung open of its own accord. Chen Xuanping would not grant them the chance to close it again, and promptly commanded the crouched firearms team stationed before the stronghold. Bang, bang, bang. The first row of marksmen pulled their triggers, releasing a plume of white smoke as lead projectiles flew forth. 3 of the bandits attempting to shut the gate were struck down instantly, leaving 1 terrified rogue to collapse onto the ground. Second row, prepare. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed again, and the stench of gunpowder intensified. Several more bandits fell within the stronghold, one of whom was a small leader clad in iron armor. After discharging their weapons, the marksmen began to reload with powder and lead, while the third row raised their firearms, aiming at the bandits within the stronghold. Following 2 volleys of gunfire, the sight of their fallen comrades, blood pooling on the ground, and the gruesome scene of a bandit's abdomen torn apart with entrails spilling out sent shockwaves through the remaining rogues. The ground was a grotesque mix of blood and disemboweled remains, accompanied by the agonizing cries of the wounded, all of which profoundly unsettled the other bandits. The rogues, accustomed to peril, found themselves paralyzed by the horrific spectacle. Some watched in horror as their companions were struck, witnessing hands smeared with blood desperately attempting to push their own entrails back inside until the last breath escaped. The psychological impact proved more terrifying than death itself, ultimately. Some bandits succumbed to the fear, discarding their weapons and fleeing in terror. This flight seemed to shatter the last vestige of hope, prompting many on the brink of despair to retreat in haste. Some, feeling the retreating crowd was moving too slowly, resorted to violence, slaying those ahead to forge their escape. Chaos and selfishness ensued as the instinct for survival overtook all rational thought. "Brother, we must flee. It's over. The stronghold is doomed." The second-in-command seized the short-legged tiger, dragging him along with the other bandits in their desperate bid for survival. In that moment, titles of leadership were rendered meaningless. All that mattered was the primal urge to live. As the bandits in the mountain stronghold fled, chaos erupted instantly. A tumult of pushing and shoving ensued, with some resorting to blades in their desperate bid for survival. The second-in-command and the stout, short-legged brute forcefully maneuvered through the throng of bandits, making their way to the forefront. However, the third-in-command was not so fortunate. His frail physique rendered him at a disadvantage compared to the more robust fleeing bandits, particularly as he found himself too close to the stronghold's entrance, relegating him to the rear of the panicked throng. The musketeers readied themselves. Fire. The third rank of musketeers pulled the trigger, and smoke billowed from the muzzles as a volley of lead projectiles hurtled forth, striking down the retreating bandits. The third-in-command experienced a stroke of luck when he tripped over the corpse of a fallen bandit. By the time the gunfire erupted, he was already sprawled on the ground. Before he could rise, he witnessed a fellow bandit, who had been ahead of him, struck in the back by a bullet, blood erupting in a gruesome spray as the unfortunate soul staggered and collapsed. Faced with such a harrowing sight, he dared not rise. Instead, he remained prone, feigning death. Chapter 58. Internal strife. A sardonic smile graced Chen Xuanping and Apos' lips as he remarked, "I once believed these individuals possessed considerable skill. However, it appears they are merely a rabble." Yang Yuan, standing beside him, chuckled, "This is quite favorable. We have suffered no casualties while seizing Huchuozai." "Indeed," Chen Xuanping replied, "let us spend the night in the stronghold." He raised his hand, issuing commands. Firearms, unleash a volley in succession. Spear wielders, prepare yourselves. Once the volley concludes, form ranks and enter the stronghold to eradicate the bandits. The sound of gunfire echoed. The firearm wielders aimed at the bandits within the stronghold. However, by the time the third volley was fired, it had become increasingly difficult to hit the fleeing outlaws. After the third round was discharged, Chen Xuanping commanded, spear wielders, advance into the stronghold. Firearms, guard the flanks and fire at will. One by one, the firearm soldiers stepped aside in front of the stronghold's entrance, allowing 6 spear wielders to form a battle line, marching purposefully forward. At this point, no resistance was evident within the stronghold. Those capable of fleeing had already escaped to the far side. Chen Daqing nodded and gestured for a dozen intelligence operatives to follow him into the stronghold behind the spear wielders. Shortly after their entrance, cries of surrender echoed from within the stronghold. Neither Yang Yuan nor Chen Xuanping ventured inside. Only the contingent led by Jia Lu entered to cleanse the area of bandits. Behind them stood another squad of spear wielders, listening to the cacophony of battle that reverberated from within the stronghold. Brother, flee quickly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood, urged the second leader, gripping the arm of the short-legged tiger who was intent on reaching the mountain temple. With eyes ablaze, the short-legged tiger protested, the silver we have amassed over the years is in the temple. There is no time. If we do not escape now, not only will we lose our silver, but our very lives will be at stake. The second leader insisted, dragging the short-legged tiger toward the stable. After a moment of hesitation, seeing that the bandits had begun to infiltrate the stronghold, the short-legged tiger reluctantly abandoned his plan for the temple and allowed himself to be led away. A few other bandits accompanied them, forming a group of fewer than 10, which went unnoticed amidst the chaos. The stable was situated in a discreet corner to the southwest, somewhat removed from the mountain temple, where the flames of battle could not reach. As they approached the stable, the darkness deepened. In the midst of the commotion, all the bandits fled down the other path leading from the stronghold, leaving the stable untouched. As they arrived at the stable, the second leader eagerly set to work untying the reins. However, halfway through, he paused, realizing it was night. Riding down the mountain would be slow and would render them easy targets for pursuing bandits. Coming to his senses, he discarded the partially untied reins. The small path behind the stable leads down the mountain. Few are aware of it. Let us scale the stable and take that route, suggested the short-legged tiger. With mutual assistance, they climbed atop the stable. Once all had descended, the short-legged tiger at the front suddenly crouched down, signaling the others to remain silent. Parting the blades of grass that obstructed his path, he beheld a troop of outlaws blocking another descent from the mountain. At that moment, he needn't guess. He was acutely aware that this band of marauders had ascended from the opposite side and now barred the way down. Brother, we must leave. If we delay, we shall find no escape, urged the second in command, tugging at the short-legged tiger's sleeve. With that, he hunched over, pressing his body against the mountainside as he jogged along the narrow path. The ground was overgrown with wild grass, and he had to wield a knife to clear the way. Upon entering the forest, the short-legged tiger exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, for the moment, we are safe. Those outlaws won't find us here anytime soon. With that, he plopped down onto the ground, discarding his cumbersome iron armor and leaving only the padded garment. Brother, where do we go next? Inquired the second in command as he removed his iron helmet, wiping the sweat from his brow. To the county town, to seek the Su family. At worst, we can serve as their household servants. We have earned them a fair amount of silver over the years. They cannot simply abandon us. The short-legged tiger, panting heavily, felt for the first time that fleeing for his life was more exhausting than fighting. The second in command hesitated, saying, Brother, do you truly believe the Su family will assist us? The short-legged tiger reassured him, Fear not. The Su family has taken considerable silver from us over the years. They will not neglect us. Yet, the second in command remained apprehensive, responding, It is precisely because they have taken our silver that I worry even more. What do you mean? Asked the short-legged tiger. Consider, brother, we were once bandits reigning over this mountain, providing silver to the Su family in exchange for their intelligence and weaponry. But now, the tables have turned. We have lost the tiger-head stronghold and become like stray dogs, while the Su family belongs to the gentry, with members holding official positions in Taiyuan. They would never tolerate us, mere bandits. Upon hearing this, the short-legged tiger furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, finally asserting, That cannot be. The Su family promised me safety when they accepted our silver. The second in command, with a hint of bitterness, replied, "Very well, I shall heed your arrangements." The outlaws each shed their armor, some iron, some padded, casting them aside, their garments soaked through with sweat, clinging to their bodies. "Second, why do you not remove yours? Are you not hot in that iron armor?" The short-legged tiger queried. "Rest assured, this forest is secluded. The outlaws will not find us here in the short term. Trust in your brother," he added. The second in command discarded his iron helmet and reached for his sword. Just as he grasped the hilt, he drew the sword and swung it toward the short-legged tiger. In a flash, the blade descended. Hiss. The short-legged tiger gritted his teeth, inhaling sharply. Suppressing the pain as his bloodshot eyes locked onto the second in command. "Second, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 59. The demise of the short-legged tiger. As the second in command made his move, the other bandits hastily seized their weapons and retreated, their gazes towards him laden with suspicion. With a knife held firmly in one hand, blood dripping from its tip, he coldly remarked, "Short-legged tiger, you hail from the Sioux family, and they may spare your life. However, we are not so fortunate. The Sioux family would never allow us to remain as potential threats." "Such nonsense. As long as I'm here, the Sioux family will not lay a finger on you." The short-legged tiger and Appos, his complexion paled slightly, bravely enduring the pain. "Do not deceive everyone here," the second-in-command taunted. "Over the years, our stronghold has done much for the Sioux family, robbing rival caravans, silencing witnesses, plundering merchants seeking iron ingots from other forges. There are countless deeds. And you fear the Sioux family will eliminate you? I fear their wrath." The short-legged tiger tore a piece of cloth from his attire to bind his severed wrist. But he noticed the malevolent glances from the other bandits directed at him. The second-in-command continued, "Now that the stronghold is lost, we have become useless pawns, a liability to the Sioux family. Going to them is akin to walking into a tiger's den, inviting certain death." Some bandits began to point their weapons at the short-legged tiger. Noticing this, beads of sweat gathered on his forehead, and he urgently pleaded, "Brothers, fear not. As long as I am alive, the Sioux family will not resort to murder. Trust me, we have done so much for them. They would not forsake us. Do not mislead your brothers. You are a child of the Sioux family and fear nothing. We, however, are not, so it is time for you to die." The second-in-command lunged forward, raising his knife to strike the short-legged tiger. As the confrontation began, several bandits took a step back, offering no assistance, neither to the short-legged tiger nor to the second-in-command. Prepared for this, the short-legged tiger tilted his body to the right as his adversary attacked, wielding his knife in a horizontal slash that struck the second-in-command first. A resounding clang echoed in his ears, and the short-legged tiger's expression shifted. He had forgotten that the second-in-command was clad in armor, and his strike met only the iron. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed before him, and a chill enveloped his chest as though something had pierced through him. Looking down, he saw his garment soaked in blood, a steady flow trickling from his chest. His vision blurred, and his body betrayed him, collapsing backward onto the ground. Is this the sensation of impending death? The last thought flickered through the short-legged tiger's mind before he fell heavily to the earth, motionless. The second-in-command approached, prodding the fallen figure with his blade. When there was no response, he struck down with a decisive blow, severing the short-legged tiger's head. "Brothers, the short-legged tiger is dead. If any of you wish to venture to the county to seek the Sioux family, I shall not hinder you. Those unwilling to join me may follow their own path." Fresh from the act of murder, the second-in-command surveyed the bandits, who lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Satisfied, he noted that they were momentarily cowed by his presence. A group of bandits exchanged glances, and one of them spoke, second-in-command, "No, brother. From now on we will follow you." "Haha, splendid. As long as I, Shi Hongxing, have a morsel of food, my brothers shall have a share too." The second-in-command. "No," Shi Hongxing declared, "brothers, let us depart under the cover of night from Huchuozai." The bandits refrained from collecting the iron armor scattered on the ground. After all, the cumbersome layers of armor hindered their movement. Even Shi Hongxing shed his iron armor and donned only a simple garment. There were no road guards at the foot of Huchuozai nor along the official road, as all the outlaws had retreated to the mountain stronghold. Shi Hongxing and his companions successfully made their way to the official road. One bandit urged, "Brother, let us go. A gentleman avenges himself after 10 years. Huchuozai will eventually be ours." After a moment's contemplation, Shi Hongxing replied, "Let us depart." The fortunate bandits who escaped Huchuozai followed Shi Hongxing and vanished into the night. The bandits of Huchuozai suffered only a few casualties due to resistance. The remaining bandits, upon discovering the escape route blocked, surrendered their weapons, and knelt obediently on the ground, awaiting their fate. The pacification of Huchuozai proved far easier than Qin Xuanping and Yang Yuan had anticipated. They had expected casualties, but to their surprise, the bandits crumbled under a few rounds of gunfire, with no significant battle ensuing. This skirmish could be deemed devoid of injury, save for a few unfortunate outlaws who twisted their ankles in their hasty retreat through the darkness. After capturing Huchuozai, the battlefield was surveyed. Some inexperienced bandits were called upon to clear the bodies of their fallen comrades. Those who were gravely wounded but still alive were mercilessly dealt the final blow. The number of dead bandits was limited, yet many inexperienced outlaws were assigned the grim task of severing the heads of the deceased or hacking at the corpses with their weapons. During the assault on the bandit stronghold and the pursuit of fleeing outlaws, many bandits appeared relatively composed. However, during the gruesome task of clearing the bodies, several of them collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this scene, the squad leader chuckled, "Vomit away. Soon enough, you'll grow accustomed to it. The next time you kill, it won't feel like this." His words only exacerbated the nausea of several bandits. Amused, the squad leader laughed heartily, reminiscing about his own first experience with taking a life. Back then, he had been just like these men, retching uncontrollably after his inaugural kill. Now, seeing these bandits in distress felt oddly familiar. The bandits from Huchuozai were confined in a clearing, stripped of their armor and weapons. A small squad armed with spears remained to guard them while identifying their ranks. "Captain Chen, our leader Yang requests your presence." An informant from the reconnaissance team emerged from the shrine, standing before Qin Xuanping. Upon entering the stronghold, Yang Yuan separated from Qin Xuanping, proceeding to sift through the valuables within, while Qin Xuanping remained behind to manage the battlefield and gather the bandits. It appeared that Yang Yuan had stumbled upon something of great value. Qin Xuanping smiled and turned to Jia Lu, instructing, "You keep watch outside. I will head in for a moment." The band of rogues led Qin Xuanping into the mountain god temple, traversing through the grand hall until they reached the rear chamber. Upon entering, Qin Xuanping remarked with a smile, "What delightful discovery necessitated my summons. See for yourself." Yang Yuan gestured toward the front. Following his gaze, Qin Xuanping beheld 3 large chests arranged neatly upon the ground. Standing beside him, Yang Yuan added, "Open one and prepare to be astonished." Without further ado, Qin Xuanping approached one of the chests, noting that the lock had been pried open and discarded on the floor. "Go ahead and take a look," Yang Yuan encouraged, motioning for him to open the chest. The flames of the torch blazed brightly, casting a warm glow in the rear chamber, while flickering shadows danced upon the opposite wall. Qin Xuanping grasped the lid of the chest, lifting it with force. As the lid swung open, a brilliant light surged forth, momentarily blinding him, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes. Chapter 60. The Wealth of Tiger Head Stronghold. As Qin Xuanping brushed aside the hand obstructing his view, he beheld a chest brimming with silver ingots, each weighing 20 taels. Yang Yuan, grinning beside him, remarked, "You have never seen such a vast sum of silver, have you?" "I had it tallied previously, exactly 10,000 taels." Qin Xuanping nodded in acknowledgement. It was not merely the gleam of the silver that dazzled his eyes. Rather, it was the sheer volume of the ingots that left him awestruck. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a bounty amassed in one place. Yang Yuan gestured towards 2 additional chests, chuckling, "Why not take a look inside those 2? Closing the lid of the chest before him, Qin Xuanping approached the 2 adjacent chests, lifting the lids with one hand on each. Drawing from his previous experience, he first examined the chest on the right, discovering it equally filled with silver ingots, likely amounting to another 10,000 taels. However, when he turned to the chest on his left, he was suddenly taken aback. Unlike its counterpart, this chest contained no silver. Instead, it housed something even more enticing, an abundance of gold. Qin Xuanping felt his mouth go dry. Yang Yuan grinned, announcing, 2,352 taels of gold, in addition to 20,000 taels of silver. "We are truly affluent." Qin Xuanping swallowed hard, realizing that their leader had long been in need of silver, and now they had finally amassed a sufficient amount. After stealing another glance, he reluctantly closed the lid of the chest. Yang Yuan continued with a smile, "Now that this silver is ours, as long as we maintain our hold on Tiger Head Stronghold, we shall see a continuous influx of wealth." Qin Xuanping nodded vigorously, stating, "This time we VE struck it rich. Out there, we VE seized 35 sets of iron armor, 79 sets of cotton armor, 15 broadswords, and 87 spears. We are indeed prosperous. A mountain stronghold of around 100 men possesses more weaponry than our main camp. And we don't even have a single piece of iron armor." The task of sending messages is yours. Tonight, I shall guard this silver as I sleep." Chen Xuanping remarked, contemplating the chests before him. He could scarcely believe he might one day find himself resting beside such a fortune. It felt like a dream. "I shall keep you company tonight," Yang Yuan replied. "Before our leader arrived at Tiger Head Stronghold, we had to vigilantly guard the silver day and night, ensuring no mishaps occurred." Chen Xuanping nodded in agreement. Yang Yuan then inquired, "What about that band of robbers outside? Have you located their leaders?" He noted, "There are 3 heads among those bandits. These individuals must not be allowed to escape." Chen Xuanping responded, "I have dispatched men to interrogate them. Results will be forthcoming." Just then, a bandit entered the hall, performing a salute with his right arm across his chest. He announced, "Captain, we have captured one of the bandit leaders. He claims to be the 3rd in command of their group." Chen Xuanping asked, "What about the other 2 leaders?" The bandit replied, "We have only found 1/3 in command. The other 2 are still unaccounted for, and we are conducting a second sweep." "Take me to see him," Chen Xuanping commanded. Striding towards the main hall, "I will accompany you." Yang Yuan spoke from behind, and then turned to Chen Daqing, instructing him to leave 2 men to guard the rear hall alongside Captain Chen's men, asserting that no one was permitted to enter without orders from either him or Captain Chen. "Rest assured, I will keep a close watch here," Chen Daqing replied, patting his chest confidently. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Yuan exited the mountain god temple and made his way toward the location where the bandits were held. As he approached, he found Chen Xuanping interrogating a bandit. "You are the 3rd leader of this stronghold?" Chen Xuanping scrutinized the bandit, who appeared more frail than he had anticipated. The bandit numbly nodded. Chen Xuanping inquired, "Since you are the 3rd leader, you must know the whereabouts of the other 2 leaders of your stronghold. Where are they?" "They fled," the bandit replied weakly. "Impossible," Chen Xuanping retorted fiercely. "My men have blocked both routes leading in and out of the stronghold. Where could they possibly escape?" The bandit glanced up at Chen Xuanping and calmly remarked, "There is a little-known path down the mountain behind the horse barn. They likely escaped that way." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanping furrowed his brow and turned to Jia Lu, saying, "Take a few men and investigate whether there is indeed a path down the mountain behind the horse barn. If there is, scout it and see where it leads." Jia Lu nodded and set off with a squad of spear-wielding soldiers and a group of gunmen to search for the escape route. "Yes, they are indeed our men," Yang Yuan interjected as he approached. The bandit expressed his realization. "No wonder. I previously thought the government troops were coming to eradicate us, but upon seeing you, I deduced that it was you who had set your sights on our Tiger Head stronghold." "Precisely," Yang Yuan affirmed. "The Tiger Head stronghold is quite advantageous. Our leader decided to relocate the main camp here during his last visit." The bandit looked at Yang Yuan with a bewildered expression and asked, "Are you truly bandits?" Yang Yuan nodded. "Are you from the group that was exterminated by the Tianqing guards?" Yang Yuan hesitated before responding. "That was a different faction. Our leader led us to evade the government's encirclement." "I see," the bandit said, a spark of hope in his eyes. "It appears you possess more forces than what is presently visible. Your leader must be quite a figure to have eluded the government's grasp. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to meet such a person." Yang Yuan replied, "We are merely the vanguard. Soon, all the members of the camp will arrive at Tiger Head Stronghold, not unjustly lost. It is surprising that the bandits listed in the government notice had not been eradicated and have now arrived in Lingxiu," the bandit rasped. "May I join you? I was once the 3rd leader of Tiger Head Stronghold, and no one knows this place better than I do." This time, Yang Yuan shook his head. "Why not?" The bandit suddenly exclaimed loudly. "You have taken Tiger Head Stronghold without losing a single soldier, and I have not harmed any of your men. Why do you refuse to accept me? Is it merely because I was the 3rd leader of the stronghold? The 3rd leader of Tiger Head Stronghold, known as the Lustful Tiger. I believe the implications of that title need not be elaborated further." Yang Yuan cast a disdainful glance towards the 3rd chief of the Tiger Head village. The chief, filled with defiance, retorted, "I am a bandit. Engaging in such actions is entirely normal. Surely, there must be others among your bandits who have done the same. I refuse to believe otherwise. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential," Yang Yuan replied with a tone devoid of emotion. "Since our camp entered the Datong territory, we have never harmed a single commoner, for our leader has declared that this shall be our stronghold henceforth." "Stronghold?" The 3rd chief of the Tiger Head village looked perplexed, then continued, "I do not understand what a stronghold is, but if we are to speak of causing harm, your bandits are far more formidable than us. You have no right to criticize me." Seeing that the man was utterly oblivious, Yang Yuan chose not to elaborate. He turned to a nearby bandit and commanded, "Take him away and grant him a swift end." "Understood," the bandit replied, summoning several others to escort the chief to a nearby clearing. "I refuse. I refuse." The third chief shouted, only to be firmly pinned to the ground by two men. As another bandit approached, he raised his blade and struck down, severing the head of the third chief of the Tiger Head village. The cries abruptly ceased. Chapter 61. Intelligence team. The Grand Camp under the azure sky received news from Yang Yuan, informing them that the Tiger Head stronghold had been captured. Upon learning this news, Liu Heng commanded the camp to divide into several smaller contingents to head towards Tiger Head stronghold, aiming to evade detection by the authorities regarding the influx of troops into Lingqiu. The forces were dispersed into several teams, with the largest comprising just over 200 men, while the smallest had only a little more than 100. Even if the government noticed, they could only identify one or two teams, never suspecting the passage of thousands. The teams departed the camp at different times and took varied routes, yet their ultimate destination remained the same, the Tiger Head stronghold in Lingqiu. Liu Heng chose not to accompany the main force. Instead, he rode swiftly alongside the newly trained members of the intelligence team. Unlike his initial visit to Tiger Head stronghold, where he observed from the foothills, this time he was directly escorted up the mountain to the stronghold itself. Chen Xuanping and Yang Yuan stood at the entrance of the stronghold, and upon seeing Liu Heng, they promptly approached him. Liu Heng entrusted his horse to an attendant and walked with Chen Xuanping and Yang Yuan into the stronghold. "How many casualties did we suffer in this battle?" Liu Heng inquired of Chen Xuanping as soon as they met. With a smile, Chen Xuanping replied, "Aside from a few who sprained their ankles, we experienced no fatalities." This victory was even smoother than anticipated. Having received a report from Yang Yuan that did not mention casualties, Liu Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing that their side had endured no losses. "Well done," Liu Heng commended, a rare compliment that elicited a grin from Chen Xuanping. The ease of their victory seemed almost unbelievable to him even now. The trio made their way to the rear hall of the Mountain God Temple, where four bandits stood guard over 3 wooden chests. "Open the chests," Yang Yuan instructed one of the bandits. The bandit complied, revealing a dazzling array of silver and gold that momentarily left Liu Heng speechless. In a time when gold and silver were no longer common currency, replaced largely by paper money, he had never before encountered such a wealth of precious metal. "Now that we possess such riches, should we not procure additional firearms and establish more squads of gunmen?" Chen Xuanping mused, envisioning teams armed with firearms before him. Having witnessed the power of gunfire in his confrontation with the bandits, he felt that the defeat of the Tiger Head bandits was indeed a testament to the might of their firearms. He yearned to bolster the number of gunners in his ranks and increase the number of firearms teams. "With the firearms, we must first expand the 3rd Brigade, he suggested. After all, the 3rd Brigade already has a firearms team with experience, making expansion more feasible. Liu Heng smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, brother heir. We shall prioritize the expansion of the 3rd Brigade, ensuring that each brigade ultimately possesses at least one firearms detachment." From the intelligence team, Liu Heng had gathered insights about the battle against the Tiger Head bandits, realizing that the firearms team had played a more crucial role than he had anticipated, further solidifying his resolve to expand the firearms divisions. 2 boxes of silver and 1 box of gold remained untouched by Liu Heng, who, after examining them, instructed his men to seal the lids and reattach the locks, leaving a few individuals to guard the location. The chairs of several prominent leaders still occupied the Grand Hall, and Liu Heng settled into the chair once belonging to the former lowly tiger, with Chen Xuanping and Yang Yuan flanking him on either side. "Where are the captured bandits being held?" Liu Heng inquired of the two. Chen Xuanping replied, "In the southwest corner of the stronghold, there is a stable. The prisoners are confined to the open area next to it. I have stationed a team there." Liu Heng then asked, "Among these bandits, are there any particularly heinous ones?" It was Yang Yuan who spoke this time, stating, "There are over a dozen such bandits, mostly leaders, and as per the previous orders, all the most wicked among them have been executed." Liu Heng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, execution is justified. These individuals have become wild in spirit. Their allegiance to us is solely for survival. Unable to endure our constraints, they would ultimately pose a threat to us. Their deaths will serve as a deterrent to the other bandits." Chen Xuanping, seated to Liu Heng's left, remarked, "I observe that these bandits are all in good physical condition, strong, able-bodied men. With a bit of training, they could form a couple more squads." "No," Liu Heng interjected, raising his hand. "These individuals cannot be enlisted as soldiers just yet. They require further observation. Chen Xuanping furrowed his brow, responding, however, we cannot allow them to remain in the stronghold, consuming our resources without contributing. Over time, this will breed discontent among our own men. Liu Heng nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Yang Yuan, asking, have any merchant caravans passed through from the valley recently? Yang Yuan shook his head, saying, not at the moment. The intelligence team has been stationed nearby, and they will report immediately if any merchant carts come through. Very well. Both Chen Xuanping and Yang Yuan acknowledged in unison. Liu Heng continued, for now, let us proceed as such. We will arrange the remaining matters once the main camp arrives. However, we must expedite the construction of earth and bricks. Despite the current heat, the weather can change swiftly, and before autumn, we must have sufficient housing for over 1,000 people. Seeing Liu Heng nod in agreement, Chen Xuanping turned to depart from the temple hall. Liu Heng rubbed his temples and said to Yang Yuan, assign the task of setting up checkpoints in the valley to other teams. The intelligence team should primarily focus on gathering information and eliminating our enemies. I have brought along a dozen skilled assassins. I entrust them to you for proper utilization. With a bitter expression, Yang Yuan replied, Chief, I truly cannot manage the intelligence tasks. I am utterly lost and do not know where to begin. I feel completely in the dark. Perhaps we should appoint someone else as the team leader? We are all in the early stages of establishment. Difficulties are inevitable. Take your time. I believe you can excel in this leadership role, Liu Heng reassured him. Yang Yuan, knowing he could not decline the position of intelligence team leader, resigned himself to the burden. Chapter 62. The Fan family caravan. More than half a month had passed since the bandit encampment moved to Tiger Head village, and the weather remained oppressively hot, even more so than in previous years. Standing under the blazing sun for even a moment felt as though one might be scorched to the very core. In this sweltering heat, a squad of spear-wielding guards stationed at the foot of Tiger Head village sought refuge in the shade of trees, unable to endure the stifling conditions near the official road, leaving only a wooden barricade obstructing the thoroughfare. This wretched day was unbearably hot. It had been over a month since the last rainfall, and there was no telling when the heavens might grace them with a cooling shower. Jia Lu gripped the hilt of his dagger, its tip planted firmly in the ground, while his other hand held a sheepskin water pouch, occasionally sipping from its contents. After sealing the pouch with its wooden stopper, he grumbled, I remain here by the orders of the chief. Do I dare defy him? Or do you have the audacity to oppose me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sancha recoiled slightly, letting out a dry chuckle, too intimidated to offer further counsel. Each day, a captain from the 3 brigades took turns guarding the checkpoint at the base of Tiger Head village, and today, it was Jia Lu's turn to stand watch. In addition to the men stationed at the checkpoint, not far from the official road, a small squad accompanied by a firearm unit was also present. The 1st Brigade, lacking a firearm unit, had substituted archers in their stead, while the 2nd Brigade secured the main encampment atop Tiger Head Mountain, tasked with overseeing the captured bandits. Chen Xuanping's 3rd Brigade had recently acquired a 2nd firearm squad, although this particular unit had little to do with Jia Lu, as it was subordinate to another captain. Captain, it appears a convoy approaches from the southeast. Zhang Sancha suddenly pointed towards the road. Unfazed by Jia Lu's earlier rebuke, he nudged Jia Lu's thigh and insisted, Captain, it truly is a convoy. I wouldn't deceive you. There seem to be several large carts. Annoyed by the persistent nudging, Jia Lu rose from the ground and retorted, if there were no convoy, you would see how I would deal with you. As he spoke, he glanced at the official road and suddenly froze, genuinely spotting a convoy heading in their direction. Astonished, he rubbed his eyes and murmured to himself, by all that's holy, there really is a convoy. Zhang Sancha, overhearing, chimed in, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Kid, your eyesight is commendable, consider it a merit. Jia Lu patted Zhang Sancha on the shoulder, rising to his full height before bellowing, everyone, get up. We've got work to do. Though the spearmen resting in the woods were reluctant to move in such oppressive heat, they quickly assembled at Jia Lu's command and followed him towards the barricade on the official road. The barricade lay about 50 paces from their resting place in the woods, while the convoy was still at least a mile away. Upon reaching the barricade, Jia Lu called out, stand firm, stand firm. This is the first bounty of peace we have received since arriving at Tiger Head village. We cannot afford to mess it up. As the convoy neared, it noticed the sudden appearance of a group of men and the wooden barricade blocking the road, yet it did not halt or divert its course. It pressed forward resolutely. Soon, the convoy arrived just a few steps from the fence, and the lead vehicle came to a halt. A middle-aged man with a pair of small mustaches leaped down from the carriage. Jia Lu, with one hand resting on his knife, stood behind the fence, flanked by Zhang Sanchai and 2 spear-wielding men. "Greetings, noble heroes. We are the merchants of the Fan family," the middle-aged man said with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "I kindly ask for your leniency." As he spoke, he pulled a silver ingot from his sleeve and pressed it into the hands of the man who appeared to be the bandit leader. "Just a few worthless iron ingots." He chuckled. Jia Lu glanced sideways, observing the 6 large carts, each drawn by 2 horses, leaving deep imprints on the ground where their wheels had passed, indicating that the cargo was substantial. "Go take a look," Jia Lu commanded, nodding for Zhang Sanchai to check the goods. The middle-aged man, noticing this, quickly blocked Zhang Sanchai's path, saying, "Noble heroes, my convoy bears the flag of the Su family. This batch of goods belongs to the Lingxiu Su family. I implore you to show mercy and allow us to pass." "Did you not just claim to be the Fan family's merchants? How has it suddenly transformed into goods from the Su family?" Jia Lu narrowed his eyes. The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, trying to appease. "We are indeed the Fan family merchants, but this time, the goods are from the Su family. I sincerely ask for your leniency." Jia Lu sneered. "Regardless of the Su or Fan family, I recognize neither. Sanchai, take your men and check the goods." "Understood." Zhang Sanchai responded, leading several spear-wielders towards the carts. "Noble heroes, I hope you will show kindness," the middle-aged man pleaded as he produced another silver ingot weighing 20 taels, offering it with a smile. "A small token to treat you to drinks." Jia Lu accepted the silver and casually tossed it to a spear-wielding man behind him, saying, "As for the silver, I will take it." Seeing that the silver was accepted, the middle-aged man sighed in relief. After a brief pause, Jia Lu continued, "However, we must still inspect the goods. To pass through this official road, a safety fee of 30% is required. The silver you just provided will count towards it, ensuring the Fan family merchants do not suffer loss." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face darkened. A 30% fee was a significant sum for a merchant convoy, and as a mere steward, he lacked the authority to negotiate such terms. Reluctantly, he excused himself and hurried toward one of the carts in the middle of the convoy, bowing at the window to report to someone inside. Jia Lu remained indifferent to the situation. Once the safety fee was paid, he would allow the convoy to pass. Without payment, not a single wheel would cross the fence. "Captain, they refused to let us inspect the goods," Zhang Sanchai whispered. Jia Lu noticed this and replied with a smile, "No need to rush. We shall wait for someone with authority to emerge." Before long, a man clad in a silk robe exited one of the merchant carts. The middle-aged man cautiously assisted the silk-robed figure down and escorted him toward Jia Lu. "The manager has arrived," Jia Lu remarked to Zhang Sanchai. Upon approaching the man in the silk robe and encountering Jia Lu, he slightly furrowed his brow, revealing a look of disdain, and arrogantly inquired, "Are you aware that you have obstructed the convoy of the Fan family from Zhangjiago?" Chapter 63. The Peaceful Silver. The Fan family is a renowned Jin merchant clan in Zhangjiago, boasting assets exceeding 1 million taels of silver. Their influence in Su-NF is exceedingly substantial, while their sway in Datong is comparatively lesser, albeit still notable relative to Su-NF. Although Fan Yongkue is not a direct descendant of the main branch of the Fan family, he is nonetheless a member and of the same generation as Fan Yongdo, garnering respect wherever he goes, being addressed as Lord Fan Chi. Given his stature, he naturally looks down upon a mere bandit. Had their caravan not been obstructed, he would not have deigned to descend and meet these ruffians. It turns out this is the caravan of the Fan family from Zhangjiago. With a smirk, Jia Lu's expression quickly darkened as he declared, "I care not whether you are the Fan family of Zhangjiago or Beijieku. If you wish to pass through this route, surrender the peace silver or leave your goods behind and scram. Do you know the consequences of offending the Fan family?" Fan Yongkue's face flushed crimson. Throughout his life, he had never been addressed with such crude language. Jia Lu chuckled derisively and retorted, "Spare me the threats of the Fan family. I fear you not. Sancha, inspect the goods." "Understood," Zhang Sancha replied, rallying a dozen spear-wielding men towards the Fan caravan. "I dare anyone to try?" Fan Yongkue shouted defiantly. The guard stationed beside the Fan family's grand carriage stepped forward, confronting Zhang Sancha's group. "Ah, so you think numbers can intimidate?" Jia Lu placed his thumb and forefinger to his lips, whistling sharply. As the whistle echoed, 40 to 50 men emerged from the nearby woods of Hti, most brandishing spears with several armed with firearms. These men swiftly encircled the Fan caravan. A dozen gunmen lit the fuses of their firearms, aiming directly at the members of the Fan merchant group. Brave men, do not resort to violence. Allow us to deliberate," a middle-aged man beside Fan Yongkue pleaded, bowing repeatedly in a display of humility. At that moment, Fan Yongkue's face drained of color as several firearm barrels were pointed at him. The middle-aged man, the steward of the Fan caravan, urged him quietly, "Lord Qi, your life is precious. It is not worth risking it for this trifling silver." Wasn't the Su family supposed to ensure that the bandits of HT would not rob our caravan? Fan Yongkue stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This was his first assignment since arriving in Lingxiu previously. Within the confines of Su NF, not even the tax collectors dared to treat him with such disdain. But faced with the ominous muzzles of the firearms, he was genuinely frightened. The steward continued, "Lord Qi, whatever the Su family claims is of no consequence now. Judging by the demeanor of these bandits, we will not pass unless we pay the peace silver. If things go awry, we might lose our lives here." "You mean they would dare to kill me? I am a member of the Fan family." Fan Yongkue stuttered even more severely. The steward sighed in resignation. At a time like this, still invoking the Fan family? If they truly feared the Fan family, they would not have halted our caravan to demand the peace silver. Yes, we cannot afford such a loss." Fan Yongkue nodded in agreement and then said, "Master Wang, I entrust this matter to you. Once we depart from Huchuozai, it is imperative that we send someone to confront the Su family and demand compensation for the losses incurred by the Fan family." Master Wang, the steward of a Fan family shop in Zhangjiago, was specifically sent by Fan Yongdo to assist Fan Yongkue in managing the merchant caravan, as he harbored concerns about Fan Yongkue's capabilities. "Bring forth the inventory documents," he commanded. In the sweltering heat, Jia Lu was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. The inventory detailed the goods transported by the caravan. Although Fan Yongkue held the nominal highest authority over the caravan, it was Master Wang who executed the responsibilities, including the possession of such documents. Master Wang reached into his bosom and produced an inventory list, which he handed to Jia Lu. Jia Lu glanced at the list and with a smirk remarked, "Oh, quite a substantial quantity you have here. Did you not claim that the cart was laden solely with iron ingots? Why then is the majority composed of iron implements?" Master Wang, forcing a smile, replied, "Indeed. We have iron ingots, but they are cumbersome and heavy, making the finished iron products far more convenient for transport." At this juncture, Master Wang was suddenly taken aback. Realizing that this bandit could read and comprehend the contents of the inventory document, a rarity among many military men who were illiterate. Suppressing his astonishment, Master Wang continued, "Brave sir, might you inform us how much peace silver we are required to pay to pass through? The Fan family caravan is quite affluent, transporting nearly 10,000 taels of silver worth of goods." Jia Lu casually instructed a companion nearby, calculate the requisite peace silver they owe. Witnessing this scene, Master Wang was once again astonished. Aside from the apparent bandit leader, there were indeed other bandits who could read and even perform calculations. Stealing a glance at the other bandits, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could it be that all of these brigands are literate? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. For in these times, literate individuals were exceedingly few. Perhaps this gang had merely 2 such individuals. Before long, the bandit who had taken the inventory document announced, "The total sum for the various goods amounts to 325 taels and 3 fun." Jia Lu nodded and then turned to Master Wang, stating, "We charge a peace silver fee of 1/30. If you are apprehensive, you may verify it yourself. We at Huchuozai pride ourselves on our integrity. We shall not collect a single extra copper coin. Previously, you provided 40 taels. Now you need only pay an additional 285 taels and 3 fun for your caravan to proceed." Having served as a steward for many years, Master Wang, while not as adept as an accountant, could ascertain that 1/30 of the total indeed amounted to 325 taels and 3 fun. Jia Lu signaled to a companion, who then accepted the silver from Master Wang. After thoroughly inspecting the silver within the cloth bag and confirming there were no discrepancies, Jia Lu ordered the removal of the barricade obstructing the path, allowing the Fan family caravan to pass. Zhang Sancha, having inspected the goods aboard the Fan family's large cart, remarked as the caravan departed, "While iron pots may be acceptable, what business does a merchant have with so many iron arrowheads? Who is he selling these to? Is he planning a rebellion?" Jia Lu stroked his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Chapter 64, Smuggling upon receiving the first installment of peace silver. Liu Heng and several leaders regarded it with utmost seriousness, gathering in the grand hall of the mountain god temple to hear the report from Jia Lu. When informed that this silver originated from the Fan family of Zhangjiago, Liu Heng was momentarily taken aback. for he had not anticipated that his first piece silver would come from one of the illustrious 8 great merchants of the Qing dynasty, the Fan family. Chen Xuanping remarked. The Fan family is indeed wealthy. Transporting over 10,000 taels of silver in one shipment shows they fear not the bandits on the road. Zhao Yutu, seated beside him, added, the Fan family possesses assets amounting to no less than 1,000,000 taels. After the decline of the Zhang family in Puzhou, the Fan family can be regarded as the foremost among the Shaanxi merchants. A mere 10,000 taels would hardly cause them any significant distress. 1,000,000 taels. Chen Xuanping exclaimed, his mouth agape, astonished at the Fan family's immense wealth. More than 100. Liu Heng interjected suddenly. Even the chief knows of the Fan family? Zhao Yutu inquired curiously, aware that Liu Heng, like Li Shuheng and others, hailed from Liaodong and was not familiar with the Zhang family of Zhangjiago. Liu Heng responded, I have heard it said that among the Shaanxi merchants, the Fan family conducts the largest business. Zhangjiago serves as the grandest cattle and horse market, with Shaanxi merchants frequently traversing between the Ming and the northern tribes, profiting from the trade. Who would have thought the chief was knowledgeable about such matters? Zhao Yuta chuckled. Shaanxi merchants have long engaged in commerce with the northern tribes. When Zhang Jiafengpan served in the capital, the border garrison commanders showed them deference. Shaanxi merchants bribed the garrison commanders to facilitate smuggling across the border. With the Zhang family diminished, the Fan family now operates in a manner reminiscent of the former Zhang family. Suddenly, Jiao Lu, standing aside, spoke up. Chief, there is something I find rather peculiar. What is it? Liu Heng turned to Jiao Lu. Jiao Lu explained, I examined the inventory documents of the Fan family's caravan. They listed primarily iron pots and similar iron goods, with only a small quantity of iron ingots. Yet, when my subordinate checked the goods, he discovered a considerable number of swords, guns, and many iron arrowheads, which do not correspond with the listed items. Liaodong Jurchen. Liu Heng's mind was stirred by these words. The Shaanxi merchants had long colluded with the northern tribes, and subsequently, they allied with the Liaodong Jurchen, selling information about the Ming to them while providing food and textiles to help the Jurchen endure the years of severe calamity. For the Ming, these merchants were traitors. For the Han people, they betrayed their ancestors, staining their accolades with the blood of their kin. Among these merchants, the Fan family led the 8 great merchants, later known as the 8 great royal merchants: Fan Yongdo, Wang Dingku, Wang Dayu, Liang Jiabin, Tian Xilan, Zhai Tang, Huang Yunfa, and Jin Liangyu. As this notion took root, Liu Heng swiftly dismissed the possibility. The Jurchen had only recently triumphed over the Ming forces at Salhu and had yet to seize the entirety of Liaozhong. Even if the Fan family were inclined to collude with the Liaodong Jurchen, they would be unable to do so. Thus, it was most probable that this batch of goods was intended for the northern tribes. Though the Ming engaged in trade with the northern tribes, they imposed stringent restrictions on iron goods, resulting in exorbitant prices. The Fan family's nearly 10,000 taels worth of goods, upon reaching the steppe, could yield profits exceeding 10,000 taels upon entry and exit. Liu Heng pursed his lips, reflecting on the fact that he had only received a little over 300 taels of piece silver, while the Fan family amassed profits exceeding 10,000 taels. This disparity kindled within him the notion of transporting several carts of ironware to the grasslands. However, he merely entertained this thought. To successfully sell goods in the grasslands, he would need to secure the favor of the local military leaders guarding the borders, or else his goods would be confiscated before they could even leave the confines of the town. Furthermore, he would require connections with the Mongolian nobility on the other side. For if the goods reached the grasslands without proper introductions, they would be seized rather than purchased by the northern marauders. Liu Heng was acutely aware that he lacked the necessary connections in either regard, rendering any attempts to engage in smuggling futile. It was far more pragmatic to focus on the piece silver. After Jia Lu exited the main hall of the mountain deity temple, Liu Heng entrusted the silver to Li Shuheng and instructed Zhao Yutu to record it meticulously. The income and expenditures were carefully documented in a dedicated ledger, overseen by Zhao Yutu, while the funds were under Li Shuheng's management, one person handling accounts and another managing finances, ensuring a clear separation between the two. How is the production of the earthen bricks progressing? Liu Heng inquired of Li Shuheng. Since Li Shuheng had led the last contingent of troops to Tiger Head Village, he had assumed responsibility for all logistical matters. Li Shuheng responded, the first batch of earthen bricks is nearly ready for use. In a couple of days, we will commence the construction of the initial adobe houses. I have already selected capable individuals to undertake the building, and they have begun laying the foundations. We must expedite the process, Liu Heng urged, as the weather will soon turn cold. He continued, the houses should be constructed according to our prior discussions, featuring large communal earthen kangs that can be heated during the winter. Otherwise, the inhabitants will suffer from the bitter cold. Li Shuheng nodded in agreement. There were a few houses atop the mountain of Tiger Head Village, but their number was insufficient to accommodate over 1,000 people. The winter of the Little Ice Age was notoriously harsh, and Liu Heng knew that if proper housing was not completed before the onset of winter, many would perish in the frigid conditions. Currently, provisions were abundant in the mountain stronghold, as the previous stockpiles of grain from the short-legged tiger had enough to sustain several thousand people for 3 months. Although the source of this grain remained a mystery, it was adequate to feed over 1,000 individuals until after the new year, alleviating the food scarcity issue faced by the bandit camp. The piece silver collected had diminished by half compared to the time of the short-legged tiger, and incidents of bandits from Tiger Head Village raiding goods had ceased. Gradually, merchant caravans that had previously avoided the village began to traverse the official roads beneath Tiger Head once more. After a month of guarding this vital route, Liu Heng had received over 1,000 taels of piece silver. Now, he found himself in possession of both silver and grain. As adobe houses rose from the ground surrounding the mountain deity temple, each of the 3 large detachments had established a team of firearms specialists, with their numbers steadily increasing. The former bandits captured from Tiger Head Village were being trained as spear and shield bearers, and the iron and cotton armor seized from the village had been redistributed among them. The spear wielders of the 3 detachments had been equipped with genuine iron spearheads, no longer relying on hardened wooden poles, while suits of chainmail were transported to the stronghold via Yangyuan. The skilled blacksmith responsible for crafting the chainmail hailed from Zhejiayu, situated below Tiger Head Mountain, capable of forging a complete suit of armor in 3 days, and alongside his apprentice, they could produce 3 suits in 2 days. Yang Yuan procured iron ingots from the Dongshan ironworks and transported them to Zhejiayu, entrusting the local blacksmiths with the creation of armor. As the weather turned cooler, the newly constructed earthen houses became habitable, with each dwelling accommodating 12 individuals as per the division of Team 5. Within each abode, there existed a large kong for sleeping and a wooden rack for the substantial tea jars used for dining and hydration. Given the fragility of porcelain bowls and the ample silver resources in the stockade, Liu Heng personally designed plans and commissioned the blacksmiths of Lingqiu to forge over 1,000 large tea jars. The task proved to be relatively uncomplicated. Within a month, several blacksmith shops in Lingqiu had provided each resident of Huchuozai Mountain with a large tea jar. This practical vessel for meals and drinking inadvertently sparked a trend, as word spread from the blacksmith shops, prompting a fervor in Lingqiu City where numerous citizens and miners from Dongshan adopted these large tea jars for their dining needs. Everything on Huchuozai Mountain was progressing favorably. Chapter 65. The villagers deliver grain ahead of the village. A multitude of villagers descended from the mountains to deliver provisions to the Tiger Head stronghold. Jia Lu made his way to the training grounds of the gun team on the rear mountain of the stronghold, where he found Liu Heng diligently instructing the troops. Delivering grain? Liu Heng was taken aback, unable to recall any transaction with the villagers regarding provisions. Jia Lu gestured with his hands, indicating that a dozen large carts filled with grain had been sent by the villagers from nearby settlements. And where are they? Liu Heng inquired. They are at the foot of the mountain, guarded by the 3rd squad, Jia Lu replied. Let us go take a look, Liu Heng suggested, leading Jia Lu away from the training grounds and through the stronghold towards the mountain's base. Upon their arrival, Liu Heng observed a group of villagers, clad in coarse linen garments, being halted by a squad of spear-wielding guards at the entrance to the stronghold. The villagers appeared timid and fearful, huddling together and noticeably trembling in the presence of the guards. Behind them, a line of carts extended down the road, with drivers seated atop and other villagers standing watch nearby. These villagers are the ones delivering the grain, Jia Lu pointed out. Liu Heng scrutinized the group before him. Indeed, they were ordinary villagers, clearly intimidated by the guards who barred their passage. Fellow villagers, what brings you to Tiger Head Stronghold? Liu Heng approached an elder among them, adopting a tone of utmost calm. Hero, please. The elder abruptly knelt on the ground, stammering, we have come to deliver grain to the Tiger Lord. Upon hearing the title of Tiger Lord, Liu Heng immediately understood that these villagers were delivering provisions for the late Ao Jiaohu. Regrettably, Ao Jiaohu had perished, his body discovered by a guard in the woods alongside several pieces of armor. However, with the grain now at their doorstep, Liu Heng was not foolish enough to turn it away. I shall accept the grain, and in the future, feel free to bring your provisions to Tiger Head Stronghold, he declared. The elder's countenance darkened at his words, as did the expressions of those surrounding him. Hero, could you perhaps speak to the Tiger Lord on our behalf? We are unable to gather any more grain. We beseech the Tiger Lord to grant us a means of survival, the elder implored, kneeling before Liu Heng. The ground is cold. Speak your thoughts while standing, Liu Heng urged as he helped the elder rise. I do not wish to take your grain without compensation. I will pay you a sum that exceeds the market price by 10%, including the provisions you have brought today. The villagers, coerced by Jiahu to deliver grain, had no expectation of receiving silver in return. However, Liu Heng was not inclined to accept their provisions without fair exchange. He preferred to procure the grain with silver, as he had no shortage of it. Is it truly silver? You are not deceiving us, the elder questioned, skepticism evident in his expression, doubting the good intentions of the bandits atop the mountain. Liu Heng smiled and assured him, indeed, you shall receive silver, and from this point onward, whenever you have grain to sell, I promise to offer you a price that exceeds the market value by 10%. The elder villager hesitated. His words caught in his throat. For many years, the formidable presence of Hattusai had instilled fear in the neighboring villages. The villagers were both terrified of and resentful toward the bandits of Hattusai. After a moment of uncertainty, the elder inquired, is this matter agreeable to Lord Hu? The rapid changes in leadership at Hattusai had left many villagers unaware of the new authority, still believing that the infamous Jiahu was in charge. Liu Heng chuckled. Dismissing the notion, it matters not who Lord Hu is. I am the one who decides. From now on, all provisions brought to Hattusai by the villagers will be purchased with silver. We shall not take a single grain without proper payment. Before long, Jia Lu descended the mountain, accompanied by a few others, bringing along villagers from the surrounding areas as they departed Hattusai. Zhao Yutu followed them down, having chosen to walk rather than ride. Upon reaching Liu Heng, he asked, what has transpired, chief? Nothing of great concern, Liu Heng replied. I intend to purchase the grain delivered by our fellow villagers. Please take note of it. The elder villager, overhearing Zhao Yutu address Liu Heng as chief, was taken aback and stammered, why you are Lord Hu? The name Ijiu who carried significant weight among the nearby villagers, known to silence the cries of children, though few had actually seen him, as he seldom ventured down the mountain, leaving matters to his deputies. I am not Ijiao Hu, Liu Heng reassured them. Rest assured, from this day forth, the inhabitants of Hattusai shall no longer raid your villages or harm your people. Oh really? The elder exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, though skepticism lingered in his gaze. In the eyes of the villagers, the words of a bandit held little credibility. Liu Heng continued, the lord who you speak of, Ijiao Hu, is no more. Hattusai has transformed. We shall no longer bring misfortune to the surrounding populace. You may live your lives in peace. Having arrived at Hattusai with intentions of establishing a lasting presence, Liu Heng was determined to forego the plundering ways of Shiyanhu and the devastation wrought by Ijiao Hu, which had left the villagers in silent despair, their anger stifled. The nearest village, Zhejiayu, was a mere 2 miles away, with the farthest being no more than 10. With scales in hand and an ample workforce, grain was weighed simultaneously on 3 balances. The harvest brought by the villagers was freshly gathered, and alongside the spear wielders, they spent over an hour transporting and weighing all the grain. Zhao Yutu meticulously recorded each entry with a charcoal pencil, ensuring everything was documented clearly. When the last sack was weighed, Zhao Yutu approached Liu Heng with his notebook, saying, we have a total of 1,450 stones of grain. With an offer 10% above the market price, we should pay 598 taels and 3 fen of silver. The silver was held by Li Shuheng in the stronghold, and Liu Heng instructed Jia Lu to retrieve it. Before long, Li Shuheng descended the mountain alongside Jia Lu, but he carried with him a cloth bag filled with silver. Upon descending the mountain, Li Shuheng was greeted by a procession of carts brimming with grain. Confirming that Jia Lu had not deceived him, he handed the cloth bag containing silver to Liu Heng, stating, here lie 598 taels and 3 fen of silver. No amount of persuasion can rival the utility of silver. The elder villager's face blossomed into a smile upon receiving the silver, while nearby villagers hesitantly reached out to touch the coins, as if in disbelief of their authenticity. Liu Heng, with a warm smile, remarked, dear villagers, should you wish to sell grain in the future, feel free to come to Hutua village. We shall offer you a price 10% above the market rate. Good, good, good. The elder villager nodded repeatedly, clutching the cloth bag of silver tightly. The villagers had not anticipated that Hutua village would genuinely pay in silver. Traditionally, they had given grain freely after the spring and autumn harvests. in exchange for the assurance that the bandits of Hutua village would refrain from descending upon their neighboring villages to wreak havoc. Chapter 66. The movements of the Su family. Liu Heng and Zhao Yutu entered the scene. Big boss, Zhao Yutu began. Since the villagers have voluntarily brought the grains to us, why should we still purchase them with silver, even if we do not pay them? These villagers would not dare to take the grains away. Indeed, we have unnecessarily spent nearly 600 taels, Liu Heng lamented. Liu Heng replied with a smile. If we wish to establish ourselves here, we must not emulate the likes of the short-legged tigers who only bring misfortune to the villages. Nor should we repeat the ways of Shuyunhu, who would plunder one county after another and depart without a trace. To truly root ourselves here, we must earn the villagers' recognition. Only with their approval can we firmly settle in this land. Otherwise, if the authorities launch an assault and the populace despises us, no matter how dense the forests of Hutazhai are, our group of over 1,000 will eventually be eradicated. Liu Heng contended. Even so, we need not purchase grains at a price exceeding the market rate by 10%. Currently, we are not short of food, as the nearby villages are transporting their grains to Hutazhai. If we buy them, we shall not be able to consume them all, and this year's new harvest will turn into stale grain by next year. Captain Li's point is valid, Zhao Yutu concurred. Our mountain stronghold receives around 1,000 taels of pea silver each month. Today's grain purchase has consumed more than half of that. If we continue down this path, we will soon find ourselves unable to afford grains with our monthly pea silver, and the little silver we have acquired from Hutazhai will be depleted in no time. Both men expressed their dissatisfaction with Liu Heng's decision to buy grains at a higher price. Liu Heng smiled and explained, our stronghold does not cultivate grains, and the brothers on the mountain can only procure food from the nearby villages. If we do not offer a fair price, what incentive do the villagers have to sell their grains to us? Only by ensuring that these villagers receive tangible benefits will they willingly sell their grains to us. Once they have experienced real advantages, the villagers will lower their guard against us. In the future, our camp will inevitably need to expand. We cannot remain holed up in Hutazhai forever. A group of idle gentlemen will eventually attract trouble. Some matters will not be considered by those below us. We must learn to prepare for the future. After listening to Liu Heng's words, Liu Heng and Zhao Yutu began to grasp the depth of Liu Heng's foresight. While they were still debating over a few taels of silver, Liu Heng had already begun contemplating the future of the camp. Soon, news of Hutazhai purchasing grains at a price exceeding the market rate by 10% spread rapidly among the nearby villages. With the experience of selling grains to Hutazhai once, some villagers began transporting their surplus grains in carts to the stronghold. At this time, it was the season for the autumn harvest, coinciding with the time for paying autumn taxes. Although Zhang Jiuzhen had passed away, his strict regulations remained, compelling the populace to sell their grains at prices dictated by grain merchants, who took advantage of the situation to drive down prices and hoard the grains. The low grain prices harmed the farmers, yet despite being a den of bandits, Hutazhai offered prices 10% above the market rate without the need for weight manipulation. They paid according to the actual weight measured. Having already sold grains to Hutazhai once, the nearby villages returned with a substantial amount of grain this time. This time, Liu Heng refrained from intervening, entrusting the task to Liu Heng and Zhao Yutu. One managed the finances while the other oversaw the accounts. Upon collecting the grain, the silver was distributed to the common folk, while cartloads of grain were transported uphill. The construction of the new granary was still a ways off, fortunately. There were numerous earthen houses on the mountain, where bags of grain were stored. As the stockpile of grain in the stronghold grew, the silver was spent rapidly. After several consecutive days of grain collection, Liu Heng could no longer restrain himself and sought out Liu Heng. Liu Heng counseled, my dear Heng, do we not still possess silver? We shall accept whatever grain the villagers bring to us. If we halt the collection now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Liu Heng, with a serious demeanor, replied, the funds in the camp are dwindling. Not only have we exhausted the pea silver earned in these past months, but we have also spent over 2,000 taels of the several tens of thousands obtained from Huchuozai. If this continues, we shall soon find ourselves entirely depleted. With a smile, Liu Heng responded, have we not only spent a little over 2,000 taels? We can continue to spend, even if the silver runs out. We can find ways to earn more. Liu Heng inquired, what methods do you propose? Do you have any ideas? Liu Heng smiled and replied, I possess a document regarding the ironworks at Dongshan. I have already sent Yang Yuan to inquire about the possibility of establishing our own ironworks there. Establish an ironworks? Liu Heng's brow furrowed. Given our identities, Will the government not discover our activities at Dongshan? Liu Heng chuckled. There is no need for concern. We are already marked for execution. No one will connect us to the bandits. Even if someone were to know, it matters little. As long as we avoid the county seat, it will not be easy for the authorities to apprehend us. Li Shuheng fell into contemplation. The distance from Huchuozai to Dongshan was not considerable. Should any trouble arise in Dongshan, they could quickly respond from Huchuozai, more conveniently than traveling from the county seat. Having resolved this in his mind, Li Shuheng asked, "When shall we head to Dongshan to establish the ironworks?" Liu Heng replied, "We must wait a little longer for news from Yangyuan." The grain trade with nearby villages was flourishing, and after half a month, the grain sales from several villages near Huchuozai were nearly complete. More distant villages remained skeptical that bandits would spend silver on grain, continuing to sell their grain to merchants in Lingqiu. Within the north study of the Su family estate in Lingqiu City, Su Yukai, the current head of the family, sat behind a desk covered in white paper, with weights holding it down on both sides. He held a brush in hand, having just inscribed the 4 characters Shinkai Yu Dao on the paper. "Exquisite calligraphy," praised the steward Su, applauding. "Your strokes flow like water, yet penetrate the paper with remarkable depth. Your writing has indeed improved, master." "Ha ha, is that so?" Su Yukai laughed heartily, increasingly pleased with his own handiwork. The steward continued to flatter, "Of course, master. Had you pursued the imperial examination with such skill, you would have at least secured a second place, if not the top honor." The steward nodded in agreement. "With such fine calligraphy, we must surely seek out the best craftsmen in Lingqiu for mounting." Su Yukai rose from his seat and approached the nearby bronze basin, cleansing his hands with the clear water within. He then took a silk cloth from the side to dry his hands and settled into a grand armchair. A servant presented a wooden tray, delivering a covered bowl to Su Yotsai's hands. Lifting the lid of the bowl, he gently blew at the tea leaves floating atop, savoring a small sip before replacing the lid. Su Yukai inquired, "Has anyone been dispatched to investigate the recent decline in grain supplies at the granary, which is notably less than in previous years?" Chapter 67. The Su family's plans. Butler Su handed the written words on the desk to a servant for mounting. Upon hearing Su Yotsai's words, he hurriedly leaned in and said, "It has been confirmed that Huchuozai is purchasing grain at 10% above market price, and the nearby villages have sold their grain to Huchuozai." "Huchuozai?" Su Yukai furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't Suhu there? What does he need such a large quantity of grain for? Is he plotting a rebellion?" His voice turned icy as he uttered the last few words. Butler Su, who had long served by his side, felt a shiver run through him, sensing his master's profound dissatisfaction with Su Hu from Huchuozai. When did this happen? Who is in charge of Huchuozai now? Su Yukai pondered, holding a bowl with one hand, his brow knitted tightly. Butler Su replied, "The specifics remain unclear. The villagers heard it from the bandits on the mountain of Huchuozai, and no one has seen Suhu's corpse. However, this matter seems genuine. 2 months ago, the Fan family was robbed of a sum of silver while passing beneath Huchuozai. If Suhu were still there, he would certainly be aware of the Fan family's ties with us and would not dare to rob their caravan. Truly useless fools." Su Yukai slammed the bowl onto the table, causing the lid to rattle and tea to spill out. Butler Su took a small step back, standing with his hands at his sides. As the steward of the Su family, he was privy to certain secrets. Suhu had been placed in Huchuozai as a pawn by the Su family, and the bandits on the mountain were, in fact, thugs nurtured by the Su family. Huchuozai was in close proximity to the Dongshan ironworks, and all caravans entering and exiting the ironworks had to pass beneath Huchuozai. By stationing a group of bandits there, they could threaten the ironworks and collect tolls from passing merchants, while also assisting the Su family in matters they preferred to remain aloof from. Otherwise, with merely 100 or so bandits, they would have long been eradicated by the garrison soldiers of Lingqiu and could not maintain their dominion over Huchuozai. It is imperative to maintain a good relationship with the Fan family, as they are our largest consumers of ironware, Su Yukai stated. "In a few days, a shipment is set to pass through Huchuozai. You shall accompany it to ascertain who currently holds authority there. Should they prove unruly, you are to eliminate them with the merchant guards and replace them with our own. What if they are too powerful?" Butler Su thought to himself. Fully aware that to silently extinguish Su Hu and his bandits, the current group at Huchuozai must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, the Su family would not have only just received news of the troubles at Huchuozai. If they are indeed strong, we may consider collaborating with them. Adhering to the rules established during Su Hu's tenure, Su Yukai replied with a dismissive grunt. "After all these years, must I still teach you such matters?" Butler Su cautiously remarked, The wilds are filled with rough and uncouth individuals. What if they are unwilling to collaborate with us? Unwilling? Siyai scoffed. Allowing them to remain at Huchuozai is already a generous gift. Yang Yuan sat in his designated seat and remarked, I have visited Qindafu's ironworks and inquired with the miners there. It is merely a small ironworks that has been neglected for far too long. The smelting furnace has collapsed. Restoring it to its former state will require at least 1,000 taels of silver, along with the recruitment of new miners. Currently, the miners in Dongshan are under the control of the Su family and several major ironworks, making it quite challenging to gather sufficient manpower. Liu Heng furrowed his brow. To restore an ironworks, 1,000 taels of silver is quite significant. Don't we possess the ironworks documentation? Yang Yuan replied, Qindafu's ironworks necessitates complete reconstruction. The 1,000 taels are earmarked for this restoration. While the documentation may appear to hold little monetary value, without it, we lack the legitimacy to operate an ironworks in Dongshan. But 1,000 taels is exorbitant, Liu Heng exclaimed, astonished by the projected costs of reconstruction. Yang Yuan continued, even if we wish to spend that 1,000 taels, it may not be feasible. The Dongshan ironworks are primarily controlled by the Su family and a few major owners. Smaller ironworks operators can barely survive by banding together. Any outsider attempting to establish a furnace in Dongshan will face a concerted effort to suppress them from all sides. From what my subordinates have gathered, several foreign ironworks owners have already been compelled to leave by local owners. Zhao Yutu stroked his beard thoughtfully. It appears the ironworks owners in Lingqiu have formed a coalition. Regardless of their internal disputes, they will unite against any external forces encroaching upon Dongshan. Chun Xuanping, seated above him, expressed his dissatisfaction. Are you suggesting we abandon this ironworks? That would render the document we obtained from Qindafu utterly wasted. Zhao Yutu responded, we could explore alternative avenues for revenue. We need not fixate solely on ironworks, as antagonizing all the ironworks owners would be detrimental to us. Our arms and the ore for producing gunpowder are sourced from these owners. Chun Xuanping countered. Without our own ironworks, we are vulnerable in arms and gunpowder production. Let us not forget, without gunpowder, our firearms are nothing more than simple sticks. As Yang Yuan concluded his account of the situation in Dongshan, a debate ensued among those present. Liu Heng, seated at the head of the table, rapped his knuckles against the armrest, drawing everyone's attention and halting the discussion. Liu Heng stated, if we wish to partake in the spoils, we must first earn the right to do so. We are outlaws. If we cannot feast, then let us append the table so that no one else may dine. There is no need for reasoned discourse. Might makes right. He gestured for Zhao Yutu to take his seat, who complied, visibly embarrassed. Let us proceed this way. Liu Heng continued. The intelligence team should continue investigating the state of the Dongshan ironworks. With so many owners in Dongshan, it is unlikely they lack internal strife. We must uncover the relationships among these owners. Yang Yuan rose in affirmation. Indeed, I will instruct the intelligence team to meticulously gather all pertinent information regarding Dongshan. Liu Heng nodded slightly and inquired about the progress concerning the artisans. Yang Yuan gently shook his head and replied that there were not many artisans willing to leave. Only those who found it impossible to sustain themselves were daring enough to take the risk of joining their cause. Liu Heng remarked that if they were unable to recruit artisans, they should consider bribing the officials of the Qing army, emphasizing not to be apprehensive about spending silver. For matters that they could not resolve themselves, the officials would surely have their own means. Yang Yuan mentioned that he had already sent someone to negotiate with the Qing officials, but each artisan required a payment of 50 taels of silver. Some artisans had families of 7 or 8. Even if others did not require as much, the Qing officials would not release anyone without 100 taels. Liu Heng instructed that they should acquire the necessary silver from Xu Heng, asserting that they should not fear expenditures. As long as the Qing officials were willing to sell, they would not hesitate to buy. He further stated that once the artisans arrived, they should be directly arranged at Zhejiayu. For many of them were skilled individuals and should not be treated poorly. At that moment, a messenger from the bandits arrived at the temple hall, kneeling before Liu Heng on one knee. Chapter 68. The Su family ensures your safety after the messenger from the bandits departed. Zhao Yutu expressed his confusion, inquiring why the Su family had sent someone to our Tiger Head stronghold, specifically requesting to meet the chief. Beside him, Chun Xuanping suggested, let us descend the mountain and discover the reason for their visit. Yang Yuan interjected, if we could forge an alliance with the Su family, we could smoothly establish the ironworks in Dongshan, as the Su family is the largest private ironworks owner in the region. If they are willing to advocate on our behalf, The other ironworks owners in Dongshan would be inclined to grant the Su family some deference, thus sparing us undue hardship. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Liu Heng, who sat at the head of the table. It seems prudent that we should meet with the representatives sent by the Su family, Liu Heng remarked while stroking his chin. However, I shall remain in the shadows. Zhao Yutu, you will descend the mountain to meet with the Su family's envoy and ascertain their purpose for visiting us. Understood, Zhao Yutu responded, rising from his seat. Are there any further instructions, Chief? Liu Heng pondered momentarily before replying. I have visited Lingxiu City and have heard of the Su family. They are a well-regarded family, feared even by the local merchants. However, that is within the city. Outside, we are on our own territory, and we need not fear the Su family. A mere gentleman cannot threaten the 1,000-strong inhabitants of our Tiger-Head stronghold. I comprehend, Zhao Yutu acknowledged, then departed the main hall of the mountain shrine. Not long after his departure, Liu Heng turned to Qin Xuanping and said, the Su family's caravan has brought a considerable number of guards. Brother, take a few men and conceal yourselves in the woods below. Should the Su guards act aggressively, we need not hold back. Understood, Qin Xuanping affirmed before striding away. Yang Yuan, seated further back, addressed Liu Heng, Chief, should we manage to collaborate with the Su family, we could leverage their influence to secure our position in Dongshan, alleviating concerns about potential hostility from the local ironworks owners. And how do you propose we collaborate? Shall we become their lackeys, akin to the lowly tiger? Liu Heng's expression darkened as he forcefully gripped the armrest of his chair. Yang Yuan had never witnessed Liu Heng so incensed. He instinctively rose from his seat in anxiety. Observing Liu Heng's fury, Li Shuheng interjected. Yang Yuan's intentions stem from a desire for the well-being of our camp, wishing for our ironworks to flourish. My ire is not directed at this matter, Liu Heng clarified. Our camp has only just found stability. Everyone's spirits are restless, and they are beginning to forget their true identities. Pausing, Liu Heng continued, what sort of individuals are the Su family? They are gentlemen, representing the authority, inherently opposed to people like us. In their eyes, we are but vessels, utilized when convenient and discarded when no longer needed. I was mistaken, Yang Yuan confessed, bowing his head in shame. The bandits below are manageable. We simply need to intensify their training, leaving them no time to dwell on frivolous thoughts. The true concern lies with us. If we too succumb to such distractions, then our camp is truly doomed, Liu Heng stated with a grave expression. Unlike the others in the camp, he was acutely aware of the bleak future ahead, as natural disasters and man-made calamities loomed like a taut string, preventing him from resting. You speak the truth. None of us possess your clarity of vision. Li Shuheng sighed and then remarked, since you have already deduced that the Su family has no good intentions in seeking us out, why did you allow Zhao Yutu and Sun Ping to descend the mountain to meet with them? Shouldn't we have simply sent them away? Liu Heng responded, I intended to provide them both with a warning, to make them understand this principle. To stand firm, one must rely solely on oneself. Zhao Yutu descended the mountain accompanied by a few bandits. Upon reaching the base, he observed that the Su family's convoy was overly fortified, with each guard clad in armor. Most bore half-body iron armor, while the remainder wore padded armor, their weapons glinting menacingly in the light. So, you must be the leader of this band, remarked Steward Su, narrowing his eyes slightly. Mr. Zhao, called out Zhao Lu respectfully as Zhao Yutu approached. In the camp, Zhao Yutu held no specific title. He was merely a leader managing logistics, and, being a scholar, had taught the men in the camp to read. Consequently, they affectionately referred to him as Mr. Zhao. It was indeed absurd for a mere bandit to be addressed as Mr. Steward Su scoffed quietly to himself. How laughable for a mere brigand to be called Mr. His voice, though low, was audible enough for Zhao Yutu to hear. Zhao Yutu's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, May I ask who you are? With an air of arrogance, Steward Su replied, Listen closely. I am the chief steward of the Su family, merely a servant. Zhao Yutu disdainfully curled his lip, unimpressed. You, Steward Su raised a finger, seemingly about to erupt in anger, but then appeared to reconsider. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his arm and spoke in a nonchalant tone. You are the leader of this gang of bandits, are you not? No, Zhao Yutu gently shook his head. He could sense that Steward Su maintained an air of superiority, completely disregarding him and his fellow bandits from the Tiger-Head stronghold. This condescension left him feeling profoundly uneasy, creating a stark emotional contrast. Upon hearing that the person before him was not the leader of the Tiger-Head stronghold, Steward Su's dissatisfaction was evident. Where is your leader? Were you not instructed to summon him to meet me? You cannot even manage this simple task. Feel free to convey your messages to us. Our leader is too occupied to meet with a mere servant like you, Zhao Yutu retorted, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries with the steward. The term servant grated on Steward Su's nerves. In Lingxiu City, everyone addressed him as the chief steward, yet here he was, being called a servant by a bandit. Taking a deep breath, he stated coolly, "Are you in a position to make decisions?" Despite his irritation at being referred to as a servant, Steward Su was aware that he could not delay the business entrusted to him by his master. He continued, "Very well. Relay to your leader that from now on, the merchants passing through the Tiger Head stronghold must remit 70% of their earnings to the Su family. Furthermore, any tasks we assign you must be fulfilled. Additionally, the silver and grain you have received over the past 2 months must also be turned over to the Su family at a rate of 70%. What? You expect us to give you 70%? Standing beside Zhao Yutu, Jia Lu's mouth hung agape in astonishment. At that moment, he regretted sending someone to inform the chief on the mountain. Otherwise, Su Guanjia sneered, "What reason would there be for you to remain in his huzi?" Zhao Yutu patted Jia Lu on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, and then he spoke. "You take away the majority of the benefits. What can you truly offer us in return?" Su Guanjia replied with an air of arrogance, "Our Su family guarantees the safety of your huzi." Chapter 69. Leave the goods. Depart the men. Upon hearing the words of Butler Su, Zhao Yutu scoffed, exclaiming how absurd it was, as the Su family had an inflated sense of their own importance. It was then that he comprehended why the chief had advised him not to fear the Su family. He likely anticipated the very scene unfolding before him. In his mind, serving the Su family was merely a concession granted to the bandits of Tiger Head Village. Yet this bandit before him clearly lacked the sense to appreciate such generosity. "That's unnecessary," Zhao Yutu declared. "Our Tiger Head Village has no habit of serving as dogs for others." "Very well, you brigands shall regret this," Butler Su remarked, gazing at Zhao Yutu as though he were a specter. "Clear the path. Our Su family caravan must pass." A slight smirk graced Zhao Yutu's lips as he replied, "You may pass, but only after paying the peace silver." Zhao Yutu stated coolly, "From this day forth, you shall be accounted for." Butler Su's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you not inquire about our Su family's reputation? How dare a mere hilltop brigand demand silver from us? You are courting death." In Lingxiu, the Su family's influence reigned supreme. Even the county magistrate showed deference to them. The Su caravan traversed the roads of Lingxiu without ever having paid silver to anyone. Not even the government dared to levy taxes on the Su family. The notion that a group of unknown mountain bandits would dare to collect peace silver from the Su family was, in Butler Su's eyes, nothing short of ludicrous. "Zhao Lu," Zhao Yutu called out to the Su family steward. "Present." Zhao Lu responded. "Keep a close watch on the caravan before us. Not a single will shall pass without the payment of silver." "Understood." Zhao Lu signaled, and the spear wielders behind him formed ranks, standing resolutely behind the barricade, obstructing the advance of the Su family caravan. "You seek death." Butler Su's face turned a deep shade of anger. As he approached the second wagon, he bellowed, "All of you charge. Slay these brigands." Every guard accompanying the Su family was clad in armor, weapons at the ready. Upon receiving Butler Su's command, all the attendants and guards shouted in unison as they surged forward. "Form ranks," Zhao Lu shouted. In a flash, over 30 spear wielders organized themselves into a phalanx, 8 in a row, forming 4 lines. The foremost 8 soldiers held their spears horizontally, while those behind raised their weapons as well. Though not every member of the bandit camp wore armor, the spear wielders stationed at the barricade were all clad in chainmail and donned iron helmets, protecting vital areas of their bodies, ensuring their safety. The formation of over 30 spear wielders appeared orderly, and once they brandished their weapons, they emanated an aura of intimidation. The Su family guards, armed only with simple sabers, halted in their tracks when they were just a few paces from the spears, unwilling to risk advancing into the lethal range of the long weapons. Against the dense array of spears, their short blades offered no advantage. Before they could reach the spear wielders, they would be impaled. Kill. Just as the Su guards hesitated, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the forest flanking Tiger Head village, and over 100 bandits charged forth from the thicket. Some bore long spears, while others wielded firearms and bows. The archers among the bandits halted approximately 70 paces from Su's caravan, drawing their bows and aiming their arrows at Su's guards. Around 50 paces away, the gunmen came to a stop, forming 3 ranks, with the foremost igniting the fuses atop their firearms. As they drew closer, within 20 paces, a squad of spear-wielding captains assembled in a phalanx, chanting their battle cries as they advanced step by step towards Su's caravan. Cold sweat beaded on the brow of Steward Su, his complexion pale as parchment. This time, he had brought over 60 retainers for protection, more than half of whom were recruited from the Dongshan ironworks. Most of these men had seen bloodshed and were each formidable in their own right. He had brought them to eliminate the bandits of Hutu village, intending to position them in the mountains to maintain Su and Apos as control over the area. Those who were supported by Su's family at the Dongshan ironworks were all ruthless characters, capable of killing without a second thought. Yet, it was astounding that such hardened individuals were intimidated by a group of bandits emerging from the forest. Having served as steward for many years, Su possessed a discerning eye, and the ability to frighten off a group of unflinching killers indicated that the bandits of Hutu village were even more fearsome. Although he lacked knowledge of military formations, he could still sense the unusual nature of these bandits, who did not resemble ordinary mountain thieves that charged recklessly into battle. Clearly, this group of bandits was not hastily rushing to attack. Rather, they were gathering together, forming a battle formation while advancing step by step, with several gunmen and archers coordinating their efforts. Such proficiency was not even typical of a garrison of the local magistrate. As Su's caravan became encircled by the spear wielders, Chen Xuanping emerged from behind their formation and addressed Su's party. Listen, people of the Su family, discard your weapons and armor. Everyone kneel by the roadside with your heads covered. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution. The guards of Su family did not flee. They remained steadfast in front of the caravan, not out of a lack of desire to escape, but because no one wished to become a target for the archers. Faced with the menacing spears, Su's guards reluctantly dropped their weapons and removed their armor, obediently squatting in a row by the roadside. Nothing was more important than preserving their lives. Jia Lu sent men to collect the discarded weapons and armor, gathering them together. Deprived of their arms and armor, all of Su's guards were now detained, leaving Su's caravan with no chance of a comeback. Recognizing the situation was settled, Zhao Yutu breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Xuanping, asking, "What brings you here? Did the chief descend from the mountains?" "The chief did not come," Chen Xuanping replied. "He feared for your safety and instructed me to bring people down to hide in the woods. I did not expect these Su fellows to be so reckless as to act against us on our own territory." Zhao Yutu expressed his relief. The chief's foresight has saved us from potential disaster. Chen Xuanping nodded in agreement before inquiring, "What shall we do with Su's goods and these people?" "We are men of principle." A smirk creased Zhao Yutu's lips as he replied, "We shall keep the goods and release the people. We will collect the peace money as per our established customs." Understanding the implication, Chen Xuanping turned his gaze towards Su's caravan, his expression icy as he declared, "The goods remain, and the people may depart." As the words fell, the Su family's guards, who had crouched down with their heads in their hands, quickly fled, leaving only a handful behind. The remaining members, merely the household servants of the Su family, remained stationary upon witnessing that Steward Su had not departed. Chapter 70. The banquet at the guest house. Butler Su's face alternated between shades of green and white as he declared, "You shall regret daring to seize goods from the Su family. Whether we will regret it remains uncertain," came the retort, "but if you do not leave now, you will undoubtedly come to regret it." Chen Xuanping unsheathed his blade, gripping it confidently in one hand as he advanced step by step toward Butler Su. At that moment, a servant from the Su family urgently grasped Butler Su, imploring, "Chief Butler, we must leave quickly. If we anger this band of brigands, we shall find ourselves trapped." Butler Su remained silent, and the servant had no choice but to forcibly pull him along with the other servants, who were also retreating. He did not resist but allowed himself to be led away. The spearmen nearby made no attempt to obstruct their exit, parting to clear a path for the Su family. Chen Xuanping patted the cart axle and commanded, "Send a few skilled drivers to load all the carts and their cargo up the mountain." A few bandits from the spear-wielding group stepped forward, each taking charge of a cart, skillfully urging the livestock to move along the road. The carts belonging to the Su family, laden with their goods, were transported to the summit of Tiger Head Stronghold. Upon returning to the stronghold, Zhao Yutu and Chen Xuanping recounted the events that had transpired below. Li Heng remarked, having seized such a substantial amount of goods from the Su family, and given their standing in Lingxiu, they will certainly not let this matter rest. We must prepare accordingly. "Fear not," Chen Xuanping bellowed with a resonant voice. "If the Su family dares to send anyone to Tiger Head Stronghold, I shall deal with them, regardless of their numbers. Those thugs they employ are of little consequence, easily frightened into cowering behind their carts." Zhao Yutu, sitting at the lower end of the table, added, I took a glance at the goods we acquired from the Su family. The majority consists of ironware, valued at around 5,000 to 6,000 taels. They have suffered a considerable loss and will not let this slide easily. Thus, Captain Li is correct. We must strategize promptly. Liu Heng nodded in agreement, stating, Tiger Head Stronghold has traditionally been the Su family's territory, and now that we have taken it, they will not relinquish such a strategically significant position without a fight. I had anticipated that the Su family would react within half a month of our occupation, yet it seems the bandits who fled from Tiger Head did not inform them, granting us an additional 2 months to fortify our position. However, the inevitable confrontation will eventually arise. Yang Yuan. Yes, came the reply. Disperse the intelligence team to thoroughly investigate news regarding the Su family. We must also keep a close watch on the eastern mountains. The thugs they employ are likely to be lurking in the eastern hills or the villages outside the city. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately, Yang Yuan acknowledged. Departing from the Hall of the Mountain Deity, Liu Heng then turned his attention to Qin Xiuanping, saying, Our reliance is upon the brethren within the stronghold. From this day forth, we must enhance our vigilance on the mountain, while also dispatching patrols below, particularly along the front and rear mountain paths. I entrust this task to you, second brother. I shall attend to it at once, Qin Xiuanping replied, rising to leave. Liu Heng then addressed Li Shuheng and Zhao Yutu, instructing, brothers, please allocate a portion of the provisions in the stronghold and transport them to the natural caverns located in the rear mountain. Li Shuheng furrowed his brow and said, Are you worried? Just in case. Liu Heng waved his hand dismissively and replied, My concern lies with the defense of Lingqiu. With the capabilities of the Su family, they could easily compel the Lingqiu garrison to mobilize. If the mountain stronghold cannot hold, we can retreat to the back mountains, where we have stored provisions. We can survive this winter. Li Shuheng reassured him, Rest assured, I will handle this matter with Mr. Zhao. We have procured ample provisions. Even if we are left with only half, it will suffice to endure through this winter. Finally, Qin Xiuanping and Zhao Yutu departed. Leaving Liu Heng alone, he slowly leaned back in his chair, anticipating the tempest that would soon descend upon Hotu village. If they could weather this storm, he and the bandits would firmly establish their foothold in Lingqiu, recognized as a legitimate force by all factions. Su Yukai stood behind the desk, practicing calligraphy, while Steward Su bowed his head, dutifully standing across the table. How did the matter proceed? Su Yukai inquired without lifting his gaze. Su Yukai continued to write, a slight frown creasing his brow as he remarked, Did you not bring people from Dongshan? The trouble stems from those individuals in Dongshan. Steward Su expressed with a hint of grievance. What happened? Did they not heed your orders? Su Yukai paused, raising his head. Steward Su bitterly replied, The men we nurtured in Dongshan fled faster than rabbits upon encountering the bandits of Huta village. Our goods were left in their hands, and they ran without even a fight. The thugs from Dongshan became scapegoats in his words. Are you saying we lost the shipment as well? Yes, indeed, Steward Su replied. His head bowed. This debacle is to be blamed on those rascals from Dongshan. They feasted and drank at our expense, yet when the time came for them to fight, they all fled. Were it not for the household servants we brought along, even you, my lord, would not have been seen again. Incompetence, Su Yukai exclaimed, hurling his brush at Steward Su. The steward did not dare to evade, allowing the brush to strike his face, with ink splattering onto his forehead, droplets trickling down his nose. With a frustrated motion, Su Yukai tore the freshly written paper in two, crumpling it into a ball and angrily throwing it at Steward Su, who protested. Over 200 bandits descended from the mountain, surrounding the convoy. They wielded bows and firearms, many clad in armor, and the men from Dongshan had all fled, leaving the household servants utterly helpless. So you simply surrendered the goods to the bandits? Su Yukai fumed. Do you realize who demanded those goods? The Fan family of Zhangjiago. Steward Su replied. And you are aware it is the Fan family, Su Yukai retorted. Do you comprehend how much silver we have lost this time? Steward Su bowed his head in silence. With a sweeping motion, Su Yukai sent the ink wash, inkstone, and paperweights crashing to the floor, shattering into pieces. Black ink splattering everywhere, creating a scene of utter chaos. Seeing this, Steward Su recoiled, daring not to utter a word. After venting his frustrations, Su Yukai sat breathlessly in the grand armchair, at which point Steward Su instructed the servants to come in and tidy up. Su Yukai lifted the covered cup to sip, only to spit it out immediately, exclaiming, Bah, it's cold. Bring me a new one. The cup was tossed onto the table, tilting precariously, while the lid fell aside, spilling tea across the surface. The steward hurriedly righted the cup, secured the lid, and turned to a nearby servant, instructing, "Fetch a cup of hot tea." The servant accepted the cup and bowed as he exited the study. Steward Su carefully placed the cup down and said, "Master, your tea." Siyukai did not reach for the cup, pondering for a moment before stating, "Summon all the Iron Masters from Dongshan to the banquet hall. Inform them that I wish to host a feast for them there." Chapter 71. The Formation of Local Militia Yangdongzu. What do you suppose Su Yukai has summoned us to Yinbin Tower for? Surely, he cannot merely desire our company for a meal, spoke a corpulent man, his cheeks sagging and his chin layered multiple times, occupying 2 chairs beneath him. Su the fatty snorted disdainfully and remarked, "That old wretch from the Su family never has good intentions. Just wait, gathering all us Iron Masters from Dongshan can only mean trouble." The second floor of Yinbin Tower had been reserved by the Su family, with various Iron Masters seated at tables according to their status, nearly filling 5 tables. The central table on the north side was occupied by the largest Iron Masters from Dongshan, although the main seat remained vacant, with others fully occupied. Thud. The wooden staircase of Yinbin Tower echoed with footsteps, and shortly after, Siyukai emerged from the stairway, followed closely by Butler Su. "I see everyone has arrived," Siyukai announced, standing at the top of the staircase, extending his hand in acknowledgement to the Iron Masters at the tables. They all rose in respect, calling out to him as Su Dongzu and Su Leoi. The Iron Masters at the central table merely nodded in acknowledgement without rising to greet him, unlike the others. "Please, take a seat. Today, I treat everyone at Yinbin Tower. May you all enjoy the food and drink," Su Yukai said with a warm smile, then turned to Butler Su, instructing him to notify the staff downstairs to bring up the dishes. Butler Su complied and descended the staircase. Su the fatty at the main table interjected, "Su Dongju, did you gather us here merely for a meal? While I, Su the fatty, may not possess the vast business of your Su family, I am certainly not in want of sustenance." At Su the fatty's words, an abrupt silence enveloped the second floor of Yinbin Tower. Su Yukai chuckled amiably. "Let us not rush. Once the food and drinks are served, we shall converse as we dine." He then proceeded to take the main seat reserved for him. As the staff departed, Siyukai poured himself a glass, stood, and proclaimed, "Your presence here is a gracious favor to me, Su. I raise my glass and toast to you all." With that, he drained his cup, and Butler Su promptly refilled it. An Iron Master at the table near the staircase raised his glass and said, "Su Leoi is too modest. Let us all raise our cups in honor of Su Leoi." Siyukai accepted their toasts, drinking in acknowledgement. "Now, gentlemen, please indulge in the dishes. If they do not suit your palate, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall have the staff replace them." Siyukai cordially encouraged the Iron Masters at his table, seemingly oblivious to their indifference. Su the fatty, hands tucked into his sleeves, stated, "Su Dongju, we are not in want of food. It would be best to speak candidly." "Haha, Su Dongju remains ever so impatient." Siyukai chuckled lightly. "Since you have broached the subject, I shall not conceal it any longer. Alas, our Su family's caravan was waylaid by bandits at Huchozai, resulting in a loss of nearly 6,000 taels. This is rather peculiar. The bandits from Huchozai have never dared to rob the goods of the Su family, a fact well known throughout Lingqiu." Su Panzai wore a sardonic smile. Anyone of note in Lingqiu is aware that the bandits of Huchozai never touched the Su family's merchandise or that of the caravans bearing the Su family's flag. Many harbor suspicions of collusion between the Su family and the bandits, yet lack tangible evidence. The Su family's formidable background leaves others helpless, even when they are aware of the circumstances. Now, upon hearing Su Yukai claim that the Su family's goods were pilfered by the bandits of Huchozai, Su Panzai could not restrain his scornful remarks. Su Yotsai's countenance darkened as he retorted, "Master Su, such claims require substantiation. If my family were indeed colluding with the bandits of Huchozai, our goods would not have been seized by the mountain bandits while passing through their territory." Su Panzai replied with a sneer, "Who can ascertain whether this is merely a ruse orchestrated by your family in cahoots with Huchozai?" Seeing the tension escalate, Master Yang, seated at the same table, hastily intervened, "Master Su, let us share a drink and temper our tempers. We ought to allow Master Su to finish his thoughts." While speaking, Master Yang filled Su Panzai's cup with wine. Setting down the wine jug, he continued addressing Su Yukai, "Master Su, do not hold it against Master Su for harboring anger. Back in May, his goods were seized by the bandits of Huchozai, resulting in nearly 2,000 taels in losses. Naturally, he feels discomfort at the mention of Huchozai." Master Su nodded, acknowledging Master Yang's attempt at reconciliation. He was well aware of the theft of Su Panzai's goods, a task he had assigned to the short-legged tiger. As punishment for Su Panzai's failure to follow his instructions by selling iron to the Fan family instead of to another merchant in Xuanfu. Master Su, please clarify your intentions. We are all quite busy and do not require unnecessary disputes, spoke another ironworks owner at the main table. Su Yukai rose with his cup in hand and declared loudly, Esteemed colleagues, I trust we have all endured enough hardship at the hands of Hatuzhai over the years. This time, I have summoned all the ironworks owners from Dongshan in hopes that each family will contribute some silver to form a local militia, safeguarding our collective interests from the oppression of Hatuzhai. What do you all think? When the idea of contributing silver for the militia arose, the small ironworks owners fell silent. For them, such an expenditure felt akin to throwing money into the void. Once the militia was formed, it would be the larger ironworks owners who held sway, leaving the smaller ones in their previous plight, while also bearing the cost of sustaining the militia. Noticing the atmosphere grow tense, Su Yotsai's expression turned grim. Master Yang inquired, May I ask, Master Su, to whom will the newly formed militia be answerable? Su's steward chuckled, The militia shall be established through our collective contributions, and decisions will be made collaboratively. I shall not contribute any silver, Su Panzai interjected abruptly. Su Yotsai's expression darkened as he responded, Master Su, are you perhaps intimidated by those bandits from Hatuzhai? Let us not forget, they have previously pilfered your goods. Fat Su sneered, There is no need for provocation. I, Su Fat, have been robbed by the bandits of Tiger Head Village before, but now the protection fees they demand have dwindled to merely 30%, significantly less than before. In the past 2 months, there have been no incidents of plunder. Rather than squander more silver on unknown local soldiers, it is far wiser to pay the protection fees to Tiger Head Village. His robust voice carried without him deliberately lowering it, and the iron mine owners at the surrounding tables heard him distinctly. His words resonated with the sentiments of the smaller iron mine proprietors. These less powerful owners exchanged whispers with their companions, and soon the second floor was abuzz with chatter. Chapter 72, An Unpleasant Departure. Su Yukai and Appo's expression darkened considerably. The ones who stood to gain the most from the establishment of local militias were the individuals seated at the main table. To his astonishment, it was none other than the rotund Su Dong who first voiced his opposition. Su Dong, I am acting in the best interest of everyone. The Tiger Head stronghold is strategically located along the official road. If they are not robbing now, who can guarantee that they will not do so in the future? By investing our manpower and resources to form local militias to protect the Dongshan ironworks and the passing merchants, we will no longer have to fear these bandits in the future. Upon finishing, Su Yukai cast a glance toward the corpulent Su Dong. A cold smile crept across Su Dong's chubby face as he retorted, Your Su family is wealthy and influential. If you wish to form a militia, do it yourself. As for me, I am but a man of modest means and cannot afford to meddle in your grand affairs. I bid you farewell, assist me in standing. The last remark was directed at the 2 servants behind him. Burdened by his excessive weight, Su Dong struggled to rise, and his 2 attendants strained to help him from his seat. As he turned to leave the main table, he addressed one of the seated individuals, Yang Dong. Have you struck it rich? Do you have the silver to fund Su's lackeys? What do you mean, Su Dong? Su Yukai could no longer contain his anger and slammed his palm onto the table. With a sneer, Su Dong replied, It means nothing. I simply do not wish to dine at the same table as you. I shall take my leave. The 2 servants helped Su Dong toward the staircase, their figures quickly disappearing as they ascended, leaving only the creaking of the wooden stairs behind. Yang Dong stood up and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Su Dong, I have matters to attend to at the ironworks. I must take my leave. Without waiting for Su Yotsai's response, he turned and walked toward the staircase. In the blink of an eye, the prominent ironworks owners had departed, leaving Su Yukai isolated at the table. With a furious crash, he hurled his wine cup to the ground. Once the significant ironworks owners from Dongshan had left, he understood that the prospect of forming local militias was no longer viable. The county magistrate might have shown him a modicum of respect, but he would never allow the Su family to monopolize the militia, even if they were not short of silver. The second floor fell into a heavy silence as the remaining ironworks owners turned their gazes towards Su Yukai. Su Dong, I have matters at home. I must take my leave. Su Dong, I too have matters at home. I must depart. Business at the ironworks requires my attention. Farewell. In an instant, the majority of the ironworks owners on the second floor had left, leaving only a handful of individuals at the once crowded tables. Su Dong, One ironworks owner approached, ready to speak, only to be cut off by Su Yotsai's furious shout. Get out. Get out, All of you. With a violent motion, Su Yukai overturned the entire table, sending plates and dishes crashing to the floor, shattering into pieces and scattering food and soup across the ground, creating a chaotic mess. The remaining ironworks owners, witnessing the scene, were unwilling to remain and face Su Yotsai's wrath, promptly vacating the banquet hall. Once the room was cleared, only the members of the Su family remained. Su Guanjia spoke softly, Master. Before he could finish, he was met with Su Yotsai's murderous glare, silencing him instantly. Su Dong, wait. The voice echoed as Yang Dong swiftly exited the banquet hall. Yang Dongzhu chuckled. I have just received some new tea sent from the south, and I would like to invite Su Dongzhu and Li Dongzhu to savor it together. Su, with his plump face, smiled broadly. Haha, then I shall impose upon you. Seeing Su's agreement, Yang Dongzhu added, Li Dongzhu will be out shortly. Let us wait a moment. They had barely stood for a short while when Li Dong, another prominent iron merchant from Dongshan, emerged from the banquet hall. Upon seeing Yang Dongzhu and Su waiting outside, Li Dong grinned. I knew you two would still be here. Come to my place to taste the new tea that arrived a couple of days ago from the south. Yang Dongzhu has also received new tea from the south. Let us go and try his. Su pointed a thick finger at Yang. Haha, since Yang Dongzhu spoke first. Let us visit him this time, and I shall entertain you at my residence next time, Li Dong replied with a smile. The three understood that the tea was merely a pretext. They boarded their respective carriages and followed Yang's to his residence. Yang's estate was located in the western city. On a street near the west city gate, adorned with a lush, green locust tree in front and a large courtyard behind it. Inside the study, Li Dong and Yang Dongzhu sat in grand armchairs, while Su sat separately on two adjacent benches. The servants of the Yang family served 3 cups of tea and then discreetly withdrew. Do try and see how it tastes. The late Zhang Taiwei was quite fond of this tea, Yang Dongzhu remarked, gesturing to the teacup before him. Then I shall not be polite. Su said with a smile as he set down his teacup. It is merely some tea leaves. It is rare that Su Dongzhu enjoys it, Yang Dongzhu replied cheerfully. Well then, Li Dong interjected, putting down his teacup, let us address the matter at hand. Upon mentioning the serious topic, Su and Yang's expressions turned grave. Yang Dongzhu began. Our 3 families have always supported one another. This time, Su Yukai has proposed to form local militia. What are your thoughts? Li Dong responded. Establishing a militia is a positive step. Over the years, we have suffered greatly at the hands of the bandits from Huchuzai. Each family has been robbed, losing substantial sums. Having our own militia would provide us with greater protection. Su added, it is indeed beneficial for an iron factory to have its own militia. But with the Su family involved, these militias will inevitably become their henchmen. Li Dong remarked, among the iron factories in Dongshan, the Su family is the most powerful. If we wish to form a militia, we cannot bypass the Su family. Su expressed his discomfort, saying, in recent years, which caravan from Dongshan has not been robbed by the bandits? Only the Su family has remained untouched. I find it hard to believe that they have not colluded with the bandits. Li Dong countered. Did not Su Yukai claim that their family was also robbed by the bandits this time? Regardless, I do not believe it. Su retorted as he took a hearty sip from his teacup. I tend to believe this matter to be genuine, Yang Dongzhu suddenly interjected. Su and Li Dong turned their gaze towards him in unison. Yang Dong continued, such matters cannot remain concealed. I believe it will not be long before the news spreads. Su Yukai would never take this lightly, although he may downplay the number of goods that were lost. Little did he know, Su Yukai was indeed being forthright this time. In the past, Huda Village was merely a group of thugs under the Su family's control, but now, Huda Village no longer operated under their authority. Chapter 73. The 3 Iron Masters regardless of the truth. I shall not collaborate with the Su family, declared Fatty Su with resolute finality. What do you mean? Fatty Su cast a wary glance at Li Dong. Li Dong chuckled, it is merely an observation. I find it curious that Master Su has significant ties with the bandits of Huchuozai. Fatty Su shook his head vehemently, asserting, I am not acquainted with any brigands from Huchuozai. Seated across from him, Li Dong wore a knowing smile. Master Su, our 3 families have always stood together through thick and thin. There is no need for subterfuge with me and Master Yang at this point. You truly have colluded with the bandits of Huchuozai. Master Yang exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The study fell into a profound silence as Fatty Su's thick fingers nervously twirled the teacup, remaining speechless for a considerable time. Master Yang, sensing the tension, quickly rose to his feet and urged Li Dong, please remain calm. If Master Su were indeed involved with the bandits, He would surely disclose it to us in due course. Let us not rush. Both men directed their gazes at Fatty Su, awaiting his explanation. In truth, it is not a collusion, Fatty Su began, lifting his gaze. 3 months prior, someone approached my ironworks seeking to purchase some saltpeter and sulfur. As you are aware, our ironworks does not utilize these materials extensively, yet we had accumulated a fair amount. Naturally, I was inclined to sell. However, I genuinely had no inkling that they were bandits from Huchuozai. Master Yang gasped. You truly know the bandits of Huchuozai? Not merely acquainted. I suspect Master Su has sold quite a number of iron ingots to them, has he not? Liaodong interjected, a smirk gracing his lips. With such a lucrative patron, it is no wonder Master Su is disinclined to form local militias. Otherwise, to whom would he sell his iron in the future? Fatty Su's rotund face flushed with embarrassment as he protested. At first, I genuinely had no idea they were bandits from Huchuozai. It was only later that I inadvertently learned of their identities. Master Su, have you truly formed an alliance with the bandits of Huchuozai? Master Yang's expression darkened. The Iron Masters of Dongshan had endured considerable oppression from the bandits. Aside from the Su family, every merchant convoy had faced their wrath, including that of the Yang family. Fatty Su sighed. Gentlemen, I swear before the heavens that I have not conspired with the bandits of Huchuozai. However, are you not curious as to why the Su family and Appo's as convoy was targeted? Previously, the bandits had never laid a finger on them. Humph, Liaodong scoffed. Masterly, please take a seat, calm yourself, and enjoy a cup of tea. Our 3 families have cooperated for many years. Let us afford Master Su the opportunity to explain himself. Master Yang said, guiding Liaodong back to his seat before turning to Fatty Su. Master Su, speak freely. If you continue to withhold information, I assure you that both Liaodong and I shall become quite displeased. Liaodong, still visibly agitated, retorted, Master Yang. I cannot believe that Master Su remains entirely oblivious to the dealings with Huchuozai. I am aware of a little, but not much, Master Yang replied. As you know, our Yang family ironworks is currently undergoing renovations to our iron furnace, aiming to enhance its temperature further, which has diverted our attention from other matters. He briefly explained. A few months ago, a significant event transpired at Huchuozai. Fat Su remarked, in the past, the Tiger Head stronghold was dominated by the short-legged tiger and his gang. Now that the short-legged tiger has perished, the leadership of the stronghold has shifted to others, no longer recognizing the Su family. Liaodong replied in a grave tone. You are aware that what I seek to know is not this. The demise of the short-legged tiger is no longer a secret. The Ironmaster of Dongshan has long been informed. I wish to uncover the clandestine agreement between you and the bandits of Tiger Head Stronghold. Do not feign ignorance. I find it hard to believe. Fat Su hesitated for a moment before responding, Indeed. The stronghold has given me a guarantee. As long as the merchant caravans pass beneath Tiger Head Mountain, they will only collect a peace fee of 30 taels. And there will be no plundering of the caravans. I have calculated that the peace fee paid to the stronghold is more advantageous than forming a militia with the Su family. Should we establish a militia? Given the Su family's connections within the government, it is highly likely that it would eventually fall under their control. Having expressed so much, Fat Su felt parched and took a large sip of tea from his covered bowl. Yang Dongzhu and Liaodong exchanged glances, neither uttering a word. Fat Su continued. The current situation is quite favorable for us. If the Su family were to gain control of such military power, Lingxia would truly become their domain. Liaodong inquired solemnly. What do you propose we do? I do not wish to propose anything, Fat Su replied. As long as the Su family desires something, I shall oppose it. Is it merely a matter of delivering a peace fee to the Tiger Head stronghold? I, Fat Su, can afford that amount of silver, which is certainly preferable to handing it over to the Su family. Liaodong, still uneasy, asked, Are you certain the bandits of Tiger Head stronghold will not raid the merchant caravans? Reluctant to collaborate with the Su family, he was aware of their formidable influence, which could easily turn the tables on them. In comparison to the Su family, I place my trust in the bandits of Tiger Head stronghold, Fat Su stated. As you have observed in recent months, there have been no incidents of raiding merchant caravans from that direction. Not long ago, the stronghold purchased grain from several surrounding villages with silver that cannot be fabricated. On the other side, Yang Dongzhu interjected, Fat Su's words hold merit. The Su family is a vicious tiger. If they were to establish a militia, after dealing with the Tiger Head stronghold, we would be their next targets. Liaodong rubbed the lid of his bowl, his expression contemplative. Neither Yang Dongzhu nor Fat Su interrupted his thoughts. After a considerable pause, Liaodong said, I will trust you both this once. If the bandits of Tiger Head Stronghold do not behave as you assert, do not blame me for acquiescing to Su Yukai. Upon hearing this, Fat Su visibly relaxed. After speaking for so long, I presume you both are hungry. While my cooking cannot rival the chefs at the banquet hall, it possesses its own charm. Yang Dongzu stood up. I have arranged for food and drink. Let us proceed to enjoy a small feast together. Fat Su chuckled. I must admit, I am indeed famished. I shall impose upon you, Yang Dongzu. Liaodong rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. There is no need for such formality. Please follow me to the side hall. Yang Dongzhu gestured invitingly. The group departed the study. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Su Yukai erupted in anger. Please, my lord, do not let your anger consume you. There is no need to stoop to their level, housekeeper Su gently admonished. While ensuring that the servants brought forth tea and pastries, Su Yukai glared fiercely at housekeeper Su and retorted. Had it not been for your incompetence and your failure to manage your responsibilities, I would not have been publicly humiliated by Fatty Su today. Yes, yes. It is all the fault of this old servant's ineptitude, housekeeper Su replied, raising his hand to lightly strike his own face in remorse. Su Yukai frowned and said, Enough of this pretense. Take my business card and accompany me to the garrison. Chapter 74. Observing the tigers from the mountain outside the gate of the Su residence stood a double horse-drawn carriage. The vehicle was adorned with silk curtains and satin drapes. Its body crafted from pearwood and intricately carved with various motifs of birds and beasts around the windows. In several prominent places, a layer of silver foil gleamed under the sun, creating a dazzling effect. While Su Yotsai's carriage was not the largest in Lingqiu, it was undoubtedly the most luxurious and renowned, well known to all in Lingqiu City. As it traversed the streets, the carriage occupied much of the roadway, prompting pedestrians to hastily retreat to the sides. The carriage made its way through the street beneath the clock tower and halted before the gates of the garrison office near the city entrance. The garrison was located within the city, while the main encampment was outside. A servant from the Su family placed a wooden stool on the ground and assisted Su Yukai in descending from the carriage. 2 guards were stationed at the garrison office's entrance, and Su's steward presented a business card, which one of the guards took inside to announce their arrival. Before long, a personal attendant emerged from the garrison office, escorting Su Yukai and the steward inside. At the base of the wall across from the garrison office, a few beggars squatted, one of whom picked up his tattered bowl and vanished around the corner. In the side hall of the Yang family, Master Yang and 2 other ironworks owners from Dongshan were enjoying their drinks and engaging in lively conversation. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Fatty Su, feeling the effects of the alcohol, flushed with color and his eyes glazed, clutched his wine cup and unsteadily spoke. Gentlemen, I must confess, there is a matter I have been unable to decide upon, and I seek your counsel. Master Yang set down his chopsticks and turned to him. Emboldened by the wine, you, Fatty Su, aren't considering selling your family's iron furnace, are you? Fear not, if you choose to sell. Both masterly, and I will certainly purchase it. Beside him, Liaodong, inebriated, nodded vigorously in agreement. It's not about selling my furnace, Fatty Su replied, taking a sip from his cup. Just the other day, the bandits from Hatuzhai approached me, expressing their desire to open an ironworks in Dongshan and seeking my assistance. What do you think? I should agree or not? With a clatter, Liaodong's wine cup fell onto the table. Master Yang, now mostly sober, widened his eyes in astonishment. You agreed? Not yet. That's why I wanted to consult you both. Should I agree or not? Fatty Su's bleary gaze oscillated between Master Yang and Liaodong. Liaodong shook his head. You must not agree. Indeed, this is a matter that must not be entertained. Master Yang stated gravely. There are already numerous ironworks in Dongshan, and each struggles to share the profits. Another ironworks would dilute the earnings further, an endeavor that would surely offend many. Fatty Su leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, and squinted as he spoke. I understand your points, but from what I gathered, they are already prepared to proceed. They only seek my introduction. Without my assistance, they will still establish their ironworks in Dongshan. Liaodong scoffed. Without our consent, even if they set up a furnace in Dongshan, they will not be able to sustain it. Those from Hatuzhai are mere mountain bandits. The county office will not issue them the necessary permits to operate an ironworks in Dongshan, unless you, Master Su, are willing to sell your furnace to them. Yang Dongzu gazed at Su Panzai with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. Su Panzai shook his head vigorously and said, Don't look at me. I could never sell my own furnace. They possess documents from the Dongshan Ironworks. Have you forgotten about Chindafu? Hiss. Yang Dongzu inhaled sharply. The circumstances surrounding Chen Dafu's demise had caused quite a stir. Everyone was aware that he was murdered by bandits after swindling someone out of 1,000 taels of silver. Yet the identity of those bandits remained a mystery. Upon hearing Su Panzai's remarks today, Liaodong and Yang Dongzhu realized that Chen Dafu's death was connected to the Huchuozai bandits. Both gentlemen were privileged members of the Lingxiu gentry. Aside from the ironworks in Dongshan, they also had various businesses within Lingxiu city and estates outside the city, though none were as profitable as the ironworks. After a moment of hesitation, Liaodong proposed, "Let us enlist Su Yukai and form a militia. We have both manpower and wealth. We possess ample armor and weapons. I refuse to believe that a group of mountain bandits could overpower us." Su Panzai straightened his posture and retorted with a cold smile, "Li Dongzhu, do not forget that today, in front of everyone, we caused Su Yukai to lose face. For years, we have been at odds with the Su family. If he gains control of the militia and deals with the Huchuozai bandits, we shall undoubtedly be his next targets." "What you say is reasonable," Yang Dongzhu concurred. "A mere band of brigands cannot pose a significant threat. It is the Su family that truly endangers our interests. Does this imply you both agree to allow the Huchuozai bandits to establish an ironworks in Dongshan?" Liaodong's brow furrowed in discontent. Traditionally, the three families had stood together against the Su family, and now that two had consented to the bandits' operation, he felt a sense of unease. For he belonged to a gentry family, inherently opposed to bandits. Yang Dongzhu remarked, "Do not rush, Li Dongzhu. We are all aware of Chen Dafu's ironworks. It was merely a small furnace. It poses no real loss to us, and it would be foolish to offend a group of merciless bandits over such a trivial matter." Liaodong, with a hint of dissatisfaction, responded, "This is not a trivial matter. Opening this door invites other forces to reach into Dongshan to seize their share. For the proprietors of Dongshan's ironworks, this territory is rightfully theirs, and no other forces should be allowed to encroach." "But what about the Su family?" Su Panzai interjected suddenly. "The Su family?" Liaodong furrowed his brow. "Without official sanction, if the Su family dares to recruit a militia, it would be tantamount to rebellion. Su Yukai is not foolish enough to reach that point." Su Panzai smiled, having suffered such a significant loss. "How could the Su family easily let the Huchuozai bandits escape unscathed? We merely need to observe. Once the Huchuozai is eliminated, the ironworks in Dongshan will naturally cease to exist." Watching the tigers fight from the sidelines, Yang Dongzhu chuckled. "They say you, Su Panzai, are foolish. I see you are as cunning as a fox. You even ask us to make decisions for you. You have plans of your own. Come, allow me to toast you." He raised his cup in salute to Su Panzai. Liaodong relaxed his brow, shaking his head inwardly. Compared to these two, he realized he was the most naive among them. The three resumed their festivities, laughter and joy filling the air. As the Su family dealt with the Tiger Head stronghold, they seized the opportunity to consume Chen Dafu's ironworks. The autumn rain fell steadily, each day colder than the last. In the earthen houses atop Tiger Head Mountain, nearly half of the grain had been transported to the caves in the rear mountains, leaving many vacant rooms repurposed for storing weapons and armor, transforming them into an armory. Weapons and armor were continuously ferried up from the valley below, however. Due to the limited number of craftsmen, their production was constrained, leaving more than half of the mountain strongholds populous without iron armor. "How's the preparation for the cotton garments progressing?" Liu Heng inquired, standing before the grand entrance of the mountain deity's temple. Watching the delicate raindrops fall and accumulate into small puddles on the ground, Li Shuheng replied, "We have already gathered cotton from various regions of Datong and entrusted it to the craftsmen to manufacture cotton armor. Over 200 pieces have been completed and are stored in the caves of the rear mountains." "That is too slow," Liu Heng asserted. "Select some individuals to learn the craft of making cotton armor from the artisans. Before winter arrives, we must expedite the production of 800 pieces of cotton armor and 500 cotton garments. This winter is coming upon us sooner than we anticipate." Standing at the entrance, he could already feel the chill creeping in. It was merely early September, and the cotton clothing he wore could scarcely ward off the cold. Chapter 75. The Dongshan miner's young Huang Huai, having encountered the chief, hastily knelt before him, bowing his head in reverence. Observing this, Chen Hongtao, nearby, displayed a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I am Chen Hongtao, honored to meet the chief of Huda village," he said, clasping his hands in salute and bowing slightly. Having previously managed an ironworks, he had witnessed various scenes and retained a modicum of composure, unlike Huang Huai, who immediately prostrated himself before a bandit leader like Liu Heng. Huda village had a commendable reputation, acquiring grain from local villagers not only with silver but at a price exceeding market value by 10%. Otherwise, neither he nor Huang Huai would have dared to approach Huda village. Liu Heng, seated at the head of the table, observed Chen Hongtao's subtle gestures with keen clarity. Though he remained indifferent, with memories from a later life, he was unaccustomed to others bowing to him. Since taking command of the bandits, he had abolished the practice of bowing, opting instead for a military salute with his right hand placed over his heart. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Liu Heng gestured with a slight lift of his right hand. Chen Hongtao straightened up, and after a moment and as hesitation, Huang Huai climbed to his feet, standing alongside Chen Hongtao. Liu Heng inquired, "Are you both aware of the purpose of your summons?" "Prior to our arrival, Brother Yang informed us." Chen Hongtao pointed towards Yang Yuan. "The chief intends to establish an ironworks in Dongshan and has already acquired the documentation for Qin Dafeng's ironworks there." Liu Heng nodded with a smile, stating, "Indeed. I plan to resume operations at Qin Dafeng's ironworks in Dongshan. As veterans of the ironworks, do you have any insights to share?" Chen Hongtao replied. "The ironworks business is fraught with challenges. Ever since Fujian Iron became the official iron of the Ministry of Works, Jin Iron has been declining, leading many small ironworks to shut down. If the chief insists on opening an ironworks, I cannot guarantee profitability, and if losses occur, I hope the chief will not hold us accountable." In contrast to Huang Huai's awkwardness, Chen Hongtao spoke with confidence. "As long as you apply yourselves diligently, any losses incurred shall not be attributed to you," Liu Heng assured him, then turned to Huang Huai. "Huang Huai, you too, share your thoughts. You were once the master furnace operator. What is your perspective on establishing an ironworks?" Startled by the call, Huang Huai stammered, I do not understand much about profits and losses. I only know how to smelt iron." Upon hearing this, Liu Heng gleaned some understanding. Huang Huai appeared to be a technical talent, akin to a technical director in a modern enterprise, while Chen Hongtao resembled a general manager or president. Liu Heng smiled. "No worries. Speak freely about whatever comes to mind." "Why yes," Huang Huai responded timidly. "Qin Dafeng's ironworks have long been abandoned. To resume operations, new furnaces must be established. A small furnace costs around 800 taels. We also need to recruit miners, which may take about a month before we can commence iron smelting. To successfully produce iron, the process will take at least a month and a half." Liu Heng nodded, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, Huang Huai was a technical director. While he might not comprehend the intricacies of buying and selling iron, the establishment of furnaces depended on skilled individuals like him. "Well done," Liu Heng remarked, smiling at Yang Yuan. Chen Hongtao displayed a look of hesitation. Liu Heng cast a knowing glance at him, half smiling. Chen Hongtao suddenly jolted, realizing that the person before him was not the usual ironworks owner he encountered, but rather a bandit leader. He hurriedly corrected himself, stating that iron could indeed be produced. "Since both of you believe that Chundafu's ironworks can yield iron, if you are willing to take over the management of Chundafu's ironworks, I can appoint you. Chen Hongtao as the manager, with Huang Huai as the deputy manager. Each of you would receive a monthly salary of 15 taels of silver, with 5 taels payable immediately, provided you sign a document. What do you say?" Liu Heng inquired of the two. A monthly salary of 15 taels was quite substantial, as ordinary ironworks managers typically earned only 4 to 5 taels per month, while those managing larger ironworks might earn 7 to 8 taels. Huang Huai quickly knelt and declared, "I am willing to manage the ironworks for the leader." He had worked as a miner in the ironworks since his teenage years and had risen to the position of manager. However, when business declined and the furnace was dismantled, he was forced to return to being a miner elsewhere. On the other hand, Chen Hongtao appeared somewhat hesitant. While 15 taels was indeed a considerable sum, his experience as a former ironworks owner granted him insights that Huang Huai lacked. The owners of the Dongshan ironworks were tightly knit, making it challenging for outsiders to establish a furnace there. The major ironworks owners would not permit external forces to interfere. Furthermore, this individual before him was merely a bandit, audacious enough to attempt setting up an ironworks in Dongshan. If someone reported him to the authorities, no matter how much silver was invested, it would all be in vain. Establishing a small furnace would require at least 800 taels, not to mention additional expenses, bringing the total to a minimum of 1,000 taels. If the government were to shut it down, he would be unable to repay even if he sold his entire family. "Very well, but I will only give you 3 days to decide. If there is no response by then, Huang Huai will take over your position as manager of the ironworks." Liu Heng did not pressure Chen Hongtao. The reason he was willing to hire Chen Hongtao was due to his prior experience as an ironworks owner. He was familiar with the industry and knew how to navigate relationships with other owners and officials. In the mountain god temple, only Huang Hui remained. Liu Heng instructed Zhao Yutu to bring forth a document for Huang Hui to sign. After placing his handprint on the document, Huang Hui received the 5 taels of silver as an advance payment. "Thank you, great leader. Thank you." Huang Hui's face radiated with joy. Since losing his managerial position, he had not held such a considerable amount of silver. Now, with the silver clutched tightly in his hand, perspiration formed in his palm. Liu Heng smiled and said, "You will stay in the stronghold for the next few days. I will arrange a room for you. If there is anything you need to prepare for the ironworks, do not hesitate to let me know. I will have someone gather it. Once everything is ready, I will send you to the ironworks. I will follow your orders." "Great leader." Huang Hui hastily knelt and bowed. He was a solitary man, with no family to care for. Where he lived mattered little. Staying in Dongshan meant living in a hut, but arriving at Huchuozai, he found many adobe houses that were far superior to a mere hut. Liu Heng chuckled. "Rise. We do not practice bowing here." "Yes, yes, yes." Huang Hui awkwardly stood up. Chapter 76. The carriage came to a halt at the foot of Dongshan. Chen Hongtao alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the muddy path before him, and began his arduous ascent up the mountain. Intermittently, the heavy carts from the ironworks rumbled down the slope, leaving behind a series of muddy imprints on the damp earth. The path leading upward branched into smaller trails that meandered towards the miners' makeshift dwellings. Upon reaching the second small pathway, Chen Hongtao turned in, finding the terrain increasingly treacherous beneath his feet. There was but one route down Dongshan, utilized by the heavy carts from various ironworks. This path was layered with coal cinders. Manageable during dry spells, yet transformed into a quagmire after a heavy rain, churned by the passage of carts laden with iron ingots, resulting in uneven patches of mud. As he ventured along the narrow trail, Chen Hongtao removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs, proceeding barefoot through the mire towards the cluster of shanties. During daylight, most miners toiled at the ironworks, leaving behind primarily the elderly and children to guard the shanties. Approaching his own dwelling, Chen Hongtao spotted his wife squatting outside, meticulously shaping coal balls. The sight of her rain-soaked, calloused hands, with remnants of coal lodged beneath her nails, stirred a pang of sorrow within him, prompting him to utter, albeit insincerely, "Oh, I've found work. In a couple of days, I shall commence." He had refrained from informing his wife about his dealings at Atuzhai, fearing it would unduly trouble her. Despite the location having garnered a somewhat favorable reputation, it was, after all, still associated with banditry. A smile graced his wife's face as she replied, "It's good to have found work. The children won't have to scour the mountains for wild vegetables anymore." With the chill setting in, foraging has become increasingly difficult. Chen Hongtao merely nodded, bending to enter their humble abode. His wife followed closely, saying, "You haven't eaten, have you?" "There's a bit of porridge left in the pot, along with some wild vegetables the children gathered yesterday. Please, have some." The shanty was small, accommodating 2 wooden beds, leaving just enough space to turn around. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Hongtao inquired, "Where are the children?" "They've gone to the ironworks to gather coal scraps. It's getting cold." His wife served him a bowl of wild vegetable porridge. As he accepted the bowl, Chen Hongtao hesitated momentarily. Observing his reluctance, his wife urged, "Hurry and eat. The porridge cools quickly in this weather. This winter seems ominous. I dread to think how many souls may perish from the cold." Her words revealed a lingering fear. For miners residing in shanties faced dire consequences if they failed to secure work during the winter months. Raising the bowl, Chen Hongtao began to consume the porridge, which offered little more than a temporary reprieve from hunger. After a few visits outside, he would find his stomach cleansed of its contents. After finishing, his wife casually inquired, "Which ironworks have you found work with?" "It's..." Chen Hongtao's expression clouded with uncertainty. His wife, sensing his hesitation, whispered, "Is it Suez?" Believing she had guessed correctly, she sought to comfort him, saying, "Regardless of which ironworks, at least there is work to be had. Do you remember Hansi from last year? He found no work and perished in the shanty with his family. It was you who helped bury them." "I know," Chen Hongtao replied quietly, "but it is not Suez ironworks." He was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled a sigh of relief. His wife remarked, "Isn't it fortunate that you won't have to work for the Su family?" "Why the long face?" Chen Hongtao replied, "Dongshan is opening a new iron mine, and they've invited me to manage it." "To manage it?" His wife exclaimed joyfully. "This is a stroke of good fortune. The pay for a manager is at least 4 or 5 taels. Even if it's just 4, it will suffice for our family to endure this winter. Chen Hongtao frowned and said, You, a mere housewife, do not grasp the complexities of this matter. I may not understand, his wife replied, but I do know that if you can't find work, our family of 4 will face a fate similar to that of the Han family last year. Being carried away, Chen Hongtao remained silent in their humble abode. His wife continued, Why not ask your new employer if they can advance you a month's wages? If the mine doesn't pan out, at least we won't starve. As Chen Hongtao's wife, she had absorbed some knowledge about the Dongshan iron mine and was solely concerned with securing wages to see their family through the winter. The employer has promised 15 taels for a month, Chen Hongtao said. 15 taels. His wife's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The highest-paid manager at the Dongshan iron mine only earned 8 taels a month. Chen Hongtao added, Moreover, upon signing the contract, they will provide an advance of 5 taels. His wife quickly inquired, Have you signed yet? No, Chen Hongtao replied. Upon hearing this, his wife set aside her bowl of porridge, bent down to enter their dwelling, and exclaimed with irritation, Why haven't you signed? With those 5 taels, we could survive the winter. Do you know who the new owner of the iron mine is? Chen Hongtao preemptively answered, It's the bandit leader from Hatuzhai. Do you think I would dare to go? Why not? What's stopping you? Chen Hongtao was taken aback, thinking he hadn't communicated clearly, and reiterated, The one opening the mine is the leader from Hatuzhai. I know that, she replied. Then why are you still hesitant? If you don't go, our family will surely freeze or starve. If you do go, perhaps there is a chance for us to survive. But they are bandits. Chen Hongtao protested. The Su family is not composed of bandits. They have seized our ancestral iron mine and left us destitute. In my view, the Su family is more vicious than any bandit. If I go there, I'll be aiding bandits, and the authorities will execute me if they find out, he said, gesturing animatedly at his neck. His wife countered, Will not going save us? I believe if you take this managerial position, it might provide a lifeline for our family. What do you mean? Chen Hongtao asked, puzzled. You have experience managing an iron mine. How can you not see this clearly? His wife continued. Have you ever seen bandits running an iron mine and engaging in trade? Chen Hongtao shook his head. She pressed on. The bandits from Hatuzhai are bold enough to open an iron mine in Dongshan, which shows they have confidence and are not afraid of the authorities or the local mine owners. Our family is on the brink of starvation. What do you have to fear? I am not afraid alone, but what will become of our family? Chen Hongtao expressed his concerns. His wife sighed and replied, If we cannot earn any money, our family will not survive through this winter. We will perish just the same. Chen Hongtao clenched the bedboard tightly with both hands, his expression shifting restlessly. Chapter 77. Gratitude. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to Kai and Shenmu, Sweet Shikima, DGZ Hansen, and Unique Memories for their generous contributions. My sincere thanks also go to Wang Qian, Glorious, Eternity, and Ming Zakacha for their support. I am deeply grateful to all readers who cast their votes of recommendation and to those who cherish the tale of the Ming Dynasty bandits. Furthermore, I thank the readers who engaged in discussions about the plot and shared their insights. I am truly thankful to everyone. Thank you. Deep bow. Chapter 78. The Dongshan Ironworks. Liu Heng nodded. Upon returning to the grand hall of the Mountain Deity Temple, Chen Hongtao was ushered inside. As their eyes met, Liu Heng smiled and inquired, Have you made up your mind? With a respectful bow and clasped hands, Chen Hongtao replied, I am willing to manage this ironworks for the esteemed leader. Liu Heng gestured for the documents to be brought forth, allowing Chen to sign them. He then turned to Zhao Yutu, who produced the pre-prepared employment documents and placed them on the table for Chen Hongtao's signature, alongside a 5-tael silver ingot, which he handed to Chen. After securing the documents, Zhao Yutu stepped aside. Liu Heng, still smiling, remarked, I have heard that you have family residing in a makeshift shelter in Dongshan. Our Huchuozai has some vacant houses. You might consider relocating your family there. It is not far from Dongshan, and it would be convenient for visits during your leisure. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongtao's expression darkened momentarily, followed by a wry smile. Even without Liu Heng's suggestion, he intended to move his family to Huchuozai. Otherwise, if the authorities came to Dongshan to apprehend individuals, his entire family could be taken away. It would be far preferable to remain in Huchuozai, where they would be secure. Moreover, the makeshift shelter was drafty, making winters particularly harsh, while Huchuozai, albeit constructed of adobe, would offer a significantly better living condition. From now on, you may simply address me as Endapos, Dongjia Endapos. No need for the title of Endapos, Leader Endapos, Liu Heng advised, then turned to Yang Yuan. instructing him to take a few men to Dongshan to bring Qin's family to Huchuozai, as they would soon be a family. Qin Hongtao hastily interjected. There is no need to trouble Brother Yang. My wife and I can manage on our own. Yang Yuan, however, reassured him. Do not worry, Manager Qin. Please follow me. The carriage is already prepared. After bidding farewell to Liu Heng, Qin Hongtao followed Yang Yuan as they departed Huchuozai to fetch his wife and children. Dongshan was not far from Huchuozai. After traveling a little over 10 miles, the undulating mountains came into view, marking the location of Dongshan. Unlike the ordinary hosts, Liu Heng, accompanied by over 40 individuals, each armed with firearms and daggers, drew considerable attention as they ascended the mountain, captivating countless gazes along the way. The miners they encountered appeared rugged, their dark faces speckled with iron and coal dust, their disheveled hair often matted, and clad primarily in brown robes. Yet, each miner possessed a sturdy physique, accustomed to arduous labor. Perched upon his horse, Liu Heng spoke to Yang Yuan, who was riding beside him. Once the furnace is established, we should recruit some daring miners, train them for a few months, and, with proper discipline, retain them as guards at the ironworks. These individuals are of good standing, making them suitable for certain covert operations we cannot undertake ourselves. Understood, Yang Yuan replied with a nod. Liu Heng chose not to elaborate further. This matter was not urgent and could be addressed in due time. The host has arrived. At a bend in the mountain path, Qin Hongtao, accompanied by 30 to 40 individuals, was eagerly awaiting their arrival, with Huang Huai among them. As Liu Heng and his party approached on horseback, Qin Hongtao, leading the group, called out loudly, prompting everyone to kneel and pay their respects. Liu Heng halted his horse, dismounted with a smile gracing his face, and assisted Qin Hongtao, along with Huang Huai and several other middle-aged men, to their feet. He jovially remarked, Gentlemen, please rise. As your host, I possess no airs. I despise formality. There are only rules to follow. Adhere to my regulations and conduct your duties diligently, and you may approach me with your heads held high without fear of my ire. Should you disregard these rules, even if you bow before me at every encounter, I shall not hesitate to show you the door. Qin Hongtao and Huang Huai exchanged smiles. Understanding that the leader of Tiger Head Village spoke with sincerity, the individuals gathered were miners recruited by Qin Hongtao and Huang Huai, fully aware of Liu Heng's standing. Yet, faced with the bleak prospects of winter starvation, they cared little about whom they worked for, prioritizing survival above all. One by one, the miners rose, forming a sparse semicircle. Liu Heng turned to Qin Hongtao, inquiring, Where shall we establish the furnace? This marked his inaugural visit to Dongshan, and he was unaware of the location of the iron yard left by Chen Dafu. Please follow me, Master. Qin Hongtao quickly took the lead, guiding Liu Heng's horse. Huang Huai intended to assist with the horse as well, but was a moment too slow and begrudgingly followed behind. As they passed a flat area, Huang Huai eagerly pointed out, Master, observe yonder. There is a small stream suitable for washing iron sand, and numerous exposed veins of or surround us. Let us select this spot for the furnace, with ample space ahead for constructing shelters and storage. This time, Qin Hongtao refrained from contesting Huang Huai's proposal. Recognizing his own limitations, when it came to establishing a furnace for iron smelting, he fell short compared to Huang Huai, who had once overseen such operations. Huang Huai had worked in the mines since his adolescence, rising to the role of furnace master, well-versed in every procedure. As per your directive, we shall erect a large furnace, 2 by 4, ensuring an abundance of ore and fuel. With sufficient manpower, we can achieve an output of 4,000 pounds of iron daily, he stated. Yang Yuan interjected, What is the anticipated annual output? Aware of Yang Yuan's status as one of the leaders of Tiger Head Village, Huang Huai responded with utmost respect, It is difficult to provide an exact figure. The furnace's operation is contingent upon the weather. Continuous torrential rains may halt production, as would snowy conditions. Typically, if we operate the furnace for over half the year, we can expect a total output of at least 1 million pounds. 1 million pounds of iron, all fashioned into weapons and armor, would be more than sufficient to equip the entirety of Tiger Head Village. Liu Heng surveyed the surroundings and remarked, This area is too small, indeed. For now, we shall make do, but we will expand once we have stabilized. Qin Hongtao and Huang Huai had already undertaken considerable preparations, constructing 2 rows of buildings with a kitchen and latrines situated at a respectful distance. The living and sanitary conditions were commendable, and they had amassed a substantial stock of ordinary and refractory bricks for the furnace, alongside numerous forging tools stored within the premises. Given the preparations for the furnace, the 2 men had performed admirably. Employ additional hands. Do not limit your search to Lingqiu alone. Miners from neighboring counties could also be of service, Liu Heng suggested, noting that miners from the same region often formed close-knit groups. As he spoke, a throng of over 100 individuals surged from the distance, a dark mass moving ominously down the mountain path. Even from afar, their intent appeared menacing. Liu Heng turned to Chen Hongtao with a smile and queried, "Have you orchestrated a surprise? Are these miners your recruits?" The proprietor appears to be seeking trouble. Chen Hongtao's complexion turned pale. "Come, let us see," Liu Heng said with a smile. "Do not be afraid. Let us together discover what kind of malevolent spirits have emerged." Anticipating the challenges that lay ahead before arriving at Dongshan, Liu Heng had specially assembled a team armed with firearms. Chapter 79. Unrest at the ironworks. Before Liu Heng and his companions could approach, a group of individuals, exuding an air of menace, had already closed in on them. Leading the pack were several burly figures, their faces adorned with excess flesh, and their waists bearing blades, unmistakably not of virtuous character. Upon their initial encounter, one of the stout men, his countenance severe, barked, "Who permitted you to set up a furnace here? Are you not aware that East Mountain forbids the arbitrary establishment of furnaces? Indeed, dismantle your structures immediately. Without authorization, you are forbidden to erect a furnace here," he continued, his comrades brandishing their arms, creating a fearsome spectacle. Liu Heng discerned that these were merely petty thugs. The true authority behind them had yet to appear. Yang Yuan, standing nearby, replied with a scowl, "We are setting up our furnace at our own ironworks. We need not the approval of others." "Nonsense. This is East Mountain. Without the consent of Lord Su and several prominent landowners, no one is permitted to establish a furnace here," the stout man retorted viciously. "Now, gather your belongings and leave swiftly." The 30-odd miners hired by Chen Hongtao had already retreated to a safe distance upon the arrival of the troublemakers. Choosing to observe from afar, as they had yet to sign any employment contracts, they were not considered part of the ironworks. Having resided in East Mountain for much of their lives, they understood that if the structures of the ironworks were to be demolished, it would signal the futility of standing against the ironworks owners from Hatu's High, making it prudent for them to seek employment elsewhere rather than linger in a doomed establishment. Liu Heng had not brought any spear-wielding guards to East Mountain, yet the gunmen reacted promptly. As the troublemakers appeared, they positioned themselves at the entrance of the ironworks. Among the many firearms, half had already been ignited, while the remaining marksmen drew their blades in defense. Had they not responded with such alacrity, the ruckus makers would have surged forward. Seizing a firearm from one of the guards, Liu Heng discovered it was already loaded with gunpowder and lead. He deftly opened the touch hole, ignited a fuse, and brought it to the lit wick, aiming the barrel at the left leg of the stout man who had spoken. With a squeeze of the trigger, a loud bang erupted, followed by a plume of smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder. The shot rang out, and the lead projectile flew forth. From the moment he grasped the firearm to the moment he fired, Liu Heng exhibited no hesitation. The stout man, caught off guard, found his left leg struck, rendering the flesh a gruesome mess. A wretched scream escaped him, and he collapsed in agony, unconscious. Among the troublemakers, aside from a few reckless individuals, the majority were ordinary miners. Witnessing this horrific scene, their fear escalated, and the timid began to slip away unnoticed. The instigators, seasoned thugs familiar with bloodshed, were momentarily paralyzed by the sight of this young ironworks owner dispatching their comrade with such ruthless efficiency. Unlike the ordinary miners, they possessed a measure of awareness. Although the gunshot did not claim a life, it had rendered a leg useless, foretelling a grim fate for the injured man. The ironworks would not sustain a cripple, and they could already envision the man's bleak future. The troublemakers had arrived swiftly, but they departed just as quickly, leaving behind only a pool of blood. Amidst the throng of miners, the majority appeared anxious and apprehensive. It was at this moment that they recalled that the individual before them was no ordinary proprietor of the ironworks, but also the formidable chief of the Tiger Head village. Having instilled a sense of fear, Yang Yuan understood the necessity of offering a sweet incentive, and thus declared, "From now on, each miner at my ironworks shall receive a monthly wage of 600 coins. Skilled laborers shall earn 1 tael, foremen 1 tael and 5 fin, furnace masters 5 taels, while those appointed as deputy managers and managers shall receive a generous 15 taels." Upon hearing such an exalted remuneration, the eyes of the miners widened in astonishment. Typically, a miner at other ironworks earned no more than 400 coins a month, with some receiving as little as 300. Skilled laborers were compensated similarly to ordinary miners, albeit with a lighter workload, while foremen received a mere 700 coins and furnace masters no more than 3 taels. Compared to other ironworks, the wages here were double. causing some miners who had contemplated leaving to reconsider their decision. With such lucrative compensation, as long as the furnace remained intact, they were inclined to continue their labor. At this juncture, Chen Hongtao whispered, "Master, is the wage not excessively high?" Although he himself received 15 taels, he was concerned about the potential ramifications of such high wages. Fearing that their ironworks might become the target of collusion from other establishments in the region. No matter, Liu Heng waved his hand dismissively. Employing miners under the guise of the Tiger Head village chief was no simple task. It necessitated attracting them with substantial pay. As miners could not merely be a collection of farmers, they required a certain level of skill. After a brief pause, observing that no one expressed a desire to depart, Liu Heng smiled and said, "Since all are willing to remain, let us proceed to sign the employment documents. Gentlemen, follow me to execute the employment contract." Yang Yuan beckoned and made his way to an unoccupied table within the dwelling. He retrieved the documents from a cloth bag, placing them upon the table and securing them with stones, while a block of ink was positioned nearby. The miners formed a line, approaching one by one, with Huang Wei assisting. A total of 37 miners were present, the majority being skilled laborers and foremen from various processes. Each ironworks possessed its own skilled workers and foremen, seldom employing outsiders, particularly for supervisory roles, which made these individuals a rarity in the job market, thus contributing to their willingness to stay. The summit of Dongshan was barren, dotted with a sparse collection of young trees, and the sun overhead cast a warm glow, dispelling the morning's chill. Chen Hongtao approached Liu Heng, speaking softly, "Master, it is nearly noon. Shall we not summon a few dishes from the banquet hall?" Liu Heng gestured dismissively, "No need, let us dine together." The ironworks provided 2 meals a day, with the midday fare often featuring meat. Sometimes it included offal from pigs or sheep, while at other times it consisted of bone broth, ensuring each individual received a portion of meat-laden bone. The meals were prepared in large pots, and miners would grasp hefty teacups filled to the brim with meat and vegetables, accompanied by 2 flatbreads, and either sit upon the threshold or directly on the ground to partake of their meal. Liu Heng chose not to join the miners at their table, instead remaining at the one designated for signing documents, accompanied by Chen Hongtao and Huang Huai. A hired hand brought forth the meal for Liu Heng. "You need not linger here with me. Go and eat." Liu Heng instructed Chen Hongtao and Huang Huai, with 2 individuals in tow. Liu Heng quietly instructed Yang Yuan, "Investigate who is behind these troublemakers." Yang Yuan nodded solemnly. After all, this was the duty of their intelligence team. Holding a flatbread in one hand, Liu Heng turned to the bandits behind him and said, "Inform everyone that our men will dine in 2 shifts. One group will eat, and half an hour later, the other group will begin." This precaution was taken to guard against the possibility of poison being introduced into their food. Even in their own ironworks, until they were firmly back on track, vigilance was paramount. Chapter 80. The Puppet Master Liaozai. Why are you still awake at this hour? Their essay game down the hill? Care to join? Get lost, get lost, get lost. The man known as Liaozai hummed a tune, his lantern casting a glow as he swaggered away from the iron yard and descended the mountain. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, yet the moon was absent, leaving the iron yard shrouded in darkness, save for the faint light of Liaozai's lantern. Not far from the iron yard, 2 shadowy figures emerged from the night, flanking Liaozai on either side. One of them swiftly covered his mouth, whispering, "Don't move. A single twitch could cost you your life." Liaozai shivered, feeling something hard pressed against his back. From the shadows of the mountain path, 2 more figures approached, one of them stating, "Knock him out and take him away." The voice struck Liaozai as somewhat familiar. Before he could ponder further, a sharp pain surged through his skull, and darkness enveloped him. Splash! A splash of cold water was thrown on Liaozai's face, rousing him from his stupor. Slowly, he opened his eyes, greeted by a flickering torch illuminating an unfamiliar room. "Are you Liaozai?" Upon hearing the voice, Liaozai squinted in its direction. The tone was indeed familiar, and as he focused, he was met with the face of a man he recognized all too well, the very individual from the iron yard who had caused a ruckus earlier that day. "I'm asking you a question. Are you Liaozai?" Yang Yuan repeated, his tone heavy with menace. "Master, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly regret it. I'm worthless. Just let me go." Liaozai pleaded, crawling toward Yang Yuan, but was firmly restrained by 2 burly men beside him. Yang Yuan's voice was icy. "Answer my questions directly. No unnecessary chatter, and don't even think about deceiving me. Understood? Whatever you ask, I'll tell you everything. I wouldn't dare conceal a thing." Liaozai nodded fervently. Yang Yuan inquired, "Who sent you to create trouble at the iron yard today?" It was our boss. Our boss sent us. Yang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. So, this was all instigated by Fatty Su. Yes, it was Fatty Su, the head of the Iron Yard who sent us, Yu Zai hurriedly affirmed. With a cold laugh, Yang Yuan addressed one of his men, cut off one of his fingers. One of the hulking figures stepped forward with a menacing grin, seizing Liu Zai's right hand and pinning it to the ground. With a swift motion, he plunged a dagger down, severing Liu Zai's pinky finger, blood gushing forth. Liu Zai screamed, the pain causing his body to convulse, yet his shoulders remained firmly held down. Stop the bleeding, Yang Yuan commanded. One of the men picked up a red-hot chopstick and pressed it against the severed digit. Sizzle. A foul scent filled the air, and Liu Zai and Appo's vision faded as he succumbed to unconsciousnness. Wake him up. A robust man splashed a ladle of clear water onto Liu Zai and Appo's face, rousing him from his slumber. In a daze, Liu Zai lamented, I confess everything. Once awake, he wept bitterly, revealing that Su, the steward, had incited them to stir trouble at the ironworks, claiming he acted under Su's orders. Which Su? Yang Yuan inquired, as he struggled to recall any steward named Su associated with the ironworks owned by Su the Fat. Liu Zai, with a quiver in his voice, replied, Su the steward from the Su family ironworks. He offered us 20 taels of silver to create a ruckus, promising an additional 20 if we could frighten away the miners you summoned. It seemed trivial, with another 20 taels to be earned, thus we agreed. Little did we know that your master dispatched one of his guns, knocking one of us down and instilling fear in us all. We dared not claim the extra 20. Yang Yuan, his tone cold, pressed, is that all? Liu Zai shook his head fervently, that's all. After ascertaining the mastermind behind the scheme, Yang Yuan signaled to a nearby man and stepped outside the room. I've revealed all I know. Will you spare me? Liu Zai pleaded, gazing at Yang Yuan's retreating figure. The man beside him seized Liu Zai by the hair, yanking his head back, while brandishing a dagger that he swiftly drew across Liu Zai's neck. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the opposite wall. Liu Zai struggled momentarily before his head drooped, his strength utterly drained, collapsing like a lifeless mass. The assailant wiped the blade clean and exited the room, approaching Yang Yuan to whisper, Boss Yang, the matter has been resolved. Yang Yuan slowly turned, stating, since the Su family ironworks hired troublemakers, let the body be returned to them. Before long, 2 burly men emerged from the room, hoisting a burlap sack, vanishing into the obscurity of the night. Panic. Something has happened. A miner rushed into a chamber, breathless. Inside, a middle-aged man, dressed casually, frowned at the interruption. What is the commotion? Did the furnace explode? No, the miner shook his head. A body has been found at the ironworks. Su, the steward, frowned. Why bring me such trivial matters? Just toss it into the furnace. The miner, shaking his right hand, replied, it's not one of ours. Acquaintances say the deceased is Liu Zai Lu, a guard from Su's ironworks. Upon hearing this name, Su felt a jolt of alarm, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he commanded. Show me. The miner led the way to the site where the body was discovered. Upon arrival, they found a crowd of miners encircling the scene. As Su approached, someone shouted, clear the way. Su the steward is here. The miners parted, allowing Su to pass. As he neared, Su observed a burlap sack with an open end, revealing the lifeless body within. Recognizing the visage, he confirmed that the deceased was indeed Liu Zai Lu, the guard from Su's ironworks, who was on night watch. Su inquired of those nearby. A man responded, the body was stealthily disposed of in the dead of night. Am I not aware it was cast aside? Su retorted. Su. The steward frowned and inquired, who was the person that was thrown in? At what hour did this occur? The man shook his head in ignorance. Upon hearing this, Su let out a cold snort, fully aware that the night guards would invariably sneak away to sleep during the latter half of the night, neglecting their duty of vigilant patrol. With a stern expression, Su commanded, go, prepare a swift steed for me. What about the body? The iron yard guard asked. It was incinerated in the furnace, came the reply. Chapter 81. Murder by proxy. Make way. A swift steed galloped towards the city gate, showing no intention of slowing down despite the throngs of vendors and pedestrians waiting to enter. The rider incessantly lashed the horse with the whip. The urgent clatter of hoofs startled the soldiers and civilians at the gate, prompting the vendors and passers-by to hastily retreat to the sides. In the ensuing chaos, several baskets and carts toppled, scattering vegetables, eggs, and various goods intended for sale throughout the city. Many pedestrians, caught off guard, stumbled and fell, narrowly escaping being trampled by the horse. "Stop! You damn fool, halt!" A young soldier shouted angrily towards the direction of the departing horse. An older soldier beside him quickly restrained him, whispering urgently, "Silence! Are you seeking death? Do you know who just passed? That was a member of the Sioux family. In Lingqiu, it and Appos. It's better to offend the county magistrate than to cross the Sioux family. Pa. The new county magistrate will sooner or later deal with the Sioux family." The young soldier spat vehemently. The older soldier replied, "Enough. Let us guard our city gate. The rest is none of our concern." The horse, having come and gone in a flash, left behind a scene of disarray. Upon realizing that the rider was indeed from the Sioux family, the vendors and pedestrians could only lament their misfortune. Sighing, Su Guanshi reined in his horse outside the Sioux residence and dismounted with agility. He mused, handing the reins to his servant. "See to the horse's care." "Rest assured, fourth master," the servant replied, taking the reins and leading the horse to a nearby hitching post to secure it, then proceeding to prepare fresh water and fodder. Su Guanshi strode through the entrance, making his way toward the main hall. As he passed through the courtyard, he encountered Su Guanjia emerging from inside. "Steward, where is the master?" Su Guanshi inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. "Follow me. I shall take you to see the master," Su Guanjia replied. The ironworks served as the primary source of income for the Sioux family, and upon hearing of troubles at the facility, Su Guanjia wasted no time, guiding Su Guanshi through several courtyards until they reached the side hall on the west. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the lady of the house, who, supported by her personal maid, was leaving the side hall. "Clear out." Suyukai ordered the nearby servants. A few servants entered, swiftly clearing away the remnants of the meal and presenting a cup of fragrant tea. Suyukai lifted the teacup, blowing gently upon it before turning his gaze towards Su Guanshi, who stood behind Su Guanjia. "Speak. You arrive early. Is it that something has transpired at the ironworks?" After taking a sip from the teacup, Su Guanshi stepped forward, emerging from behind Su Guanjia, and bowed respectfully. "Master, we instigated trouble at the ironworks during the day, and by nightfall, the body of 6 was discarded at our site. It seems they have already deduced that the Sioux family was behind it and will not trouble Su Pongzi any further." Su Guanshi continued, "Indeed, master. While we may be at a disadvantage in Tiger Head Village, here in Dongshan, our territory, dealing with a few bandits should pose no difficulty." Suyukai pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How long until their ironworks can produce molten iron?" Surprised by Su Yotsai's sudden query, Manager Su contemplated briefly and replied, "No more than half a month at the latest." "Then we shall wait for half a month," Suyukai declared. "Keep a close watch. It is imperative to ascertain the exact day their furnace produces iron." "Understood," Manager Su affirmed. "There is one more matter. The wages at their ironworks are almost double ours, and some of our miners are contemplating leaving to work for them. There is no need to concern ourselves with that," Suyukai scoffed. "A band of ruffians wishes to operate an ironworks? It is nothing short of a farce. The laws of the Ming cannot tolerate such insolence." After Manager Su departed, only Suyukai, the housekeeper, and 2 attending servants remained in the side hall. "Sir, are you waiting for the ironworks of that band of bandits to produce molten iron? Has the garrison agreed to dispatch troops?" The housekeeper whispered. Su Yotsai's expression darkened, and he snorted disdainfully. "The garrison is insatiably greedy, allowing banditry to wreak havoc in the countryside. He is but a fool in Lingqiu, foolishly hoping to extort silver from me to fulfill his grandiose dreams." Su Yotsai's agitation escalated at the mention of the Lingqiu garrison, prompting him to curse vehemently. The prudent housekeeper refrained from interjecting. During their previous visit to the garrison to request military assistance against the bandits at Hatuzhai, the garrison commander had demanded 2,000 taels of silver for military expenses, a sum Suyukai found unacceptable, leading to a frosty parting. After venting his frustrations and regaining some composure, the housekeeper suggested, "Perhaps we should seek out the second master. He is currently serving in Taiyuan. If we could persuade him to speak to the military commissioner for an edict to exterminate the bandits with such an edict in hand, I believe Commander Li would not dare defy the military commissioner's orders. Do you think my cousin is not coveting the Sioux family's assets?" Suyukai shot a glare at the housekeeper. If I were to approach him, would he let such an excellent opportunity slip? The Sioux family's fortune cannot be left to the cadet branch. The housekeeper recoiled slightly, internally reasoning that they too were part of the lineage of the late patriarch. Raising his teacup, Suyukai took a sip and continued, "We do not require the garrison's troops. There are others who will eliminate the bandits at Hatuzhai for us." The housekeeper appeared puzzled. Suyukai elaborated, "Our newly appointed county magistrate is ambitious and eager to achieve results. Imagine if he were to discover that bandits are brazenly operating in ironworks in Dongshan. What do you think would happen? It goes without saying. He would certainly eradicate the bandits, the housekeeper responded. However, the bandits at Hattusai are formidable. Can the county magistrate handle them? The housekeeper replied confidently. This county magistrate is no ordinary man. He is a protege of the provincial governor, Liu. If we cannot compel the garrison to act, surely the provincial governor can maneuver a mere garrison commander. You are astute, my dear housekeeper. This strategy of using another's blade to slay is truly ingenious, Suyukai commended. It is clear that if the provincial governor desires to deal with the bandits at Hattusai, he could crush them with a mere flick of his finger. Chapter 82. The iron furnace erupts in his technical expertise. Chen Hongtao was not on par with Huang Huai, thus entrusting all matters concerning the iron furnace to Huang Huai, while he busied himself with hiring miners and attending to various trivial tasks at the ironworks. The inauguration of the furnace at Dongshan was regarded as a sacred affair, necessitating the selection of an auspicious day. Chen Hongtao engaged a feng shui master who spent half a day wandering around the ironworks, meticulously calculating before finally settling on a date. Liu Heng did not interfere with these arrangements, allowing Chen Hongtao to proceed as he deemed fit. On the anticipated day of the furnace opening, Liu Heng arrived at the ironworks with a squadron of fire gun soldiers, and to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he also brought along Chen Xuanping and the 3rd Brigade. Until the guards of the ironworks were adequately trained, Chen Xuanping and his brigade would remain there to serve as protectors while also training the site's own guards. On the day of the furnace opening, early in the morning, the entire ironworks buzzed with activity. Those without tasks gathered around the furnace, eagerly awaiting the moment the clay plug would be removed to release the molten iron. The atmosphere was thick with heat and smoke around the furnace in the ear chamber. While the furnace fan was in constant operation, Huang Huai, along with several experienced miners, stood by to supervise, ensuring that no accidents occurred. Liu Heng waited anxiously for the molten iron to flow, having invested over 2,000 taels of silver. Should it fail, he would lament the loss even more than Li Shuheng. Chen Hongtao stood beside Liu Heng, his fist clenched tightly, his gaze filled with apprehension as he watched the furnace. Suddenly, a loud shout emanated from the furnace area, prompting Chen Hongtao to straighten his expression and announce, "Master, the molten iron is flowing." Liu Heng secretly exhaled in relief and turned towards the furnace. Approaching within a few dozen steps, he felt the intense heat wash over him. As he moved closer, he witnessed the clay plug being removed, and the molten iron surged forth, flowing along the pre-established path. The molten iron cascaded for approximately 15 minutes, and as it began to taper off, Chen Hongtao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Master, I believe this batch exceeds 4,000 jin. We may even reach 5,000. Although Chen Hongtao lacked Huang Huai's technical prowess, his experience as a former owner of the ironworks allowed him to gauge the volume of molten iron with a mere glance. "Master Liu, congratulations. The furnace has opened successfully, and it appears that the molten iron contains minimal impurities, which will significantly ease the process of forging refined iron later on," spoke a certain manager Su, a portly figure overseeing operations at the ironworks. As the first ironworks owner to collaborate with the Tiger Head village, he refrained from personally attending due to the implications of Liu Heng's prominence as the chieftain of the village, instead sending his manager in his stead. Having spent at least 20 years in the ironworks, he recognized that the molten iron glowed vividly, indicating a lower impurity level, markedly superior to the iron produced at their own site. Huang Huai, with a sense of pride, gestured towards the heat-retaining chamber beside the furnace, stating, "When constructing the furnace, our master added a heat-retaining chamber, allowing the furnace to operate at a higher temperature compared to ordinary iron furnaces and utilizing only coke, which naturally results in less impurities in the molten iron. Once the molten iron solidified, it would need to be heated over charcoal and forged to eliminate impurities, transforming pig iron into refined iron, which was the only product sold by the ironworks. With fewer impurities in the molten iron, both the charcoal and labor costs required for forging would diminish correspondingly, converting a portion of those reduced costs into profit, much to the envy of Manager Su. The quantity of cast iron produced is abundant, and its quality is exceptional. A bandit leader from Tiger Head village remarkably surpasses even seasoned veterans like himself, who has labored for over 2 decades. Su, the manager, licked his cracked lips and remarked, "Master Liu is indeed generous. 1 load of coke is worth 3 loads of coal." For Su, an experienced miner, the heat storage chamber and coke smelting iron are novel concepts. No such apparatus exists in the ironworks of the entire Dongshan region. Curiosity piqued, he lifted the hem of his robe and tied it at his waist. Inching closer to the heat storage chamber for a thorough inspection, unable to resist the urge to touch it. Nearby, Huang Huai urgently called out, "Do not touch it. Quickly fetch cool water and badger oil." Chun Hongtao instructed the miners beside him. The ironworks had an ample supply of cool water and a considerable stock of badger oil, specifically set aside for treating burns. Miners frequently interacted with the iron furnace, inevitably suffering from burns, and applying badger oil would expedite their recovery. With the addition of the heat storage chamber, the furnace's temperature rose, causing the outer walls of the chamber to become exceedingly hot. Liu Heng had previously calculated with Huang Huai that iron smelting requires temperatures around 1,200 degrees Celsius, while steel production demands an even higher temperature of 1,600 degrees. Currently, the refractory brick structure is inadequate, but once perfected, the furnace could produce steel continuously. Given that steel prices are tenfold that of iron, a steady production would yield substantial profits. Each batch of steel could equate to half a batch of silver. Master Liu possesses remarkable talent. It is astonishing that he understands the intricacies of the iron furnace. The addition of a heat storage chamber enhances the temperature, yielding superior iron. Leaving Su, this veteran miner of over 20 years, feeling humbled, Su gazed at Liu Heng with admiration. He was well aware of Huang Huai and Chun Hongtao's limitations. The idea of a heat storage chamber and the use of coke for smelting iron could only originate from the current chief of Tiger Head Village or a notable figure therein. Liu Heng chuckled and replied, "Manager Su, you flatter me. I have merely read a few more books and enjoy experimenting on my own." This was a candid truth. Previously, as a librarian, he often indulged in reading during his free time, exploring various texts and researching topics he found perplexing, including coke smelting and heat storage chambers. However, Su interpreted Liu Heng's words differently, mistaking them to mean that before becoming the chief of Tiger Head Village, Liu Heng was an educated man, at least literate, for otherwise. How could an ordinary person have the privilege of reading if they could not even recognize characters? Su gazed enviously at the heat storage chamber for quite some time. After observing the casting of molten iron and confirming that the furnace was functioning properly, Liu Heng felt a sense of relief. He had previously feared that the heat storage chamber and coke steel smelting might fail, as these concepts were derived from books and lacked practical application, leaving him uncertain of their success. Fortunately, Huang Huai, with his experience as a furnace master, was not short on practical knowledge. He identified and rectified any flaws, leading to a successful outcome. Moving forward, it would simply require gradual improvements to elevate the furnace temperature. Liu Heng did not insist on retaining Su, allowing Chun Hongtao to escort him away. After giving Huang Huai a few instructions, Liu Heng departed from the iron furnace area. The heat had become unbearable after prolonged exposure. The government was launching a campaign against bandits. He decided to step out and investigate. Chapter 83. The arrival of the officials. Over 100 constables and officers had gathered, representing the majority of the martial force of Linqiu County. It could be said that aside from those necessary to remain at the Yamen to attend to official duties, the remainder had come to Dongshan under the leadership of the head constable. Most of the officers wielded water and fire clubs, while several of the official constables carried swords at their waists. The weapons of the auxiliary officers varied widely, some brandishing stocks, others wielding chains, and still others holding long poles resembling carrying poles. Dongshan was known for its abundant miners, and the ironworks owners were prominent figures in Linqiu County. It was rare for the county's officers to visit, let alone such a large contingent arriving simultaneously. Along the way, many miners craned their necks to observe these officials, with some well-informed miners speculating about the purpose of their visit. Before Liu Heng could reach the gates of the ironworks, the constables had already arrived, exuding an imposing presence. "Clear the way for the officials," the head constable commanded coldly. "Do you dare to defy the authority of the government and incite rebellion?" The 4 spear-bearers at the entrance of the ironworks leveled their spears, pointing the tips menacingly at the advancing constables. Although they showed courage in confronting the officials, their bodies trembled slightly. They were not part of the initial group of refugee soldiers and had never faced the soldiers of the Tiancheng Guard. Encountering so many officers for the first time made them somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, their disciplined resolve prevented them from retreating, and they steadfastly guarded the gates. "Let them in," Liu Heng instructed. The 4 spear-bearers then stepped back a few paces, allowing passage into the ironworks, but their eyes remained vigilant. The head constable snorted derisively and led his cohort of constables into the ironworks. At that moment, a considerable number of miners had gathered around the ironworks. "Huang Huai, who had been intently watching the smelting furnace, anxiously brought over the miners from that area. Additionally, many miners from other ironworks had congregated outside, as Dongshan had never before witnessed such a large assembly of officials. Curiosity sparked among the miners from other ironworks. Huang Hui did not re-enter the ironworks but, like the other miners, remained outside. He found it puzzling that the officials had arrived just as the iron was being poured, the timing seeming too coincidental. To his surprise, he saw Su Guanxi present. What a fortuitous coincidence. Su Guanxi was preoccupied with his thoughts when an unwelcome voice reached his ears. It was Su Laosi, the overseer of the Su family ironworks. The long-standing rivalry between the Su and Su families had led to open conflicts at the ironworks, and their overseers naturally harbored ill feelings towards one another, resulting in inevitable barbs during encounters. Su Laosi, with a dark expression, let out a cold laugh, surprisingly refraining from engaging in a quarrel with Su Guanxi. Instead, he mockingly observed Liu Heng and the others inside the ironworks. Upon seeing Su Laosi, Su Guanxi's suspicions were confirmed. The Su family ironworks was not in close proximity, yet Su Laosi had arrived swiftly with the officials. Given that a shipment of iron from the Su family had been recently seized at Atuzhai, it was highly likely that today's events were connected to the Su family. Otherwise, Su Laosi would not have appeared so fortuitously at this location. Both the Yang family and Li family ironworks were closer than the Su family ironworks. Yet neither overseer had arrived in such a short span of time. The more he pondered, the more he felt that the capture of the master of Tiger Head Village by the officials was a fortuitous event. Who is the owner of this ironworks? The head constable inquired, his gaze fixed upon Liu Heng. Standing behind Liu Heng were Yang Yuan and several bandit guards, distinctly setting him apart from the ordinary miners, indicating that Liu Heng was a person of considerable importance at the ironworks. I am the owner of this ironworks. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Esteemed officer? Liu Heng maintained an air of calm, devoid of the panic common among ordinary folk when confronted by government officials. He regarded the constable as just another miner. Two constables, brandishing shackles and chains, approached Liu Heng with menacing grins. I dare anyone to try. Yang Yuan swiftly unsheathed his dagger, positioning himself protectively in front of Liu Heng. The bandit guards drew their weapons, encircling Liu Heng, their demeanor starkly contrasting with the ordinary laborers who, in the face of such fierce adversaries, quickly lost their earlier bravado. Do you dare to resist arrest? Are you attempting to rebel? The head constable's face darkened, inwardly cursing the newly appointed county magistrate. He had no desire to be on this errand. The Tiger Head village was inhabited by fierce bandits who had the audacity to rob even the Su family's goods. It was far from an easy task. Yet that incompetent magistrate, knowing nothing, had compelled him to apprehend individuals upon hearing of the bandits operating in ironworks in the East Mountain region. May I ask, esteemed officer, what crime I have committed? You come here demanding my arrest without explanation. Though Liu Heng spoke these words, he understood the true reason for the impending capture. The authorities had become aware of his identity as the leader of Tiger Head Village. However, he could not publicly acknowledge this, lest he forfeit any chance of negotiation. Before the head constable could complete his sentence, a voice rang out from outside the ironworks. Master, we have arrived. We heard someone is causing trouble at the ironworks. Shall we drive them out? Jiao Lu, leading a band of outlaws, entered the premises, surrounding the constables completely. 76 firearms were simultaneously raised, their barrels aimed squarely at the officers within the ironworks, with all the matchlocks ignited. And over 30 spearmen forming a blockade at the main entrance, faced with the sudden appearance of more than 100 men. The head constable felt a chill run down his spine, particularly at the sight of the ominous gun barrels. Are you the ones causing a disturbance at the ironworks? Jiao Lu asked coldly, fixing a menacing stare on the head constable. Most of the constables were rendered speechless with fear. The ordinary laborers, who merely sought to earn a living, found themselves paralyzed by the imminent threat of violence. They dropped their weapons in terror, while the official constables, though somewhat steadier, still trembled visibly, their weapons clutched tightly in hand. The head constable, a man in his 40s, maintained a semblance of composure. Yet the sight of so many firearms chilled him to the core. He realized the bandits of Tiger Head Village were truly formidable, clad in cotton armor and armed with an abundance of forbidden firearms. Are you their leader? Jiao Lu inquired, his gaze piercing into the head constable. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We came to your esteemed ironworks only upon receiving a report. It seems to be a mistake, merely a misunderstanding. The head constable swiftly shifted his stance. One does not attain the position of head constable without possessing a certain cunning. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, he immediately began to soften his tone. Chapter 84. A hasty retreat, sir. Do you still wish to apprehend anyone? Liu Heng inquired, his expression a blend of amusement and irony as he regarded the head constable before him. Ah, a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding, the constable replied awkwardly. Having heard that the master of the forge was operating today and had come to observe the proceedings, Liu Heng gestured behind him, saying, "The forge is just beyond. Would you like to take a look, sir?" The constable cast a flattering glance at Jia Lu. Liu Heng nodded slightly, prompting Jia Lu to call out to the guards at the entrance of the forge, "Clear a path. Let the gentleman pass." Thank you, the constable said with a cautious smile, bowing slightly to both Liu Heng and Jia Lu. The constables who had been dismissed hurriedly picked up their discarded weapons and, along with the others from the county office, jostled their way out of the forge's entrance. What had begun with grandiosity ended in a panicked retreat. In the blink of an eye, over 100 constables had vanished from before the forge. Those outside who had anticipated the commotion of an arrest clicked their tongues in disappointment and began to disperse. What a bunch of useless fools. Su Laosi muttered darkly under his breath. What were you just saying, Su Laosi? Su Guanshi, standing beside him, deliberately leaned in to inquire. Humph. Su Laosi snorted coldly, ignoring him as he turned to leave. Seeing Su Laosi's displeasure, Su Guanshi chuckled, relishing the sight of his longtime rival in a state of embarrassment. Standing outside the forge for a moment longer, Su Guanshi shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "What a pity." After uttering this, he departed from the scene. Inside the forge, Liu Heng shook his head and remarked, "No need for that. These men are merely officials of the court. While it would be easy to dispose of them, such an act would equate to rebellion. Given the strength of our Tiger Head village, we would stand no chance against the imperial army." At this moment, Liu Heng's mind was exceedingly clear, despite the apparent safety of Tiger Head village. It was merely a facade, as the court had yet to take serious action. If tens of thousands of troops were to encircle Tiger Head village with artillery in tow, the mere 1,000 of us would be utterly defenseless, facing annihilation. I never would have anticipated that the officials would be so inept. They arrived brimming with bravado. Yet the moment the situation shifted, they cowered like cowards. These officials only know how to bully the common folk, Jia Lu scoffed. Understanding the times. The court is filled with such officials. Their presence poses no threat to us, Liu Heng replied with a smile, then turned to Yang Yuan and said, "Find a way to win over this constable. Men like him are rarely loyal. It all comes down to whether the price is right." Understood, Yang Yuan nodded in agreement. Aside from assassination, the intelligence team primarily engages in such endeavors. Liu Heng smiled at Jia Lu, stating, "From now on, focus on training the guards for the forge. I shall reserve the position of the 1st Battalion commander for you." "Yes," Jia Lu replied, puffing out his chest with evident joy. Currently, Tiger Head village had only 3 battalions, each led by a prominent leader. Should he become a battalion commander, even if he did not surpass the current leaders, he would still stand as a significant figure beneath them, with the potential to expand his ranks to over 300. Liu Heng's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Do not be too quick to rejoice. As long as we remain at the ironworks as guardians, we must ensure the safety of the miners, particularly Huang Huai and several foremen overseeing the furnaces. Their well-being is paramount. These individuals possess the expertise in the heat retention chamber and the coking steel process. Should anything happen to them, the secrets of the ironworks would be compromised, and I cannot afford to be careless." Jia Lu assured him, "Rest easy, Chief. As long as I am here, no one shall harm them. Even if they need to relieve themselves, I shall assign someone to accompany them." Yang Yuan interjected, "Chief, should we have these individuals sign a contract of servitude?" A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yang Yuan's eyes. In the early days of commanding the intelligence team, he felt somewhat ill at ease. However, he had grown increasingly fond of traversing the shadows, dealing with foes and traitors discreetly. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter a traitor to eliminate. Liu Heng continued, "We must also cultivate connections with the officials, especially the county magistrate and several key figures. Though we need not fear them, gaining their tacit acceptance of our presence would be beneficial. Investigate the background of the new magistrate, flatter him, and ensure we win over those around him, even if it means bribing the informants." Liu Heng urged, "This matter should be attended to promptly. As the saying goes, a new official ignites 3 fires. I do not wish for the first blaze to engulf us." "Rest assured, Chief," Yang Yuan replied. "The new magistrate's secretary remains the same as before. I will find a way to win over the informant. Have no fear." No one has dared to neglect their duties after receiving our silver. Yang Yuan's face briefly reflected a fierce determination. Liu Heng nodded in agreement. He chose not to elaborate further, trusting Yang Yuan's discretion after his long tenure with the intelligence team. Chen Hongtao and Huang Huai stood a short distance away, hesitant to approach. They had visited Huda village and even stayed for a few days. They had encountered Liu Heng's companions, who, although they managed the ironworks, were acutely aware of their inferior status compared to the individuals engaged in conversation with Liu Heng. After Yang Yuan departed the ironworks, Jia Lu took his leave to patrol and arrange the guards. Only then did Liu Heng walk towards Chen Hongtao and Huang Huai. Dong, is everything all right? Huang Huai's concern was evident on his face. The recent arrival of officials, particularly the fact that their master was the chief of Huda village, posed considerable risks for him. Any misfortune befalling Huda village would bring him no benefit. Do not worry, it is nothing serious, Liu Heng replied with a smile. Come, let us proceed to the furnace and see how it is faring. Liu Heng led the way, with Chen Hongtao and Huang Huai following closely behind as they made their way towards the furnace. Chapter 85. Reflections on the launch after much deliberation. I have ultimately resolved to pen my thoughts regarding this launch. Yet, as I confront the document, words elude me, so I shall meander through a few musings. Authors who toil in the realm of writing eagerly anticipate the moment of publication, the arrival of subscriptions, and the occasional setbacks that accompany the journey, particularly now, as my work, The Bandits of the Ming Dynasty, has lost its recommendations. It is only through this launch that I may secure a place for promotion and enhance its visibility. I digress. Let us return to the topic of the launch. How did I stray into discussing the esteemed masters of the craft? Surely, they have little concern for the trifles of an obscure author like myself. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Kaiyun Xianmu, the son of the Earth Hansen, and Wang Qian for their generous contributions, as well as to all who have offered their support through recommendations. Thank you all. Applause is in order. On the night of April 30th, at 11:46 p.m., Chapter 86, the dismissed constable, the constables, and minor officials of the Yamen descended from Dongshan and finally felt a sense of relief as they walked along the official road leading to the county town. One constable, walking alongside the head constable, lowered. Chapter 87, Greed Leads to Ruin in Su's study. Suyukai straightened his back and cast a satisfied glance at the freshly inscribed characters on the rice paper. He set down his brush and walked over to the nearby armchair, taking a seat. Chapter 88. Payment for silver. Numerous merchants are eager to purchase the refined iron produced by our iron furnace. Just yesterday, a merchant from Shaanxi expressed great interest in our exquisite iron and committed to a quantity of 10,000 jin. Chapter 89. The county magistrate's fury with a resounding crash. The blue and white porcelain cup shattered upon the ground, scattering into pieces, its steaming tea spilling forth. Chapter 90. News from Datong. Gratitude to Kaiyun Xianmu, son of the Earth Hansen, and Ming Zacha for their generous contributions. Master Yang, you have arrived rather late, Su Fatsi remarked with a hint of jest. Chapter 91. Fan Yongdo, do you know why I chose to keep you here alone? The speaker was a middle-aged man with an elongated face. Yet his physique was remarkably robust. Master Wang, I the shopkeeper, Zhang, began to respond. Chapter 92. The dinner invitation. The host is preparing the meal, while someone is seeking assistance. In the distance, a voice calls out. Chapter 93. The indolent one. This is. Chen Daqing's gaze fell upon Han San, who stood beside Huang Huai. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Huang Huai's heart as he hastily began to explain. He is a miner from our ironworks. Chapter 94. The first hearing of bad news. As Huang Huai entered the dwelling, the first sight that met his eyes was that of the corpulent figure of Fatty Su. Chapter 95. No silver, no troops. Upon returning to the ironworks, Huang Huai walked in alone, his mind in a state of turmoil. The news of the government's impending crackdown on bandits lingered incessantly in his thoughts, despite the imposing presence of the tiger head. Chapter 96. The greed of humanity. Wang Tong remarked, do not gaze at me in such a manner. It was Li Huaixin who demanded 2,000 taels, and I bear no responsibility for it. However, from what I perceive of his intentions, should he fail to acquire the silver, he will indeed refrain from deploying his troops. Chapter 97. Fundraising and suppression of bandits. Silence enveloped the room as Su Yotsai's fingers struck the table with a firm rhythm. The once boisterous ironworks owners gradually quieted down. Su Yotsai's authoritative presence. Chapter 98. The arrival of the Fan family. A person claiming to be from the Fan family of Zhangjiago descended from the mountain, requesting an audience with the chief. In the parade ground, a bandit hastily approached to deliver a message. The Fan Family. Chapter 99. Taking advantage of the chaos, Liu Heng believed in Li Weiming's assertion, which holds true even in future generations. In order to forge connections, one often requires intermediaries. Without them, others may not pay heed to you. Chapter 100. The five-person conference. Liu Heng addressed Yang Yuan, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the Lingqiu garrison. Yang Yuan responded, stating that the Lingqiu garrison comprised over 750 troops, among which. Chapter 101. The magistrate's inquiry. As the matter turned serious, Zhang Sancha's expression became solemn as he remarked, "Recently, the ironworks have been unsettled, with shadowy figures frequently lurking outside. Some miners are acquainted with these individuals, who are." Chapter 102. Underhanded connivance. I am the defender of Lingqiu. Even if I were guilty, it is not within Lord Guo's jurisdiction to intervene. Li Huaixin retorted neither too softly nor too harshly, then proceeded to take a seat in the adjacent chair. Chapter 103. The army marches out after the heavy snowfall. The weather remained clear for several consecutive days, and the accumulated snow on the ground melted completely. The garrison prepared for departure, with soldiers arming themselves with their respective weapons, amidst the bustling activity of the camp. Chapter 104. A group of individuals ventured towards Dongshan, sounding the alarm with drums. The most responsive were the household servants, who swiftly seized their weapons, summoned their steeds, and prepared to confront the impending threat. Some of the servants, caught unawares. Chapter 105. The capriciousness of human hearts. Disperse. What purpose do you all serve by congregating here? A guard from the iron yard, wielding a flintlock, approached. Chapter 106. The iron mine surrounded by government troops. The captain apprehended over a dozen miners and iron mine guards attempting to flee. A guard from Tiger Head village entered Jia Lu's chamber and sat down. Chapter 107. The Imperial Army assaults the iron mine. These bandits are truly ruthless. They even slay their own kin. If they weren't so brutal, they wouldn't be considered bandits. Fortunately, Shi too possesses foresight, allowing us to follow closely behind the Imperial Army. Chapter 108. The Imperial Army strikes again. The banner waved as the brothers suffered grievously. A junior flag bearer stood beside General Su, his countenance marred by distress. General Su furrowed his brow, the scene before the iron field weighing heavily on his heart. "Captain, let us lend our aid. We are also musketeers," Pan Yi implored fervently to Zhang Sanchao, who maintained a stern expression. Chapter 110. The escape of Huang. Why we have triumphed. Pan Yi's face lit up with joy as he excitedly grasped the arm of a nearby musketeer. Not only he, but also the members of the 5th squad surrounding him. Chapter 111. The death of Huang Huai. Chapter 112. The frightened county magistrate orders were issued for the entire army to rest in place. Chapter 113. The Imperial Army surrounds Tiger Head village. Master Guo, allow me to assist you into the sedan chair. Li Huaixin approached, offering his support to Guo Binchang. Guo Binchang shook his head, anxiety evident in his voice. "No, I cannot." Chapter 114. The resounding echo of 100 guns. Lord Guo, why not consider a strategy of pacification? If successful, we could seize Tiger Head stronghold without the loss of a single soldier, achieving a perfect resolution. Faced with the extraordinary circumstances before us. Chapter 115. The Imperial troops trapped in Tiger Head stronghold from the direction below the mountain. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. "This is dire, my lord. The path down the mountain has been obstructed by bandits." Wang Tong hurriedly rushed over. Chapter 116. The document. If you ask me, it would be best to seize these corrupt officials outright. Those who dare to dispatch troops to besiege Tiger Head stronghold should simply be executed. Let it serve as a warning to anyone who might consider returning to Tiger Head stronghold to suppress bandits in the future. Qin Xuanping. Chapter 117. The demise of Su Laosi. Master Liu, may I request a moment to confer with Lord Guo? Li Huaixin inquired. Casting a glance towards Liu Heng seated at the long table opposite him, Liu Heng nodded in assent. Li. Chapter 118. The fury of Su Yukai. As Li Huaixin and the official troops descended from Huchuozai, they observed a considerable number of individuals approaching their direction from a distance. The view was somewhat obscured due to the considerable space between them. Among the ranks. Chapter 119. Seeking assistance from the Fan family. What does old Master Su wish to convey? Li Huaixin handed the horse to a nearby servant to take to the stable, then turned around, casting a cold gaze at Su Yukai. Su. Chapter 120. Never a slave in this lifetime. After much hesitation, Su Yukai shook his head and said, "This is unwise. The power of the Fan family in Xuanfu is considerable, yet the situation in Datong is inherently weak. Even if they wish to assist, they would be unable to offer any substantial help. Chapter 121. The regretful Guobinchang. Come, brother Ma, let us indulge in some drink. The speaker was a burly man with a full beard, holding a wine bowl. He tilted his head back, allowing the wine within to flow into his mouth. Chapter 122. Silver represents justice. The students bowed respectfully to the two gentlemen, Guobinchang and Li Huaixing. Who? Chapter 123. The Eastern Mountain Meeting. The target is not in Lingqiu. Ma Yunjiu gazed at Steward Su. Steward Su took a sip of tea, set down his cup, and remarked, the person is indeed in Lingqiu, however. Chapter 124. The bandits emerged from the village Humph. I never expected Liu Heng to be so lacking in discernment. Liaodong, dissatisfied, stepped out from the ironworks gate. Yang Yu, equally displeased, remarked, truly, how could... Chapter 125. The ambush of the bandits. In addition to Ma Yunjiu and the more than 20 members of the Ma team, 2 estate servants were dispatched to lead the way on horseback, while the miners sat atop one of the estate servants' mounts. As they ventured forth. Chapter 126. Old acquaintances. A dozen riders descended from the eastern mountain. At the forefront was a robust dark green steed, its mane glimmering like satin. With strong and powerful limbs, the hooves struck against the gravel, producing a rhythmic clattering sound. Chapter 127. Beware of the Su family. Why haven't those bandits on the official road made their move? They seem to be engaged in conversation, remarked one of the estate guards, crouched behind a hillock. Another guard. Chapter 128. The Zhuangzi outside Su family city. 2 Su family guards concealed behind the hillock discreetly observed the happenings along the official road. Noticing that the horse bandits they had summoned did not take action, but instead approached their direction. Chapter 129. The unconventional bandit. A detachment? Ma Yunjiu glanced at Liu Heng. Previously, he had heard about Liu Heng training new recruits among the displaced, engaging in something akin to. Yet he found it difficult to comprehend Shinsun. Chapter 130. Preparation before action. Liu Heng led Ma Yunjiu into the room, while the others were taken to different rooms to rest. Inside, there was a heated Kong bed. Upon entering, Liu Heng removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the Kong. Chapter 131. A night at Su family village. Chen Xuanping and Chen Daqing entered the room. Several individuals were seated around the Kong table, examining the layout of Su family village displayed upon it. Chapter 132. Encountering resistance. Su, the steward, is a man of many forgetfulness. By day he sends men to assassinate me, yet by night he seems to have erased it from his memory. Liu Heng regarded Su, the steward, with a contemplative gaze. Chapter 133. Capturing Zhuangzi. Chen Xuanping remarked, as soon as our men surrounded the courtyard, they were immediately detected by the estate's guards. Chapter 134. Interrogation of Zhuang Ding. The servants in the Zhuang family can assist in unearthing hidden treasures, yet what can you accomplish? Chen Daqing scrutinized the scene. Chapter 135. Escorting the criminal. Liu Heng gestured towards the gold and silver items on the table and remarked, Mateo may take half of these. The total worth of the gold and silver on the table amounted to approximately 500 to 600 taels. Chapter 136. Supporting you. Report to the captain. This fellow is not behaving. The bandit addressed the squad leader who approached. Upon hearing the title of captain, Wang Wu realized that this individual must. Chapter 137. Entering the city to meet the officials. Upon hearing that the newcomers were bandits from the Tiger Head stronghold, the gate guard hastily retreated, widening the gap between himself and Zhao Yutu. Simultaneously, he drew his waist knife, vigilantly observing both Zhao Yutu and his companions. Chapter 138. Collaboration with the county magistrate. Sir, this is Mr. Zhao from our Iron Field, here to pay a visit to the esteemed county magistrate, the captain beside Zhao Yutu remarked, gesturing to the individuals bound with ropes. Chapter 139. The delivery of silver. The Su family possesses an audacity of remarkable proportions, daring to harbor fugitives. Guobinchang's face was marred by anger. Ever since his appointment in Lingqiu, the Su family had persistently been at odds with him. Chapter 140. The great ship at sea. With a sharp crack, Siyukai shattered the teacup in his hand, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Useless. All of you are useless. You cannot even manage such a trivial task, and you allow others to seize the estate. Chapter 141. The artificer of cannons Yazi proposed, let us refrain from conversing here. There lies a tea house ahead. Whatever we have to discuss, let us do so within its confines. Master Ho, shall we proceed? Chapter 142. The Sea Runner. This is Master Yang from Datong, introduced Ho Dafu. Greetings. Brotherly, Yang Yuan said, clasping his fist in salute. Li Dideo scrutinized him from head to toe. Chapter 143. The Chamber of Commerce's Expectations at the Tiger Head Village Mountain God Temple. Around the long table sat Liu Heng and several prominent leaders of Tiger Head Village. Li Shuheng remarked, "In the coming year, we must add iron furnaces and..." Chapter 144. Choosing to collaborate with the Fan family at the long table. Each of the 5 individuals had a large teapot beside them, emanating steam. Liu Heng spoke, "As the year draws to a close, let us first discuss our plans for the upcoming year." Chapter 145. The gunner from the sea. What? Has someone from Tiger Head Village found you? Fan Yongdo inquired, casting a glance at Li Weiming. Li Weiming replied, "Not yet, but the finest iron from Lingxiu originates from Tiger." Chapter 146. The self-generated firearm. After meeting with Ho Dafu and the others, Liu Heng, accompanied solely by Yang Yuan and Huang Zhong, proceeded to inspect the armory. Their first destination was the armory directly overseen by Huang Zhong. Chapter 147. Advancing the Chamber of Commerce plan. The matchlock musket has been developed, yet there remains a considerable distance before it can be equipped to the troops. Ignition continues to pose a significant challenge, as blacksmith Xiao must pull the trigger twice before the musket fires. Chapter 148. The Chamber of Commerce directors. The 2 proprietors have misunderstood. Zhao Yutu remarked that all proprietors joining the Chamber of Commerce must relinquish their control over the ironworks they manage, entrusting it to the unified administration of the chamber. Chapter 149. Sayukai faints from anger. Hurry, someone. The master has fainted. Steward Su shouted loudly in the study. Chapter 150. Collecting debts. Butler Su. Where's the old master? I have heard that the old master. Chapter 151. Young Master Su's ambition. Master. Lady Su exclaimed, and then quickly addressed Steward Su. Hurry, go summon the doctor. Steward Su, not daring to waste a moment, hurriedly made his way to the study. Chapter 152. The Conspiracy Against Huchuozai. A bowl of noodles, please. Chapter 153. Gathering at Su family village since the Ming Dynasty. The Lantern Festival held from the 8th to the 18th day has lasted for a full 10 days. This situation. Chapter 154. The idea of using coke for iron smelting. The establishment of the Eastern Mountain Chamber of Commerce is evident to discerning individuals. It is a direct challenge to the Eastern Mountain Society. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that the principal behind the chamber is a bandit from the Tiger Head Stockade. The Su family. Chapter 155. Young Master Su goes to Dongshan. The opening of a furnace in Dongshan is a matter of great solemnity. The directors and shareholders of the Dongshan Chamber of Commerce gathered at Wang Shuachen's ironworks, although Liu Heng did not personally. Chapter 156. Su family ironworks. On the official road leading from Lingxiu City to Dongshan, a horse-drawn carriage made its way towards Dongshan. The bumpy road is utterly exhausting for me. Sitting inside the carriage, Su Shunqin complained. Chapter 157. The arrival of Wang Shuachen. The chief steward, the manager, and Master Wang Dong have arrived, announced a brawler from the iron yard. Manager Su turned to Steward Su and inquired, "What are your thoughts, esteemed steward?" Chapter 158. Conspiracy. The time required to renovate the iron furnaces was significantly less than that needed to establish new ones. The Su family's ironworks possessed a multitude of furnaces, and within a mere span of 10 days, all 9 furnaces were successfully refurbished, and the damp clay atop them was thoroughly dried. Chapter 159. Su Yotsai's demise. The deafening roar from the explosion at the Su family's ironworks resonated throughout much of Dashan, and news of the calamity swiftly spread across the entire region, within the confines of the Tiger Head Village ironworks. Chapter 160. The mule caravan. After the Lantern Festival, Su family village began to exhibit a semblance of commercial vitality. Ever since the explosion at the Su family's iron furnace, the Eastern Mountain Chamber of Commerce, which oversees the ironworks, embarked on a further integration process. Chapter 161. The Bandits of Daliang Mountain. Once again, a caravan bearing the tiger flag traverses the foothills, marking the 5th occurrence this month, within the stronghold of the bandits in Daliang Mountain. Chapter 162. The bandits unite. Gratitude to Kayan Xianmu for the generous reward. What do you mean, Pan Dadu? Huang Kezi suddenly rose, glaring fiercely at Pan Dajie. Chapter 163. The ambition of Shi Yunhu. On the road back to the mountain stronghold, Ma Yunjiao, riding on horseback, addressed Shi Yunhu. Great chief, why do you not disclose the entirety of the news regarding the tiger flag to those at Erliang Mountain? Chapter 164. Disheartened and discouraged, my subordinates do not dare, said Ma Yunjiao. The warhorses consume nothing but hay. If this continues, there will be no steeds left for the cavalry to ride. Shi Yunhu, unconvinced, retorted. Chapter 165. Ambush and counter gallop. Gallop, gallop. Two swift steeds raced past a convoy adorned with banners emblazoned with the character for tiger. The riders atop their mounts swiftly maneuvered alongside the caravan. Chapter 166. In peril, a sudden ambush. From behind the hillside, a band of brigands erupted forth. At the forefront, the leading marauder brandished a spear, while a handful of his comrades wielded iron knives, and some even brandished pitchforks. Chapter 167. The defeat of the Tiger Banner after rallying the bandits on the hillside. Shi Yunhu turned to a few archers beside him and said, "You all should also take your positions. Seize any opportunity to shoot down those hiding behind the large cart." Chapter 168. The sudden charge of the cavalry. Shi Yunhu squinted as he observed the fleeing guards bearing the Tiger Banner and inquired, "Second leader Liang, shall we send someone to pursue them?" "There's no need," Liang replied with a dismissive gesture. Chapter 169. The suppression of bandits in Daliang Mountain. Grateful for the timely rescue by Ma Tiao, Wang Miao finally found the moment to express his gratitude to Ma Yunjiao amidst the chaos of the Daliang Mountain, where bandits were either fleeing or meeting their demise. Ma Yunjiao, mounted on his steed. Chapter 170. The new garrison. In the open space outside Su family village, a line of 8 four-wheeled carts stood parked. Accompanying these carts was a contingent of over 300 individuals. 3. Chapter 171. Malice from Huanggan. Within the Lingxiu guardhouse, a man dressed as a personal soldier remarked, "My lord, the news has already spread. It won't be long before that Liu Heng learns." Chapter 172. The bandits of Daliang Mountain. As evening descended, the sky was a shade of twilight, and several swift steeds galloped into the depths of Daliang Mountain. When night fully enveloped the landscape, torches were lit in the various strongholds scattered across the mountain. Chapter 173. The scouts on patrol. As dawn broke, a group of robust young men successively arrived at the entrance of the inn. A line of four-wheeled carts formed a lengthy queue, attracting numerous patrons from within the establishment. Chapter 174. The ambush of the bandits in Daliang Mountain. Before long, a swift steed appeared ahead. Chapter 175. Can the tiger crouching cannon reach the slope? The caravan on the official road abruptly came to a halt. Concealed upon the hillside, Liang Dai furrowed his brow. The sudden cessation of the Tiger Banner convoy left him. Chapter 176. The bandits of Daliangshan retreat to the mountains. Zheng Chao squinted as he gazed at the bandits on the hillside, mentally calculating the situation. After a moment, he nodded, acknowledging that the range of the tiger crouching cannon surpassed that of the firearms, and it would indeed reach the slope without issue. Chapter 178. The siege approaches. Departing from Erliang Mountain, Pandita led over 100 members of the Pan family stronghold towards their abode. Along the journey back, a bandit trailing closely behind Pandita remarked. Chapter 179. Bombardment of Erliang Mountain stronghold. Liang descended from the ramparts and inquired, "Elder brother, do you believe that the individuals bearing the Tiger Banner will truly assault our stronghold? I rather hope they take action." Chapter 180. Breaching the stronghold. The effective range of the Tiger Dung cannon in direct fire is merely a few dozen steps. Yet its range at an elevated angle exceeds 200 steps. The straight-line distance between the corner tower within the stronghold and the Tiger Dung cannon is only. Chapter 181. The death of Shi Yunhu. Shi Yunhu murmured, "It would be prudent to distribute some silver to bolster morale. Only then can we ensure their unwavering commitment." Liang, understanding, replied, "Silver." Chapter 182. The fall of Erliang Mountain. Outside the gates of the stronghold, dozens of bandits lay dead or wounded, their bodies obstructing the entrance. A segment of the firearms squad was dispatched to commence the grim task of clearing the corpses. As for those still clinging to life. Chapter 183. The rescued woman. A battalion of musketeers entered the mountain stronghold, capturing all the bandits of Liangshan. The musketeers commenced the process of eliminating the remaining bandits within the fort. The leader. Chapter 184. Surrender or perish. Perhaps his words were a tad too severe. After Wang Yunqing departed, Ma Yunjiao, standing nearby, whispered to Liu Heng. Liu Heng responded with solemnity. Chapter 185. Encountering soldiers on the return journey. Pandita, startled, took 2 steps back, his gaze fixed upon Liu Heng. "Master Liu," he implored, "there has been no significant enmity between our families. Why not cease hostilities here? I assure you, from this point forward, the Pan family will." Chapter 186. Targeted by the Deputy General. Stand ready, Wang Yunqing shouted from the front. The entire convoy came to a halt as the foremost musketeers began to load their powder and lead, igniting their matchlocks. Chapter 187. Li Huaixin's idea recently. One must exercise caution. Li Huaixin remarked that the Su family lacks connections to the Deputy General of Datong. There must certainly be other individuals behind the scenes. This time, General Ma is involved due to his association with Li. Chapter 188. Huang Yan's campaign against bandits. After the meeting in the council chamber concluded, Li Shuheng and Yang Yuan were retained by Liu Heng. Regarding the investigation into the actions of the Deputy General of Datong concerning our Huziki. Chapter 189. The fierce mother arrives uncertain of where Lord Shoubei had heard the rumors of the frequent bandit troubles in Lingxiu. Wang Tong inquired of Huang Yan. Huang Yan chuckled and replied, "Is it not so? Or perhaps." Chapter 190. Visitors from Zheng family village. Madame Huang, hands on her hips, exclaimed, "Why should we not be granted an audience? My father has spent money." Chapter 191. The hand cannon. The gunsmith shop was situated on the outskirts of the village, adjacent to the artillery range. As a group approached the gunsmith shop, they were greeted by the resounding echoes of gunfire emanating from within. Leading the way was Liu. Chapter 192. Collaborating with the Fan family, Zhao Wu approached Liu Heng and whispered, "Chief, Wang Chifu has arrived. He is currently at Su family village, accompanied by Deputy Director Li. Shall we arrange a meeting?" Chapter 193. The cavalry. Since acquiring over 100 Mongolian horses, the cavalry has finally transitioned from a mere 100 individuals training with just 20 or so steeds, even resorting to using mules as war horses for training purposes. Chapter 194. Acquaintances. Is the Su family village? It appears even more bustling than the county town. A head pokes out from the carriage, surveying the surroundings. Beside them, a person humbly. Chapter 195. Xinping Fortress. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quickly, close the city gates. A commanding officer shouted from atop the walls of Xinping Fortress. Below, the gates stood open, allowing pedestrians to come and go freely. Chapter 196. The Tartars. Li Huaixin gazed at the convoy of large carts, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Zhao Yutu smiled and remarked, "Previously, my lord, you ordered a batch of goose-feathered knives and arrows." Chapter 197. Entering the grassland. Along the streets of Xinping Fortress, numerous onlookers gathered, and the entrances of shops as well as the bases of their walls were crowded with people. Particularly, the shopkeepers within were. Chapter 198. Invitation. As nightfall descended, numerous campfires flickered along the riverbank, with many soldiers gathered around them. The brothers Chenwen and Chenwu donned their breastplates with expressions of exuberance as they. Chapter 199. The bandits. On the following morning, the caravan set forth at the break of dawn, resuming its journey towards Zhangjiago. Chenwu rode alongside the scouts and the cavalry at the forefront, while Chenwen remained with the caravan, accompanying. Chapter 200. A clash with the bandits. Chenwu exclaimed, "This is dire. So many bandits are suddenly charging towards our convoy. They are likely unprepared for such an onslaught." The prey was abandoned. Chapter 201. The bandits retreat. Hurry, hurry. The bandits are approaching. Quickly inform Mr. Zhao and Captain Ma. Chenwu shouted as he neared the convoy. Chapter 202. The night approaches since the departure of the marauding horse bandits. The Tiger Banner caravan has traversed the vast grasslands for 3 consecutive days without encountering any further attacks. This is also related to the caravan's decision to refrain from venturing too deeply into the plains. Chapter 203. The bandits set their sights on the Tiger Flag caravan. The token is the Yinyang token. Before arriving at the grasslands, Liu Heng entrusted half of the Yinyang token to Zhao Yutu, informing him that the bearer of the other half is a covert agent of the Foreign Affairs Bureau. Zhangjiago. A caravan of nearly 100 individuals arrived before the gates of Bianbao City, with the banner of the Fan family prominently displayed on the lead vehicle. "My lord, this is our passage." Chapter 205. The Mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Captain Ma led the cavalry, disguising them as horse bandits to ambush the Fan family's caravan. Zhao Yutu remarked, however, "It is imperative to remember that the chief has commanded us to seize only the goods, minimizing." Chapter 206. The plundering of the Fan family caravan. As dawn broke, the Fan family caravan set forth, taking advantage of the refreshing morning air. After the Dragon Boat Festival, the heat became truly oppressive, and the caravan journeyed across the vast grasslands. Chapter 207. The return. Behind a mound a few miles away from the Fan family's caravan, several figures crouched low, their heads peeking out, gazing into the distance through the gaps in the grass. Chapter 208. The calm before the storm. The Tiger Flag caravan traversed the grasslands, having encountered no marauding horse bandits for 2 consecutive days. However, the frequency of such bandit appearances around the caravan was increasingly alarming, with instances of their presence rising. sometimes even numbering in the dozens. Chapter 209. Stay back, halt. Advance any further and I shall fire. Outside the cavalry camp, a patrol of mounted sentinels stood guard, one of whom brandished a pistol aloft. Chapter 210. The bandits have arrived as dawn broke. The tiger flag caravan set forth on its journey. The sentinel rider, the fifth brother, approached Chen Wu on horseback and remarked, I heard that Chun Wen came to seek you out last night. Chapter 211. Burying a few miles away from the tiger flag brigade. On a sandy knoll, 4 war horses stood still, bearing the 4 notorious bandit leaders upon their backs. Among these 4 individuals. Chapter 212. Defeat follow me to slay the Han dogs. Buren Yada brandished his knife, shouting fervently. Behind him, many of the horse bandits who followed were of Han descent. Chapter 213. Unable to begin two shot and the bandits were over a mile away from the formation of the tiger banner. Although the sounds of the commotion were inaudible from this distance, the actions of the opposing side were vividly observable. Chapter 214. Cavalry combat. Inspecting the handguns. Ma Yunju commanded from atop his steed. Surrounding him, the riders of the tiger banner cavalry swiftly drew their handguns from their waists, preparing them with powder and ammunition. Chapter 215. The retreat of the horse bandits on the hillside. The 2 horse bandit leaders, Tu La and Wu Li Bang, witnessed the defeat of Tu Sha and the Nighthawks. Wu Li Bang, seated upon his steed, cursed vehemently. Chapter 216. The choice of the Fan family. The chief steward of the Fan family hurriedly approached the study, upon seeing Fan. Chapter 217. The farmers by the fields of Zujiazwang. An irrigation ditch is being excavated, its waters flowing ceaselessly. In the distance, along the riverbank, several water wheels tirelessly draw water from the river, channeling it into the irrigation ditch. Chapter 218. Sweet potatoes and Dutch potatoes. Having met with the esteemed leader, Zhang Chao took a few steps forward and paid his respects to Liu Heng, who had arrived at the field. The guards accompanying Liu Heng cleared the surrounding farmers, creating a space. Chapter 219. The chamberlain. Both individuals hailed from the frontier troops of Liaodong and possessed an intimate understanding of the entrenched customs within the Ming border army. Among the frontier forces, it was only the personal attendants and elite guards of the border generals who truly held combat prowess. Chapter 220. The Fan family comes knocking. 3 days later, a convoy bearing the emblem of a tiger set forth from Su's manor, its banner proudly displaying the tiger insignia, as it made its way towards Tiger Head stronghold. Chapter 221. The Fan family agrees to collaborate. Wang Chifu was taken aback that Liu Heng not only refused to acknowledge the agreement, but also retaliated against him. Although he had indeed stated that the business dealings between the Fan family's caravan and the northern barbarians were confined solely to the horse market. Chapter 222. The Han family. Han Guangsan approached the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard. The wooden door before him had lost all its paint, revealing the decayed wood beneath, with several fine cracks allowing faint light to seep through. Chapter 223. The tiger flag at the door. Han Dafu stood inside the room, unable to. Chapter 224. Demanding money. Dear sister, how could you speak to your second brother in such a manner? Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your second brother. The rugged man's expression turned stern. Bah, I would rather not have you as a brother at all. Chapter 225. The Fortune Gambling House in Lingqiu County. There exists a gambling house in both the western and eastern parts of the city. The establishment in the west is named the Jurchens Gambling House, while the one in the east is known as the Likai Gambling House. The patrons of Jurchens Gambling House are predominantly affluent individuals. Chapter 226. Insatiable desires. Enough of this noise. With a yawn, fourth master emerged from the adjacent room, lifting the curtain. Zhang Lifu recoiled slightly, stammering, seventh master. Just ahead lies Han Zhuangzi. He raised his hand to indicate the village before them. At the entrance of Han family village stood a grand locust tree, beneath which sat. Chapter 228. The beast. Zhang Lifu urged, Sister, do part with this silver. Your father-in-law is not devoid of wealth. We are all family here. Can we truly stand by idly as you plunge into the abyss? Chapter 229. From arrogance to subservience. Seeing that Shao Qi remained silent, Zhang Lifu said, Master Qi, you must not believe a word from this old fellow. Han Erfu's compensation is undoubtedly in his hands. Chapter 230. Taking action in the county seat. A sumptuous array of dishes adorned the table, accompanied by 3 vessels of wine. Yu Qichen lifted one of the wine jars from the table, first filling a cup for Zheng Qianhu, and then approached Yang Yuan. Chapter 231. Capturing people at the gambling den at the eastern city gate of Lingqiu. Several guards lounged lazily in the shade of the gate. unbuttoning their tunics and fanning themselves with their hands. The chief officer sat on a bench. Chapter 232. The judicial clerk. All of you, go to Zhang Laifu's side and huddle together, Zhao Wu commanded with a wave of his hand towards Shaoqi and the others. Shaoqi, cradling his head, made his way towards Zhang Laifu. Chapter 233. Murder on the streets. Who gave you the authority to arrest? Are you utterly lawless, with no regard for justice? In the gambling den, a middle-aged man of modest stature strode in with an imposing presence. Chapter 234. The flustered Yang Guangyu. As Yang Guangyu stepped outside the crowd, he suddenly caught sight of the watchful Constable Shi and several duty officers standing nearby. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Constable Shi, Constable Shi." Chapter 235. The leverage of the tiger flag. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that I am an official of the magistrate's office. Should you dare to act recklessly, it would be tantamount to the murder of an official, equivalent to rebellion. At that time, your tiger flag. Chapter 236. Corruption. The tiger flag has amassed nearly 1,000 soldiers, which provides us with leverage. Steward Shi remarked, regrettably, that County Magistrate Guo and a few gentry within the city are in collusion with the tiger flag, rendering our situation quite precarious. Chapter 237. Father, I wish to join the tiger banner as a soldier in the Han family of Zhuangzi. A pall of gloom enveloped the household. 20 taels of silver represented a substantial sum for them, a lifetime of savings. Chapter 238. Li Shuheng's opposition as twilight descends. The Su family village has already lit its lamps. Liu Heng sits behind the desk, perusing the account books from the previous month. The head of the family, Zhao. Chapter 239. Persuasion. Liu Heng observed that Li Shuheng was receptive to his words. And thus he stated, only when our strength is sufficiently formidable will the Datong prefecture and the court regard us with caution, refraining from hastily resorting to arms. However, to achieve transformation. Chapter 240. The flintlock rifle. Outside Zhejiayu, Liu Heng, accompanied by Li Shuheng and others, arrived at the armory from Zhujiazwang. Owner, this is the newly improved self-igniting firearm from the armory. Chapter 241. The banquet. Now that we have the breech-loading rifle, it would be splendid to have cavalry breech-loading guns as well. Su Shiwewu remarked to Zhao Wu, who stood beside him. Having served in the cavalry, he had recently been reassigned. Chapter 242. The Guardian and Oppos. S-Man Master Jia furrowed his brow, pressing his index finger upon the table, and remarked, I have indeed heard of the affairs concerning the Kaifeng gambling house. Now that the perpetrators have been apprehended, could it be that these criminals are connected to? Chapter 243. Promised benefits. As Master Jiao paused at the entrance of the elegant chamber, Yang Guangyu smiled knowingly, recognizing that he had struck a chord with him. He remarked, although there are numerous matters within the yamen, there is no need for haste regarding this. Chapter 244. Rejection. After finishing their drinks, the three individuals exited the tavern and parted ways. The head of the household, inebriated, staggered down the streets of the western city, swaying unsteadily as he made his way alone. Chapter 245. Li Zhuang, within and beyond the dwelling. Chapter 246. Reporting to the governor's office, two individuals traversed the streets of the village, advancing eastward. As they neared the outskirts, they beheld a structure ahead, adorned with azure bricks and emerald tiles. It was likely. Chapter 247. A day to contemplate. Zhang Dahua gazed at Su Laifeng, hesitating for a moment before speaking. It seems that Steward Su is indeed determined to align himself with the tiger banner to the very end. However, I can inform Steward Su that the tiger. Chapter 248. Journey to Tianjin. Outside of Lizhuang, Zhang Dahua and Su Shenxing boarded the horse-drawn carriage. The driver cracked the whip, urging the beasts of burden onward as they traversed the earthen path towards Lingqiu City. Seated within the carriage. Chapter 249. Wang Qifu arrives at Zhujiazwang. Upon returning to Zhujiazwang, Wang Qifu had long awaited in the side hall. As soon as they met, Liu Heng was the first to speak, saying, Manager Wang, your visit to our Zhujiazwang this time is indeed. Chapter 250. The letter-bearer innkeeper. Prepare 2 guest rooms, 1 deluxe and 1 standard. The servant accompanying Wang Qifu approached the inn's counter, placing a silver ingot upon it. Chapter 251. Winning over the Fan family. Upon hearing Zhang Dahua's words, Wang Qifu felt a surge of interest. He picked up a teacup, filled it with tea from the kettle, and handed it to Zhang Dahua. Zhang Dahua. Chapter 252. Fan Yongdo's choice. Chapter 253. Zhang Sanchai's method. A few days later, the caravan of the Huziki Mule and Horse Company arrived in Zhangjiago. The Fan family had long since prepared the goods from the grasslands, awaiting the arrival of the Huziki Mule and Horse Company. Chapter 254. The arrival of Li Huaixin's personal guards during the day, the caravan traversed the vast grasslands, while Zhang Sanchak, under the auspices of the tiger flag, showcased a variety of culinary delights. Today, they savored hearty meat broth, and tomorrow, they would indulge in meat-filled buns, ensuring that each day was replete with ample provisions of meat. Chapter 255. Journey to Xinpingshan. Li Shuheng resided in a separate courtyard at Zujiazwang, not far from the courtyard of Liu Heng and Apos, as side hall. He soon arrived at the side hall. Brother Shuheng, take a look at this. Chapter 256. The Great Harmony Prefecture. A personal guard from the Deputy General's residence approached the rear courtyard to report, "My lord, the food and wine have been prepared and are ready to be served." Li Huaixin turned to Liu Heng, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 257. Questioning the accused within the general's chamber, a personal guard hastily approached the study and announced, "My lord, the Eastern Route's Deputy General, Lord Li, requests an audience." Li Huaixin, seated in the esteemed position. Chapter 258. The general relents. Wang Qingyuan took a few steps forward, gazing down upon Liu Heng, who was kneeling on the ground. He remarked, "It is futile for you to deny it. You are most aware of the truth behind those events." Chapter 259. The elevation of the board. Upon meeting the gaze of the general, Li Huaixin steeled himself and declared, "1, 2. There are certainly 100. He had intended to state 1,000, but he. Chapter 260. Mongolian cavalry. The Tiger Banner battle squad relied on their large carts, skillfully forming a battle array that sheltered the chaotic servants of the Fan family, who were running about like headless flies, directly in the center of their ranks. The artillery crew. Chapter 261. The discontent of the great Khan Zhang Sancha disregarded Wang Qifu and instead addressed Pan Yi, saying, "Let us wait a moment longer. It appears that these northern invaders have no intention of striking, seemingly attempting to intimidate us." Chapter 262. The City of Naturalization. The City of Naturalization, also known as Bansheng City, was constructed under the auspices of Khan Ondai. Subsequently, it was occupied by Buta Shirley and Han Bijie, and ultimately inherited by the son of the two, Su Nong Taiji. Chapter 263. Zhang Sancha falls victim to deception. Zhang Sancha had learned from the assistant of the Fan family that the imposing figure before him, Walunqiao, was the most trusted general of Su Nong Taiji, commanding the elite cavalry of Su Nong Taiji's personal guard. Chapter 264. Encounter with Zama. Upon returning to the tent adorned with the tiger flag, Zhang Sancha sat upon the mat, his countenance marred by fury as he struck the ground with his fist in a heavy blow. What could have transpired? Such ire. Chapter 265. The tents of Qingsheng. As dawn broke on the second day, Zhenmu, accompanied by a multitude of armored cavalry, galloped swiftly towards Qingsheng. Tan Zaiwang rode his steed, blending seamlessly amongst the Mongolian cavalry. Chapter 266. The Great Khan of Tumot. Chapter 267. The Tai Chi wishes to see you. Who permitted your entry? All of you leave at once. The expression of Tai Chi Kin Kantada darkened as he reprimanded the heavily armed guards who had barged in. Inside the tent. Chapter 268. The request of King Canada Taiji. Upon entering the yurt, Tan Zaiwang surveyed the interior decor. It must be said that the yurt before him was vastly inferior to the Khan's tent in Qingsheng, whether in terms of structure or elegance. Chapter 269. Raising fat sheep. After indulging in roasted yellow sheep, Tan Zaiwang was escorted to another yurt for rest. In the yurt of Kankan Tata Taiji, a platter of yellow sheep meat was served on a low table. Chapter 270. The Crisis of the Tiger Flag. The fifth brother arrived at the entrance of the tent and addressed Zhang Sanchak, who was indulging in a meal inside. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Sanchak sprang up. Chapter 271. The Doomsday of the Tiger Flag. My lord, General Zhang has arrived and is currently waiting at the front courtyard. A subordinate rushed in from outside the study to report. Beside him, the officials of the governor's office. Chapter 272. The governor's inquiry. Bang, bang, bang. The drum of grievance echoed outside the governor and Apos' office. Court is in session. A voice resounded from within the grand hall. Liu, the governor. Chapter 273. The Hall of Distinction. Indeed, humble citizens possess witnesses who can affirm that Liu Heng, the master of the Tiger Flag, is the notorious leader of the bandits from Tiger Head Village. Su Shunxing seemed to have grasped a lifeline and shouted fervently. Chapter 274. The Emperor's Demise. My lord, the words of this individual are utterly nonsensical and entirely untrustworthy. He is akin to that Su Shunxing, both harboring ulterior motives to slander Liu Heng, the master of the Tiger Banner. Chapter 275. The Provincial Governor's Aide. Duan Yuan, I have served as the provincial governor for 2 terms. It is time for me to relinquish my position, Governor Liu remarked. With the ascension of the new emperor, there will undoubtedly be changes among the governors and officials across the regions. I have been stationed in Datong. Chapter 276. Seeking recourse with the inspector. Chapter 277. Butler Shi is captured. As the words faded. Chapter 278. Tiger Head Village. Inside the carriage, a foul stench lingered in the air. Steward Shi was aware that this unpleasant odor was a result of the 4 of them relieving themselves within the confines of the vehicle, and naturally, the scent was far from pleasant. Chapter 279. The choice of Fat Su. Several directors of the Dongshan Chamber of Commerce cast unfriendly glances at the kneeling manager Xing Lu. Chapter 280. You shall perish. The captives, including Butler Shi and others, were all kneeling on the ground, with those like Su Shunqing, who bore injuries, kneeling. Chapter 281. The murder of Steward Shi, the esteemed Shifu of Zheng family village. Liu Heng scrutinized the figure of Steward Shi before him. In the past, during the fierce competition for the position of the chief of the rear camp against Zheng Daqiu, he had meticulously trained. Chapter 282. The official document for the inspector. With a loud crash, the porcelain vase on the table shattered upon hitting the floor, scattering fragments of china everywhere. Liu Heng possesses an audacity so great that he dares to take the life of even my own men. Chapter 283. The plans of the inspector. A swift horse galloped out from Lingqiu City and arrived at Guangling Post Station as darkness fell. The following day, it reached the inspector's yamen in Yangwai. The national mourning profoundly affected the populace. Chapter 284. Hirado. Is this Hirado? Zhang Tai stood at the bow of the ship, curiously surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a vast harbor, filled with numerous vessels. Chapter 285. The captain Qianzi brought in hot tea, kneeling upon the mat. She placed the tray beside the table, carefully presenting the teapot and cups one by one, setting a cup before each person. Chapter 286. Li Guizhu. Beneath the veil of night, the harbor radiated with brilliance, as numerous large vessels gleamed with luminous lights. Small boats, darting through the port, bore lanterns that illuminated their paths. Aboard these modest crafts, the atmosphere was lively. Li Guizhu, accompanied by the guards of the Li family, arrived at the dock. Chapter 288. Another matter. As dusk descended, a banquet was laid out in the attic of the Li family residence. In addition to the invited guests Zheng Tai, Zheng Chao, and Zhang Yun, there were also 2 individuals accompanying Li. Chapter 289. Meeting Li Dan, Zheng Tai turned his head and said to Zheng Chao beside him, "You should also raise a glass to the young master." Li Guizhu's gaze involuntarily fell upon Zheng Chao. Chapter 290. Collaboration. After the banquet, Zhang Yun was retained. Li Dan sat upon a plush cushion, holding a steaming cup of tea in his hand, and spoke gently, the character for Tiger. Chapter 291. The cheerful Wang Qifu on the vast grasslands outside the city of Huiza. A convoy of over 100 vehicles gradually makes its way towards the Little Black River. Captain Zhang, perhaps we should consider whether to remain. Chapter 292. Wolin Kwa commands the bandits to ambush the Tiger Flag convoy in Banshing City. Wolin Kwa sat within his grand tent. Chapter 293. Sorghum wine on the vast grasslands. Lao Wu and Zhang Sanchao had just departed from the Dahe River, while Liu Heng, accompanied by Zhao Yutu, ascended the rear mountain of Atuzhai. At the back of Atuzhai, there stood a. Chapter 294. The visit of Tian Shenlan. Liu Heng and Zhao Yutu stood conversing at the entrance of the distillery's courtyard when someone hurriedly emerged from within. Before the individual could approach, they were intercepted by the guards stationed at the entrance. Chapter 295. Discussing cooperation. Liu Heng held the teacup delicately in one hand, while using the lid to stir the tea within with the other. He remarked, "Mr. Tian, please do not take offense at my directness. During this visit, Mr. Tian has come to sue." Chapter 296. The bandits lurking in the thicket. As soon as Tian Shenlan departed, Liu Heng and Li Shuheng settled into a secluded chamber. Their cups of tea were replenished, steam gently rising from the vessels. Chapter 297. The Misfortunate Night Hawk. Chapter 298. Return to Lingqiu. Captain, the bandits have voluntarily retreated. Should we pursue them? Outside the forest, a rider from the Huziki cavalry cast a glance at the side, addressing the 5th brother. Chapter 299. News from the Prairie. Chapter 300. Tian Shenlan's astonishment, with a smile. Tian Shenlan remarked, "Not long ago, Master Liu's mule and horse business escorted the Fan family's caravan to the grasslands. I wonder if it would be possible for me to escort the Tian family's caravan to the grasslands as well." Chapter 301. Tian Shenlan's hesitation. Tian Shenlan remained silent. Chapter 302, Zheng Yiguan Zhao respectfully stated, he has been seen off. I personally witnessed him embark on the carriage, departing from Su. Chapter 303, a glimmer of hope departing from the port, the thoroughfare became increasingly bustling with pedestrians. Among them were red-haired foreigners and Han merchants accompanied by their guards traversing the streets. The atmosphere on the streets was even more vibrant than that at the port. Chapter 304, the cannon maker Shimon, you are indeed here. The speaker was a man of Frankish descent with a prominent nose. Come, Louis, join me for a drink. Using the beverages of the Ming people. Chapter 305, Tang Ruohuang. Before Louis could speak, Simon eagerly interjected, Nicola. You must not forget about your friend in such a fortunate circumstance. Zheng Yiguan hesitated. Chapter 306, the artillery factory's visitor, my Lord Vitorino. There is a man named Nicola outside the artillery factory who wishes to meet you. The Frankish gentleman, currently engaged in a struggle with the meat on his plate using knife and fork, lifted his gaze. Chapter 307, encountering the priest on the return journey. Young master, Manager Zheng, this is Louis, the foundry master at the cannon factory. And this is Simon, the artilleryman who possesses some knowledge about casting cannons, Zheng Yiguan introduced. Chapter 308, the Tian family's invitation to dinner. Did I not instruct you to greet General Wolenqua? Why then have you entangled the individuals of the Huzi banner with a prominent Taiji? Fan Yongdo and Appos. S expression was one of deep displeasure. Chapter 309, departures. Masters Wang, Liang, and Huang, as well as Master Qin, were all gathered in the side hall. Allow me to escort the three esteemed masters over. Steward Tian extended a warm welcome. Chapter 310, the cavalry musket master. This is the newly developed cavalry musket from our armory. Huang Zheng cradled a musket in his hands and presented it to Liu Heng. Upon receiving the musket. Chapter 311, insufficient hydraulics. Rest assured, my lord. I shall expedite the creation of suitable bayonets for the muskets, Huang Zheng assured. Liu Heng pondered for a moment and replied, you may. Chapter 312, Li Shuheng resigns from the position of deputy director. The water wheel turned rhythmically, channeling the river's water into the ditch before it, creating a cascade of splashing waves. From this point, a river mouth could be carved out, extending towards the tiger. Chapter 313, the emperor has passed away again. Report. As the swift steed approached the riverbank, it came to a halt. The rider dismounted and hurried over. The newcomer was a messenger bearing the insignia of the tiger flag. Dispatched by the cavalry. Chapter 314, siege outside the fortress. My lord, a grave situation has arisen. News just arrived from the capital. The new emperor has passed away. Qin Muliang rushed into the study, his face a mask of panic. Liu Bingyuan was at the table. Chapter 315, another cavalry troop on the battlement. A soldier's expression shifted dramatically as he dropped his spear and hurried down towards the castle's parapet. My lord, something has occurred. My lord, something has happened. Chapter 316, a fruitless return in the direction of Xinping Fort. A cavalry troop approached. Zhang Hong whispered to Li Shuheng. Li Shuheng glanced towards Xinping Fort from behind the large cart. And Chapter 317, the ship returns to Tianjin. Wei Li Huaixin dismounted from his horse and approached Li. Chapter 318, remain in Tianjin, Wei young master. I toast to you. Yang Yuan raised his wine glass. Li Guozhu similarly lifted his glass. The two clinked their cups together and each took a sip. Chapter 319, bureau level. Zheng Tai placed his teacup down, picked up the letter, and after opening it, cast a glance inside. Chapter 320, betrayal regarding the tiger banner. Most individuals present were aware of its significance. Even those unfamiliar had heard whispers, recognizing it as a prominent and formidable commercial entity in Datong. Liangjia. Chapter 321, Fanji Merchants Association. At this moment, many gazes directed towards Tian Shanlan were filled with hostility. Present were merchants from Xuanfu, while the tiger flag represented a business from Datong. Chapter 322, a union of several houses. As the banquet at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion drew to a close, the majority of the merchants from Xuandu departed in their individual directions. However, several of the more influential merchants remained behind. The remnants of the feast were cleared away. Chapter 323, frustration. Look, the one ahead is Qingcheng, Tanzai Wang exclaimed, riding on horseback and gesturing with one hand towards the distant city. The tiger flag convoy emerged from Xinping's fortress. Chapter 324, opposition from the Mongolian Taiji. 8 four-wheeled carts entered Qiqing, drawing the curious gaze of many onlookers, both Mongolian and Han. This was the first time such four-wheeled vehicles had appeared in Qiqing. Chapter 325, Timulan, the tea enthusiast in Qiqing. Aside from the vast felt tents, the lamasery stands out as the most resplendent. Almost every tribe in Mongolia, regardless of its size, adheres to the teachings of Lamaism, with many following the Yellow Sect. Chapter 326. The 5 Routes of Bado. Li Shuheng's eyes sparkled with realization. It became abundantly clear to him that Timulan Taiji's willingness to assist them was not merely due to his promise of delivering tea leaves. Taiji had already. Chapter 327. The Zhao family of Banshing City. Taiji Li Shuheng remarked that his visit this time was to seek the approval of Taiji for the establishment of a shop by the Tiger Banner in the Wulit tribe. However, Chapter 328. I am Mongolian. The Tiger Banner. Old Master Zhao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you the ones who wish to conduct trade on the grasslands under the Tiger Banner?" "Indeed, it is us." Chapter 329. Interception. Deputy Director. It appears that several businesses in Banshing City are reluctant to collaborate with our Tiger flag. Upon exiting Banshing City, Tan Zaiwang rode on horseback alongside Li Shu. Chapter 330. Crisis at the Zhang family mansion in Banshing City. "Ah, I anticipated that you two would grace my residence with your presence," remarked Zhang Guangquan, the head of the Zhang family, as he addressed the representatives of the Wang and Huang families. Chapter 331. This matter is not over outside Banshing City. Li Shuheng and others found themselves encircled by Buluan Kwa and his men. Before them lay a small mound, and traversing the 2 hills ahead, they navigated around the earth. Chapter 332. The Yang family. Do not rush. Let us first partake in our meal. Jurchens, come and eat. Jiao. Cease your play and wash your hands before joining us. The woman gracefully carried a porcelain. Chapter 333. A visit. Who is it? Why are you coming at such an hour? The woman set down the bowl of porridge she had just picked up and muttered a complaint. Mother. I will go open the door, Yang Jurchen eagerly offered. Chapter 334. Declining the invitation. Young man, would you care to accompany me to Datong? Individuals like Yang Jiaqing, who were raised in Mongolia, typically possess commendable equestrian skills, and the Yang family has. Chapter 335. Returning to the capital. Master Yang, have you reached a decision? Li Shuheng inquired, setting down his teacup while directing his gaze at Yang Jing, who sat opposite him. Yang Jing remained silent, lost in contemplation. Chapter 336. The Great Bandit. Chapter 337. Undercurrents rising to muster over 1,000 taels of silver solely to contend with a single prominent merchant house of Datong. There are but a few merchants from Xianzhou capable of such extravagant expenditures. In time, as. Chapter 338. Fan Yongqing's visit. Do you have a solution? Chen Muliang inquired, gazing at Tian Muliang. With a smile, Tian Muliang replied, "This matter is not difficult, but it will offend 2 individuals." Chapter 339. Li Guizhou arrives at Zhujiazwang. My lord, this matter may be beyond my authority to decide. I kindly request you to deliberate further. Fan Yongqing respectfully declined Liu Bingyuan's proposal regarding the division of the Tiger Banner's assets. Chapter 340. Wei Zhongxian, are you certain you did not misread? Chapter 341. Ambush. Zama, with a look of urgency, arrived outside the Khan's tent, seeking an audience with the Great Khan. Chapter 342. Cannon fodder. The convoy bearing the emblem of the tiger departed from Qiqing, gradually making its way towards Xinping Fortress. The carts were laden with goods acquired from the herdsmen, yet this time, the most significant. Chapter 343. A vicious blow to the bandits' brothers. Charge with me. Slaughter these scoundrels. Seize what is ours. The burly bandit leader bellowed, leading the charge on horseback. Following. Chapter 344. Strategic retreat. The bearded bandit had engaged in several encounters with the musketeers of the Ming army. From a distance of over 100 paces, the musketeers discharged their firearms, yet the lead bullets they fired seemed to vanish into the ether. Chapter 345. The Great Harmony of the Imperial Prelude. Your Majesty, it is quite late. Perhaps it would be wise to retire early. We would not want you to exhaust your health. Wei Zhongxian entered, holding a wooden tray, approaching a youthful figure. Chapter 346. Investigating the banditry of Datong. Who authored this memorial? Inquired Zhu Youjiao. The young eunuch replied, this memorial was submitted by the minister Wang Cheng of the censorate. Chapter 347. Wei Zhongxian returns the Eastern Pearl. As soon as Wei Zhongxian exited the palace, he did not immediately proceed to the residence of Luo Sigong. Instead, he instructed the bearers of his sedan chair to take a different route, arriving at the entrance of a shop. This. Chapter 348. Conveying the Imperial Edict. Chapter 349. Evangelism. Luo Sigong remarked, the governor of Datong and Fang Tsongzha both achieved the status of Jinshi in the same examination. and it was Fang Songjia who recommended him during his tenure as the chief counselor. Chapter 350. The Yuan Island since the Nanjing incident. More than 2 years have elapsed, during which the Ming Dynasty has steadfastly prohibited missionaries from spreading their faith. The churches that were once constructed have been dismantled, and the burial sites of certain missionaries have also suffered desecration. Chapter 351. Checks and balances since the day Liu Heng decided to venture southward by sea. He had already designated Dayuan Island as a retreat for the Tiger Flag. Should there come a day when the stronghold of the Tiger Flag in the north is completely obliterated. Chapter 352. Mr. Wang Wenin in Xuanfu. Fan Yongcheng of the Fan family, a prominent merchant from Shaanxi, has come to pay a visit, standing outside the residence. A servant entered the study, respectfully addressing the middle-aged gentleman seated in the principal position. Chapter 353. The Imperial Guard arrives in Lingqiu, my lord. Our journey to Datong is quite a lucrative assignment. There is no need for such caution, spoke a member of the Imperial Guard. Clad in the distinctive flying fish attire and bearing an embroidered spring knife at his waist. Chapter 354. The Great Bandit. What in the world? Just how much silver does that tiger flag hold? The gaunt-faced Imperial Guard swallowed hard, gazing at the procession of four-wheeled carriages passing before him. Chapter 355. The sound of cannons. Numerous travelers tread the path leading to Zhejiu, predominantly those fleeing famine towards Lingqiu, seeking work in Zhejiu. However, in comparison to before, their numbers have dwindled significantly. Chapter 356. The first encounter of the Jinyui with Liu Heng. Liu Heng gently tapped the still-warm cannon barrel, remarking, "This is a bronze cannon. Is it possible to cast it into an iron cannon, with the exterior made of iron and the interior consisting of a bronze tube?" Chapter 357. Suspicion. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. It appears that this young man holds a significant position within the ranks of the Tiger Banner. The guards accompanying him seem more formidable than the cavalry we have encountered before and outside the door. Chapter 358. The return of the Jinyui to the capital since this matter has received the consent of the Kaghan of the Tumd. Do you believe I possess the ability to obstruct it? Chapter 359. The assassination of officials. Chapter 360. The discontent of Zhu Youjiao. Has there been no news from the Jinyui regarding Datong? Zhu Youjiao sat behind a royal desk in the Qianqing Palace, holding a covered bowl in his hands, his gaze directed towards. Chapter 361. The Imperial Guards arrive at Hejin Prefecture. The servant walked ahead, leading the way, while the young eunuch followed behind with his hands clasped behind his back. "Master, they have arrived," the servant called out from outside the door. "No." Chapter 362. The execution of the Jinyui. The leading captain of the Jinyui, upon hearing the sound of galloping hooves, changed his expression dramatically. Grasping the weapon at his side, he rose to his feet, urging his comrades, "Everyone, rise. Do not remain seated. Arm yourselves." Chapter 363. Ransom. The news of the assassination of the Jinyui swiftly reached Yang Yuan's ears, accompanied by the waste tokens of the slain Jinyui, which were sent over by the bandits. Chapter 364. The delivery of silver. Chapter 365. Poisoning brother, 500 taels. "Just right," remarked the second-in-command, as he scrutinized the silver before the burly man with a bushy beard seated at the head of the table. The bearded man chuckled in response. "Bring forth the silver. Captain, quickly look. Yang and his men have signaled." In the distance, the sound of a signaling arrow pierced the air, as a soldier bearing the tiger flag pointed towards the bandit stronghold. Chapter 367. Vigilance. As both sides remained in a stalemate, a group of individuals approached from the direction of the village. The leader, before even drawing near, let out a hearty laugh and called out, "My lord." Chapter 368. Late night visit. "Do not touch those individuals," Yansiki said, frowning and shaking his head. It was not that he was unwilling to act against the people of the Tiger Banner, but rather that he was unable to do so. Dazhuan Island belonged to Li. Chapter 369. The search for the missing Imperial Guard during the daylight hours. Zhang Tai, along with Li Xiao, the leader of the Internal Affairs Bureau, and several soldiers from the Tiger Banner, arrived at a location in Benbei Port. Yin Siki was absent. Chapter 370. The conspiracy of Fan Yongdo. President Fan. Something terrible has happened. Huang Yun burst into the Fan Ji Chamber of Commerce, his face etched with urgency. Behind him trailed several other members of the Fan Ji Chamber. Chapter 371. The conspiracy against the Tiger Banner. Close the door, and you shall remain outside, preventing anyone from approaching, Fan Yongdo instructed, gesturing towards Butler Fan beside him. Butler Fan stepped outside the door with both hands. Chapter 372. Butler Fan goes to the prairie. Only Fan Yongdo remained in the room when Butler Fan entered from outside. Has everyone left? Fan Yongdo inquired. They have all departed. Chapter 373. The upright tiger banner following Su Xiuwu, Tian Shenlan was engulfed in a medley of emotions. Upon his first visit to Zhujiazhuang to meet Liu Heng, he had approached the encounter with a sense of superiority, considering there. Chapter 374. News from Tianjin. Chen Liyun found himself somewhat perplexed regarding Liu Heng's awareness of the Jinyui's arrival in Datong. If he was indeed aware, then Liu Heng appeared to be remarkably composed. Chapter 375. The fear within Zhao Yutu. After reading the letter, Liu Heng set it aside and remarked, "You should take a look as well. It states that our first sea vessel in Tianjin Wei has been constructed and is now undergoing trials." Chapter 376. The news of the deaths of the Imperial Guard reached the capital. Father has received word. The secret agents from Hejian Prefecture have reported the disappearance of several missing constables. At the North Town Pacification Office, the place where the commander conducts his affairs, Luo. Chapter 377. The attendant Yan Weishin Ben port is a deep-water harbor where large vessels can easily access the docks, allowing ships at sea to directly berth without the need for smaller boats to transport passengers ashore. Yan's attendant Yu. Chapter 378. The headquarters. As we approach the village, verdant vegetable fields flank both sides of the road, with the thriving greens flourishing splendidly, indicating that the harvest would soon be upon us. Chapter 379. The shop on the prairie is robbed. The snowfall on the prairie arrives earlier than in the northern regions of the Ming Dynasty, and this year, the snow has come even sooner. It is still only October, yet the snow has begun to fall. Chapter 380. After the snow in the enchanting city of Qiqing, a thick blanket of pristine snow has settled, transforming the landscape into a winter wonderland. The air is crisp, filled with the biting chill of the wind, while slender icicles dangle from the eaves, glistening with a translucent brilliance. Chapter 381. Expelling the tiger banner from the prairie. Our tiger banner has established a shop on the prairie, with the consent of the great Khan and esteemed chieftains. Yet now, the Suanong chieftain turns a blind eye as his soldiers plunder our establishment. Chapter 382. An incident occurred within the tent. Alongside the Taichi of the great Khan and those of the Sunong lineage, there were also the Taichi from the Moor clan present. From beginning to end, the Moor. Chapter 383. Threat. Observing the expressions of the two, it is evident that I, Huang, am not welcomed. Huang Yunfa took a couple of steps forward, then turned slightly and seated himself in the chair near the door. Chapter 384. Warning to Tian Shenlan. Upon exiting the fortune building, Tian Shenlan approached a carriage waiting outside. Just as he was about to board, he noticed that the originally. Chapter 385. The commencement of conflict. Jia Lu remarked, "The Fanji Guild is employing financial means to suppress us. Should we not also adopt a similar strategy to counter the Fanji Guild? We, too, could sell our goods." Chapter 386. Artillery Instructor President Fan. I have already met with Tian Shenlan and Chen Liyun, and I have conveyed the message to them. Huang. Chapter 387. The task of cleaning the cannon. Shimong furrowed his brow and called out. The gunner, trembling with trepidation, approached the mouth of the cannon, wielding a brush to cleanse the interior of the barrel. Chapter 388. Journey through the prairie. It has begun to snow. Counting the days. The deputy director and his team should have arrived in Qiqing by now. Chapter 389. Wu Jingyan's visit. The Mongolian men remained silent, showing no intention of surrendering their weapons. Wu Jingyan hastily declared, I can meet with the deputy director alone. They. Chapter 390. From the herdsman, the subordinate accompanied the deputy director to Qingqing. Shaowen spoke up. Li Shuheng pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, Very well, you may bring a few cavalrymen. Chapter 391. Rejection. Upon entering the shop, Li Shuheng and his companions were escorted to the courtyard. The shop assistants prepared a brazier filled with charcoal in the room and served them hot tea. After all these arrangements were made. Chapter 392. Which one do you prefer? Wu Jingyan approached the table and took a seat. The dishes were quite simple. Each individual had a large teacup filled with meat broth, in which bread was soaked. On the table, small bowls were filled with. Chapter 393. The ambition of King Canada. The subordinate spoke nothing but the truth. The Mongolian warrior declared that kumis is the beverage of our Mongolian people. Chapter 394. Steward Fan requests troops. Steward Fan clasped his hands before the Mongolian armored soldiers and said, I humbly request this esteemed Mongolian general to convey my desire to meet with Su Nong Taiji. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in relaying this message. Chapter 395. Report from the comrades Sunan, basking in the flattery of the opulent surroundings, wore a subtle smile that danced at the corners of her lips. She remarked, "That old fellow from Wulu has truly." Chapter 396. Ambush Steward Fan, you must devise a plan. If this continues, the more we sell, the greater our losses will be, Liang Yu expressed with concern. Wang Shuowu remarked. Chapter 397. You are not Bandit Steward. It is exceedingly cold today. My feet have nearly frozen. It would be prudent to find a place to warm ourselves and allow everyone a moment to rest. Among the caravan, a companion walking alongside the cart. Chapter 398. The death of Fan Yu, the cavalry of the Huziki Brigade, became synonymous with the gleaming firearms, sabers, black breastplates, and iron helmets they donned, a unique emblem not only in the vast expanse of the Ming Dynasty, but also across the Mongolian steppes. Fan. Chapter 399. The military academy, a dozen heavily laden carts advanced at a leisurely pace. By the time Chunwu caught up from behind, the convoy had barely traveled over 2 miles. Chapter 400. Persuading Namuer, Li Shuheng respectfully greeted Namuer, who was seated inside the yurt. "Ah, Manager Li, please take a seat. I have heard of your arrival." Chapter 401. The Rise of Banqing City. Steward Fan sat before the charcoal brazier, his hands warming over the flames. Liang Yu and Wang Shuowu were also present in the room, sitting closely side by side. Chapter 402. Each with their own thoughts, can one truly earn 500,000 taels? Liang Jiabin's Adam's apple convulsed slightly as his tongue brushed against his lips. An annual income of 500,000 taels of silver. Chapter 403. Exiting the Chamber of Commerce, Liang Jiabin furrowed his brow as he gazed at Huang Yunfa. Wang Dayu, more forthright, interjected, "Master Huang, you must consider this carefully. The funds required for this matter are not insignificant." Chapter 404. Li Shuheng's rejection. This must be the 4th convoy of goods sent by the bandits under the Tiger banner. Several young men, dressed as Han people, unloaded the cargo from the cart and moved it behind. Chapter 405. Fan Yongdu goes to the prairie. This is inconceivable, Li Shuheng remarked. By taking such actions, the Khan is essentially intervening in the conflict between us and the Fan Family Commerce Association. Zamu's expression revealed discomfort. Chapter 406. The controversy of the sweat tent and the Chicheng sweat tent. Chapter 407. Summoning troops. Butler Fan, with a discontented expression, cast a glance towards the door. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, and he hastily rose to his feet, taking a few quick steps forward, respectfully uttering, "Master, how come you?" Chapter 408. News of trusting the governor. The commoner Zhao Yutu knelt and paid his respects to the esteemed governor and the general. Although he had received some education and could be considered a scholar, ultimately. Chapter 409. The sudden appearance of the Mongolian cavalry. It is indeed a frigid day. One cannot ascertain how much longer we must journey. The speaker is a fellow companion, huddled with his neck drawn in, his hands tucked within the confines of his sleeves. Chapter 410. Defeat. The Mongolian cavalry began to deliberately slow their pace when they were still over 2 miles away from Lao Wu and the others. They are indeed coming straight for us. Beside Lao Wu, A. Chapter 411. The conspiracy against the Tiger Flag warehouse. Fan Yongdo, residing in Banqing City, received the news of the cavalry's defeat sent by the Sunong faction. This arrogant fool, Sunong, had long boasted to him about the tiger. Chapter 412. Shun Xuanping's rebellion. All the high-ranking members of the Tiger Flag who remained in Lingqiu convened at the Su family village for a discussion. Chapter 413. Conclusion of the discussion. Most of those present had never contemplated the notion of rebellion. Huang Zhong, once a blacksmith in Zhao family valley, now serves as the director of the Armaments Bureau under the Tiger Flag. Chapter 414. The delayed news. Zhao Yutu contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Our Tiger Banner Warrior Brigade possesses formidable strength. The ordinary Ming soldiers are utterly no match for us. Only the personal guards of those martial generals." Chapter 415. Unforeseen events. Such an important document has taken so long to arrive at Lingqiu. Yang Yuan sincerely hopes that the delay was caused by circumstances along the journey. If it was indeed held up en route, the matter. Chapter 416. The arrival of Su Tong. Crackling. 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 Buddy, go take a look outside and see what is going on. They've started setting off firecrackers early in the morning. Is it someone's shop? Chapter 417. Offering respect. As the year draws to a close, the usually tranquil country lanes, seldom frequented by pedestrians, are now bustling with people. The marketplaces in various towns are filled with vendors peddling their wares, such as New Year paintings, couplets, and firecrackers. Chapter 418. The staff member Zhang Wen. Yes, my lord, I shall make the arrangements at once, the servant replied. Su Tong added, the Su family does not harbor idlers. Those who are here must engage in their duties and do not require sustenance. Chapter 419. The Unreceived Generosity. Chapter 420. The accuser Zhang Wenhe inquired, My lord, what justification should we provide for Guo Binchang to apprehend individuals? Is not Liu Heng the very bandit leader? What further rationale do we require? Chapter 421. The Dilemma of Guo Binchang. Lord Guo, Zhang Wenhe arrived at the gate of the governor's office and offered a respectful salute to a 7th-rank county magistrate, clad in a blue robe and wearing a black cap, who was waiting outside. Chapter 422. The Crisis on the Prairie. Lord Guo, Zhang Wenhe gazed at Guo Binchang with a faint smile, saying, My lord, you cannot possibly disregard the words of the governor, can you? Chapter 423. The targeted warehouse. Within the expanse of the Zama Ranch, a series of yurt-like structures encircle the periphery. Closer to the center lies a designated open space, beyond which stands a wooden fence enclosing a collection of. Chapter 424. The Great Fire. Chapter 425. Remain on the prairie. 3 days later, the people of the Jurchens tribe finally arrived, led by Halabera. Upon hearing of the Great Fire, he vehemently cursed Su Nong and Fan Jishang. Chapter 426. News reaches the prairie. Huang Dongzhu ambled away, and I shall not see him off. Tian Shenlan stood at the steps of his residence, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. No need, he replied. Huang Yun. Tian Shenlan shook his head and continued. He did not mention the matter of joining the merchant association. The reason for his visit was. Chapter 428. Liang Jiabin. To speak candidly, I, along with Master Wang Dong, have indeed come with a matter to discuss with Master Tian. Liang Jiabin cupped his fist towards Tian Shenlan. Master Liang, please proceed. Chapter 429. The man-eating tiger. Has the letter from Su family village been delivered? Inquired Master Jia in a hushed tone. The head constable, standing before him, nodded slightly and replied, The message has been dispatched. Chapter 430. Feigning illness. Guo Binchang smiled wryly. Mr. Zhang, it is not that I do not wish to expedite the proceedings of this case. Rather, the clerks within the office are disinterested in their duties as the year-end approaches. They. Chapter 431. The angered Zhang Wenhe. Where is your master? Zhang Wenhe inquired with a stern expression, directing his question at a constable within the county office. Behind him trailed several soldiers from the Fu Biao camp. Chapter 432. Suing Liu Heng for financial gain and murder. As Su Shunping traversed a lengthy street, he noticed that Zhang Yi, who was walking ahead, showed no intention of halting. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Zhang Yi, where are we headed? Chapter 433. Reminder. If I recall correctly, Su Yotsai's family has either perished or gone missing, leaving no one behind. What is your relation to Su Yukai? Huang Hong spoke up. Chapter 434. Counterattack. Liu Heng set aside the documents in his hands and said, Allow him to enter. Chapter 435. Scheming. Su Tong sat beneath the eaves, reclined upon a lounge chair. Chapter 436. The estate of the Deputy General. A contingent of over 30 robust young men, seizing the cover of night, stealthily made their way to a grove situated 2 miles from the estate of Tianqing Wei. This place, in later times. Chapter 437. Entering the manor. Master Chao, please follow me. The man holding the lantern walked ahead, guiding the way. Chao Guan and his companions trailed behind, proceeding along the outer wall. Chapter 438. A perilous situation. Although the firewood at the granary is not abundant, the proximity of the grain stacks means that only a small amount of firewood is required. With the presence of oil, it does not take long for the vicinity of the grain stacks to. Chapter 439. Escape from the manor. Chao Guang understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for him and the 20 or so individuals by his side to escape from the manor, rushing forward to seize them. Not a single one could. Chapter 440. Visitors from the prince's residence. My lord, a eunuch has arrived outside, specifically requesting to see you. The attendant rushed in, breathless, and approached Su Tong, who was reclining in his chair. Chapter 441. Taxation. Su Tong hesitated for a moment before stating, Very well. I shall speak candidly. Please, go ahead, esteemed Su. Su Tong continued. Chapter 442. Public discontent. Li Kaiyang's tone faltered. He was aware that Zhang Huai spoke the truth. Yet he had suffered the burning of his grain in the Tiansheng Guard's estate and the theft of over a dozen war horses. Furthermore. Chapter 443. New Year's Eve. Boom. Bang. The night sky was illuminated as fireworks soared into the air, while the sound of firecrackers echoed across the land. A few children held. Chapter 444. meeting the chief minister. The palanquin, carried by 2 men, came to a halt on the street opposite the residence of Chief Minister Liu Heng. Outside the chief minister's residence, a multitude of carriages and horses gathered. Chapter 445. The indifferent Han Wan, unaware of the arrival of His Excellency, Liu Yiren, emerged from the study and offered a respectful gesture to Wei Zhongxian, who stood before the carriage. Wei Zhongxian, in a state of urgency. Chapter 446. Humiliation. Liu Yiren spoke. If you have come for this matter, my lord, there is no need for further discussion. Given the identity of the Ku family, it is inappropriate for you to remain in the palace any longer. Chapter 447. A moment of clarity. The eunuch has arrived. The young servant, his body pressed against the curtain of the sedan chair, announced. Inside the sedan, Wei Zhongxian inquired. Did he come through the side entrance? Chapter 448. Persuasion. At the break of dawn, while darkness still enveloped the sky, lanterns illuminated the entrance of the censorate. Several censors emerged from the censorate, with the foremost being the deputy censor. Chapter 449. Court discussions. Observing the people around him distancing themselves, Liu Bingyuan's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. He did not perceive any wrongdoing on his part, and aside from Wang Wennin's assurances. Chapter 450. Departure from court. The hall resonated with an increasing chorus of endorsements, and the expression of Emperor Tianqi, seated upon the dragon throne, gradually darkened. Equally perturbed was the censor, Zhou Zheng. Chapter 451. Permission granted for the holy lady to exit the palace. It turns out this object is called a 4-wheeled carriage, a name quite fitting. Zhu Youjiao lifted the wooden carriage with both hands. It was evident that he was exceedingly pleased. Chapter 452. The apocalypse's interest in the 4-wheeled cart. Zhu Youjiao wore a grim expression on his face. Chapter 453. Death to Wei Yin. Zhu Youjiao slightly nodded, seemingly pleased with Wei Zhongxian's words. Your Majesty, Wei Zhongxian said, I happen to have a design for a 4-wheeled carriage. Chapter 454. Idea 1. Must no longer allow such sycophants to linger by the Emperor's side. A means to eliminate them must be devised. Liu Yin spoke up. Ji Huai, you should have. Chapter 455. The East Forest think tank. The students are the most knowledgeable about the ins and outs of this matter. Wang Wenyin bowed slightly. The individuals in the study cast inquiring glances at him. Chapter 456. Is this the place? A sharp voice emanated from within the sedan chair. Chapter 457. The angered mind. Standing before the shop, Wang Zixing noticed a sedan chair halted across the street, and the direction the inner attendant was heading was indeed towards the chair. Chapter 458. Su Dahua. Unrelated individuals were expelled. A group of officials burst into the shop, led by a civil servant clad in a blue robe. The shop originally. Chapter 459. The distressed Zhu Youjiao minister. Do you still refuse to release them? Are you truly waiting for me to take action? Su Dahua spoke with an air of menace. Saigung's expression shifted several times, ultimately directing his gaze towards the. Chapter 460. The communication with the captives. Chapter 461. Discontent with the tiger banner. Your Majesty, Wang An hastily exclaimed, there is something you may not be aware of. Dongzhu and Ginseng are both products of Liaodong. The trading firm known as the Tiger Banner is capable of procuring these items. Chapter 462. Zhang Wenhe arrives at Lingqiu. My lord, Mr. Zhang has arrived, announced a guard clad in cotton armor as he entered. Huang An furrowed his brow and inquired. Which? Chapter 463. The offer. No. Huang An repeatedly waved his hands and remarked, I did not mean that at all. It is just that I truly have difficulties in expressing my thoughts. As he spoke. Chapter 464. A subtle maneuver. Standing beside Wang Tong, Chen Yuxing also clasped his hands and said, Greetings, Mr. Zhang. Wang An, seated in his place, spoke up. Mr. Zhang, this. Chapter 465. Changing allegiances. How is it that Lord Huang is unwilling? Could it be that the previous declarations of loyalty were merely perfunctory to me and the governor? Zhang Wenhe's expression turned cold. No. Chapter 466. The bodyguards as the 1,000 household of the Lingqiu garrison. The two had once joined Li Huaixin in the assault on Hatuzhai. The scene from that time remains vividly etched in their memories. Chapter 467. Boldly breaking in. The district chief, Huang An, accompanied by a contingent of officers and soldiers, made his way to Zhejiu. A rider from the cavalry unit arrived at Zhao Yutu to deliver the report. Chapter 468. The search as the sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. A group of individuals emerged from the entrance. Leading them was a robust, middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and possessing a formidable presence. Chapter 469. Plans foiled. As Huang An found himself at a loss, he heard Zhang Wenhe from within the carriage say, Let us conduct another search. This time, you shall go in personally. Chapter 470. News from the capital. Upon seeing Liu Heng, Su Shu remarked, Chief, Huang An has brought. Chapter 471. The fall of Xin Liao. As April approaches, the weather grows increasingly warm, the earth is thawed, and the wheat seedlings are beginning to sprout. In just a month, the harvest will commence. Since Zhang Wen's departure, Zhao Wu poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Zhao Yutu. Liu Heng, holding his large tea mug, remarked, The island of Pai has already been seized by this General Mao. Chapter 473. A satisfactory outcome. General, do you believe that the Tiger flag would be willing to reconcile with us? Li Kaiyang inquired anxiously of Zhang Huai in the general's residence. Zhang. Chapter 474. Huang An requests an audience. I humbly request that you convey a message. The official Lingqiu Shoubei seeks an audience with the Governor Su. Huang An stood outside the governor's office, addressing the gatekeeper with an expression of. Chapter 475. The 18-pound cannon. Upon hearing Su Tongchang's words, Zhang Wenhe felt a sudden jolt in his heart and quickly responded, My lord, it is possible that Lord Huang arrived in haste and forgot to bring it. Perhaps we could ask him to make amends next time. Chapter 476. Discussion. The 18-pound cannon positioned atop the city wall undoubtedly serves as a formidable defensive weapon. Su Shuewu, unable to restrain his admiration, caressed the cannon's body before reaching out to touch the muzzle. Manager Zhang. Chapter 477. Pai Island. After lingering in Tianjin for half a month, the ship finally departed from Daguku, setting sail towards Pai Island. The journey along the coast revealed a haunting panorama of devastation. Chapter 478. Arrival at the island. What flag is being flown on the ship? I have never seen it before, Mao Along inquired of those nearby. Chapter 479. Uneased Chenzhong murmured, My lord, it seems I have encountered this tiger banner before. It appears this individual is not speaking falsely. The tiger banner belongs to Datong. Chapter 480. Armaments Captain. There are individuals on the island maneuvering a raft towards us. On board, someone has been vigilantly observing the situation on the island, and at this moment, upon sighting the raft. Chapter 481. The cannon of 10,000 taels of silver. Observing Chen Zhong and his companions approaching, Su Shuwu remarked with a smile, General Mao, I have not spoken falsely, have I? Not only do we possess arms and armor, but there is also grain aboard the ship that is yet to be unloaded. Chapter 482. General Demille. The Qinglu faction has sent a small vessel out to sea, presumably to procure provisions. Chen Zhong offered a reminder. At this moment, on the shore, a small boat approached the larger ship. Chapter 483. The great convenvites surrounding the island of Pai are towering mountains and vast forests. What is most abundant here is timber. Beside me, Chen Zhong remarked with a smile, If we are in need of wood, then truly. Chapter 484. The tent of sweat. Within the tent, the gazes of certain Mongolian nobles, who harbored a disdain for the Han people, softened as they regarded Li Shuang. The Mongols hold valor in high esteem, and Li Shuang. Chapter 485. Dispute. Upon noticing Li Shuang's gaze, Bushitu remarked with a smile, It is indeed commendable that your Huziki has managed to extend its business to the northern wilderness. Chapter 486. News from the court. In my opinion, there is no need for such complications. The Huzi flag can simply entrust the goods to the Han merchants on the grasslands, who are fully capable of selling the merchandise throughout the steppes. Chapter 487. A further wait. Li Shuang refrained from uttering another word. He was confident that those present were aware of the implications of the news. The Huzi flag had intentions to establish a warehouse in Tumot. Sunong, what does your Khan summon you to Qiqing for? Inquired Bada Taiji from the Yangtze Biebu. He was appointed as the overseer by the Chahars Lin and Khan. Chapter 489. Collusion with the later Jin. My lord, a grave situation has arisen. Fan Youfu hurriedly entered the study, panting heavily. Fan Yongdo set aside the teacup at his side. Chapter 490. Zhao Yutu arrives at Shinfang. Mr. Zhao, please enjoy some tea. Tian Shalon personally received the covered bowl of tea from the servant and presented it to Zhao Yutu with both hands. You are too kind, host Tian. Chapter 491. The heartfelt ties of Tian Shalon. Upon exiting the Tian residence, Wang Dayu trailed closely beside Liang Jiabin, murmuring softly, I never anticipated that the tiger flag would pave the way for commerce throughout the vast southern expanse. The merchant guild is poised to reap increasing profits. Chapter 492. The visit of Bada Deputy Director. A squadron of Mongolian armored cavalry has arrived and is currently stationed outside our establishment. One of the attendants hastily made his way from the front courtyard to the rear. Chapter 493. Disappointment. Taiji, there is troubling news. The people bearing the tiger banner intend to establish a warehouse by the Great Black River. A soldier entered the yurt. Kinkantata furrowed his brow. Chapter 494. Refugees Master. The goods destined for the later Jin are nearly ready. When shall we arrange for the convoy to depart? Fan Yofu entered the room and inquired of the seated figure. Chapter 495. Conscience. Upon reaching the village entrance, there indeed stood a group of emaciated refugees. Their faces sallow and their expressions profoundly tragic. These individuals were primarily organized into families or clans, forming groups of several dozen. Chapter 496. Inspection after breakfast. Liu Heng took his team to inspect the resettlement conditions of the displaced populace. Liu Heng remarked that the Liaodong refugees in the resettlement area had not been allocated according to their clans. Chapter 497. The supply team. As Liu Heng mounted his horse, Liu Heng remarked, the number of Liaodong refugees arriving in Lingxiu surpasses those heading to other locations. And our people are privately. Chapter 498. The Fan Family Caravan. Chapter 499. Summer warning. After a considerable pause, Fan Yofu from the carriage finally spoke. Head of the summer escort, please do not misunderstand. It is merely that the horse bandits on the prairie are exceedingly ruthless. And having additional people to safeguard the convoy is essential for everyone's journey. Chapter 500. The Jurchens. As the distant cavalry gradually approached, Xiaoguang and his fellow escorts could discern some outlines of the opposing figures. They appeared to be Tatars. Chapter 501. Xiaoguang departs. With a somber expression, Xiaoguang gazed at Fan Yofu and said, Steward Fan, now that the Jurchens have arrived, as per our prior agreement, I shall take my fellow escorts and depart. Chapter 502. The killing of Nick. And Fan Yofu instructed the staff of Fan Ji to bring some pastries to accompany the lamb. After Kutai had eaten his fill, he turned to Fan Yofu and remarked, Why have I not seen? Chapter 503. Enemy assault. Chapter 504. One-sided battle. A cold sweat broke out on Changbin's back. Had he not been pulled back moments ago, his fate would not have been much better than that of the deceased Ding Lei. Chapter 505. No escape in sight. As more and more Jurchens surrounded him, Xiaoguang realized that escape was no longer an option. Before becoming a bodyguard, he had served as a night watchman in the border army, and his keen eyesight still remained. Chapter 506. The Jurchens retreat. Here lies an injured horse, presumably that of the fleeing Nikin. One of the Jurchens remarked to Kutai. Kutai surveyed the surroundings. Chapter 507. Behind the dwarf forest. Here, Xiao expresses his profound gratitude to all for their life-saving assistance. He cupped his fists in salute towards the direction where the light of Xiaoguang's bird gun ignited, and then continued, The Jurchens have already fled. Chapter 508. Was it you who orchestrated the ambush on the Fanji convoy? Captain, should we meet with that escort? Xin Wu inquired. Ma Yunji pondered for a moment, then slightly nodded and replied, Let's meet. Chapter 509. Administering the medicine. Ma Yunjio smiled and openly admitted, Indeed, we were responsible for the previous incidents. Moreover, our objective this time remains the Fan family's convoy. Chapter 510. Seeking assistance, however. What? Speak. Chapter 511. The concerns of Fan Yofu. The Fan caravan traverses the vast grassland, with Kutai leading the remaining Jurchens on horseback at the forefront of the procession. Urgent, must we exercise such caution? Last night. Chapter 512. Escape indeed. Something feels amiss. Observe the blades of grass on the ground, Sahab Yin suddenly remarked to Kutai. At this moment, Kutai furrowed his brow, raising one hand. Chapter 513. The death of Fan Yofu. Captain, are those Jurchens attempting to flee? A rider beside Ma Yunjiao suddenly inquired. Ma Yunjiao looked up and noticed a group of fewer than. Chapter 514. Slaying the Jurchens. Alas, it is dire news. A battalion of cavalry approaches from the left, heading directly towards us, Sahin Yin exclaimed with urgency. The thundering hooves of the steeds raised a cloud of dust. Chapter 515. The pursuing Mongolian cavalry. Bayan Taiji, could you expedite the march? Our people are still awaiting reinforcements, Zamurin said anxiously to a Mongolian Taiji. Chapter 516. The wolf pack. After an hour had passed, Zamulin once again urged Bayin and Burigyu to set out. This time, Bayin did not seek further excuses to delay, but instead addressed those beside him. Chapter 517. Discovery of movements. Do you know where the Fanji convoy will be ambushed? Burigyu had turned his head to look at Zhao Muluan, a look of perplexity on his face. Zhao Muluan shook his head and replied. Chapter 518. The pursuing Mongolian cavalry in recent encounters with Fanji. Chapter 519. The first battle of the 4-pound cannons. The 4 4-pound cannons were meticulously prepared. each manned by several gunners poised and ready, awaiting the command to fire. They calculated the distance and calibrated the cannon's aim. Chapter 520, Confrontation in the Forefront. Zamulin led the charge, while behind him, the armored soldiers of the nobleman formed a formidable line. The previously disordered Mongolian cavalry swiftly regrouped and surged towards the chariots. Chapter 521, The Retreat of the Mongols. Chapter 522. Return to Jurchen. The aftermath of the battlefield proved to be rather uncomplicated. The Mongols possessed little of significant value, with the most prized possessions being their steeds. Regrettably, the majority had either perished or sustained injuries. Chapter 523. Abatai. After Bayin departed, Burigud remarked, Abuj, must we truly allow Bayin to head to the later Jin? If he does not go, will you take his place? Abatai. Chapter 524. Tribute. Chao Guang gazed upon the line of over 100 individuals before him and proclaimed, I believe many of the newly joined brothers in our stronghold are unfamiliar with the significance of today's occasion. However, fear not for you. Chapter 525. The home in Liaodong. As Su Cheng's mind wandered amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, he noticed the imposing figure of Chief Chao entering through the gates of the mountain stronghold, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces, certainly not among their own. Chapter 526. Setting conditions. Rest assured, the military and political department has already prepared the personnel for you. Yang Yuan extended 2 fingers and stated, 2 fully staffed companies will soon arrive at the Daliang Mountains to be handed over to. Chapter 527. Asking for someone as noon approached, Zhang Hongtu remarked, Yang, you need not leave today. Please stay for dinner. Yang Yuan smiled at Zhang Hongtu and playfully replied. Chapter 528. The choice of 3. Seeing that no one spoke, Yang Yuan could only begin. Since you all remain silent, allow me to speak first. After a brief pause, he continued, You 3. Chapter 529. Urgent letter. Yang Yuan did not linger in the mountain stronghold for long. When he departed, Chao Guan and others personally escorted him down the mountain. Accompanying Yang Yuan were. Chapter 530. The governor's caravan. In the distance, a caravan was approaching, seemingly heading into the grasslands. On the watchtower of Ximping Fortress, a soldier pointed towards the horizon and exclaimed. Chapter 531. The pursuing troops. The chief officer approached the stout, middle-aged man and, with a smile that belied the gravity of the situation, stated, The individuals below are but simple folk, lacking in understanding. I beg your pardon on their behalf, and I hope this esteemed shopkeeper will not take offense. Chapter 532. News from the External Affairs Bureau. Captain, we have discovered traces left by a large vehicle ahead, appearing to have been made not long ago. A squad leader approached Chao Guang to report. Chapter 533. Bandit's Marin turned to Chao Guang and inquired, Captain, how did you come to know that our Tiger Flag unit intends to establish a logistics team? It was merely a guess, Chao Guang replied with a shrug. Chapter 534. The Merchant of the Provincial Governor Chen Tu. The individuals ahead appear to be Han people, rather than the northern barbarians from the grasslands. A guard from the Su family's caravan, hailing from the Fubiao camp, raised his hand to point at the figures in the distance. Chen Tu, what shall we do? It seems they harbor no fear of the provincial governor and are intent on attacking our convoy. The surrounding guards turned their gazes towards Chen Zongqi, the shopkeeper. Something is amiss. Trouble is brewing. As he ran, the attendant shouted. When he reached the carriage, the voice from within expressed discontent, saying, Chapter 537. The bandit assault on the caravan. Inside the carriage, Manager Wang furrowed his brow and inquired, Is your camp not sufficiently staffed? Why must you involve the team members from the caravan in fending off the bandits? Chapter 538. Captured. The shouts of pursuit grew increasingly nearer. Why has the carriage not moved for such a long time? What are you doing? Sitting inside the carriage. Manager Wang noticed that the vehicle had remained stationary for quite some time. Chapter 539. Returning to Ximping's fort. Manager Wang elucidated. Zhang Moyang, a scholar named Zhang Wenha, serves as an aide to the governor. You are the cousin of Su Tong's 3rd consort, and furthermore. Chapter 540. Seeking compensation from the Fan family master, you must take my side. As a woman's voice resonated through the air, the door to the study swung open, revealing a young woman of captivating grace. Chapter 541. Tea worth 5,000 taels. What other matters? Su Tong inquired, raising an eyebrow. What brings you to see me? Fan Yongcheng set down the covered bowl in his hand and reiterated, I can assure you, those bandits must belong to the Tiger Flag faction. They have perpetrated such deeds on more than one occasion. Chapter 543. News from the capital. The messenger was, of course, not one of the soldiers under the command of Chao Guang from the Daliang Mountain. Chapter 544. The news of the bandit suppression the Fan family has been driven to desperation. Young Yuan interjected. Zhao Yutu was momentarily taken aback, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. Liu Heng chuckled. Mr. Zhang, you have arrived. Please, come in. I have just acquired a jar of sorghum wine brewed under the auspices of the Tiger Banner. You must join me for a few hearty drinks. A third. Chapter 546. The discontent of the generals, my lord. Perhaps we should let the matter of the salary be set aside. Let us instead heed the counsel of the governor. Chapter 547. News of the stolen goods. My lord, the student has just met with the commander of the Fubiao camp. Chapter 548. Seeking benefits upon departing from the governor's office, Zhang Wenhe made his way directly to the Fubiao camp, in his capacity as an aide to the governor. The personnel at Fubiao camp naturally dared not obstruct him, and respectfully. Chapter 549. The Liaodong refugees sent to the prairie, my lord. Are we truly preparing to deploy our troops in 3 days? Inquired a marshal general, addressing General Su. General Su replied, now that we have received the military funds, we shall. Chapter 550. Disturbance on the road. Hey, what are you doing? That is my possession. Beside the campfire. A voice rose in protest as someone struggled fiercely, guarding the food in their hands. Chapter 551. The sudden appearance of cavalry captain. Are we truly going to allow them to wreak havoc among the refugees? A soldier from the Tiger Banner furrowed his brow. Wu Chang gazed intently at the speaker. Chapter 552. The departure of the troops from the Fubiao camp. Among the cavalry on the opposite side, a lone horseman emerged from the ranks, halting 100 paces away from Wu Chang and his convoy. This distance. Chapter 553. War and peace on the essential path leading up the Daliang Mountains. A swift steed galloped past. Upon reaching the mountainside, it was halted by a fence obstructing the way. Chapter 554. Battle. Chao Guang tapped his fingers lightly on the table before him, producing a rhythmic sound. Zhang Hongtu and Ma Lin remained silent, neither uttering a word. Although the two. Chapter 555. Scholar Gui Zhang Wenhe pointed ahead at the village and inquired, General Su, is that village ahead called Gui Family Village? General Su was uncertain about the name of the village in front. Chapter 556. The cashier's affairs. Why the haste? Gui, with a furrowed brow, soon relaxed his expression and turned to Zhang Wenhe, smiling as he spoke. I hope Brother Mu does not take offense. Gui brother. Chapter 557. Borrowing people. The grand entrance of the Gui residence swung open from within, revealing several servants who emerged, bearing the provisions meticulously prepared by the Gui family. Alongside them, 10 bound sheep were carried out as well. Chapter 558. To Daliang Mountain, sir, this Zhang aide is utterly outrageous. Not only does he refuse to seek wealth for himself, but he also obstructs our opportunity for prosperity. A full 500 taels of silver have simply vanished. Chapter 559. Ascending the mountain. My lord, it seems that something is amiss. Our great army has already arrived at the foot of the Daliang Mountain. Chapter 560. Ambush on either side of the mountain path. A dense thicket enveloped the area. Although the trees were sparse, their collective shadows merged into a uniform darkness. Standing upon the trail, one could only glimpse the interior of the woods, where shimmering sparks of light, akin to fireflies, stood out vividly against the dim surroundings. And such luminous points multiplied in the vicinity. Chapter 562. The army continues to ascend the mountain. My lord, the bandits in the woods have all retreated. Chapter 563. The imperial troops appear outside the stronghold Marin, accompanied by the ambushed soldiers concealed at the foot of the mountain, hastened along the narrow path within the forest towards the stronghold. Although their distance from the stronghold was greater than that of the imperial troops led by Wu Huai. Chapter 564. Defeat. The imperial troops drew ever closer, and within the ranks of the spear wielders, some began to tremble. Upon noticing this, Chao Guang furrowed his brow slightly. His body. Chapter 565. The entire army advances. My lord, it appears that there are 2 generals from Lord Wu ahead, remarked a personal guard beside General Su. General Su lifted his gaze towards the mountain path ahead. Chapter 566. The archers among the imperial troops. The commanding officer proclaimed that a common bandit's head would fetch 1 or 2 silver coins, while the head of a bandit leader would be worth 5. The first individual to breach the mountain stronghold would receive a reward of 10 taels. A senior flag officer addressed. Chapter 567. Archers versus musketeers. As soon as the archers of the imperial army appeared on the battlefield, they caught the keen eye of Zhang Hongtu, who had been intently observing the fray. Captain, the Imperial Army's archers have arrived. It is likely that. Chapter 568. The thunderous tiger cannon. Marin's gaze was fixated on the archer across the distance, eager to ascertain whether the recent volley of gunfire had found its mark on the archer situated 70 paces away. Almost simultaneously, the lead shot from the cannon struck with devastating force, capable of obliterating flesh upon impact. At a mere 30 paces, a single shot from the tiger cannon could utterly shatter a man. The echoes of 4 cannon blasts resonated through the air. Chapter 570. The assassination of Zhang Wenhe. The Imperial troops fled down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, all the soldiers who had escaped from the heights gradually gathered along the official road at the foot of the mountain. General Su, along with his loyal guards. Chapter 571. The head of Zhang Wenhe. So, you two are the hired thugs of that scholar Gua? Marin gazed at the 2 men before him. The 2 men, with their hands bound, lowered their heads. Chapter 572. Acquaintances. Captain, do you know them? Marlin asked, gazing at Chao Guang in astonishment. Chao Guang's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile as he replied, of course I know them, and quite well. Chapter 573. The arrival of the Imperial Army. Under the cover of night, the Imperial troops retreated to Gua's village. Outside the village, the presence of the Imperial Army kept Scholar Gua restless throughout the night, consumed by anxiety over the possibility of their sudden incursion into his home, bringing with them destruction and chaos. Chapter 575. Encountering bandits. Upon arriving at the street where the Gua family resided, Marlin instructed his subordinates to tread softly, making every effort to minimize noise. As they approached the courtyard of the Gua residence, Marlin took the lead. Chapter 576. Scholar Gua is captured. Scholar Gua stood before the door of his own bedroom, his body trembling incessantly. His legs quaked uncontrollably, and it was only by leaning against the door frame behind him that he managed to avoid collapsing to the ground. Chapter 577. Concealed silver. After dispatching 2 teams, Marlin was left with fewer than 5 personnel by his side. Although their numbers were limited, they were still sufficient for the task at hand, and he was confident that. Chapter 578. The execution of Yuan Kuei. These are the hidden silver pieces discovered in the residence of Guajiren, Wang Dazhuang remarked, pointing at the silver within the wooden chest. Chao Guang reached in and sifted through the contents of the box. Chapter 579. News. Marin glanced at Yuan Kuei's corpse and inquired, has Wang Yuan been dealt with as well? Indeed, replied Chao Guang. I have received your message. Chapter 580. The signing room. The chief. A letter arrived from the outside world. Zhao Wu entered the signing room, holding a bamboo tube. Inside, Zhao Yutu remarked, is it from the grasslands? Chapter 581. The fortress. Do you see? This is the site where our tiger banner prepares to establish a stronghold on the grasslands. Wu Chang remarked, pointing towards an expanse of construction ground. The area surrounding the site was bustling with activity. The common folk from Liaodong, who accompanied Wu Chang, had been settled in a campsite, which was also the dwelling place for all the people who had journeyed to the grasslands, residing within those traditional Mongolian yurts. Li Xian, alongside a middle-aged man. Chapter 583. Encounter with the bandits. After those who mingled with Li Xian in the camp were captured, Su Cheng was brought by Huang Hong to a secluded yurt. You have performed admirably in this endeavor. Picking up the cloth bag from the ground, he opened it to reveal several gold ingots. The man was momentarily taken aback and then exclaimed, second in command, these are gold ingots, nearly 100. Chapter 585. Commander of the 1,000 Riders. Tu La released the piece of mutton he had been grasping and inquired, I did not quite catch that. Did you just suggest that I join your tiger flag? Indeed, Huang. Can you possibly contend with so many horse bandits? Tu Sha retorted with a cold smile. Huang Hong turned his head, gazing at Tu Sha with a smile, and replied, we only eliminate those who refuse to comply with the edicts of the tiger flag. Chapter 587. The decision. On the other side, Tu Sha rose from his seat, pointing his straight knife forward, his gaze icy as it fixated on Huang Hong. Huang Hong seized a piece of mutton from the plate. Chapter 588. The death of the royal family. Emerging from the bandit den of Tuola, Huang Hong regrouped with a few of his subordinates and mounted their horses to depart from the Great Blue Mountain. Along the way, Huang Hong inquired of one of his companions, my lord, what shall we do with the remains of the General of National Defense? Should we send him to the charity cemetery? The constable beside him glanced at Su Tong, who, in a fit of anger, retorted, the General of National Defense is. Chapter 590. A scarcity of warriors. A swift rider arrived at Su family village, proceeding directly into the estate. Yang Yuan approached the signing room and said, Chief, news has arrived from Datong. Chapter 591. The troop camp with insufficient soldiers. Qin Xuanping furrowed his brow and remarked, "If we were to draw key personnel from our 2,000-strong battalions to establish a new camp, the strength of our 2 battalions would inevitably be diminished." Chapter 592. The candidates for the provincial governor in the warm chamber of the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Youjia reclined upon a chair of yellow satin. Opposite him sat a figure, none other than the young Grand Secretary, Sun Qingzong. "Master, your thoughts on the most." Chapter 593. The news worth 1,000 taels of silver. Upon exiting the Qianqing Palace, Wei Zhongxian summoned a palace eunuch and whispered his instructions. "Take our token and venture outside the palace to the Huziki shop. Inform the shopkeeper." Chapter 594. Guangning Guard. With the loss of Xinyang and Liaodong, Guangning Guard has become exceedingly significant. In addition to the original garrison of 1,000 troops, Governor Wang Huazhen summoned scattered soldiers and displaced civilians, amassing a force of 10,000 to defend Guangning. Chapter 595. Lord Wang. Suddenly, a voice resembling that of a quacking duck startled Guan Balan, causing his heart to skip a beat. Such a sound typically emanates only from the eunuchs within the palace. Chapter 596. The spy heading to the later Jin. Upon entering the room in the backyard, the 2 individuals took their respective seats. Wang Hai picked up the teapot and poured a cup of hot tea for Su Qing, then filled one for himself as well. Chapter 597. A meeting with the provincial governor's aide. Esteemed guest, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy. The waiter at the tavern set down the final plate, draped a linen cloth over his shoulder, and turned to depart. Yang Yuan picked up the wine jug and refilled the cup before him, holding it delicately as he sipped slowly. After a considerable pause, Mr. Liu spoke up. Chapter 599. A visit. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door at the entrance was rapped upon by a young man. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the courtyard. Chapter 600. Do not associate with this person. Yang Yuan rested his hands on the table, gazing at Mr. Liu before him, and said, "Mr. Liu should be well aware of my intentions. As for other matters, I believe it unnecessary for us to discuss them here." Chapter 601. Su Tong receives news. Ever since Yang Yuan departed, Mr. Liu has been feeling a profound sense of melancholy while sitting at home. Chapter 602. He must die. Su Tong lifted the lid of his tea bowl and took a sip, saying, "In the next couple of days, you should make the necessary preparations. All the shops that need to take action should do so, and ensure everything is in order with Su Ji as well." Chapter 603. The discontent of Tushan. The vast grasslands, adjacent to the majestic Deqing mountain range, an abundance of yurts has emerged, with an influx of unruly horse bandits coming and going. Chapter 604. Military exercises. Brother Huang, Captain Ma, what do you mean by this? Tu La's expression darkened as he spoke. He had witnessed the power of the hand cannon with his own eyes, at close range. Chapter 605. Gathering the bandits. Tu La hesitated for a moment and remarked, "Isn't that a bit too stringent? Perhaps we should adhere to the regulations of the border troops. It would certainly be more manageable, since we have entered my tiger." Chapter 606. Departure of the bandits. Ma Yunjiao drew the hand cannon from his waist, loaded it with gunpowder, and raised his hand to pull the trigger towards the sky. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed. In the distance, mounted on horseback. Chapter 607. A cloud of horse bandits. Upon returning to Tula's yurt, Ma Yunji removed the breastplate from his body and casually placed it on the nearby table, following closely behind Tula. Chapter 608. Returning empty-handed. What does your tiger flag signify? Do you intend to seize our possessions as well? A cold cloud gazed at the warrior bearing the tiger flag before her. Chapter 609. The sudden cavalry. A group of fools. Upon witnessing this scene, a cloud of mockery hovered in the air. Tan Zaiwang coldly commanded, "Leave the camp at once." A blade. Chapter 610. The slaying of a cloud. The bandits who had initially trailed behind the clouds suddenly regained their senses and scattered in a desperate bid for survival, fleeing in several divergent directions. However, they sought to. Chapter 611. Taking action. The majority of bandits are individuals of erratic temperament. A single lash of the whip not only fails to subdue them, but rather incites their ferocity. Several bandits lunge forward to seize. Chapter 612. Taking ruthless measures. Lu Lan noticed the expression on Ma Yunjiao's face, and his heart sank, filled with a sense of foreboding. He then stepped forward and advised the bandit before him, "Gentlemen." Chapter 613. Hand over. The sound of drums and gongs erupted relentlessly from the direction of Yonghe Gate in Datong, as idlers on the streets were hastily driven to the sides of the road. Subsequently, the governor's procession entered Datong through Yonghe Gate. Chapter 614. The new governor sets his sights on the banditry in Daliangshan. Liu Heng held the lid of his teacup, gently stirring the tea within, and inquired, Have the guests departed? Chapter 615. The general seeks an audience. The humble subordinate pays respects to the governor. Upon arriving at the governor's office, Zhang Huai bowed deeply to Liu Heng, who sat in the esteemed position as the commander of Datong. Chapter 616. A decision to go to Datong. Young Yuan strode swiftly from outside and arrived at the door of the signing room. He addressed the soldier stationed at the entrance, inquiring, "Is the chief inside?" "The chief is within." Chapter 617. The bridge is broken, sir. We have arrived at the territory of Jinding Prefecture. Mr. Liu caught up from behind. The sedan chair came to a halt, and Su Tong lifted the curtain to take a glance outside. Then, Chapter 618. The fairy Su Tong stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "It is not impossible to take a boat, but is there a way for my carriage to cross the river as well?" Upon hearing this, the courier. Chapter 619. The leaking boat. Mr. Liu approached Su Tong and said, "My lord, I have found 6 fishermen skilled in navigation." Su Tong had already emerged from the sedan chair, standing by the riverbank. Chapter 620. The plunge. The ferry drifted downstream, and no matter how swiftly the people on the shore pursued, they could only watch helplessly as the vessel sailed further away. In the end, the footsteps of those chasing after the ferry grew slower. Chapter 621. Parting at this moment. Chapter 622. Captured to meet the officials. However, the fisherman rowed his boat upstream on the river, and he. Chapter 623. Mr. Liu's frightening encounter. The boatman attempted several times to evade Mr. Liu, yet he was consistently intercepted by Mr. Liu's outstretched hand. Over at the ferry, numerous servants brought by Su Tong had yet to depart. Furthermore, the Tiger Flag had several residences in Datong. Ostensibly, these were local accommodations, but in reality, they were properties acquired by the External Affairs Bureau, serving as a covert shelter for its operations. Chapter 625. The newly appointed inspector. Early the next morning, Liu Heng arrived at the entrance of the governor's yamen accompanied by Zhao Wu. At that moment, outside the yamen, there were palanquins and horses, and a considerable number of dignitaries had gathered. Chapter 626. The passionate governor. Liu Heng comforted, "Lord Liu is our Datong governor, a high-ranking official of the 2nd class, and simultaneously holds the esteemed positions of Right Chief Censor and the Censorate and Prince's Guardian. That Lord Wang is merely of the 7th. Chapter 627. The scheming Wang Xini. The previous prime minister, Fang Songsha, was the leader of the Chu party. During his tenure, although the Donglin party wielded considerable power, other parties were still able to maintain their foothold within the court. After Fang Songsha's departure. Chapter 628. The restless inspector. Liu Heng furrowed his brow upon hearing Wang Xini proclaim himself as an imperial censor of the Court of Judicial Review, without mentioning his role as the inspector of Datong. He comprehended that the individual before him. Chapter 629. Fan Yongdo seeks the imperial inspector of Datong. Is there something the esteemed inspector requires? Zhang Huai inquired. With a gentle smile, Wang Xian responded, "It is nothing of great importance. Merely, before my arrival in Datong, I was entrusted." Chapter 630. The advisor's idea is. Chapter 631. Cooperation. Wang Xini lifted the lid of the teacup and took a sip of tea. Standing beside him, Sunny spoke softly. "Without the full support of the entire military faction, we could seek to ally with Datong." Chapter 632. The deceived Fan Yongdo. Noticing the expression on Fan Yongdo's face, Sun Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, "What is the matter? Is Master Fan unable to accomplish this?" Fan Yongdo's face twisted in distress. Chapter 633. Bearing responsibility. Since it was bestowed upon you by Lord Su, you should manage it well, for it is undeniably a part of the Fan family's legacy. Sun Yi spoke in a calm tone. Still in the capital. Chapter 634. The intent to kill the Inspector General, the leader. Chapter 635. The Jinui investigates the cause of Su Tong's death in the present day. The External Affairs Bureau has executed a former governor. Even though he has since retired, he remains a high-ranking official of the 2nd rank. Yang Yuan perceives the inspector as merely a 7th-rank civil servant, in stark contrast to the esteemed 2nd-rank official. Chapter 636. The Jinui investigates the case. Why do you inquire in such a manner, my lord? Du Wanyuan asked, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Liu Heng. Liu Heng, stroking his beard thoughtfully, replied, "I merely find it curious that Su Tong met his demise under such circumstances." Chapter 637. The resurgence of party struggles, sir. Why do we not proceed directly to the county office? A few members of the Jinui, under the leadership of Yuan Hong, settled at the inn situated outside the county town. Yuan. Chapter 638. returning to the capital with evidence standing in the grand hall of the yamen. A member of the Jinyui, with a hand resting on one of the wooden boxes, remarked with a sense of awe, "No wonder even the ship's planks have been shattered. Such a heavy box." Chapter 639, Dining. A few guests were invited in. The shop assistant bowed and gestured for them to enter. Yuan Hong surveyed the mule and horse shop before him. What lay ahead was Chapter 640, Departure from the Mule and Horse and Captain. The personnel from the External Affairs Bureau have arrived. A soldier bearing the tiger banner, clutching a firearm, approached with a bow. The one referred to as the captain was a young man. "Captain, they are coming," murmured another soldier of the tiger banner. On the official road, two members of the Imperial Guards rode ahead, with a small distance separating them from the following figures. Chapter 643, Departure. When the constable and the white-clad assistant arrived at the scene, they discovered only a lifeless horse and an empty cart. "My lord, there is someone there." Chapter 644, Yang Yuan's proposal. The silver was seized, and the news was promptly delivered to Su's manor. Yang Yuan hastened to the signing office where Liu Heng usually conducted his business. The chief. Chapter 645, Fan Yongdo arrives in Banshing City. Yang Yuan cautiously cast a glance at Liu Heng, refraining from uttering a word. He sensed Liu Heng's profound concern for Dayuan Island, yet he did not perceive the distant southern expanse as so significant. Chapter 646, Fan Yongdo's request. Without concealing anything from the general, Fan Yongdo spoke. "I have come to Banshing City solely to ensure the smooth passage of the merchant convoy to the grasslands." As he continued. Chapter 647, Encountering the plain bag. Fan Yongdo spoke with a trace of helplessness. In order to halt the Tiger Banner's continued construction of the storage depot, we must sever their trade routes, if the Fan merchant's convoy can arrive smoothly. Chapter 648, The Lost. The commoner Fan Yongdo respectfully greeted the esteemed Taiji. As Fan Yongdo entered the room, he lifted his garment and knelt upon the ground, sitting beside the plain bag. Ba. Upon hearing from his subordinate that Kankantada had sent someone, Su Nong's expression brightened, and he remarked with a smile, "I was just mentioning that one should counter an adversary with their own tactics, and now Kankantada." Su Nong continued, "If we cannot covertly deal with the tiger flag, then we must confront it openly. We could dispatch individuals to unite with Kankantada and other Taiji who harbor a dislike for the tiger flag." Chapter 651, The convoy is ambushed at the construction site by the Dahe River. A flurry of activity ensues. Numerous men, attired in simple, practical garments, diligently transport meticulously crafted blue bricks using large carts. Chapter 652, Delivering Messages. "Huang Tu is one of us," spoke a member of the External Intelligence Bureau beside Huang Hong. The rider who had come from outside the camp swiftly arrived at Huang Hong. Chapter 653, The Orders of the Military and Political Department. The camp of the Ironclad Cavalry Battalion is situated not far from the majestic Dakingshan mountain range, adjacent to the former stronghold of Tula, due to the presence of cavalry within the camp. Chapter 654, Selecting the target for action. Which tribe has your intelligence agency designated? Ma Yunji asked calmly. Chapter 655, The Reluctant Butcher of the Steppe. You have yet to dine since your arrival, have you? The armored cavalry regiment has reached mealtime. I shall fetch your meal, and shortly we shall feast within the yurt. Speaking of. Chapter 656, The Emergence of Crisis. Directly arriving at the shop adorned with the tiger flag in Qiqing, Wu. Chapter 657, Preparations before the battle. Not far from Wu Jingyan's shop lies an unremarkable residence, which serves as the relocation point for the External Affairs Bureau in Qiqing. This house ostensibly belongs to a certain Mr. Ban. Chapter 658, Departure. Captain. What do you think prompted the camp officials to suddenly distribute such a large quantity of short axes and short guns to everyone? Could it be that a battle is imminent? The speaker was ironclad. Chapter 659, The March. In less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, a well-prepared cavalry unit emerged outside the camp. Ma Yunjiu, clad in a leather coat and wearing an iron helmet, had two hand cannons secured at his waist. Chapter 660, Breaking into the Hatton tribe before entering the battlefield. One should refrain from indulging in excessive meals, as overindulgence can lead to sluggishness. Ma Yunjiao did not have the cavalry regiment partake in a hearty feast. Instead, he opted for a simple. Chapter 661, Slaying the Taiji Root. There is no escape for you, Tan Zaiwang shouted. Root, somewhat stout with short limbs, upon hearing the call from behind, felt a surge of trepidation. Chapter 662, The Flaws of Human Nature in a Relentless Onslaught. Tan Zaiwang once again charged forth from the ranks of the herdsman's cavalry. Before him, only a handful of the original throng remained mounted. with fewer than 10 riders left in their midst. Chapter 663. Capturing people. It was I who ordered the fire to be set, Tan Zaiwang declared coldly. The man feigned surprise upon seeing Tan Zaiwang, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, so it was. Chapter 664. Su Jiao. The man struck by the hand cannon did not perish immediately. He extended a hand, attempting to grasp the warhorse before him. After several futile attempts, he ultimately reached out. Chapter 665. Rectification. Standing opposite them, Su Jiao remarked nonchalantly, isn't it merely a matter of dealing with a few Mongolian women? Once my brothers are satisfied, we can dispose of them without the slightest delay in our mission. Chapter 666. The annihilation of the Hatton tribe. Everyone was taken aback when Tula suddenly dismounted. However, the former subordinates of Tula displayed expressions of delight, for Tula was making his way towards them. Chapter 667. Council in the tent. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, where the population is sparse, the tribes often find themselves distanced from one another. The Hatton tribe is a subordinate clan of the King Canada tribe, surrounded by several smaller factions. Chapter 668. Mediating. King Cantata wore a grim expression. He discerned that Boucher too was entirely unwilling to take action against the tiger flag. The demise of the Hatong tribe and the death of Lut did not seem to. Su Nong emerged from the sweat tent, mounting his. Chapter 670. The attitude of the divination stone rabbit. Cantanda departed with his personal guards, leaving Su Nong in a sullen mood. After several joint efforts to confront the tiger flag, the two had collaborated rather amicably. Chapter 671. Artillery deployment. Not far from the Great Black River, a sturdy fortress stands resolutely upon the vast grassland. This fortress is surrounded by a moat on 3 sides, with the Great Black River serving as its formidable barrier on the rear side. Chapter 672. The arrival at the sweat tent. The bastion was delineated into 2 distinct zones. One designated for the accommodation of soldiers, where rows of interconnected houses stood. Adjacent to the outer wall lay an expansive open area, serving as a training ground. Chapter 673. Entering the fortress. Sama. What do these Ming people mean? How dare they obstruct the envoy of your great Khan outside? This is utterly disrespectful. The speaker was a man clad in leather. Chapter 674. Zamu desires to gaze upon the tiger banner's cannon. Zanzibu, noticing that he and his companions were intercepted, darkened his expression and inquired, what is the meaning of this? Why have you halted our progress? Gentlemen, I kindly request that you. Chapter 675. The emperor's decree. In Li Shuheng's office, Zhang Hong and Huang Hong, among others, were present. After Sherbin entered to announce, Li Shuheng led Zhang Hong and the others out to welcome Zamu and his companions. Chapter 676. Caution. Upon observing the expression of Zhamu He, Li Shuheng immediately discerned the outcome. The forces of Sun Gang and Kinkantata, each representing their respective tribes, were formidable. Walking alongside Zhang Hong, Zhamu He remarked, Commander Zhang, I noticed that your convoy, bearing the tiger flag, arrived with a considerable number of cannons. From where did you procure these artillery pieces? Chapter 678. The Sioux merchants and Appos caravan. Having witnessed the formidable power of artillery, Zhamu and Anzabu, along with their companions, departed from the fortress. After crossing the moat outside the border fort, they rode for several miles before Zhamu. Chapter 679. Controversy. Chapter 680. The heart of independence. Chun Daqing remarked, in order to establish a firm foothold on Dayuan Island, we must possess formidable ships. Relying solely on cargo vessels is certainly insufficient, unless one can achieve the prowess of Li Dan. Chen Daqing fully comprehended Liu Heng's implication. His journey to Dayuan Island was, in fact, to investigate the circumstances there, to ascertain whether Zheng Tai and others had. Chapter 682. The arrival of Fan Yongdo's men on the prairie following the establishment of the Tiger Flag Fort at the Dahe River. A steady stream of caravans from Lingxiu arrived on the prairie, laden with carts of Ming Dynasty goods entering the fort. Many. Chapter 683. Deployment. The man sent by Fan Yongdo rode ahead as a guide, while Wolin Kuo led nearly 200 armored cavalry and soldiers from the Sun Gang tent, departing in grand procession from Banshing City. Chapter 684. An encounter. The Fan family's trading caravan has been on the prairie for 2 days now, overseen by Fan Hong, a relative of the Fan clan. He belongs to the same generation as Fan Yongdo and Appos, uncles. This time, the Fan trading caravan. Chapter 685. Taking over the caravan, the Mongolian cavalry halted a mere dozen paces away from Fan Hong and his companions. A man, who had mingled among the Mongolians, leapt down from his steed and swiftly. Chapter 686. Dividing the wine, chapter 687. Disturbance. Wolenko observed that among the Mongolian cavalry he had brought, many were inebriated. Although some had not succumbed to drunkenness, their faces were flushed, rendering them unfit to continue the journey. Chapter 688. The humiliation beneath the hips. The Qin escort, having worked through the night without compensation, possessed a modest understanding of Mongolian. Upon hearing the words of Sainaban, he seized the hilt of his knife with one hand and drew it from its sheath. Chapter 689. Cavalry. The Qin escort showed hesitation and remarked, Fanji has requested us, these escort masters, to guard the merchant convoy and escort it to Banshang City. Yet, we have not yet reached our destination, and we are considering leaving in this manner. Chapter 690. Bloodshed. From the ranks of the ironclad cavalry bearing the tiger flag, a figure emerged on horseback. Halting approximately 60 paces from the Sainaban, he declared, I am aware that you hail from the Sunangtai. Chapter 691. Defeat and retreat. Fan Hong leaned heavily against the large cart, his legs trembling incessantly as he stammered. The people of the Tiger Banner actually dared to confront the Mongols.